If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime, a special report of sorts coming at you today regarding the 4 Idaho students that were slayed in one of the most horrific, appalling, and just downright unacceptable in any kind of modern society. I mean, words that come to mind are, of course, tragic, terrible, horrific, but unacceptable has to be up there. I mean, in what society is this acceptable in any way? Especially in a modern police state, surveillance state, where this is all still going on. And it's just crazy, mind shocking. Normally I wait a period of time before covering recent cases. In general, awareness is up there with recent cases, so it's not something I usually do, but there have been a lot of requests, and of course, again, the nature of this crime and the ripple effect is so extreme that it really needs to be covered. And we'll be going over this case, looking over all available information and different theories in typical MINDSHOCK fashion with logic and reason at the forefront. As always, if you find the MINDSHOCK podcast interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. You can also check us out on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon and share those. Get the word out about MINDSHOCK and logical examination, because logic and reason really are going extinct in this world, and it's more and more apparent on social media, of course. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So let's tackle this right away. Let's start out with the CNN write-up. Here's what we know and don't know about the killings of 4 University of Idaho students, as a suspect has yet to be identified. November 19th, 2022, by Aya L.M. Rousey. As the University of Idaho mourns the loss of 4 students killed in an attack at an off-campus home last weekend, a community remains in crisis over few known details surrounding the students' deaths and the lack of an identified suspect. The 4 students, Ethan Chapin, 20, Kaylee Gonzalez, 21, Xana Kernodle, 20, and Madison Mogen, 21, were found Sunday stabbed to death on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the home in Moscow, Idaho, according to authorities. So 2nd and 3rd floor. I mean, this is a complicated crime with multiple victims, male and female. I mean, this is not a typical crime by any stretch of the imagination. Key details on how the gruesome attacks unfolded remained unclear Friday, even after the Moscow Police Department provided an update into the extensive investigation that includes federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies. Police revealed the 4 victims were likely asleep before the attack began during the early morning hours of Sunday, and each was stabbed multiple times. The attacks were not reported to authorities until around noon that day, police have said. A week after the homicide shook the small college city of some 26,000 residents, investigators have not identified a suspect, nor did they find the murder weapon used to carry out the heinous attacks. Here's what we know and still don't know as the investigation continues. How the physical struggle unfolded remains unclear. All 4 victims' killings were ruled homicides by stabbing, according to Latah County Coroner Kathy Mabud. Of the victims, some had defensive wounds, Moscow police said in their most recent update Friday. But it's unclear how many of the victims or which victims precisely had defensive wounds. Earlier this week, the father of Zaina Kernadal revealed that his daughter fought off her attacker through the very end. Bruises torn by the knife. She's a tough kid, Jeffrey Kernadal told CNN affiliate KPHO KTVK in Avondale, Arizona. When Mabbitt arrived to the crime scene, she saw lots of blood on the wall, she told CNN. Each victim was stabbed multiple times, likely by the same weapon, Mabbitt said, stopping short of specifying how many wounds or where most were located. How do they know it wasn't more than one person? Moscow police also pointed out Friday that the victims were not tied and gagged during the attack. The victims' autopsies did not find signs of sexual assault, Mabbitt said. Method of entry and weapon still question marks. When police arrived at the home after they received a 911 call, the door was open and there was no damage inside, Moscow Police Chief James Fry said. There was no evidence of forced entry, he said. One of the doors used to access the home has a keypad lock that requires a code to gain entry. Why are they not specifying which door? So the other doors don't? I mean, you would think that'd be the front door. So was there a back door? So police arrived, the door was open. I mean, that usually means the front door. But then it says not the door, then it says one of the doors used to access the home has a keypad lock. So how many doors were there? 2 or 3 even? I mean, most homes have at least 2. Olivia Gonzalez, Kaylee's sister, noted that the residence was known to be a party house and had been for some time. She won't say they were very private. So I won't say they were very private with that code, Gonzalez told ABC World News Tonight. Okay, so that's interesting. So that means it most likely wouldn't necessarily have been a random traveling serial killer, because how would he have gotten the code? However, students that had partied there would have had the code. Now, it's also curious, so this is off campus as well. So this is off campus. Were there older individuals who partied there that also might have been in circles of criminals, drug dealers, etc., that may have got that code out? Or if there was a party house, if there was a number of people waiting to get in, could someone have seen someone enter the code and an older individual might have gotten the code that way? The house also has a sliding door that could have been used to gain entry, Jeffrey Kernadal told KPHO KTVK. Okay, never mind then, because if someone accidentally left that unlocked, then it could have been a random serial killer. Again, I'm not claiming that is more or less likely. This is MindShock. I don't claim anything is true or untrue, and the motto here, if there are any first-time listeners, is that the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. Along with the lack of suspect identification, police have yet to locate the murder weapon used. To that end, investigators have requested from local businesses information on any recent purchases of a fixed-blade knife. Moscow police did not provide further information on those details. Hoping for tips from the community, investigators on Friday released a map and timeline of the victims' movements last weekend. The map shows the 4 students spent most of the night separated in pairs. Chapin and Kernadal attended a party at the Sigma Chi fraternity house from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. local time Saturday. Gonzalez and Mogan were at the Corner Club sports bar between 10 p.m. and 1:30 a.m. The pair was then seen ordering from a food truck, according to a live Twitch stream from the truck. As they waited for about 10 minutes for their food, they chatted with each other as well as other people standing by the truck. The man who manages the truck told CNN the pair did not seem to be in distress or in danger in any way. Gonzalez and Mogan used a private party for a ride, arriving home at 1:45 a.m., police said in their update. All 4 victims were back at the house by about 1:45 a.m. Sunday. Surviving roommates could be key to this whole thing. Two other roommates were home at the time of the attack and were found uninjured. Fry said earlier this week, Moscow police do not believe the two surviving roommates or a man seen in the food truck surveillance video were involved in the crime, the department said Friday. Aaron Snell, the communications director for Idaho State Police, told ABC that the surviving roommates could provide some significant leads in the investigation. Potentially there are witnesses, potentially there are victims, Snell said in an interview with ABC's Kana Whitworth. Potentially, they're the key to this whole thing. Authorities hope the roommates will be able to help them figure out what occurred and why, Snell said. That's their story to tell, he said. No one has been ruled included or excluded as a person of interest and or a suspect. Everyone is still being investigated, he stated. Again, these are very clear statements here because there's a lot of so-called true crime aficionados that state that the police never say whether anybody's been included or excluded. I mean, there's explicit statements here in this case. And then you have all this weirdness in other cases. Just again, a compare and contrast. 38 interviews conducted so far. Police have said they received a 911 call around noon Sunday reporting an unconscious person at the home. The caller has not been identified. What? They don't know who called? That's kind of weird. By Friday late afternoon, investigators had completed 38 interviews with people who may have information about the murders, Moscow police said. That's an interesting statement, too. I mean, that's kind of specific. They're not just saying they interviewed everybody just because. They're specifically stating they may have information about the murders. Does that mean Moscow police is suspecting this is close to home? Now, again, in general FBI statistics, anytime a female is met with foul play, it's at the hands of someone known to her, boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, or someone she knows, acquaintance, co-worker, random stalker on the street who she had maybe noticed several times before, or maybe not. But it's someone known to her in most cases. We can't ignore those stats. However, in this mixed crime, I mean, when there's male victims, a male victim also is more likely to be killed by someone they know, but the stats are much more skewed. It's much more likely that they could be killed by a stranger than a female. Authorities also seized items from 3 dumpsters near the house to review for potential evidence, police said Friday. No further updates of the search have been disclosed. Detectives were working on processing nearly 500 tips received as of Friday late afternoon, police added, and Moscow police is leading the investigation with help from the Idaho State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Latah County Sheriff's Office. Okay, so that's interesting, because if this is a random serial killer, would there be that amount of tips? I mean, there would obviously be a certain amount of tips because some people might believe they might be suspicious of somebody for whatever reasons, and maybe they have their reasons, even if it's not them. But when it gets into the hundreds and hundreds of tips, does that usually mean at least a few of them might possibly be onto something, and that would make a random serial killer less likely? I don't know if there's ever actually been a study on the amount of tips in terms of random serial killers versus not. Okay, vigil planned following Thanksgiving break. The university announced a candlelit vigil will be held in remembrance of the 4 students killed. The vigil will take place on campus November 30th, according to the university Friday, and those who are not able to attend in person are also invited to take part in the ceremony. So let's look at the timeline here. This is also from CNN.com by Eric Levinson, November 18th, 2022. Timeline of the killings of 4 University of Idaho students. The killings of 4 University of Idaho students Sunday, November 13th, in their off-campus home has brought in the investigative powers of the local Moscow police, state police, and the FBI. Days after the deaths, there is no suspect or murder weapon, and police have been tight-lipped on what they know. Still, they have provided some information on the killings, and a preliminary timeline reveals some of their final hours as well as the investigative response. Saturday, November 12th. Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogen, Ethan Chapin, and Zaina Kernodle were students at the University of Idaho who lived at a nearby off-campus residence in Moscow, a college town of about 25,000 people. They had 2 other roommates at the residence, a 3-floor, 6-bedroom apartment. Gonzalez posted a series of photos on her Instagram at some point with the caption, "One lucky girl to be surrounded by these people every day." One of the photos shows Mogen sitting on Gonzalez's shoulders with Chapin and Kernodle standing next to them. That night, Chapin and Kernodle went to a party on campus, and Mogen and Gonzalez went to a downtown bar, police said. Sunday, November 13th, Mogen and Gonzalez ordered a late-night food truck at about 1:41 a.m. The food truck's live Twitch stream shows. And that's another interesting point, too. Like, in all these crimes years and decades ago, you wouldn't have these live Twitch streams to kind of verify certain details and timelines. And what's crazy is even with all this extra technology, I mean, most cases are still going unsolved on average, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, it looks like a relatively normal stream. They ordered $10 worth of carbonara from the grub truckers and wait for about 10 minutes for their food. As they waited, they could be seen chatting with each other and with other people standing by the truck. Joseph Woodall, 26, who manages the truck, said the two students did not seem to be in distress or in danger in any way. Mogen, Gonzalez, Chapin, and Kernodle returned to the home at some point in the early morning hours. At about noon Sunday, a call came in to 911 about an unconscious person at an off-campus residence. Police did not say who called 911. So in this article, it's not stating that they don't know. They're simply not stating. So was it a roommate? Arriving officers found the door to the residence open and discovered the bodies of 4 fatally stabbed students. It would also be curious if the call was made from elsewhere, like a decent distance from the home. It was a pretty traumatic scene to find 4 dead college students in a residence, Latah County Coroner Kathy Mabbutt later told CNN affiliate KXLY. There was no sign of forced entry or damage, police said. Moscow police issued a statement saying 4 people were found dead in a home off campus. University of Idaho President Scott Green announced that the 4 victims were students and canceled classes Monday. Monday, November 14th, Moscow police issued a statement identifying the 4 homicide victims as Chapin, Gonzalez, Kernodle, and Mogen. Police said details were limited and no one was in custody. They added that Moscow police, quote, does not believe there's an ongoing community risk based on information gathered during the preliminary investigation, end quote. So that would seem to indicate it's not a random roving serial killer. That would seem, theoretically, to indicate that it was someone close to them with a grudge that is not necessarily planning on killing others. Or they could have just said that to prevent panic. Moscow Mayor Art Betsch released a statement calling the deaths senseless acts of violence. Betsch said only limited information can be shared without jeopardizing the integrity of the investigation. Green issued a statement offering condolences to the victims' families and the community. Quote, Moscow police do not believe there's an ongoing community risk based on information gathered during the preliminary investigation. However, we ask our employees to be empathetic, flexible, and to work with our students who desire to return home to spend time with their families, end quote, he said. Tuesday, November 15th, Moscow police issued a statement saying that an, quote, edged weapon such as a knife, end quote, was used in the killings. Police said no suspects were in custody and they had not found the murder weapon. Also, based on information from the preliminary investigation, investigators believe this was an isolated, targeted attack, and there is no imminent threat to the community at large, police said. Later in the day, police released another statement that attempted to calm fears of a killer on the loose. Quote, we hear you and we understand your fears, police said. We determined early in the investigation that we do not believe there's an ongoing threat for community members. Evidence indicates this was a targeted attack, end quote. Well, see, here's the thing. Let's say even if it was targeted, how does that mean there's no threat? Because if there's an unhinged lunatic that these people may have possibly slighted or wronged in some way, or even if they didn't, this person thought they did. So even if it was targeted and he tracked them down to their house and killed, he or she and or them, tracked these people down that they believed slighted them, either real or imaginary slight, killed them, how do they know that this unhinged loony won't do that to others, even if it is someone close to them? Even if it is someone who's never killed before, maybe they have, maybe they haven't, and they had some kind of psychotic break, how do they know there's no ongoing threat? unless they know for a fact that this individual left the area, in which case there could be a threat for another area, in which case, why hasn't that been made public? I mean, this is kind of weird. Wednesday, November 16th, Police Chief James Fry held a press conference, the department's first in the case, and reiterated that there was no suspect. He also backtracked on the assurances that no one is at risk. Quote, "We cannot say there's no threat to the community," Fry said. "And as we have stated, please stay vigilant, report any suspicious activity, and be aware of your surroundings at all times," end quote. That's interesting because you don't really, is it common to see that kind of backtracking? Because police may or may not be lying to quell any kind of panic, but to backtrack that quickly, that's interesting. "The two other roommates were home at the time of the attack and were not injured," Fry said. There was other people at home at the time, but we're not just focusing on them, we're focusing on everybody that may be coming and going from that residence, he said. Thursday, November 17th, the university's often-packed parking lots had many empty slots after scores of students decided to return home or leave the area. Everybody kind of just went back home because they're scared. It's definitely uneasy on campus right now, student Nathan Tino told CNN. Tino, who said the community is trying to approach the tragedy with sympathy, added the fact that no perpetrator has been caught in this case has elevated the sense of fear on campus. And you know what's the first thing that jumps out at me about that? If that many, like, it doesn't say what percentage of students went back home. Was it 50%? Was it 70%? And if so, doesn't that make the campus way less safe? Because there's going to be a lot of people walking around alone or more isolated than usual, as opposed to packed crowds. You would think, I mean, that could go one way or another depending on if the killer uses crowds to blend in, but I mean, it's weird either way. Friday, November 18th, hoping for tips from the community, investigators released a map and timeline of the victims' movements for the weekend. The map shows that 4 students spent most of the night separated in pairs. Most definitely, someone somewhere has a tidbit of information that will help break this case open, and we believe the public around here will have that information for us, Idaho State Police Communications Director Aaron Snell said. The victims were found on the 2nd and 3rd floors of their homes, Snell told CNN. Mabott at the coroner told CNN she saw lots of blood on the wall. When she arrived at the scene, she confirmed there were multiple stab wounds on each body, likely from the same weapon, but would not disclose how many wounds nor where most were located. I mean, that's still a fair amount of info, though, because if it's that much of a gruesome crime scene, there's not just a little blood on the wall. She said she saw lots of blood on the wall. I mean, this is really gruesome. And multiple stab wounds on each body. So these were not surgical precision throat/kills. These were gruesome multiple stabbings, like right out of a horror movie. I mean, it's insane. Like Jack the Ripper style. I mean, this has no place in modern society, obviously. Another article with some details here, also from CNN. Food truck video of slain University of Idaho students offers timeline of their final hours by Sharif Paget, Carol Alvarado, Eric Levinson, and Amira Vera. Friday, November 18th, 2022 posted. It goes over the same details. Okay. Autopsies have been completed, and the results will be released when available, an employee at the Spokane County Medical Examiner's Office told CNN. Police on Thursday issued a release from Latah County Coroner Kathy Mabott listing the cause of death as homicide and the manner of death as stabbing. No autopsy details were included. The killings and the lack of information from authorities have rankled residents of Moscow, a city of 25,000 that hasn't recorded a murder since 2015, according to state police data. Local police are working with the FBI and state police to hunt down a suspect. So this is a relatively low crime, or at least low homicide crime area. I mean, you don't really hear that many news of brutal murders coming out of Idaho. Idaho actually has the 4th lowest murder rate in the entire country. New Hampshire actually recorded the least amount of murders, then Maine, then Vermont, then Idaho. According to WorldPopulationReview.com, the total homicides in 2020 were 42 in the entire state of Idaho. And then they got 4 in one day in the same city. I mean, that's That's pretty crazy. It was 42 in 2020, but it was actually up substantially because in 2019, it was only 27. Then again, if in 2019, yeah. Either way, one of the states with the lowest murder rates. I mean, shocking indeed. Local police are working with FBI and state police to hunt down a suspect. Despite the lack of arrest or suspect, Moscow police initially described the killings as a targeted attack and said there was no threat to the public. Fry backtracked some on Wednesday in his first news conference on the case. We cannot say there's no threat to the community, Fry said, and as we have stated, please stay vigilant, report any suspicious activity, and be aware of your surroundings at all times. Some students left the area days ahead of fall recess, which begins Monday. Everyone kind of went back home because they're scared with no suspect caught, student Nathan Tino, who was planning to leave Friday after attending some classes, told CNN. It's definitely uneasy. University President Scott Green said students are encouraged to do what is right for them, and they have the administration's support. Parents upset at lack of information. Latah County Prosecuting Attorney Bill Thompson told NBC's Today Show on Thursday investigators are still working to determine a suspect. We have no one in custody, and police have been unable to identify who was responsible for these homicides, he said. Jim Chapin, the father of Ethan Chapin, issued a statement Wednesday calling on police to release further information about the killings. Quote, there is a lack of information from the University of Idaho and local police, which only fuels false rumors and innuendo in the press and social media, he said. The silence further compounds our family's agony after our son's murder, for Ethan and his 3 dear friends slain in Moscow, Idaho, and all of our families. I urge officials to speak the truth, share what they know, find the assailant, and protect the greater community, end quote. Green said they have been working with police to get information out to the public. We have helped when asked and continually pushed for as much info as possible, knowing we cannot interfere with the important work of a good investigation, he said in a statement. Police stated 2 roommates were home during the killings. Police have begun to lay out a timeline of what happened in the hours leading up to the killings, though much remains unknown. Chapin and Coronado were at a party on campus Saturday night, while Mogen and Gonzalez were at a downtown bar before they all returned home early Sunday, sometime after 1:45 a.m., Fry said. All 4 were fatally stabbed at some point in the early morning hours Sunday, Fry said, but there was no 911 call until noon. The chief didn't reveal who called 911. The coroner's release says the 4 were pronounced dead at noon. And I'm gonna get into the theories in a moment, but is it just mind-boggling that the roommates didn't wake up? Now, maybe they wouldn't wake up if there was some ninja-like prowler creeping up the stairs to the 2nd and 3rd floors where they killed everybody. But to have that many stab wounds in that many people, like there wasn't a single scream heard? I mean, that's kind of weird. Or were there screams heard and the other 2 roommates were so scared they hid in their closets or something of that nature? And I mean, I'm going to get into all that later. I couldn't help but think the logistics regarding the other 2 roommates, why they didn't hear and or fight off or just be spotted by the other person. So whoever their killer was, I mean, how would they know where they all live, too? I mean, just because it's a party house, that doesn't mean everybody knows exactly which bedroom each person that lives there lives in. They might not even know who lives there. I mean, it's a party house. That's a little strange. And which exact levels were the roommates? Was one roommate on one floor, the other on the other? Or the other 2 unharmed roommates, were they all on the same floor, the first floor? I mean, the logistics and layout here, I mean, those details are all highly critical, obviously. Maybe that's why they didn't release them, but yeah, I mean, it's critical if they're definitely not involved. Now, why would they not have, even if they were hiding, I mean, why did they not, if we don't even know that they called 911, it's not been revealed who called or from where. So if they weren't the ones who called 911, they called 911 at noon. I mean, there's no time of death here, but the way this is all laid out, it makes it seem like they were killed at some point in the early morning hours. So if the call's at noon, early morning isn't 11 a.m. and onward. That's late morning, even 10 a.m. Early morning usually refers to 3, 4, 5, 6 a.m., maybe 7 a.m., maybe 8. So what happened in the hours after nobody's calling 911? I mean, that's hard to get around, is it not? Or are we to believe that the other two roommates were so drunk from partying, they're completely passed out, not gonna wake up no matter what, and they wake up super late at like 11:30, discover the bodies, they're in shock for a period of time, then they call 911, if it's one of them that call 911? Is that a plausible explanation? I mean, it kind of depends on the layout of the rooms. I mean, it kind of goes back to that. But let's continue here. 2 additional roommates were home at the time of the deaths, neither of whom were injured nor held hostage. That's Green said. That's an interesting detail Green revealed. The 2 roommates have been fully cooperative with law enforcement, Idaho State Police spokesman Aaron Snell told CNN on Wednesday. There were other people home at the time, but we're not just focusing just on them. We're focusing on everybody that may have been coming and going from that residence, Fry said. Now, again, from those statements, it kind of makes it seem like it doesn't sound like someone followed them from the bar or the party. Because if somebody followed one of the group, this is really weird. I was going to mention it later, but I'll just get into it right here, right now, because this is MINDSHOCK. If there was some kind of part, if it's one person, now if it's, I mean, let's not get into the multiple perpetrator angle here. If it's one person, they follow one of the groups home, why do they kill all of them? Because again, this is on the 2nd and 3rd floor. If they were all, let's say these 4 people, if they were all exclusively on that last floor, okay, maybe. But if it's spread between floors, why would they not kill the other roommates then? Because if they wanted to target 2 of them and not the 4, I mean, how does that make sense if it was someone who spotted them out and about during the frat party or whatever, the on-campus party, or from the bar? So the other roommates and the layout of the bedroom, everything kind of goes back to that in terms of even beginning to draw out any kind of theories here. After the 911, and of course, police are saying they're focused on other people who are constantly coming and going. So if that's a party house, how many other people were there that night at the time these 4 returned home? That actually might seem more plausible. Because if there was someone else at that party who already knew the other roommates and was not interested in killing them, was there an altercation when these 4 came home? After the 911 call about an unconscious person came in, officers found the door to the home open and a gruesome crime scene. There was no evidence of forced entry, Fry said. Quote, "We're not 100% sure the door was unlocked. There was no damage to anything and the door was still open when we got there," end quote, Fry said. There was quite a bit of blood in the apartment, Mabbitt told CNN affiliate KXLY Tuesday. It was a pretty traumatic scene to find 4 dead college students in a residence, she said. Just hours before their deaths, Gonzalez had posted a photo of the group with the caption, quote, "One lucky girl to be surrounded by these people every day," end quote, adding a heart emoji. The 21-year-old from Rathdrum, Idaho, was a senior majoring in general studies and a member of the Alpha Phi sorority. Her older sister, Olivia Gonzalez, sent a message to the Idaho Statesman on behalf of her family and Mojans. Quote, "They were smart. They were vigilant. They were careful. And this all still happened," she said. "No one is in custody, and that means no one is safe. Yes, we're all heartbroken. Yes, we're all grasping. But more strong than any of these feelings is anger. We are angry. You should be angry," end quote. So that's also, I mean, I don't know how much people are going to put stock in the dynamic that these 21-year-old senior here. So this is not, these aren't a bunch of 18-year-olds who are just fresh in college and are completely unaware of any possible danger in college or going to bars, parties, whatever. So, yeah, I mean, it's pretty tough. It's pretty tough. These are older college students. So, yeah. I would say that's definitely, that could definitely matter in terms of how all of this unfolded. Mojan 21 was from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and was a senior majoring in marketing. She was a member of the Phi Beta Phi sorority. Okay, another interesting, they're members of 2 different sororities, Alpha Phi and Pi Beta Phi. Huh. Chapin 20 was one of 3 triplets, all of whom are enrolled at the University of Idaho, his family said in a statement. He was a freshman from Conway, Washington, majoring in recreation, sport, and tourism management. He was a member of the Sigma Chi fraternity. Ethan lit up every room he walked into and was a kind, loyal, loving son, brother, cousin, and friend, his mother, Stacy Chapin, said. Words cannot express the heartache and devastation our family is experiencing. It breaks my heart to know we will never be able to hug or laugh with Ethan again, but it's also excruciating to think about the horrific way he was taken from us, end quote. Kernodle 20 was from Avondale, Arizona. She was majoring in marketing and was a member of Pi Beta Phi. So we have 2 members of Pi Beta Phi, 1 member of Alpha Phi, and Chapin, a member of Sigma Chi fraternity, where the party was at. Interesting. So regarding Kernodle, she was positive, funny, and loved by everyone who met her, said her older sister, Jasmine Kernodle. She was so lighthearted and always lifted up a room, Jasmine Kernodle said. She made me such a proud big sister, and I wish I could have had more time with her. She had so much life left to live. My family and I are at a loss of words, confused, and anxiously waiting for updates on the investigation. She also offered condolences to the other victims and their families. My sister was so lucky to have them in her life. So it doesn't say that she was a senior. She's 20. She might be a junior or a sophomore, depending. Again, we don't know her credits or any of that. But this would be the males are freshmen, 2 females are seniors. 2 different sororities, 1 frat. What does everybody think so far? Someone known to them, someone at the frat, someone at the bar. But again, for me, everything comes back to the other 2 roommates, the layouts of the bedrooms. And the 911 call, too. Who made it? Because the times here, it's a bit strange. Let's try to find out more information. FoxNews.com. Idaho murder victim's sister says she called man 7 times. Night of the slayings report. Idaho murder victim Kaylee Gonzalez's sister said her 6th and last phone call to a man named Jack was made at 2:52 a.m. by Audrey Conklin. One of the victims of the quadruple homicide near the University of Idaho, November 13th, called a man named Jack 7 times just before she was murdered, her sister told Inside Edition. Moscow police believe victims Kaylee Gonzalez, 21, Madison Mogen, 21, Ethan Chapin, 20, and Zena Kernodle, 20, were stabbed to death at their home near campus between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. on November 13th. Is that a previous error? He's 20 years old and he's a freshman? Does that mean he either finished high school late or he took a job after high school and just went to college? Because they're all 2 of them are 20, 2 of them are 21. So again, I don't know what that means exactly. So this article is stating unequivocally their death is between 3 and 4 a.m. I don't know where they got this information, but they're not just saying early morning, they're saying specifically here between 3 and 4 a.m. At 2:26 a.m., Kaylee starts to call Jack, Olivia Gonzalez told Inside Edition, which described Jack as a young man. Kaylee calls Jack 6 times between 2:26 a.m. and 2:44 a.m. From 2:44 to 2:52, Maddie calls Jack 3 times. Then Kaylee makes a final call to him at 2:52 a.m. What? So why is Maddie calling him? They both call him? And this is minutes before the earliest possible time they could have been killed. Kaylee Gonzalez has photos of a young man named Jack posted to her Instagram account. Moscow Police Department Chief James Fry said during a Wednesday press conference there were no signs of forced entry at the house when they initially responded to reports of an unconscious person at 11:58 a.m. on November 13th. The 4 friends were all members of Greek life on campus. 2 other roommates were home the night of the attack, but police said Friday that they are not suspects in the case. Okay, that's a pretty definitive statement as well. They didn't say they weren't person of interest. They said they were not suspects. Moscow police said they were killed in an isolated targeted attack. Initially, the department said there was no immediate threat to the community, but they walked back that statement on Wednesday. As of Friday, authorities still did not have any person of interest or suspects. Okay, so they're saying there's no persons of interest at all, not even the roommates. Okay. The Latah County coroner on Thursday revealed the victim's manner of death as homicide murder and the cause of death as stabbings. Okay, so that was a bit more information there. Another article here on Fox News by Rebecca Rosenberg, November 17th, 2022. Idaho student killings, coroner releases autopsy findings. So they were, of course, attacked with an edge weapon, as previously stated. Mabot, who wrapped up the autopsies Wednesday, previously said the killings were not a murder-suicide. I'm guessing the way they know that is that all of the victims were stabbed so many times in a brutal fashion, showing that there was some kind of fight or something that couldn't have been done to oneself. Toxicology reports are still outstanding. She said the same knife was likely used to kill all 4 victims. Here's the thing, though. Like, let's say there are 2 perpetrators using 2 similar knives. Like, how do they know that's not what happened? Police have not recovered a weapon or publicly identified a suspect in the quadruple homicide, which has shaken the small town of 25,000 people. Police suspect a K-bar knife may have been used in the slayings of 4 university students. Huh. Scott Jute, a manager at Moscow Building Supply, told the Idaho Statements that police had come by more than once asking if the store had sold any K-bar brand knives, which they do not carry. Well, they're really going after the K-bar brand specifically. Huh. The combat knife looks like the one used by Rambo, Jute added. Latah County prosecutor Bill Thompson told NBC News that it's possible there's more than one suspect. Okay, all right. Here's some information, because I was about to say, how do they know it's not more than one person? If there were 2 people that went there, one of them was kind of the lookout in the hallway as they're killing 2 of them people, and then whoever, if the 1 or 2 of the others woke up, then the other guy killed those people? That still doesn't necessarily explain the other 2 roommates. If they heard all that, were they just that scared that they hid in the closet, and that's why they remained alive? It's certainly possible. That's the purpose of the investigation, and that's why we're really hoping for any information from the public that can help the investigators recreate everyone's activities from Saturday night into early Sunday morning and hopefully give them leads, the information to identify who did this, Thompson said. In a press conference Wednesday, Moscow Police Chief James Fry urged locals to stay vigilant as the individual is still out there. Well, he's saying the individual. He's not saying the individual or individuals. That's curious. So the police chief stating individual, Latah County prosecutor Bill Thompson saying it's possible there's more than one suspect. So 2 different people, 2 different information sets here. The roommates were home when the students were killed between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m., Fry said. Very specific. We're on to a very specific time here. They seem to have narrowed it down to 1 hour. So I don't know how accurate the previous statements were, because in this article, also from Fox News here, University of Idaho murders, blood seen oozing from the house amid reports of previous threat. Rebecca Rosenberg, November 16th, 2022. Blood was seen seeping from the house where 4 University of Idaho students were brutally murdered over the weekend as a report of a previous campus threat surfaced. Fox News Digital obtained grisly new photos of the crime scene Wednesday that showed blood dripping from the first floor bedroom down an exterior wall at the back of the house. It was a very bloody scene inside. Wait a second. So the blood was dripping from the first floor bedroom, but earlier it was stated that the killings occurred on the 2nd and 3rd floor. So did the blood just drip from the 2nd and 3rd floor down to the 1st floor bedroom? Because it doesn't specifically say somebody was killed in the 1st floor bedroom. It just said that blood was dripping. Also from this article, the Moscow Police Department received a report that a group of students was walking between the steam plant parking lot, lot 14, and the Student Recreation Center on Paradise Path and were threatened by a person with a knife, states the alert from September 12th. I mean, that's not immediately recent, but I mean, it's relatively recent. So September 12th, there was somebody threatening with a knife. A concerned parent of a University of Idaho student shared the notification with Fox News Digital. No individual was harmed from the incident, but campus community members are advised to be cautious, the notification states. And here's the vandal alert here. Monday, September 12th, 9:38 p.m. Threat with a knife. Vandal alert, 9/12/22. At 8:05 p.m., the Moscow Police Department received a report that a group of students were walking between the steam plant parking lot, lot 14, and the Student Recreation Center on Paradise Path and were threatened by a person with a knife. No individual was harmed in this incident, but campus community members are advised to be cautious. The suspect is described as a white male, 18 to 22 years old, so basically a college student, wearing all black clothes and a black baseball cap. The male was on a nondescript mountain bike, had a blue backpack, and was last seen heading east on Paradise Path. The suspect has not been identified and is still at large. MPD is actively investigating the report. Okay, if you have any information regarding the incident, call MPD. Keep all doors locked and use caution if you have to go outside. If you see someone matching the description, call 911 immediately and do not approach or attempt to apprehend the suspect. So apparently this was a severe threat. This wasn't someone just brandishing a knife. It said here they were threatened by a person with a knife. What does that mean? Does that mean he kind of rode up to them on his bike or walked the bike up and said he was going to kill them with a knife while swinging the knife around? Like, what exactly does that mean? The Moscow Police Department declined to comment on the incident, whether the suspect had been apprehended or whether it could be connected to the November 13th quadruple homicides that occurred 1 mile away. I have no information on that at this time, Captain Anthony Dollinger told Fox News Digital. A spokesperson for the university didn't immediately return a request for comment. Police have remained tight-lipped, but have said the suspect remains at large. Moscow Mayor Art Betsy previously told Fox News Digital that investigators are probing as possible motives a crime of passion or a burglary gone wrong. I mean, those are two completely different types of crimes. The father of a student who asked that his name be withheld to protect his daughter's privacy said the University of Idaho needs to beef up security. Quote, telling parents there is no threat is not helpful, he said. Hiring off-duty police is a quick way to put boots and guns where they need to be, protecting students until the suspect is arrested, end quote. What's also interesting, they said the suspects were in their beds, so is it more likely that there's two different guys, or even three, and they went into the bedrooms at approximately the same time to stab all of them? Because you would think if one group woke up, or one or two of them woke up and went to see what was going on in the other bedroom, how did they end up back in the bed? Unless the murderers put them back in the bed, but I mean, if they're trying to get out of there real fast, would they do that? So, okay, another article here from CBS News, November 18th, 2022. Some of the murdered University of Idaho students were stabbed in their beds, coroner says. So some, it doesn't say all. Of the four, some were killed in their beds. Does that mean, probably not one, because it's not some, that's not a plural. So it was either two or three. Probably not four, because unless it was all four, they don't want to say that. So 2, 3, or 4 were killed in their beds. Actually, no, not 4. Coroner Kathy Mabbitt would not provide any further details. She noted, however, that earlier media reports stating all 4 victims had been murdered in their beds were not accurate. Okay, so at least one of them was not in the bed. Okay, so that gives us a little bit more info. Also, it says here that Zaina Kernadal was a junior. So 2 seniors, a junior, and freshman Ethan Chapin, who was 20 years old. The women were roommates. So does that mean... Wait a second. Does that mean Madison and Kaylee shared a room? What does it mean? Because he's... Wait, is he not a roommate? Does he not live there? Has that ever been definitively stated? Police have said evidence at the scene leads them to believe that the students were targeted, although they hadn't given details. Investigators say nothing appears to have been stolen from the victims or the home. Two other people were found in the sprawling house unharmed. Fry declined to say whether they were able to provide an account of the killings or to specify who called 911. There was no sign of forced entry at the home, according to the chief, and a door was found open by the first police officers to arrive. Well, also, could it be that if one of the roommates called the police, would they leave the door open if they were scared? Unless they knew the person wasn't coming back? I mean, or if they were, I mean, it says they're not suspects, so, I mean, unless that's wrong, and they really are. But, so they might have been able to provide an account of the killings, because it doesn't say whether they could or they couldn't hear. So maybe they do have an account of hearing things and possibly witnessing things, in which case, I mean, you would think everything would kind of rest on them into solving this thing. Okay, there's even more information here from the Daily Mail. Some people find this dubious, but I mean, again, sometimes they actually do report pretty accurately. I might even say more often than not, they report pretty accurately. From what I've been able to cross-reference on all these different true crime cases, they usually don't, I mean, from the articles that I've read, I mean, I guess they possibly could have plenty of other articles that are extremely inaccurate. I just haven't seen those. Revealed. 2 female Idaho students among the 4 who were killed phoned mystery man named Jack 10 times minutes before they were slaughtered. As detectives reveal, 1 had a stalker and 2 housemates locked themselves in rooms due to noisy party. Okay, so if there's a noisy party going on at the time they're returning home, how many people are actually in the house? So if the house has like a ton of people in it at that time, is someone waiting till most of the people leave, 3, 4 a.m., and then this attack starts? Already, like the phrasing here, Kaylee Gonzalez, 21, Madison Mogen, 21, Ethan Chapin, 20, and Zaina Kernadel, 20, were allegedly stabbed to death at their home near campus between 3 and 4 a.m. November 13th. So Daily Mail's being very careful here. They're saying allegedly. Kaylee's sister, Olivia Gonzalez, has now revealed that her sibling and Madison had started making calls to a person named Jack between the hours of 2:36 a.m. and 2:52 a.m. on the night of the massacre. Former LAPD detective Mark Furman, who has notably worked on the 94 murders of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman in the O.J. Simpson murder case in Idaho, and says Kaylee had a stalker. I mean, how does he know, though? Photos on social media posted by Kaylee show her with a young man named Jack. However, it is unclear whether this is the same person she and Madison had been calling. County Coroner Kathy Mabbitt described the killings as personal. The victims were found in their beds, but supposedly not all of them. Kaylee calls Jack 6 times between 2:26 and 2:44 a.m., Gonzalez said. From 2:44 to 2:52, Maddie calls Jack 3 times, then Kaylee makes a final call to him at 2:52 a.m. It also doesn't reveal here, are these missed calls? Or was the actual conversation going on? And obviously the police would probably check any potential boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, or guy that these girls are calling for their location and possible alibi here, so they would know whether it's related or not related here. It's been revealed that Kaylee may also have had a stalker, the 21-year-old complaining about this person just months before her death. Kaylee's sister, Olivia, said a lot of people had access to the house and the code to the front door because the girls were so sociable, and revealed that the girls collectively called Jack 10 times before the massacre. So she's stating that a lot of people had that code. So former LAPD detective Mark Furman, I talked to one student, and I agree it was twice removed from the person that said it, Kaylee, but Kaylee 2 months ago complained about a stalker, he said on Fox News. So this is twice removed. So this information is coming through the grapevine, broken telephone, possibly not. But again, the police would have to know this. The killer apparently bypassed the bedroom of the 2 young women who lived in the 6-bedroom, 3-bathroom house who were not attacked. So these are 2 young, the other woman, according to this, the other roommates were 2 young women. So they were bypassed somehow. Their story was that they heard partying, they heard noise, but they just, as usual, said there's partying going on, and they locked the door. So are they... Okay, so it's one bedroom. So here it's stating not bedrooms, it's stating here, this is like, I'm guessing this is all according to Furman or possibly other sources. So there's one bedroom bypassed. Is that the first floor bedroom, or is there a bedroom also on the second floor? But these two roommates are both in one room who apparently locked their door. No forced... So apparently there's no forced entry to enter the house. It doesn't say here whether any doors were damaged. Do we know if any doors were damaged regarding those that were killed? But so these are two young women, and there was one bed. There's 6 bedrooms, though. 6 bedrooms, 6 people. So 2 of them live in one. The other article said that 2 of the girls were roommates. Does that mean... That doesn't mean sharing the same room, though. But here it's stating bypass the bedroom. Unless it's wrong and these 2 young women all do have 2 separate rooms. And they actually named the roommates here. The 2 roommates who were not harmed in the attack are not suspects and have been cooperating with the investigation, authorities confirmed. Meanwhile, a man who was filmed with 2 of the 4 murdered Idaho students in their last hours was identified and is cooperating with police, according to Gonzalez. The young man's name has not yet been made public, but he was filmed walking up to a food truck with Madison Mogen and Kaylee Gonzalez Sunday, 1:45 a.m., less than 2 hours before they were murdered in their home. Gonzalez, tired from a lack of transparency and information from police, has taken matters into her own hands, also tracking down the Uber driver that took her sister home on the night of the murder. I found neighbors' Ring camera footage so that I could verify that the Uber driver took them home, she told Inside Edition. Wow, I mean, this is some real investigation here. I mean, getting corroboration that they actually were dropped off home. I mean, obviously that's kind of important. Moscow Police Department Chief James Fry told reporters on Wednesday that there had been no signs of forced entry at the house when they responded to reports of an unconscious person 11:58 on the night. Kernodle's father, Jeffrey, has revealed his theory that the killer may have slipped into the house through a sliding door off of the kitchen. The door locks with a number code. Every time you go, you have to go around the house because of the number code. So they either knew that, or they went around, or maybe they found the slider door open, he told Arizona Family. Gonzalez's sister, Olivia, said that many of the other young people in the area had access to the house and knew the code for the door. There was a keypad on their front door, she told KHQ. I will say, due to the closeness of the community and due to the safeness of it, I think a lot of people had access to that door. But yes, that door had a keypad code on it. They lived on one of the most iconic streets of being seniors. It's kind of a well-known place. I know my sisters, and I know for a fact they locked their doors. Also, there's a photo of how close the other houses are. There's multiple homes near the property. I mean, this is not an isolated home. Autopsies on the 4 students killed found each had been stabbed multiple times. Some had defensive wounds, showing that they had fought with the attacker. There was no sexual assault. County Coroner Kathy Mabbitt described the killings as personal, and that the victims were found in their beds. Also, another interesting note, like, it was personal for all 4 of them, and obviously they haven't revealed this, but were all 4 completely stabbed aggressively in this type of manner and excessively, as if it was personal for all 4 of them? I mean, that seems unusual. Like, how often are quadruple homicides carried out in this fashion with other people not killed in other people in the home not killed? It was late at night or early in the morning, so it seems likely that they were sleeping. There were multiple stab wounds on them. Most of them had one wound that was the lethal wound, Coroner Kathy Mabbitt said during an appearance on News Nation. It was to the chest or upper body. No arrests have been made so far, and investigators from the Idaho State Police, as well as other state and federal law enforcement partners, are working together on the case. The murder victims' families are now begging the police to be more transparent with their findings, telling them to speak the truth and find the student's killer. In a statement, Ethan's father, Jim, said, "The silence further compounds our family's agony after our son's murder. For Ethan and his 3 dear friends slain in Moscow, Idaho, and all of our families, I urge officials to speak the truth, share what they know, find the assailant, and protect the greater community, he said. Kaylee's sister said she was equally frustrated. Until we have someone in custody, there's no way with any amount of confidence to say this is isolated, Gonzalez told NBC affiliate KHQ. Someone did this with a purpose. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4. I don't know of anything scarier than that. The families of the victims paid tribute, with Gonzalez's family saying the 21-year-old was only a few months shy of moving to Texas to begin a new job. Kaylee, a general studies major, was looking forward to her job in tech starting on January 1st, a move to Texas, road trips in her just-purchased Range Rover, and a trip she planned to Europe. She'd never stop fighting for us and demanding truth and justice, and neither will we. Ethan Chapin was one of a set of triplets who all attended the University of Idaho. His brother, Hunter, paid tribute via his Instagram account. Under a photo of the brothers together, he wrote, "My brother and my best friend," followed by a red heart. Ethan's mother, Stacy Chapin, told the Seattle Times, "It is an unspeakable tragedy and the pain is excruciating. Ethan was literally the greatest kid, friend to all, and a smile that can light up any room." Mojan, a marketing major, and Kernadel, who was also studying marketing, were remembered in a post by the Mad Greek, a restaurant in Moscow where they both worked. Okay, another link here. Kernadel and Mad Greek both worked at the same restaurant. The Facebook statement said, "It is with a broken heart and deep sadness to share with you. We have lost 2 of our own here at Mad Greek." It continued, "Our deepest sympathies go out to all of their friends and families of Zaina, Maddie, Ethan, and Kaylee. You'll be greatly missed. Thank you for being part of our family team and helping me so much over the years. Until we meet again." I mean, yeah, this is tough, but there is more information revealed there in that article than anywhere else, pretty much. So Inside Edition apparently stated, wow, I mean, some really gruesome details here. Inside Edition, November 18th, 2022. University of Idaho murders victim reportedly spoke of a stalker months ago. Killer passed survivor's room. And a lot of the same details we just went over. It states here, though, that the 911 call that led to the discovery of the 4 bodies was not made by their roommates, leaving many to ask who did make that call. So Inside Edition here, November 18th, 2022, is stating that the call was not made by the 2 roommates. Retired Detective Phil Waters, who had a 96% clearance rate on homicide cases when he was with the Houston Police Department, noted that the type of weapon believed to be used in the killings, a long steel blade, part of which is serrated, would have prevented the victims from making any significant amount of noise. The weapon used in the killings has not been found. Yeah, but there's 4 different people that could have, I mean, for one person, I mean, I don't know. If this person, and it appears to be they are, proficient with an edged weapon, the deaths would have occurred so quickly, there would have been no opportunity for them to cry out, Waters said. So some people are saying this guy Jack, that Olivia Gonzalez stated that Kaylee was calling, and that also Maddie called Jack as well. Inside Edition is reporting that Madison Mojan, who only called him 3 times, she had a boyfriend named Jake, not Jack. So this is potentially a different person, because, yeah, Kaylee's the one calling Jack 6 times, and then the final time. Maddie only calls him 3 times. Maddie's boyfriend is Jake, not Jack. So these are 2 different people, supposedly, for people that were getting those confused. So on Web Sleuths here, Alaskan Blue actually posted something interesting regarding the layout of the house. Because if the sliding door is in the back of the house, in the middle of the house, the 2nd floor, and the 3rd floor, the roommates that weren't, the 2 girls that weren't killed, if they're on the 1st floor, that's a completely different part of the house. The post, so this is a response to this post. Surviving girls had their bedroom door, according to the Daily Mail and many other newspapers, locked to prevent drunk party people wandering in. Did this save their lives? Yes, it's quite possible, but I'm thinking maybe the killer entered the house through the sliding glass door in the back of the house. This would explain why everyone in the 2nd and 3rd floors were murdered. Perhaps he didn't know about the stairs going down to the first floor, or he didn't see them being in a hurry to leave the scene. This is if the killer is a peripheral stalker type. However, thinking out loud, since the key code was common knowledge to many of their friends and social circle, anything is possible. He could have tried their locked doors and worked his way upstairs. The house has quite a different layout because the first floor had been a garage before it was remodeled. I have a strong feeling that this person was known by the girls or at least acquainted with them. There was an intense amount of rage and jealousy involved there. Using a knife is extremely personal. I'm wondering when the party began to break up and what the situation was with the lights. Some on, others not, or all off or on. Or was the party still ongoing when everyone arrived at 1:45 a.m.? And this is college, so we might not, yeah, it could have still been going, of course, the party. However, so New York Post here states that the roommates were upstairs at the time of the murder. So there's speculation here that the other roommates who locked their door, they could have also been on the third floor. Okay, so we do not have verification here on where everybody was. Another interesting post here by X-Files, maybe a rejected female friend. Someone who used to live there and was left or was evicted. Rejection was my first thought. If it's a stranger where you're looking at trouble, luckily he most likely left behind a name. I mean, that's an interesting point because we have three murdered females and a murdered male. They were split in two groups throughout the night. So if it was someone who used to live in the house, I mean, would they not still have a grudge against the other two roommates? Unless they were new and he didn't know them, or he or she. If this is more than one perpetrator, maybe a male and a female, or even if not, even if it's a single perpetrator, if they were there, we don't know any of the timelines here. So if the two roommates that were spared, was it simply because of the locked door and the others just didn't lock their doors and were just coming and go? I mean, again, we have none of this information. We would need all of that information, and then the speculation on theories could be a little bit more pointed and exact, because right now, without that information, it's kind of impossible to figure this out. Two more posts here. So I was looking through at the police logs from that night. Looks like there was a dog loose and picked up that morning by animal control. I wonder if it's possible that the killer came in before everyone got home, left the door open, the dog escaped, so when the girls got home, the dog was MIA and they started frantically calling Jay to come help find him. Or alternatively, the dog ran off after they let him out. I'm completely convinced the girls were awake when this all started, if that's the case. As a dog parent, I'd never be able to fall asleep if my dog was out late at night. My opinion, theory, thinking only, as always. Okay. Huh. Is there verification that that was their dog from their house, or was there just a loose dog picked up by animal control? So if we don't know specifically that their dog got loose, yeah. Another post here. As of right now, I feel that at the very least, the killer was someone known to them. Maybe not a friend, but someone who had semi-regular contact with them in their day-to-day lives. I feel like everyone in the house was a target, even though two survived, and the killer's hatred simmered over a period of time, but it wasn't obvious how deep that person's hatred for them was until that person was finally triggered. A post by Are You Kidding? I find it hard to believe a killer could get into the house while all four were supposedly sleeping. After the first two were stabbed, wouldn't someone have heard some kind of noise and wake up? What if the killer or killers were already in the house before EXK&M got home? Conveniently, all at 1:45 a.m. Yeah, that's another thing. Did they really get home at exactly the same time? Or was it not exactly the same time? This was very well planned, so they went for the biggest threat, the male, and then the girlfriend in the same bed. Is it verified that they were both in the same bed, though? The killer went for the carotid artery to cause total incapacitation fast. Then they went downstairs to K&M and did the same thing. Being one sick individual, could have gone back up to repeatedly stab the victims. They would have bled out, causing massive blood loss at the scene by the time they were discovered. The motive, who knows, but this was planned, therefore there was a reason. Let's say this person had tactical knowledge, would have made sure he was covered as well as his shoes, as so to avoid the blood splatter. When he is done, he leaves and discards a plastic coat and shoe coverings. I mean, that's so... Wow. I mean, that adds another horrific layer of just, like, medical sanitization that's just crazy. Other people are, of course, speculating the murder could have been slightly earlier than 3 a.m. The final call is 2:52 a.m. So, we also don't have the time of deaths of anyone. Is it possible there's a gap between two of them and the other two? Other people are also asking questions about the vehicle. Supposedly there could have been other vehicles captured on the Ring camera or other surveillance in the area. And now that we have the information that the 911 call, if this information is true, was not made by the other two roommates, like, what were they doing all the way until the police call? And what did the roommates know? Did they not even know that this occurred? And they just woke up to police coming in? I mean, yeah, this is really weird. So the latest information here from the IdahoStatesman.com adjusted the coroner, Kathy Mabbitt, said the homicides occurred between 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. So Mayor Art Betche previously told the statement that police told him it was between 3 and 4 a.m. So now they're saying between 2 and 5 a.m. So is it theoretically possible something was already going on during the calls to Jack? Also, in a latest update from the Moscow police on Facebook, stated that Ethan did not reside at the home. It was previously reported that he did, however, he was only visiting. Okay, so he's not one of the roommates, he's just there. Okay, alright, so it's an all-female house. So someone looking to kill they might not have known that he was going to stay the night. Okay. So that possibly increases the chance that it's a Ted Bundy-like killer going around killing female college students. If they didn't know that a male was going to be in the house, does that change the dynamic there? Because if he's not officially one of the roommates, he doesn't live there, he's just visiting his girlfriend, someone might not have known that. I mean, yeah, these are very, very important details. Still plenty of unanswered questions. The calls, obviously, from the phone. Yeah, I mean, obviously, the police know a lot more. And they could at least trace whatever phone. Was the 911... Yeah, I would also like to know where the 911 call was made from. So apparently it was not the roommates who made it. So it was made from... But not just who made it, but where was it made from? Was it even made from the house, or was it made from somewhere far away? So how would that person be able to know that information? And the phrasing of an unconscious person, as opposed to it seems from the type of crime scene, someone brutally stabbed to death with blood all over the walls. Would you say unconscious, or would it be evident that they were dead? I mean, I don't know. This is all very, very strange. Plenty of unanswered details. Hopefully this will be solved very soon. Of homicides that are solved, the majority of them are solved within weeks. And if they're not solved within a few weeks, generally, the chances of them being solved exponentially decrease. Of course, something incredibly high profile where if there was a lot of evidence left, that doesn't mean it would fall into that category necessarily. These are just overall statistics. So hope everybody found another edition of MindShock True Crime interesting and informative. We'll, of course, be following up with this case as more details emerge and there's more to go over. If you want to help support the MindShock podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. You can also become a member here, support the channel that way for access to exclusive streams and chats. Just check the links in the description. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topological analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and this is the Idaho Students Murders, Episode 2. We will be continuing to examine new information in this tragic, haunting, and downright shocking quadruple homicide, which may or may not be connected to other crimes in both the immediate and non-immediate area. So plenty more to go over here as this unfolds, and obviously the question on everybody's mind is, how much do law enforcement actually know, and is this thing going to get solved? Because obviously the longer it goes unsolved, the more dramatically the chances of a resolution drops and a perpetrator being charged drops. As always, if you find the MINDSHOCK podcast interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help support the MINDSHOCK podcast. Help us get more mind-shocking content out there, keeping up awareness in unsolved cases, cold cases, missing persons, wrongful convictions, and more. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, so the first point of clarification I would like to go over here is the information that the 911 call was not made from the by the roommate. This was reported early on, and it seems to be true. The information here is that one of the roommate's phones were used to make the call. So supposedly it was not one of the two roommates that were in the house who were not killed. They didn't make the call. Someone else made the call using their phone. So how that makes sense, I mean, again, unless you were there, you don't really know how that went down. Let's go to CBS News for this article, November 21st, 2022. Idaho College murders. Other friends were in the house when the 911 call was made, police say. There were additional people other than the two surviving roommates inside the house, where 4 University of Idaho students were found stabbed to death at the time the 911 call was made, police revealed Sunday. According to Moscow Police Chief James Fry, the 911 call was made using one of those roommates' phones, but he would not confirm the caller's identity. Police said they do not believe any of the people who were at the home when the 911 call was made are the killer. A week after the murders, police still have no suspect. And of course, just to interject here, we don't know if the police are just saying that and they actually do believe some of these people could be responsible, or if they really believe that, because obviously police make false statements all the time, both to the public and potential POIs and suspects in their investigations. Again, doesn't exactly kindle public trust, but that's just the way they operate. Sometimes it pays off because they can get the guilty party and keep certain information protected to secure convictions. Other times, it just makes them look incompetent and cases go unsolved forever. So, again, yeah, there's a lot of, it's kind of like a double-edged sword there. So, yeah, this is curious. It doesn't state how many people. And so, again, continuing the article here, Fry on Sunday said police are not sure exactly how many people were in the home when the 911 call was placed, but that there were, quote, other friends that had arrived at the location, end quote, present. He did not specify when they arrived. So again, I mean, this is all kind of weird. How does anybody know whether or not they were there the whole time from the previous night? Now, again, let's get some baseline controls here. They throw all these parties there. It's kind of like a party home. How often do people just crash there randomly overnight? 2, 3, 5 people. I mean, is that a normal occurrence? And is that what occurred that night? So, I mean, if they're not even sure how many people, how can they rule anybody in or out? Kind of weird. Following the press conference, Moscow police said in a statement on Facebook that, quote, the surviving roommates summoned friends to the residence. because they thought one of the victims had passed out and wasn't waking up. Several people spoke to the 911 dispatcher, police wrote. That's also interesting. So several people spoke to the dispatcher. So was that all on a single phone? So someone had it either on speaker or they were passing the phone around to get information from several people that were there. And was there that little blood that they just thought the person was unconscious? I mean, yeah, that's problematic as well. Other statements here. Police said Saturday that the two surviving roommates were out separately in Moscow in the late night hours of November 12th, and both had returned home by 1 a.m. on November 13th. Also curious, were there other people in the home while nobody was there? Because we have the two groups, the victims, split into two groups at two different locations. Then we have these two roommates also separate. So there's 4 different locations for these 6 people. Was there anyone else in the home while they were not there? Because is there not a party going? Like, what's the story here? Because the 2 surviving roommates, this is all very curious and confusing, because the 2 surviving roommates, did they claim to lock the door because the party was noisy and they didn't want people stumbling into their room? If these 2 roommates are in share one single room, what's the party? Because they get home at 1, so when does the party start? Did the victims bring home people for the party? Or was there a party ongoing the entire time? And I'll be going into further details that supposedly some of the victims were not even officially actual roommates or renters at that residence and lived elsewhere, which muddies the water even further. Further information here. Police on Sunday also said another person seen in a video of Mojin and Gonzalez at the food truck and the third party that drove the 2 of them home are not involved in the killings. And again, are they just saying that? Mojin and Gonzalez also made multiple calls to a male who police haven't identified. That's curious, because other reports are saying that it was ex-boyfriend. Fry on Sunday said police believe those calls have no connection with the killings. And how would they know? Okay, according to Moscow police, the coroner said all 4 victims were likely asleep. Some had defensive wounds and each was stabbed multiple times. There was no sign of sexual assault, police said. Police said the 2 surviving roommates slept through the stabbings. Okay, so there's a lot more information here, and a lot of it's conflicting because in previous reports it was stating that only 2 or 3 of the roommates were asleep while stabbed, and at least 1 was not. Or is that a semantics argument, like they were in bed and 1 was not in bed? So does that mean sleeping else? I mean, again, it's really hard to make heads or tails any of this with all of these conflicting reports. And then also, according to CBS News, they're stating that the police specifically said that the 2 surviving roommates slept through the stabbings. So they were not witnesses. They slept through it, didn't know what happened. They wake up, so who do they think is unconscious? Like, one person is unconscious, and where are they? And why would... So, the other curiosity, they call other people instead of the police immediately. So, if they truly believe the person is unconscious, wouldn't you call emergency medical personnel? Or are you going to call random friends? Now, if you think the person is actually dead, would you call random friends? I mean, again, it depends what kind of traumatic state one is in. It's not necessarily that this is a guilty party trying to come up with witnesses or muddy the scene or whatever. If they're in a panicked, traumatic state, I mean, again, logic is not necessarily going to be first and foremost. Well, let's take a look at another article here with more information. Idaho student murders update November 27th, 2022. Police say why key details are being withheld from the public. 2 weeks have passed since authorities first began investigating the brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students in Moscow, Idaho, and no suspect or person of interest has been identified. Police have also not yet provided key details surrounding the murders of Kaylee Gonzalez, 21, Madison Mojin, 21, Zaina Kernadal, 20, and Ethan Chapin, 20, but they are doing so intentionally, according to Aaron Snell of the Idaho State Police. During an interview on Fox News, Lawrence Jones Cross Country, Snell told host Lawrence Jones that investigators don't currently have a suspect, but that keeping certain information from view is going to be critical into trying to develop that. What does that mean? Does that mean they're intentionally making false statements to lull someone close to the investigation or close to the victims or possible roommates into thinking that they're not a suspect? Because they're making all these claims, they don't believe they're involved, not a suspect. Quote, obviously you've got somebody on the loose right now. There's a lot of fear with the public based on what you guys have been able to collect. And you have profilers on the team. BAU unit is here. Why not go ahead and release that profile? Jones asked. The Idaho Police Communications Director answered, quote, it will potentially put more fear, more suspicion on a wide variety of people versus if we use that to really refine where we're at in our investigation. I think that will be more pertinent. And so if we just provided information to the public, I just don't think that's going to be a wise choice, end quote. Now, does that smell of truth, or is it kind of just placating BS and spinning the wheels to make them look not as incompetent? I'm not claiming to know. This is MINDSHOCK, where the motto is, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. Jones also spoke with former NYPD Inspector Paul Morrow, who similarly confirmed that information from criminal profilers and evidence collected at the scene was being withheld. Morrow said Saturday evening that in addition to protecting the integrity of the investigation, the scarcity of key details that have been released to the public could lead investigators to swiftly find a suspect. Quote, if and when they get a suspect and are able to question them, then the police can ask them questions and see if they know details that have not been released to the public, end quote, Morrow said. I mean, that's kind of obvious with certain things, like certain specifics, but more general terms, I mean, those don't generally compromise an investigation. A murder weapon has also not been found. The 4 students were found dead at a house just yards from the U of I campus, hours after police say someone attacked them in their sleep. They seem to be really confident that they were killed in their sleep now. Because this is the most recent article here. Interesting. Snell said authorities also believe the attack was a targeted incident toward one or more of the 3 women who lived there. Chapin, the sole male victim, did not live at the home and was visiting his girlfriend, Coronado. Okay, so now the clarification here is that it's a targeted attack towards one or more of the 3 women. So they do not believe that Chapin was the target. As for who was the target, that information is not publicly known. That's a curious way of stating that. So that means they have an idea. When Snell was asked who was targeted or were there multiple people that were targeted during that incident, he said the information was pertinent to the investigation, but ultimately will come out. So this sounds like they know exactly who the target was, or at least they think they do. Another concern Snell addressed is the potential contamination of the crime scene, as 2 roommates are believed to have been in the home at the time of the murders. That's also an interesting statement. Are believed to have been in the home. So do they not know for sure? They are corroborative and have been ruled out as suspects. And is that information true? Other people were invited into the home between when the bodies were initially found and when law enforcement arrived. But Snell said the investigation was not compromised. Quote, I am confident that there wasn't a compromise in the integrity of the investigation. We know the Moscow Police Department arrived at scene, Snell said. They essentially saw what had occurred, end quote. They locked it down and then additional resources came in. We have a lot of the best technology, the latest and greatest as far as training goes. So indeed, I believe in the integrity of this investigation, end quote. Now that's a total PC answer. Damage control. I mean, come on. If they're not, they said they didn't even know how many were actually there between when the bodies were found and when the police arrived. And who knows how many were there just in general and when they were there the night before. So this sounds completely compromised. Because if they don't even know how many were there, how do they know whose DNA is where and how and all of that? I mean, this is crazy. It definitely just sounds like he's trying to spin damage control. An article from CNN.com states more than 45 investigators from the FBI, state police, and Moscow police are involved. Authorities have said that they have not ruled out that more than one person may have been involved. Police believe the attack was targeted. The murders are the first in Moscow since 2015. Okay. Detectives are also seeking additional tips and surveillance video of any unusual behavior on the night of November 12th into the early hours of November 13th, while Kaylee and Madison were in downtown Moscow and while Ethan and Xana were at the Sigma Chai house. The release said anyone who observed unusual behavior near these areas or has video surveillance is asked to submit their tips. Investigators have sent 113 pieces of physical evidence they collected to the Idaho State Police Crime Lab for analysis, Moscow police said in the Friday update. Police said earlier this week that they've combed through more than 1,000 tips and interviewed more than 150 people. Wow. Okay. So the other question is, again, how was the scene not compromised, though? Or are they stating, so where the first so-called unconscious body was found, and we don't know who that was that the only compromised area? Because if the other three were killed elsewhere in the other rooms and nobody actually went in those rooms, allegedly, let's say if they didn't, then those areas would not have been compromised. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's tough. This was from the CNN article. Investigators have received more than 260 digital submissions in probe of University of Idaho murders by Tina Burnside and Teresa Waldrop, Saturday, November 26, 2022. Let's move on to another article here, Idaho Statesman. Moscow police, University of Idaho killings not linked to stabbings in Oregon and Washington by Nicole Blanchard, November 27, 2022. Moscow police said in a short statement Friday night that the killings of 4 University of Idaho students do not appear to be tied to similar stabbings that occurred in Oregon and Washington. In a news release, the Moscow Police Department said it has received numerous media inquiries about possible similarities between the November 13th homicides and a 1999 double stabbing in Pullman, Washington, as well as a 2021 double stabbing in Salem, Oregon, where one person died. While these cases share similarities with the King Street homicides, there does not appear to be any evidence to support the cases are related, police said. All 4 victims in the Moscow case, U of I seniors Madison Mogen, 21, of Coeur d'Alene, and Kaylee Gonzalez, 21, of Rathdrum, junior Xana Kernodle, 20, of Post Falls, and freshman Ethan Chapin, 20, of Mount Vernon, Washington, were stabbed to death. Gonzalez, Mogen, and Kernodle lived in the King Street house where the homicides occurred, and Chapin was staying overnight with Kernodle. See, other sources are actually, unofficial sources are stating that, was it Gonzalez or Mogen? One of them actually wasn't supposed to be living in the house either. They were just visiting. But again, I don't know if that's true. Continuing the article here, 2 other roommates who have been cleared of any involvement in the homicides were sleeping at the residence at the time of the slayings, but not harmed. So do they know for sure that they were sleeping, or did they just say they were sleeping? According to the Salem Statesman Journal, in the early morning hours of August 13, 2021, Travis and Jamelin Juten were attached by a masked intruder and each stabbed numerous times. Travis died in the attack and Jamelin survived with 19 stab wounds. No one has been arrested in connection with that attack. Okay, what's weird though, so that occurred also early morning hours, August 13th, and this was November 13th. All on the 13th, 13th, ominous number. I'm going to jump over to another article here by Salem Statesman Journal, November 25th. Police investigating link between stabbing murders in Idaho and Salem. Police in Idaho said they are investigating a connection between November 13th fatal stabbing of 4 University of Idaho students and the 2021 stabbing of a man and injuries to a woman that happened at a home between Salem and Silverton. Travis and Jamilin Juten were stabbed multiple times when an assailant broke into their home near the intersection of Howell Prairie Road and Hazel Green Road in East Salem about 3 a.m. August 13th, 2021. Travis was pronounced dead at the scene, and Jamilin was stabbed multiple times but survived. The case is still unsolved, Marion County Sheriff's Office spokesperson Don Perez said, and he declined to say if there were any suspects that have been identified. The thing I can say to that is that it's still under investigation. He said, you know what's weird? In this other case, they're declining to say whether there are any suspects, but in this case right now, they're saying there are no suspects. Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mojan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Coronado were stabbed to death in the apartment they rented on King Road near the University of Idaho campus 3 a.m. November 13th. Police say they don't have a suspect in the case. So just a short write-up there. There doesn't seem to be any information at all on this. It's weird. So the other case here, a 1999 Moscow Pullman Daily News article describes a knife attack on 2 Washington State University students as they slept. Both women survived. In 2000, the ex-husband of one of the victims was convicted of first and second degree assault. Huh. So if that's true, and if the guy, is the guy still locked up? Slightly different scenario here. So this is the article here from May 25th, 99. Woman stabbed in Pullman apartment, 2 WSU students victims of early morning assault. A bloody cordless phone lay on its side where it was dropped just feet away from the crimson-stained concrete outside the Pullman apartment where 2 women were stabbed early today. The first call came in at 2:51 a.m. with a woman crying to dispatchers, quote, "Someone is trying to kill me," end quote. When officers arrived minutes later, they found the 2 women on the ground near the door to a Valley Road apartment, both with multiple stab wounds. The 2 women were taken to Pullman Memorial Hospital while detectives combed the area for evidence. One of the victims, a 26-year-old woman, had stab wounds to the back of her head and chest. She was evaluated by a surgeon this morning and listed in stable condition with non-life-threatening injuries. The second woman, 24, had stab wounds to the back of her head and was also reported in stable condition with non-life-threatening injuries. Is that common? Aren't most stabbings, people get stabbed in the body, in the chest, abdomen, whatever, even the neck, but the back of the head specifically? I actually haven't heard of too many stabbings like that. Both women were treated in the emergency room and were admitted to the hospital in satisfactory condition. Both women are seniors in the microbiology department at WSU. Police say a Vietnamese interpreter was brought in to talk to the victims, who are both Vietnamese. Police have not released the names of the victims. Sergeant Jim Corcoran said the 2 women were apparently sleeping when a man entered through the front door, which apparently was locked. The man then allegedly went into the bedroom and began stabbing the 2. So he broke through. He said he entered through the front door, which apparently was locked. Maybe not. At this time, he said it doesn't appear the assailant forced his way into the apartment. He reportedly fled on foot after the attack. So how the heck did he get in? Based on blood and evidence collected so far, the 2 victims apparently ran from the apartment after the attack in an attempt to get help. Dispatchers were flooded with calls from people who reported hearing screams in the parking lot of the complex. Okay, so... what? During the search of the apartment, detectives recovered 2 8-inch knives with plastic handles, which are believed to be the weapons used by the assailant. The suspect has been described as an Asian male, approximately 5 feet tall, weighing between 110 and 120 pounds. Okay, so if this did turn out to be the ex, whatever, someone who knew them, also the MO is completely different here, other than possibly the entry. So, and stabbing in the back of the head as opposed to the abdomen, the chest, the neck, which would kill quicker, theoretically. I don't know. Stabbing someone in the skull, I guess that depends on what kind of knife and how deep it goes. Was these just slashes? But... yeah, this seems to be completely different, and if they actually caught the guy, and it's 1999, it's over 2 decades prior. Whereas the other attack that we just went over, that's just a year ago, so, and no arrests, wow. But the Idaho Statesman also says this: The update comes days after police held a news conference addressing rumors that Gonzalez had a stalker. Police said Wednesday they had looked extensively into those claims, but did not say whether they were accurate, so they did not confirm or deny. Okay, and they're keeping a bunch of other stuff confidential. So some more little pieces of information here on this dnews.com piece. Big pieces missing in murder case. Staff report. This is Moscow Pullman Daily News. November 25th, 2022. 12 days after it happened, the murder of 4 University of Idaho students remains a source of grief for the Moscow community and region in general, and it remains frustratingly unsolved. The Moscow Police Department has released some pieces of information about the deaths of Ethan Chapin, Zana Kernodle, Madison Mogen, and Kaylee Gonzalez. Some details are being kept under wraps, and other crucial information about what transpired is still being sought by investigators as they search for the perpetrator of the grisly killings. Here's a timeline of what took place that weekend in the days since, Chapin, 20 of Conway, Washington, and Kernodle, 20 of Post Falls, who were dating, were seen at a Sigma Chi party from 8 to 9 p.m., November 12th, on Nez Pierce Drive. Okay. Gonzalez, 21 of Rathdrum, Idaho, and Mogen, 21 of Coeur d'Alene, were seen at the Corner Club from 10 p.m. November 12th to 1:30 a.m. November 13th. They then visited the Grub Truck on Main Street at approximately 1:40 a.m. before making their way back to the King Road residence at approximately 1:45 a.m. after getting a ride from a male who police say isn't a suspect. Now, if they do have all of those ring cameras of neighbors, etc., and they can actually, and traffic cams or whatever, and they actually can verify that that individual never came back to the house and was completely elsewhere for all those hours, then I guess they can rule him out definitively. Okay, then. But if they don't, I mean, I don't know. Chapin and Kernodle also arrived at the King Road residence at approximately 1:45 a.m. I mean, is that a coincidence? They both sets arrived back at 1:45. Why, 1:40, approximately 1:45, so not, I guess it could have been 1:50 versus 1:40, but, I don't know. Police haven't said where the couple were between the Sigma Chi party and when they returned to the residence. Kernodle lived there, Chapin was visiting. Okay, so police haven't said, so that doesn't necessarily mean they don't know. Because if Chapin and Kernodle, they were at the Sigma Chi party from 8 to 9 p.m., and they arrived back at the house at 1:45 a.m., that's a huge block of time. It's almost 5 hours. 2 other roommates who haven't been named and who aren't suspected in the crime had been out in the Moscow community separately, but returned to the home by 1 a.m. I'm surprised it wasn't 1:45. Okay, so they both returned at 1 a.m.? Is that another coincidence? Or did one of them return by 1, the other one returned earlier? Again, not stated here. After returning to the residence, Gonzalez and Mogen made several calls to a male. One of Gonzalez's sisters later said the calls were placed between 2:30 and 2:52 a.m. Police have said the male they were calling isn't a suspect. Okay, I'm going to interject here for a few different theories. Okay, so are they calling this guy for help in the middle of an attack instead of the police for whatever reason? And again, how drunk are they? If they're extremely drunk, they're not going to necessarily be acting with rhyme or reason if they're drunk and or impaired by other drug use and or in a panicked state in the middle of some kind of an attack. So who knows who they would call or how. Other theories are speculating that the killer, if that person is the killer, they made the calls themselves to give themselves an alibi somehow. And they left their own phone somewhere else to be tracked as elsewhere. Again, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. Or, of course, there could be any number of other scenarios. If there's a dog on the loose, if it's their dog, are they calling this guy to help look for the dog? It's all very, very problematic. Continuing on in the article here, the 4 victims were murdered in the early hours, November 13th, at the King Road residence. For several hours, the scene of the crime remained undiscovered. So they seem adamant about that. Late in the morning, November 13th, the two surviving roommates summoned friends to the residence because they believed one of the second-floor victims had passed out and was not waking up. What about all the others? They believed one of the victims. At 11:58 a.m., a 911 call was made from the inside of the residence on one of the surviving roommates' cell phones. Multiple people talked with the 911 dispatcher before a Moscow police officer arrived at the location. None of the people present for the 911 call is a suspect in the crime. Officers entered the residence and found the four victims on the second and third floors. All right, hold on a second. The police did state they were unsure of how many people were even there, because there's no guarantee each of the people that was on the 911 call, there weren't other people there who weren't on the 911 call. So this is a problem. They admitted that they don't know, unless that's also a lie. But yeah, this is really weird, because how could they be that adamant that none of those people are responsible? I mean, sometimes they just say we're not making, because sometimes they could just state, the police just state no comment, or, we can't comment on that. But they're explicitly stating they don't believe any of them are involved. I mean, that's curious. In fact, it'd probably be more common for them not to make a comment on that in either direction. Okay. Detectives are seeking all outside surveillance video taken from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. November 13th, from businesses and residents in the area of West Taylor Avenue, the north boundary, West Palos River Drive, south boundary, U.S. Highway 95 south to the 2700 block of U.S. 95, the eastern boundary, and the UI Arboretum and Botanical Garden. But, okay, let's go back to the calls. Gonsalves and Mogen were both awake, allegedly, if they're the ones using the phones. And they're making calls between 2:30 and 2:52 a.m. Detectives are seeking outside surveillance video taken from 3 a.m. So they believe the murders could have happened at 3 a.m., so they think that they fell asleep within 8 minutes. Not that that's impossible, but if they're both talking to each other and calling other people, I mean, presumably that's before they go to sleep. I mean, how long is their average bedtime routine? Or are they just that drunk that they usually just completely collapse without any kind of routine? Because if they're still making calls and talking to each other at this time, presumably they're not going to lay down and go to sleep within 30 seconds of this, or even within a few minutes. Presumably you would think there would be at least a 15, 20, 30-minute period of time to kind of wind down and fall asleep and get, even get into bed and get asleep and all that. So is someone else watching them the entire time, or did the attack take place much later than 3 a.m.? At about 1 p.m. November 13th, a vandal alert is sent out about a homicide on King Road near campus. The alert advises people to shelter in place. About 90 minutes later, a second alert said the police didn't believe there was an active threat and people didn't have to shelter in place, but they were advised to remain vigilant. On the morning of November 14th, the Moscow police released the identity of the students who were murdered. The Moscow police does not believe there's an ongoing community risk based on information gathered during the preliminary investigation, the department said in a news release. On the morning of November 15th, the police announced an edged weapon such as a knife was used in the murders. They also said that they believed this to be an isolated, targeted attack, and there is no imminent threat to the community at large. On the afternoon of November 16th, 3 days after the murders, the police held their first news conference. Police Chief James Fry said investigators still believe this to be an isolated, targeted attack on our victims, but did acknowledge that we cannot say there is no active threat to the community since the suspect isn't in custody. Autopsy results confirming the victims were murdered by stabbing were released November 17th. It would have to have been a large knife, Latah County Coroner Kathy Mabbitt said. 2 more news conferences were held Sunday and Wednesday. Other than a few people being ruled out as suspects, not many new details about the crime were shared with the media and public. We told the police very clearly from the beginning that we believe it was a targeted attack. We told the public very clearly from the beginning that we believe it was a targeted attack, Moscow Captain Roger Lanier said. To be honest, you're going to have to trust us on that at this point because we're not going to release why we think that. So far, no suspects have been publicly identified and the murder weapon has not been found. You know what's weird, though? See, the thing is, if it was a targeted attack on one or two of the girls, how did everybody else die? Because they're also claiming they were all killed in their sleep. Because if they weren't killed in their sleep, and this was a targeted attack on one or two of the girls, and the other roommates, the one or two, they came to investigate and or attempt to help or whatever, then they got killed in that process, then that's something that makes logical sense. But we have here claims that it was a targeted attack, claims that the police know for whatever specific reason that it was targeted, and yet they're also claiming, according to certain sources, that all four were killed in their sleep. Does this make sense to anybody? An interesting comment here from Crystal. Whoever did it knew there was a dog on the first floor of the house. That's why they only went to the second and third floor. And it just doesn't make sense they would call 911 because they thought one of the roommates was passed out. What about the other roommates? Did they not think they were passed out too? Did none of the friends who come over think to check the other roommates who are still in their rooms? Why did it take waiting until the police showed up to find 4 dead bodies with all the other people in the house focusing on one of the dead roommates? Y'all, it just doesn't make sense. That's a good point, because if they didn't actually see an unconscious body and they just suspected one of the roommates were unconscious and they called over a bunch of friends because of that, the story doesn't quite add up. I gotta say, I don't know what to make of that. Mark Jones has an interesting comment here. I don't know what to make of this, but this is MINDSHOCK. We go down every rabbit hole in theory, no matter how presumably outlandish. This is Mark Jones on dnews.com stating this. What likely happened? I don't know what basis he has for stating it was likely. What likely happened is that one or more of these students was involved in the occult, and somehow a malevolent being from another dimension manifested itself and slew these students. That is why there isn't any video camera evidence of anyone entering or leaving the residence. Also, coroners can always definitively establish the sort of weapon that is used to commit a crime, but not in this case. They haven't even said that it was actual knife, but referred to it as an edged weapon. This is because they've never previously seen these sorts of injuries. The killer will never be found because the killer... There's a typo here. Is human being. I'm guessing he meant to put isn't a human being. Now, before we go down any paranormal theories, there seem to be a lot of possibilities here within the non-paranormal. Again, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue, but the police seemingly have some kind of information they're not releasing that leads them to believe something is definitively going on here. Let's look at another article here. This is New York Post. Nearby resident's dog was skinned shortly before the University of Idaho murders by Yaron Steinbuch. A couple's dog was killed and skinned just 3 miles away from where 4 University of Idaho students were brutally slaughtered in their home, leading locals to fear a connection between the two attacks. Buddy, a 12-year-old mini Australian Shepherd belonging to Pam and Jim Colbert, was left with fur only on his legs and face when he was killed after they let him out of their Moscow home October 21st, the Daily Mail reported. It was like a deer that someone had hunted, Pam, 78, told the news outlet. They cut him around the neck and just skinned him. His little legs had fur and his little face had fur, but the rest of him was just skinned, she said. The other side of him was as though they had filleted him, like they were about to eat him. It was terrible, unbelievable, Pam told the Daily Mail. They cut him like you fillet a fish. We found his collar, but we didn't find the pelt. The sickening crime was committed 23 days before Madison Mogen, 21, Kaylee Gonzalez, 21, Ethan Chapin, 20, and Xana Kernadel, 20, were stabbed to death in their off-campus home about 3 miles away. On Sunday, police said they still believe the attack was targeted, but continued to be unsure where the killer or killers could be. The murder weapon has not been found. Authorities haven't linked Buddy's death to the shocking murders, but locals fear there could be a connection between the two incidents, the Daily Mail reported. Everybody is nervous and scared. This is something awful and evil, Pam told the paper. We let Buddy out, and somebody must have been waiting out there. Buddy never leaves the yard, but this person grabbed Buddy. Shortly before the dog's death, Jim, 73, also found the remains of a rabbit with its scalp and ears sliced off near the couple's home. It had the head sliced right open, and you could see the brain, he told the news outlet. The Koberts' next-door neighbor, Clinton Hughes, posted a message on Facebook when Buddy was found dead. Moscow Public Alert, this sounds like clickbait, but it's not. Last night after 2 a.m., our neighbor's sweet little dog was skinned like a deer, he wrote on October 22nd. So this is a few days before Halloween, and someone's out there waiting, watching, stalking, killing animals. It's pretty weird. No animal did this. Our dog is bigger and was so anxious about the same time that he tore his bed up into 1,000 pieces. Also, our cat has been missing for the last couple of days, Hughes wrote. Not sure if it's tied to Halloween, and I don't really care. I'll be chambering all of my firearms, and I would suggest everyone else in North Moscow do the same, he added. Moscow, so presumably people were alert to this. Just in general, they were on the alert. Moscow Police Chief James Fry said investigators have sifted through hundreds of tips and interviewed dozens of people to solve the students' murders. Many students have left for home ahead of Thanksgiving break and don't want to return, University of Idaho President Scott Green said at a press conference Sunday. Police initially said there was no threat to the community after the crime was discovered, but later backtracked and urged people to be vigilant. The Post has reached out to Moscow police for comment about the animal killings. Okay, so there's at least 2 animals killed as well. May or may not be related. I mean, it is kind of unusual to skin like someone's pet. It's not like this was a wild animal that was just skinned randomly by sadistic scumbags. So the fact that this dog would have had to been kidnapped from the yard, unless it somehow got out itself, but they're stating it never gets out of the yard. In which case, that would mean someone kidnapped the dog. Or, I don't think they're alleging the dog was killed in the yard. It doesn't really specify here, but... yeah, it doesn't say exactly where the dog was found. If the dog was found in the actual yards, does that mean somebody snuck in the yard and did the killing there? Well, so Pam said, we let Buddy out. Someone must have been waiting out there. She said, Bud never leaves the yard, but this person grabbed Buddy. Well, you would think that means they grabbed him from the yard. Huh. I mean, there's a lot of creepy reports here. I went over some of them in the first episode, but, you know, threatening with a knife on campus. And then here's another report, suspicious person circumstance. This is just a block away from the crime scene. Police were called November 27th. This is very recently. A woman woke up and found her front door wide open at 3:18 a.m. Caller advises she woke up, saw her front door wide open, 3 other roommates in the house, nothing else noticed. This has happened before. Officers responded, no report. This is pretty weird. So, was someone just stalking random people and breaking into homes? But they're continuing to do so in the middle of this. This is November 27th. This is insane. Also, shortly after 3 a.m. What does everybody make of this? I mean, how bold would someone have to be continuing to break into people's houses and looking for more victims and for whatever reason didn't carry out the attack? Or is this kind of like a copycat, not necessarily to kill anybody, but just wanting to scare people? So they're breaking into people's houses. I mean, very poor taste, of course, but what is going on in this town of Moscow? So, on the Moscow Murders subreddit, there's a post here referring to a Facebook post, explanation of the unconscious call. Edit, I am not stating this as a fact. This is all not confirmed. For some reason, people refuse to see that, so I need to re-emphasize it. If you do not like reading not confirmed information, then do not read or listen to podcasts. I mean, otherwise you could just stick to the newspapers. Like, why bother? I mean, yeah, it's weird. There's a lot of goofs running around just getting triggered at speculation. I mean, stick to the newspapers if you don't like any speculation. Not that those are accurate either. Saw this comment on Facebook and wanted to share it because it clarifies everything and to stop people from speculating about the survivors. Supposedly, a few days after the murders, someone was asking questions on the victim's past Instagram post about the survivors. Two of the people who were at the house with the roommates when the call was made quickly came to their defense, and this is supposedly what they said. Keep in mind, this is all alleged. Quote, two people who claimed to be at the house with the roommates when the bodies were discovered quickly came to the surviving roommate's defense and wrote that the roommates woke up, went upstairs to the kitchen, and noticed the sliding glass door was open. And it was during this time that they discovered Ethan. They didn't say where he was found on that floor, but that it was so horrific that both girls went into shock and ran out of the house. One of the roommates fainted, and the other was beyond hysterical and not making any sense. Their frantic actions while coming out of the house caught the attention of people walking past. The people responding on the victim's Instagram claimed to be two of those people. They implied that the roommate who fainted had already dialed 911, but was so distraught that she fainted before she could give any info that the dispatcher could understand. The only info that the bystander who picked up the roommate's phone could give the 911 dispatcher was that she just saw her friend run out of the house and faint. That's how the 911 call was made on the roommate's phone and by someone else. And why the call went out for an unconscious person. While that bystander was on the phone with 911, the other roommate was hysterically trying to explain that something was wrong with Ethan. By this point, several more people had stopped to see what was happening, and one or two of them went into the house to see if they could help him. There were multiple people in the yard at the time, and those people began contacting their friends that someone in the house was badly hurt. Someone called Ethan's brother Hunter to tell him something was wrong with his brother because he lived close to the house, and someone called one of the other victims' boyfriend as he was also Ethan's best friend. They didn't go into detail if either of those boys had arrived before the paramedics, but it did kind of sounded like they did. What? How so? They didn't go into detail on what kind of injuries Ethan suffered, but they also didn't say if anyone went to check on the other roommates before the paramedics arrived, but it's somewhat implied that someone had. The only details they gave about the scene itself was that it was incomprehensibly bloody. While those people were in the house checking on Ethan and possibly the other roommates, the paramedics arrived to a very chaotic scene, believing they were there to assess an unconscious person outside, but were redirected to go inside to help someone who was hurt very badly. So they walked into the house unaware that it was a crime scene, contaminated most of everything on the second floor. It doesn't sound like the roommates were roaming through the house, carelessly contaminating everything, fully aware that their friends had been murdered. It sounded like the scene was contaminated by numerous people who were trying to help, unaware and unable to comprehend what they were looking at and that it was a crime scene. My heart breaks for these two poor innocent young females. Not only have they experienced a trauma so brutal that it cannot change who they are at their core, but also to live with the fear that someone might be coming for them, and they grieve the loss of 4 friends, plus a life they once had that will never exist again. And if it wasn't traumatizing enough, they also get to live with millions of people publicly criticizing, persecuting, and incorrectly judging them for actions people assume they may have or not have taken. Some of the comments left on the IG pictures of the victims, especially the ones the survivors were tagged in, were beyond nasty, if not downright cruel. I don't understand how our society becomes so inhumane. It sounds like the two surviving roommates' behaviors were 100% appropriate for the situation they found themselves in. Okay, so that was the post here. And, okay. Okay, that actually would make sense if that is what happened. It also would mean that the scene is contaminated. That's if any of this is true. Obviously, we don't know if any of this is true. But, again, that is a relatively plausible explanation for why the phone was used and how there were so many people there. Alright, let's go to the Idaho Tribune. 7 dead coyotes left on student property in Moscow, Idaho in 2 separate incidents. 3 sororities and 1 fraternity targeted. Animal blood on doorsteps and windows. Okay. I mean, this is going to get really mind-shocking here. So, is there an occult angle here? It's connected to fraternities and sororities who all 4 victims were members of. Now, this did happen in 2017, so it's not immediately recent, but there's a history here of animal killings. You know, the skinned dog, the rabbit, which did happen this year. What is going on in Moscow, Idaho? The article here, in 2 separate incidences in 2017, dead coyotes were left on the properties of sororities and fraternities in Moscow, Idaho. The animals had been shot and their bodies placed on the property. The first incident took place on January 20th, 2017, and a suspect was caught on camera. Police officers identified the suspect, and it was revealed to them that the incident was intended to be a joke. The second incident, officers say, didn't fit the MO of the first incident, and the previous suspect wasn't declared responsible. The animal dumps were found on Pi Kappa Pi Beta Phi and Alpha Phi sororities between 1:22 a.m. and 4:22 a.m. That's very specific times. A previously reported by KXLY, Moscow Police Captain Tyson Barrett said, "We don't have enough information as to who actually committed it, so we don't know if it's a continuation of that prank or someone else doing something." Pi Kappa Phi president Ethan Ennis says that coyote killings were gruesome, the coyote's body was mangled, and he says the sorority across the street got it even worse. Ennis said someone at Pi Beta Phi, there was more blood on the doorstep, some even smeared on a window. Police said it appears the coyotes were shot, which is not illegal in Idaho. On the back porch of the home where 4 University of Idaho students were murdered, what looks to be animal fur or some kind of cloth can be seen in what looks to be a dog bed. It is unclear what is actually shown in these photographs or if the incidents involving the dead coyotes have any connection to the recent murder of 4 students in Moscow, Idaho. I mean, in general, though, the escalation of killing animals to humans, I mean, that's kind of common with serial killers. But what else is going on here? I mean, this is really weird. Really, really weird. I mean, I don't know what to make of any of this. The fact that it's all, like, we're not even talking about several towns over. This is all in the same town. Yeah, it's rough. This is very, very rough. Also, people discussing all of this point out to the fact that the house where the murders occurred is very visible. I mean, you could see it from, it's not hidden away. So it's really not, if you're doing a random kill, it might not be your first choice. I mean, presumably there's so many people around. There's clear line of sight from many area, many neighbors. Someone else points to the fact that it being so visible, it's also visible to be observed and the comings and goings. So someone using binoculars, night vision goggles, whatever, they could easily see the comings and goings of people to that specific house because it's so visible. I mean, the risk factor in committing murder, I mean, it's crazy. So there's also an apartment building right there. Some people believe the perpetrator lives there. Easy access, in and out, real quick. No fleeing the scene by roads or anything of that nature. Here's another interesting post, which I know a lot of people are also thinking about. Why did the killer take, or killers rather, if we're looking at that possibility, but this post states killer, take the risk and move to the second bedroom. This is by Tooth Intelligent. None of the leading theories, example, stalker, rejected love interest, etc., explain why the killer would take on an extra 2 victims. If you want to hurt a specific person, why continue to the second bedroom? In particular, if one of the 2 girls were intended targets, why hurt Ethan and Xana? It's clear they were in their beds. There was no reason to take such a risk unless it was simply an obsession with murder. I also fear they have little DNA. This was premeditated. He brought the murder weapon. It stands to reason he would be wearing gloves, etc. Now, an immediate response here is interesting. had grudges or motive towards victims on both floors. Perp knew and had issues with both Xana and Ethan, and Kaylee and Madison. Now, some people also posted photos here that Madison had the letter M and her pink cowboy boots that she wore in many photos and videos on social media. They're visible in the window from the outside of the house. And that's on the upper level window for the third floor. So if somebody was watching all of their social media, and it's actually kind of crazy because people who have gone through their social media, TikTok, all of that, there's a ton of videos there posted from either November 11th or 12th. There was some kind of a formal in the home, and there were photos and videos of many people in all of the different bedrooms. So if someone attended that, or even if not, if they're just watching on social media, they would have a good idea of the layout of the house and where everybody was. Also, if it's untrue that Ethan or Xana, maybe, that they were stabbed in their beds, if that's not true, and the perpetrator really was just going straight to the third floor and was interrupted, that could possibly explain, maybe. Another post on the Reddit here. We still don't know that K and M were in the same bedroom. That's just a theory everybody has. So the killer may very well have entered 3 bedrooms. There might have also been one room that was not in use. Some people theorize the killer could have been lying in wait there as well. Another post here. The only thing that makes sense to me, beyond a person killing for the sheer thrill of it, would be that the person had a specific target in mind, but did not know which room they slept in. I mean, that's kind of sick in its own different way, where he goes into the wrong room, realizes it's not them, but kills them anyway, just in case they would have woke up from him being in the room. I mean, that's kind of creepy. Another response, if this is the case, I think that eliminates the stalker neighbor theories because someone who was watching them through the windows would definitely know which room they lived in. Wow, and here's another creepy post by N's dog. If the killer was someone who was able to watch them on a daily basis, they may have started obsessed, angry, etc. with one person, but because they watched the house, they began to feel the same way about the other roommates over time. Although this doesn't line up with leaving 2 of the roommates alive. I mean, it kind of does if this sick psychotic, if this person had no issue with the other 2 roommates. Another astute post here. I don't know, these people looked pretty close. There's a chance that they spent a great amount of time in each other's rooms. I lived in a similar house in university, and it would have been hard from someone who was watching unless they were there 24/7 to determine who was in which room. I mean, that's a good point as well. Another post, the only thing I can think of is that all 4 of them knew that person was there, arriving at the same time as the 4, and went to bed with one of the 2 upstairs. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. No forced entry, reason to kill all 4 and leave the other 2 alone. Wow, that's an interesting theory. A response here, see, this makes sense to me. I wonder if one of the girls upstairs had a guy over, and maybe it went wrong, and they rejected him or upset him, asked him to leave in the middle of the night, and he killed one of them, but the others knew he was there, so he had to kill them too. But I feel like they would already know who it is if that was the case, because they would have texted or called that person that night. Other responses here, this almost makes sense to me, but this hookup just happened to be carrying a big fixed blade knife. Well, I mean, it is more likely in Idaho than, say, New York City, right? A response here, yeah, in a carry case clipped to their pants for their own protection, but in this case for murder. Purely speculation, but I've seen guys carry knives around before. Other people discussing that's not a thing in urban areas. Other people state in Idaho, people have knives. Another response here, doubtful. Kaylee was calling her ex and Maddie had a boyfriend. I mean, here's the thing though, it was her ex. So if it's her ex and not her current boyfriend, maybe she's calling her ex for help because if they're still friendly. And if this guy that they're kicking out or she changed her mind about, if he's causing a ruckus, if there's a fight, I mean, you would think people would hear that though. Would the roommates not have heard that? Or is there also a party going on though? That's the big question. So was there not a party there that night? Was there a party next door that was loud or somewhere around in the apartments? Because without knowing that information, it's really hard to understand what's going on here. Other people speculate it was premeditated, not random. I think he was waiting in the house. Significant Day posted this. This is mine and my husband's top theory. One of the girls on the third floor brought a guy home. She introduced him to X and E, assuming they were still awake, and had to walk past their room. Something happens, and K or M asks him to leave. The girls then start calling J to tell him what happened. The unsub is then waiting outside or somewhere in the house, or he won't leave, so they call for backup. Either way, the unsub kills K and M and then E and X. The girls on the first floor were untouched either because the unsub didn't know they were there, or no need to kill them because they never met him. This would explain why the dog never barked. He was introduced to the dog with the girls. To your point with the last sentence, it was completely random meetup hookup. They wouldn't necessarily have his name or number. Huh. I mean, people would know. I mean, if they brought a guy home, so that means, like, how did he get there? From the bar or wherever they met him. A response here, the girls didn't bring any guy home. There was a person who gave them a ride home that has been cleared who vouched it was just the two girls. Interesting. Or, another theory here, if they met at a party or bar, it can be very likely one of the girls said, meet me at my place at this time, I'm gonna get food. Then they went their separate ways, and that's why he wasn't on the Twitch stream and parked far away so no Ring cameras would see him come up with them. And he wouldn't have been in the car with the girls as they got a ride back to the house. Interesting. I mean, yeah, these are all theories, of course. We have no way of knowing what is true or untrue. So here's the thing. What if it's not directly connected? Like, if this guy really is some kind of psycho and he does skin animals, if this happens to be the guy that they wanted there, maybe, or one of them possibly invited. I'm going to go through one more article here from Newsweek. Idaho witnesses murdered students ditched guy at food truck that night by James Bickerton, November 25th, 2022. Two of the University of Idaho students murdered on November 13th may have ditched a super nice man who was trying to help them get home safe, according to an eyewitness. Madison Mogen, 21, Kaylee Gonzalez, 21, Xana Kernodle, 20, and Ethan Chapin, 20, were killed in a shared student house in Moscow, Idaho. All three female students lived there while Chapin was visiting Kernodle, his girlfriend. The knife attack took place in the early hours with Gonzalez and Mogen killed in their beds on the top floor and Kernodle and Chapin on the floor below. Two other housemates who were sleeping on the first floor were not harmed during the attack. Police investigating the case have yet to name a suspect or make any arrests and are appealing for anyone with information to come forward. Gonzalez and Mogen spent the night before their murder at the Corner Club. Joe Vidot, a local who was also at the club, described their time at the bar to DailyMail.com. He said, quote, a lot of guys were talking to them at the Corner Club. The local claimed Gonzalez appeared inebriated, adding, the taller girl with the pink on, she was glass-eyed. I audibly said, ew, out loud. She was just stumbling through. End quote. Vidal left the club and went outside to the Grub Bus, a popular fast food truck, with a friend. Gonzalez and Mogen showed up later, along with a man wearing a hoodie who police do not believe was involved in the murders. Vidal commented, quote, I saw the guy show up with the two of them. The vibe I got from him is that he's super nice. He was trying to help them get home safe. He was funny, he was nice, he was there to make sure that they got home safe because they were super drunk. I thought he was a solid guy. Believe me when I tell you this, his vibe was not bad. Later, Vidot said the two young women were picked up in a dark four-door sedan. Describing their collection, he commented, "A guy got out and yelled, 'Hurry up.' I saw them get into the car and it looked like they just ditched the man wearing the hoodie. I said, 'Bro, they're leaving.' He said, 'What the expletive?' And I said, 'Sorry, brother.'" End quote. Vidat later went to the police and told them everything he had seen. Police do not believe the driver played any roles in the murder. Huh. So, interesting account there. Also seems kind of almost forced how this guy is vouching for this guy in the hoodie, who's this super nice guy. But again, I'm sure the police are looking very closely at both of these guys. So, yeah, it's weird. Very, very weird. A lot of speculation. I mean, hopefully the police have a lot and not nothing. And this is just, again, a very unusual crime just because of the layout of the house, the amount of victims, and the logistics of how this could have all happened, with the constant statements from police that they were all killed in their beds, which is weird, if that's really true. So, again, hope everybody found another edition of MindShock True Crime interesting and informative. We'll continue to cover this case as well as all these other cases as more information is revealed. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. Questions, thoughts, comments, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. This is the Idaho Students' Murders, Episode 3, The Moscow Slayer. We will be examining many different links, connections, and even an actual Instagram account by that name, The Moscow Slayer, that just so happened to follow the victims on Instagram. Is this social media related? We will also be examining anomalies in the timelines leading up to the murders, as well as connections with frats and sororities. Does the key lie in that direction? And many more other curiosities and coincidences in one of the most shocking crimes in history, this quadruple homicide in Moscow, Idaho. As always, if you find the podcast interesting and informative and want to help keep up awareness in recent cases, cold cases, wrongful convictions, missing persons, and more, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. A like and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get a priority for case topological analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comment section. Okay. So there's quite a few things to go over. Let's start with this. This is meaw.com, meaww.com. Some people think it's similar to TMZ, but they do have links and sources here. The Idaho murders, ex-NYPD cop says killer is active on online communities to stay ahead of the police, by Varnika Srivastava. Alfred Titus, a retired NYPD homicide detective and hostage negotiator, revealed how online netizens' research keeps a killer safe and sound. Police reported that detectives have relocated 5 vehicles from the crime scene to a storage location where they will continue to examine them and process evidence in the investigation into the gruesome stabbings that claimed the lives of 4 University of Idaho students inside their home earlier this month. Police said that the tips and 911 calls are still coming in 2 weeks after the 4 University of Idaho students were fatally stabbed in their dorms, but no suspect has been named. And just to clarify, it's not the dorms of the university. This is an off-campus house, although right next to the campus. Although the perpetrator is still at large and officials appear to be no closer to solving the crime, police in Idaho are finishing their investigation at the residence where 4 University of Idaho students were brutally slain. But the alarming question is why the authorities cannot catch the killer. As per reported by CBS News, is the killer following up on the online group theories that is helping him stay ahead of the investigation? Recently, News Nation interviewed Alfred Titus, a retired NYPD homicide detective and hostage negotiator. He revealed a few ways in which online netizens' research keeps a killer safe and sound from the police. Titus said, quote, "A killer would go into these chat rooms and get involved with the conversations to try to stay ahead of the investigation. A lot of times, this information comes from different sources that the killer is aware that he may miss in these chat rooms. Everything is pretty much up to date, and it's a good source of information for the killer." End quote. When News Nation asked if they may be unknowingly helping this killer, Titus went on to say and added, quote, "It is very likely that the information they are giving him is helping him stay abreast of everything that's going on. He can monitor several news agencies and several news station platforms." He further added, "He can get all of his info from online sources, and in addition to that, they're getting info that may not have even reached social media." End quote. The 3 female students shared a 3-story home on King Road with 2 other roommates, while Chapin stayed the night with his lover, Kernodle. 2 fatalities were discovered on the house's 3rd floor, while the other 2 were found on the 2nd story. The other 2 roommates were unscathed and appeared to have survived the murders. Several officials have described the murder scene as bloody, unlike anything they had ever seen before, because each victim was stabbed multiple times with a fixed blade knife and bled dead in the house. So here's another article by Kunal Day, November 30th, 2022. Ethan Chapin and Zaina Kernodle, police unable to explain 5-hour gap in tragic pair's movements. Authorities are still clueless about a 5-hour gap in the reported whereabouts of University of Idaho students Zaina Kernodle and Ethan Chapin the night before they and 2 other students were viciously stabbed to death. Moscow police are working tirelessly to solve the murders of Chapin 20, Kernodle 20, Medicine Mojan 21, and Kaylee Gonzalez 21, who were found stabbed to death on November 13th on the 2nd and 3rd floors of an off-campus residence in Moscow, Idaho. The quadruple homicide is believed to have been committed using a fixed-blade knife as the students were asleep. Their roommates, Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk, were reportedly in the house at the time of the slayings, but were unharmed. They are said to have woken up hours later and called 911 after discovering the bodies. Idaho police confirmed that Mortensen and Funk are not suspects, although some people do believe that they just said that. Investigators determined that Chapin and Kernodle were last seen at a party at the Sigma Chi fraternity house on the University of Idaho campus at 735 Nez Pierce Drive at around 9 p.m. local time. At approximately 1:45 a.m., the couple is believed to have returned to the residence at 1122 King Road. News Nation's Brian Enton reported that the frat house where they partied is walking distance from the home and would not take more than 15 minutes to reach. Furthermore, there is no reported information from any Sigma Chi members who may have been at the party and seen Chapin and Kernodle. We do want to figure out what occurred between 9 p.m. and 1:45 a.m., who Chapin and Kernodle were with, and what was going on with them, Moscow police told Enton. Maybe any routes or passes they took to go home, these type of things potentially are critical to the investigation. Authorities are hoping that the students come back to campus. They will be able to help with more information about the duo's whereabouts. We want to talk to those people. That's important for us, the police said. The murdered students were reportedly found on the 2nd and 3rd floor of the residence, while the 2 roommates living on the ground floor, Funk and Mortensen, were spared. Authorities are trying to determine why they were spared and whether they slept through the attacks. Investigators said that each of the victims was stabbed multiple times and that the attacker used a fixed-blade knife to carry out the bloodbath. However, police are yet to identify a suspect. While authorities are trying to figure out who's responsible, they have ruled out a number of potential suspects, including Gonzalez's ex-boyfriend, Jack Decor, the man seen behind Gonzalez and Mojan at the food truck, the person who drove the girls home, surviving roommates Mortensen and Funk, as well as the friends called to the house by the surviving roommates the morning of November 13th. While law enforcement officials believe the attack was targeted, they have asked the Moscow community to remain vigilant. Meanwhile, University of Idaho administrators have ramped up security around campus for the remainder of the semester. So here's another interesting theory by Arunava Chakrabarti, also on Mia.com. Idaho murders. Did Ethan Chapin save the girls from being sexually assaulted? Web sleuths float new theory. According to another Redditor, Unproven Theory, the killer almost had his way with the girls, but Ethan Chapin's appearance ruined his plans. Web sleuths have been on overdrive for the past few days as they churn out one random theory after another about the Idaho murders that took place more than 2 weeks ago, November 13th. 4 University of Idaho students were brutally killed, likely while they were asleep on early Sunday morning between 3 and 4 a.m. in off-campus home close to the university. Police have still not been able to find the potential perpetrator or perpetrators in the murder case, and the motive is still a question that the authorities have failed to answer. According to primary investigation reports, no money or expensive valuables were found stolen, and none of the victims were sexually assaulted, which has further prompted law enforcement to conclude that it was a crime of passion. Now, a Redditor peddling a theory as to why none of the girls were sexually assaulted prior to their deaths. A Reddit user named Smash007 posted, "Do you think E was why they weren't sexually assaulted? Maybe he got interrupted." To which another user replied that they assumed that the killer most likely went after one particular girl with the intention of sexually assaulting her at knife point. But ultimately, 4 students ended up losing their lives as the killer was surprised by another girl in the room/bed with the target. A follow-up post here by Coffee a Day Doctor Away. You could be right. My totally unsubstantiated guess is that the original target was very likely planned to be a sexual assault at knife point. But that plan was upended when the killer was surprised by the other girl in the room/bed with the target. I'm inclined to think the entire situation unfolded very quickly. If the room was dark, perhaps the killer hopped into the bed expecting only his target to be there. But he was surprised by the shocked reaction of the friend there too, and both girls possibly started screaming. Then he freaks out and just goes into kill mode immediately to stop the screams. Now he's got to get the hell out of the house fast. He starts to book it downstairs and comes upon E in the hall or at the door of the bedroom, so he rushes and attacks him. Well, now X sees this unfolding and starts screaming, so now the killer rushes and attacks her in her bed. Once she's no longer screaming, the killer heads for the back door, hopping over E, who may still be alive but is incapacitated on the floor. This is the angle I've been considering more seriously, that it could have been an intended aggravated rape that turned into a quadruple homicide when the situation got unexpectedly out of hand. Wow, I mean, that is an interesting theory that also explains quite a few variables here. So let's get more into the anomaly and coincidence stack here. Also by Varnika Srivastava, November 29th, 2022. Idaho murders. Cops were called to the party Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin attended hours before tragedy. And you know what's kind of crazy? Within 2-3 days, this was a rumor that was floated around. I mean, has this been 100% verified? Now, that's crazy how like a lot of these early rumors end up being true. It doesn't say that this is true here. So it has been claimed that the police were called into the party Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin attended on the night the four friends were murdered at a rental home only a few yards from the University of Idaho campus in Moscow. Police have been working around the clock for days to solve the murders, but have been unable to break the case open after 2 weeks. Kaylee Gonzalez, 21, Madison Mogen, 21, Kernodle, 20, and Chapin, 20, were fatally stabbed in the early morning hours of November 13th. They were found dead on 2 different stories of a 3-story residence. 3 women resided there, and Chapin, who was a guest, was Kernodle's boyfriend. Between 10 p.m. and 1:30 a.m. on November 13th, Kaylee Gonzalez and Madison Mogen were at the Corner Club, a neighborhood pub located at 202 North Main Street in Moscow. They were captured on camera at the Grub Truck at 318 South Main Street around 1:40 in the morning. Then they used a private party to get a ride home from downtown and arrived at their 1122 King Road residence at 1:56 in the morning. Based on digital evidence gathered by the investigators, their estimated time of arrival at the residence was revised. Meanwhile, according to the findings of the investigation, Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle arrived at the party between 8 and 9 o'clock at the Sigma Chi House on the University of Idaho campus. But what happened at the Sigma Chi where the fraternity party took place? News Nation correspondent Brian Enton recently unveiled details about the frat house party where Ethan and Xana were present. An individual from Chicago asked on News Nation, why were the police called to the party that Ethan and Xana were at? Does that scene have any relation to the crime, or was the couple involved in a fight at the party? Brian responded, quote, we don't know much. We don't know any of the details. We know that there are reports that police were at the frat party. It really could have been anything. It may have had nothing to do with them with the 2 victims. It could have been something totally unrelated. I will tell you this, though. Going to the fraternities and sororities today and trying to get them to talk, it's not easy right now. They've been told not to talk to the media and only talk to the police, end quote. According to the University of Idaho, Chapin was a member of the Sigma Chi fraternity and majored in the administration of recreation, sport, and tourism. Both Kernodle and Mogen majored in marketing and were members of the sorority Pi Beta Phi. Gonzalez was a member of Alpha Phi and majored in general studies. The last homicide in Moscow was in 2015. Numerous federal and state law enforcement officers have been sent in to help municipal police identify the perpetrator and the motive behind the quadruple murder, as reported by Fox News. I mean, I'm going to get into more details here, but... So, Kernodle and Mogen are in the same sorority, but Mogen's best friend, Gonzalez, is in a different sorority. I mean, I don't know. From reports, they were basically inseparable, etc., etc. They're in different sororities. What does that mean? I don't know. So let's flip it to the other side now. Normal night in Moscow. Sorority sister recalls Idaho victim Madison Mogen's final hours before the murder. By Shadia Zubair, November 30th, 2022, also on MIDAHO.com. Madison Mogen was spotted having a normal night out with her friends just hours before the tragedy struck. It's been 2 weeks since an unknown assailant brutally killed 4 University of Idaho students. The sorority sister and classmate of the 2 victims told that she saw one of the victims, Madison Mogen, having a typical night in an Idaho club hours before the horrific incident took place, reported Fox News. Mogen, 21, spent most of the evening of November 12th in Moscow's Idaho Corner Club, where she was observed, quote, just laughing with all her friends, end quote, according to Madison Moy, a classmate and neighbor. So Madison Mogen has a classmate and neighbor known as Madison Moy. So not only the same first name, not only the first letter of the last name being the same, but also the second and the fourth. While cops confirmed Kylie Gonzalez was also with Mogen on the same night. It was just a normal night in Moscow, Moy, a 21-year-old sophomore, told Fox News Digital on Monday. Moscow is a safe place. Nothing like this ever happens. I didn't think anything of it. Moy said Mogen was at the club for the majority of the night. Police stated that Mogen and Kaylee Gonzalez left the bar at 1:30 a.m. on Sunday and went to a food truck nearby before returning home at 1:56 a.m. Moy claimed she had visited the house every so often before it became a murder scene and claimed she had been there for events or times that the girls would just hang out, and she added that the girls' deaths have been extremely difficult for her. The Vandal community is really close, and it just kind of put a darkness over it, she said. She claimed that she had not seen Mogen and Kernodle as regularly because they had left the sorority the previous semester, as per Fox News. Last week, the University of Idaho's Pi Beta Phi chapter posted a photo of Mogen and Kernodle on Instagram, calling them bright young women with an incredible future. Maddie was the sweetest soul who was passionate about every aspect of her life. She shared her brilliance with those around her, the post stated. Xana was a magnet for positive energy and always radiated energy back into the world. We know others in our community are also hurting. We grieve with them and share the weight of their sorrow, the post read. Moy resides in a home just behind the crime scene. She claimed she didn't go when police allegedly discovered a large number of bodies inside the house when they arrived on November 13th. When asked about the possibility that the killer might have passed through her yard, she responded, "It's definitely something that crossed my mind, and that's really terrifying." Most of her classmates walk to campus for class, and she often uses a shortcut through the parking lot behind the victims' homes to get to campus. After returning to campus and classes on Monday, November 28th, Moy said she is changing her habits and will carry pepper spray. On Monday, November 28th, a single marked police car was spotted in front of the residence. Despite it being more than 2 weeks since the victims were found, crime scene tape remains on the perimeter. So Moy here is, not only did she not leave school, apparently she's still, or maybe she did leave and then come back, but, so she lives right behind the house. Although the attack has been described as targeted, officials have not yet revealed who the intended victims were. The FBI portal has received more than 488 digital media submissions over the weekend, police said on Sunday. As of Wednesday, investigators have collected 103 pieces of evidence from the crime scene and taken roughly 4,000 photographs. In addition to processing over 1,000 tips, investigators interviewed 150 people. So there doesn't seem anything super out of the ordinary unless you want to refer to the hooded guy at the food truck from the side of Madison and Kaylee. Whereas Xana and Ethan, they're at a frat party which may have had the police called there, and there's a 5-hour unaccounted for window on their side. So let's get more into the sorority angle. This is by Jenna Anna Matthew, November 30th, 2022, also on MIDAHO.com. Idaho victims sororities, Alpha Phi and Pi Beta Phi, put on probation over health and safety violations. The two University of Idaho sororities are on probation for violations or concerns regarding risk management, alcohol/drugs, or hazing. Also, let's not forget the so-called pranks with the skinned coyotes in previous years. Very scary stuff here linked to the sororities. It has been nearly 3 weeks since the gruesome murders of 4 University of Idaho students. As police are desperately probing the massacre, the 2 sororities to which 3 of the slain University of Idaho students belonged are on disciplinary probation. Victims Kaylee Gonzalez was a member of Alpha Phi, while Xana Kernodle and Maddie Mogen were members of Pi Beta Phi. Alpha Phi and Pi Beta Phi are the only 2 listed as on probation for health and safety reasons out of the 10 sororities recognized by the University of Idaho. Is that coincidental? The health and safety reasons refer to violations or concerns regarding risk management, alcohol, drugs, or hazing. In addition to being on probation with the university, Alpha Phi is also on a restorative plan with the national organization. Pi Beta Phi is in good standing with the sorority's headquarters, according to Fox News. No suspect or murder weapon has been seized in connection to the deaths of Kaylee Gonzalez, 21, Madison Mogen, 21, Xana Kernodle, 20, and Ethan Chapin, 20, on November 13th. On Tuesday, November 29th, a spokesperson for Pi Beta Phi's headquarters said Kernodle and Mogen were close friends of our members at the Idaho Alpha chapter at the University of Idaho. They and their families, along with the entire Vandal community, are in the thoughts of Pi Beta Phi members across North America. The emailed statement read, according to the source, Pi Beta Phi's focus is on supporting our chapter members at the University of Idaho throughout this tragedy. Victim Kernodle was at the Sigma Chi frat house before the murders with her boyfriend Ethan Chapin as a member of the fraternity. The pair then returned to Kernodle's off-campus residence less than a half a mile away from the frat house around 1:45 a.m. While Gonzalez and Mogen were at the Corner Club from roughly 10 p.m. on November 12th to 1:40 a.m. on November 13th, the local bar was described by a fellow University of Idaho student as the heart of Greek life on campus, with large crowds on most Fridays and Saturdays. Okay, so interesting. So there's 10 sororities. The only 2 on probation with issues are the 2 that the victims belong to. Is that curious? And again, when you factor in the coyotes and all these other pranks, is there some occult angle here? And we're going to get into more of that. So let's get to the Moscow Slayer. I mean, this is really, really dark stuff. And I will give I guess I'll give what we can call the McGuire theory here thus far, even though there's obviously not enough information here. Who is the Moscow Slayer? Instagram user followed all University of Idaho victims and posted knife pics. As police are doing their work, web sleuths are hard at work doing their own digging to find the murderer who stabbed the 4 students, by Deepak Kumar, November 29, 2022, also on MIA.com. The investigation into the University of Idaho murders continues as police are yet to find a potential suspect or a lead. As police are doing their work, web sleuths are hard at work doing their own digging to find the murderer. Certain social media posts are claiming that there's an Instagram user who goes by the name of the Moscow Slayer who could be the person behind the massacre. As of now, there is no trace of the suspect or the murder weapon, even after officials have followed more than 600 tips and conducted almost 100 interviews. People have now discovered an Instagram account that followed all of the Idaho murder victims. Even though the account has been deleted, several screenshots have found their way to the internet. The bio of the account reads, car dealership owner and retired Tier 1 Special Mission Unit JSOC operator, SEAL Team 6. Does that seem legit to anybody? Some users who discovered the account before it was deleted saw the person operating the account was following the victims and had pictures of a knife, which hints towards the fact that all of the victims were stabbed and died due to deep wounds. The attacks have been deemed targeted by the police. There's a screenshot here with a folding knife. Never a dull moment with my Millie. This is the last knife that I carried into combat. I might have taken out a few bad dudes with it, Then there's blood droplet emoji and skull and crossbone emoji. Internet discovers cryptic posts from the Moscow Slayer. One suspicious user wrote there was an IG account linked to Kill the Icons movie mocking the victims before and after, and it was called the Moscow Slayer. Another user tweeted, what kind of a person is following the victims on Instagram and has an account called the Moscow Slayer and posts this weird expletive? One more user wrote, the Moscow Slayer ass that posted on Dead Girl's IG had photo of him holding military knife, wore gloves in the photo. I have to think if you have a knife like that, you probably bought the gloves. BOGO. One suspicious user questioned, the other disturbing item is the IG account of the Moscow Slayer or something similar. Has that been discussed? Another user who saw a post on the potential suspect's account wrote, username Moscow Slayer on Instagram had a post a day ago that said he misplaced a K-bar knife a few days ago, but deleted it is not lying here. One more user wrote, another disturbed individual is the reprobate that uses the pseudonym the Moscow Slayer on Instagram. Some people think this individual is involved, others think they are trolling. Personally, it's hard to say, but it's clear this individual should be looked into. So here's my first thought of this. So is it confirmed whether or not he followed them before their deaths, or was it after? So, I mean, that's the biggest piece there. If it was before. Now, this just jumped out to me. Again, nothing to do with murder, but just thinking back to high school days, I don't know how prominent this would be in college. I don't remember this type of activity in college, but in high school with like a smaller student body. So the numbers as of last year are 8,631 undergrad students. So there's 8,631 students. So presumably, if this Moscow Slayer is friends with all four of the victims and he's only or following all four of the victims, is he only following like, let's say 50 accounts, 100 accounts? If he's following 1 million accounts and like literally every single student at the University of Idaho, then that's not as suspicious because if he's just following all of them. But if he's only following a few students and they happen to be among the few, that's kind of weird. So what I was going to say is in high school, where there's small circles of friends, that there's certain inside jokes and pranks. Like if there's some kind of occult angle or some kind of kill with a knife prank going around, that's like a common prank that's certain, it's like an inside joke. And someone outside of the immediate circle might have also heard of the joke, and then they can reference it or do other pranks, etc. Now, obviously, this has nothing to do with actually killing people, but if the real, it seems kind of strange that the real killer would post himself doing that. Is it more likely that the real killer knew about this inside joke and wanted to point suspicion in either the direction of the Moscow Slayer, if the Moscow Slayer followed all these victims and was part of their inside circle in some way? Because the description that he's SEAL Team 6, all that could be made up nonsense and it could actually be a student. Or if it's an older guy, I mean, that's a tougher one. But if it's a student, if it's a fellow student or possibly more than one fellow student, if they know about some kind of inside joke with skinning people, using knives to kill whatever, like as a joke, obviously in the coyote situation, I mean, that's above and beyond just an innocent joke. But if there's some kind of constant reference or inside joking regarding the occult, as rumors suggest, that there's some kind of occult angle here with these sororities and fraternities, possible hazing involving the occult. If there's some kind of inside joke where people keep joking about like slashing throats or whatever, like sick, dark jokes, not ever dreaming anybody would actually do this. If there's someone either inside the circle or outside the circle that knows about the joking, would they set something up this way so they killed them for whatever reason and they want to point suspicion at someone inside the circle who knows about some kind of an inside joke or something regarding somebody getting slashed or using knives, and if it's like been an ongoing thing? That kind of jumped out to me immediately. Then again, if really disturbed, it obviously would be super dumb to have your all of this on Instagram. If this is that disturbed an individual that, you know, when someone's that disturbed, I mean, logic kind of goes out the window, so maybe they would leave all these digital footprints. Just, I'd have to lean to not, because if they're that sloppy, I mean, why would they not have been caught already? But either way, a very creepy angle here. So just really, really creepy. And if the posts were made, if he followed them before the murders, and there's also posts after the murders, I mean, what does that mean? I mean, just really, really creepy stuff here that doesn't really make a lot of sense. So another possible occult angle here. Eerie, eagle-eyed internet users find Anubis, the god of the dead, in Idaho murder house's pic. Anubis, the ancient Egyptian god of the afterlife, as well as the patron god of lost souls, is often symbolized as a jackal. By Tuhin Chakraborty. Also on Mia.com, December 2nd, 2022. As the investigation into the University of Idaho students' killings of Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogen, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin continues, social media users have ensured they are actively involved every step of the way. An eagle-eyed user posted a snapshot from a recent Daily Mail article that showed the house where the tragic killing took place. The user wrote on Twitter with the picture, "Maybe this is a random, unrelated tidbit, but did anyone else notice what appears to be an Egyptian deity in this Daily Mail UK photograph from the Moscow murder's house?" while referring to blood visible on one of the windows. Anubis, another user, replied. The user later wrote in another tweet, "Yup, Anubis, god of the dead, in the house where 4 youngsters were brutally murdered. It's an eerie coincidence." According to Daily Mail, this is the home where the homicides occurred. Look right above the tow truck driver to the window. I may be incorrect, but to me that looks like a depiction in the window of Anubis, god of death from Egyptian mythology, the user added. Okay, another issue here, I mean, this might be a really weird coincidence. Varnika Srivastava also posted this December 1st, 2022 on Mia.com. Google Trends show peak in how to get away with murder search a day before the tragedy. It has been more than 2 weeks since the 4 University of Idaho students were brutally stabbed to death while they were asleep, shocking Moscow, a small town in Idaho, as well as the rest of the nation. Now, web sleuths have discovered a shocking fact. How to get away with murder was the most searched topic on Google a day before the murders. Ever since news about the murders broke, web sleuths have been scouring the internet voraciously, floating one unproven and arbitrary theory after another. A Reddit user now claimed that how to get away with murder was at the peak on Google search a day before the murders took place. The post reads, "How accurate is Google Trends? Sunday 6th to Saturday 12th, there was a peak in searching how to get away with murder from Idaho. This still leaves a lot of unanswered questions, such as, was the killer trying to find an escape route using Google? None of these theories have been confirmed by authorities or anyone connected to the case so far. In fact, Gonzalez's sister, Olivier, recently slammed web sleuths for coming up with such theories." I mean, yeah, if you look at that, that is kind of crazy. Because if you look at Google Trends for Idaho, there's huge spikes on the days leading up to 13th. So there's nothing. Even on Halloween, there's nothing. All the way up through the beginning of November, there's nothing. And then after the 13th, nothing. So if we're using controls here, that is unusual that in Idaho there's these huge spikes for how to get away with murder. I mean, that's kind of crazy. How many people are researching this, and why are they only researching it those days? And that's kind of a random generic thing, but... Alright, let's go over a few more things. Idaho murders. Retired cop says DNA is going to be tough as crime scene was party house with many guests. Arunava Chakrabarti, November 30th, 2022. Moscow Police Department said on its website that forensic evidence collected from the crime scene is still being processed. As law enforcement try to ascertain the main perpetrator or perpetrators behind the grisly murders of 4 University of Idaho students, experts claim that DNA evidence in the case may be arduous for investigators. Besides the victims, 2 other roommates who also lived in the same house escaped unharmed as they slept through the attacks and are not believed to be involved in the crime. The slayings have left the community tense and on alert as the police are yet to identify a murder suspect or locate a murder weapon. Moscow Police Department said on its website that forensic evidence collected from the crime scene is still being processed. According to authorities, more than 100 pieces of physical evidence were collected and taken to the Idaho State Police Crime Lab. Experts say that retrieving DNA evidence may be difficult for investigators due to the nature and location of the crime. It's 5 young women that occupy that space regularly. And when you have one who has a boyfriend that was there, obviously, and is one of the victims, Joseph Scott Morgan, a distinguished scholar of applied forensics at Jacksonville State University in Alabama, told Newsweek, "You're gonna have their common DNA in that house just as a result of occupancy." Neighbors have told reporters that parties and gatherings were frequently held at the house, while police have said the surviving roommates summoned friends to the residence before the 911 call, requesting aid was made at 11:58 a.m. Responding officers located the victims on the second and third floors of the house. Morgan says those people likely left crucial evidence of their presence, such as skin cells and hair, too. All of that is to be taken into the account, he said. If any of these occupants had other romantic partners, perhaps they would be with more frequency than others, then there might be a robust DNA signature left behind by those individuals. It's a big obstacle for the investigators to overcome. Online sleuths have latched onto Jeremy Regan, a neighbor of the Idaho murder victims, and deemed him a suspect. Regan tells that these people have been ruthless about digging into his entire personal life. And apparently he also supplied DNA as well, so he can be ruled out. I mean, was he never in the house? Another article here, I found a glove at the scene. Retired detective's discovery fuels more speculation about Idaho murders. Recently, Chris McDonough, a seasoned homicide detective, unveiled some chilling information from the crime scene in the Interview Room show. Chris and his wife, Karen, who runs the show with him, claimed to have found a glove near the crime scene, leading to speculation that it belonged to the murderer. In the interview, Chris said, "All right, so this is the old homicide guy in me. I actually found a glove and turned it. I pointed it out to the officer who was there securing the scene, and they came and they collected it." So this has been, a very heavy scene as a whole. He continued pointing at the scene. But if you notice, underneath those leaves in the snow, you'll see here, I'll point it out to you that I discovered the glove, and fortunately, they collected it. Karen added, "It should be noted that anybody crossed any line, you could just visibly see it right from the road." Chris said later, "Yeah, and so a couple thoughts come to mind. I'm not saying this is a good thing or a bad thing, right? Fortunately, it's still on the other side of the tape, and so they still had control of that scene. The officer that was there, obviously they didn't know about it because he came over and photographed it." He later said they had evidence, tech, and immediately, later they'd come out and got it. So here's the question. Is this from the night? Is it random, i.e. somebody missed the trash can and they were walking by and they threw it? Or is it the suspect taunting the authorities by, placing something like this hypothetically? Either way, there's a glove, and it was collected after I brought it to their attention, he added. It's definitely worth pointing out that we don't know how long it's been there, don't know who it belongs to, and police made a note of it and collected it. So, another issue with the DNA by Piyush Arora, November 30th, 2022. Web sleuths believe DNA of suspect found, as Nancy Grace says, it's not coming up on CODIS. Investigators have reportedly sent 113 pieces of physical evidence they collected to the Idaho State Police Crime Lab for analysis. Many spurious and wild conspiracy theories started doing the rounds on the internet after renowned journalist Nancy Grace appeared on Fox and Friends and stated the perp is most likely not a convicted felon because he is not popping up on AFIS or CODIS. That's telling me a lot about who this is. She also revealed that investigators are going to use genealogical DNA to get their hands on the suspect or suspects. Citing Grace's revelation, a Reddit user who goes by the username of Blue Roses 90 noted, "Did we miss something? Seems like she has inside knowledge that they do have the perp's DNA. ETA, CODIS is for DNA, while AFIS is for fingerprints. If Nancy's correct, it could mean that they have the perp's DNA and prints as well." A second user backed the claim and wrote, "Maybe that's what Xana's dad meant when he said she had fought back. He seemed to say it proudly, which is understandable, but maybe he was proud because she got DNA that could help find the killer." Of course, they have the DNA. I don't find it weird that it's not in their system. This guy's probably college age or a little older, and that's still pretty young in terms of becoming a felon, said the third user, while the fourth asserted, "I feel like they have to, but unclear if the same DNA would already be in the house. Also, it's probably rare for college kids to have a felony record versus an older individual." Yeah, I mean, those are all good points there as well. I don't know many people at college that would be in CODIS, so seems accurate. I can't stand Nancy Grace, but I don't think it's too big of a leap to believe that the killer isn't in the database, another user said. Okay, here's the thing, though. Like, which DNA are they referencing? Is it DNA from just people randomly in the house? Like, how do they know that would be the DNA of the perp? So, I mean, that's a curiosity. If it's under her fingernails, I mean, that is interesting. But there's also 5 hours unaccounted for. Did they get into a fight with somebody? Is it possible that fight is not related to what ultimately happened? I mean, there's just this 5 hour gap in Ethan Chapman and Xana Kernodle's movements. That's kind of hard to overcome. I mean, if you don't have a timeline, how can you determine anybody they potentially could have interacted with? And then also, is it someone Ethan and Xana interacted with, or Kaylee and Maddie? Or is there crossover? Is it both? Because there's some kind of overlap in their Greek life. They're all members or former members of the same sororities. Ethan's a member of the frat. Like, what is going on at this campus? Another post here, internet baffled by how Idaho quadruple murder suspect left 0 prints in the house after senseless slaughter. So supposedly this is a blood-soaked crime scene, but there were no prints. Does that mean there was no footprints, even any kind of footprints? So I think they're referring to not even like blood prints. So if the killer's in the middle of this bloodbath, you would think there'd be some sprayed blood. Other users are now speculating that there's some kind of this guy used a hazmat suit. And also, if this was somebody who was known to them and had been in that house many times for parties, etc., how could they prove it was... I mean, yeah, it's tough. Unless it's under the fingernails of any of the victims. Another article here, more than one killer involved in massacre, famed pathologist says. Dr. Cyril Wecht reportedly wanted to know how long the suspect or suspects remained inside the property and the number of stab wounds sustained by each victim. A well-known forensic pathologist has claimed that the 4 University of Idaho students murdered on November 13th could have been slaughtered by more than one killer. Dr. Cyril Wecht, known for conducting several high-profile forensic investigations over the decades, said he found it difficult to believe that one person could methodically and stealthily butcher 4 individuals in one house while 2 other roommates slept in other rooms. 4 young people get stabbed without fighting back. I mean, how does that happen? Dr. Wecht told Radar Online. I kind of think there may have been more than one assailant to have killed 4 people like that and not have an audible altercation or cries for help, he added. You have to wonder if there was more than one assailant. There was no noise, no altercation, question mark. The veteran pathologist, 91, has investigated the deaths of several popular figures, including Marilyn Monroe, JFK, and even the 69 Charles Manson murders. He reportedly also wondered how long the suspect or suspects remained inside the property and the number of stab wounds sustained by each victim. Here's the thing, though. So, again, people are actually speculating that the original house was much smaller, and that was the downstairs area where the unharmed roommates were, and then they built and added onto the house, which is why the downstairs area where the roommates were on the first level, that the walls are much thicker, so that's why you wouldn't necessarily hear the other screams. But between the second and third levels, they could theoretically hear each other. So that's the explanation given there. Okay, so let's go to Fox News here. Police shed light on 6th person listed on lease at Moscow home. Idaho police say they do not believe the 6th roommate of the University of Idaho student slain earlier this month was involved in the quadruple homicide, which remains unsolved after 19 days. The Moscow Police Department revealed Thursday that a 6th person was listed on the lease at 1122 King Road, which had been considered a crime scene since the November 13th bloodshed. Officials revealed hours later that the person had moved out before the school year began, and was not present at the address at the time the 4 students were killed. The Friday afternoon press release further stated that detectives do not believe this person has any involvement in the murders. Also, supposedly, another post here on meow.com that might be relevant. The tragic reason Kaylee Gonzalez was in the murder house on that fateful night. November 20th, 2022 by Kunal Dang. The devastated parents of University of Idaho victim Kaylee Gonzalez have revealed how their daughter was supposed to be with them for the holidays, but went back to college to show off her new car to her friends. It's been a week since the bodies of Kaylee and 3 other students, Madison Mogen, Xana Coronado, and Ethan Chapman, were found stabbed to death in a home near campus in the early hours of November 13th. Kaylee's mother said that her daughter had been home with her family in the days leading up to the incident, but decided to return to Moscow for a couple of nights before moving home for good for the holidays. And you know what's weird? Apparently there's still some discussion here on whether or not she had already technically moved out to the point where all her stuff was at home. And is that the reason she was sleeping in the same bed as Madison in her room, because she no longer had another room, or there was nothing in the other room? Is that what happened? Again, none of this has been corroborated anyway. But the other point that this has kind of bothered me for a while, was it common for them to sleep in the same bed? Or if one of them had a stalker, were they sleeping in the same bed because they were afraid to sleep in different rooms for whatever reason? So there's a lot of question marks here. Kaylee was just home, her mother, Christy Gonzalez, told Fox 28 Spokane. She went back and forth all day long about whether or not she should go back to Moscow. Christy said her daughter finally decided to head back as she was eager to flaunt the new vehicle she had purchased all on her own. The tragic 21-year-old was looking forward to graduating in December and even had a job lined up. Her parents noted that she had so much to celebrate, with their daughter even promising to treat them with her own money upon her return. We talked a lot, Christy said. I know she had a fun time Friday night. She called me around 2:30 Saturday afternoon. Unfortunately, that was the last conversation they had. Christy recalled reaching out to her daughter via text late Sunday morning to ask how the evening went. She initially did not worry when she received no response. I looked back at the times, and that's when the police were swarming her house, the embattled mother said. The family was notified by police of their daughter's murder late Sunday afternoon, and they are still overwhelmed with grief and several unanswered questions a week after the fact. We have no idea why, none, Christy said. Whoever did this is dangerous, and we fear this person can do it again. Loved ones are constantly plagued by the fear that the killer, who is still at large, could be anyone. The services for these victims will be huge, public, Christy said, and to think the person could be there sitting at the church, I can't, and their candlelight vigils, all of it, it makes me sick thinking that person could be right behind us. It's sickening, sickening, we're sick. Authorities are yet to reveal any suspects or person of interest in connection with the case, but Kaylee's mother believes the killer wasn't a stranger. This is a small town, a college town, and I feel they knew this person, Christy said. We absolutely don't know that, but I feel that in my heart. I don't know why. So that's the mother's intuition there. Police told the family that it would take a while to investigate the crime since the perp left a mess, and the evidence was overwhelming. While investigators have not speculated a connection between the killer and the victims, Kaylee's family is certain that this crime required some level of planning. This person somehow snuck into the house, whether it was a door or window. He was not invited, Christy said. He came in with a weapon and with the intention to kill, not just one but four, one right after another, after another, after another. The family is in frequent touch with those working on the quadruple homicide. My husband is in contact with them every day, Christy said. The FBI, Moscow, and Idaho State Police, every day, it's nothing. I'm just like nothing, nothing. I don't know if it's because they have nothing or they are protecting the investigation. The family insisted that the only apprehension of the suspect would give them some semblance of peace. Turn yourself in, Christy urged, adding, stop all of this. Let us mourn our children. We can't with this person out there. Just end it. The guilt has to be overwhelming. Stop hiding. Unless, of course, this is really a sociopathic psychotic with no guilt. We really have no idea. So, Kaylee Gonzalez was not supposed to be there that night. Interesting. How many people knew that she wasn't supposed to be there? So, a few more rumors here It's being reported that a local said police have footage from a doorbell cam of a masked man entering or at least walking up to the house around 3 a.m. and got a somewhat discernible screen grab of his eyes, and this was shown to the neighborhood, frat and sorority houses, and I guess the frat identified the photo instantly as a man who lives on the same street. Another local admitted that they in fact gave the footage to the police. So is this not the house where they were murdered, but another house? Or, wait a second, or is it the murdered house, but the footage is from a different house, and it's kind of off in the distance? Another post here. Okay, rumor, but this sounds reliable from my perspective. I am 2 degrees separated from a super close and devastated friend of one of the victims. Apparently, law enforcement have a ring clip of a certain person of interest, mostly his eyes, on someone's cam. Police showed the vid to unspecified frat members, and they identified this person immediately. He was a neighbor of the victims at the time. Can't say for certain who that is without connecting a few logical dots here. So other people are also speculating on the Idaho Murders subreddit that the white hoodie guy from the food truck video was a former frat member who was kicked out, and also supposedly was one of the neighbors. So, okay, here's another post from Twitter that alleges that there are Redditors stating there was a guy kicked out of Ethan's fraternity because he was creeping the girls out. Ethan reported him. It is also said that this guy showed up at the frat party, a fight broke out, and Xana and Ethan left. Okay, so if this is true, then if the police were called and it is related to Ethan and Xana, so supposedly the rumor here is there's a guy that got kicked out of the fraternity for creeping on the girls. Is this Madison and Kaylee? Ethan reported the guy that was creeping on Madison and Kaylee, possibly a stalker, whatever. This guy shows up to the frat where Madison and Kaylee are not, but Xana and Ethan are? And Ethan was the one who reported him? So theoretically, are all 4 targeted, even though technically Xana in this theory didn't really do anything, but I don't know. This is really weird. This is really weird. What does everybody make of this theory? Does it all add up? And is there actually footage of a masked guy walking up to the house? Also, just rumor mill, but the guy in the hoodie at the food truck, is this another case of police said they cleared him even though they really didn't? So from what I'm reading here just randomly on Reddit is that his alibi is that he left that night and drove hours to his parents' cabin or something. And then they cleared him. Like, where is this guy now? And what to make of that ring camera footage if it's legit? And how obvious could this guy be? Because, I mean, if he's on drugs or whatever, he's not thinking logically, okay. But he must know, did he not know that there was a Twitch stream at the food truck? Some people are alleging he did know because he looks uncomfortable, shifts, looks away from the camera, puts the hoodie on in the first place once he's in a certain view of the camera, and also points at the girls while he's actually not interacting with them in any way, while talking to a different guy about the girls and pointing to the girls. And then they leave without him. Yeah, I mean, it's all really weird. So what is it? So what is the theory here? He gets a mask and a knife and does all that? I mean, it's really weird. Is this the particular guy that got kicked out of the frat? If that's all true, and then he showed up at the frat and the police were called, then he goes to the corner club after he leaves. I mean, is this the same guy? This might not even be the same guy. Again, this is MINDSHOCK. I'm not alleging anything is true or untrue. This is just a very, very perplexing case, but if they do have the ring camera footage and they do have DNA from under fingernails, I mean, that would be a lot more damning than just random DNA in the house. In which case, this seems to have a possibility of being solved. Obviously, the longer no arrest is made, the more the probability drops that arrest will be made. But if they're just crossing their T's and dotting their I's right now, which maybe they are, hopefully they are, but this is definitely a bizarre one, and a lot doesn't add up here. So We'll, of course, be continuing to cover this case as well as many other cases. Hope everybody found another edition of MindShock True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Help support the channel that way. Like and share the Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock True Crime. You are listening to the Idaho Students Murders podcast series. This is episode 4, Rabbit Holes. This case is quickly shaping up to be not only one of the most mysterious, but a case and tragic and just downright shocking, not just in modern history, but in all of history, because this is just absolutely brutal and tragic. And there's, again, all of this attention online. People just can't believe how not only can something like this happen, but how the perpetrator or perpetrators cannot be found immediately in an era of not just widespread surveillance, but particularly this specific area right next to a university, right next to an apartment building, right next to many other buildings. And now, as we've found, with police nearby as the murders were occurring. And there is body cam footage that has been released of police hassling some people walking after drinking, some students, right near the area. Literally a block or so away, within visual sight of the house. I mean, it's just, the amount of rabbit holes this case is developing is just, it's nothing short of mind-shocking. We'll go over all of them, and of course, the pursuit for justice. I don't think awareness is necessarily needed at this point, just because it's all the awareness is already through the roof. Obviously, on MindShock, we cover a lot of cold cases as well. So awareness is at an all-time high, which is obviously a good thing. So the pressure is on. And hopefully the police can solve this very, very quickly, because obviously the longer it goes on, the probability of closing this case drops substantially. As always, if you find the podcast interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help support MindShock. Help us get more mind-shocking content out there with logic and reason at the forefront in a world where it is quickly becoming extinct. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Support the channel that way. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for a case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So just looking through this body cam footage, on the surface, it appears that these individuals are all unrelated. I believe the police have officially stated that this is unrelated. If you listen to the audio here, it's fairly innocuous. It is obviously very difficult to believe that any of these students would be involved. And the time frame here is pretty much the exact time in question, from before 3 a.m. to after 3 a.m. So while the murders are going on, theoretically, unless the murders happen later, again, I don't know if there's been a confirmed time of death, but from the girls' calls to allegedly if they went to sleep and were killed shortly after, around 3, whatever the timeline being thrown around is, the police are, and that's another thing too, the police have nothing better to do than have undercover plainclothes officer hassling kids walking with that may have been drinking alcohol, that they're underage or whatever. It's just, yeah, I mean, that's a whole nother can of worms, but it's just so weird, because while this stop is taking place, is there a quadruple murder going on? At the same time that these officers are hassling these kids, what is going on a few dozen feet away? Now, there's a lot of blurs on the video and everything too, which is kind of weird, because not only blurring the identity of these people, but blurring most of the screen as well. But you can make out a few vehicles parked here, and supposedly none of these particular vehicles are the vehicles in question. So if they were killed between 3 and 4 a.m., it's 3:15 a.m. at the closure of the stop. So it's possible that this stop occurred before the murders took place. But so the police left, the murders took place, what, 10, 15 minutes later, an hour later? And that just, it goes again, the brazen nature of these perpetrators, because were they actually watching the house at this time? Did they see the cops there? Or did they not know about it? Did they see the cops, see them leave, or other people walk and leave? Because again, this is a college town. There's people walking all over the place all the time. There's parties going on. A lot of this just it's really tough to make heads or tails here because it's just this is not the area that one would think a crime like this would happen. So the full extended footage here, I mean, it's over 40 minutes long from we got 2:53 a.m. If that timestamp is accurate, of course, we don't necessarily know that it is. 3:15 a.m. from different body cams here. Yeah, very, very mind-shocking. Let's go over an article here from Eyewitness News. Thursday, December 8th, 2022. New police body cam released as investigators reveal new lead in killing of Idaho college students. Police also start removing victims' belongings from the house. Authorities are trying to track down a car they say was in the area the night 4 University of Idaho students were killed. Investigators think that whoever was in it may have some important information to the investigation. A new clue has been released Thursday in the Idaho murder mystery. Detectives are now asking the public for help locating a white 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra with an unknown license plate, saying they're interested in speaking with its occupants who may have critical information to share regarding this case. Occupants, that's a plural. Now, is that just generalized, or did they specifically know there was more than one person in the vehicle? Police said the car was in the immediate area of the home where the victims were killed early on November 13th. That can mean a number of things. It could be that they have eliminated all the cars in the proximity of the victim's house. They cannot figure out what or why this car was there that night. This could just be an elimination. It could be a witness, or it could be a suspect, said ABC contributor and former FBI agent Brad Garrett. Now, as the investigation enters its 26th day, ABC News obtained new body cam footage from that night, showing an unrelated police stop nearby at about 3 a.m., which is around the time authorities believe the murder took place. Police stopping 3 people for an alcohol offense in a field near the victim's home and near the Sigma Chi fraternity, where 2 of the victims, Zaina Kernodle and Ethan Chapin, had been earlier that night. All the people in the video have been cleared, and the incident was not related to the murders, but analysts say the video could still be used in the case. It can be used from a historical standpoint. The information could potentially become relevant later in the investigation. You just never know, Garrett said. What's that supposed to mean? The victim's home remains an active crime scene. However, on Wednesday, investigators gathering items no longer needed in the investigation to give to the victims' families. We just went in to gather belongings so that the family can have some of that stuff. You know, we have a job to do. We're going to do it to the best of our ability, and we owe this to the family. We owe this to the victims, said Chief James Fry with the Moscow Police Department. So, again, unclear the exact origination of this tip regarding the Hyundai Elantra. So, Idaho Statesman, December 8th, 2022, update: Moscow police seek public's help to contact occupant of a Hyundai Elantra. A few more details here. So, Moscow police say a white vehicle seen in the November 13th body camera video is not the Hyundai Elantra under investigation. Moscow police say they are still looking to speak with the occupants of a white Hyundai Elantra that they believe was near the area at the time of the homicide. Occupants, that's a plural. But in the original story, it says in the news release, detectives said they want to speak with the person driving a white 2011 and 2013 Hyundai Elantra and passengers, if there were any. Okay, so yeah, it's tough to kind of figure out what that could mean there. So they might not be sure. So apparently last weekend, December 10th and 11th, Idaho police said that the murderer might strike again. Obviously, there's been no such report, but from the Daily Mail here, Idaho cops spark fears quadruple murderer could strike again this weekend as they warn students attending the commencement to stay in groups and keep phones handy. Idaho cops sparked fears the murderer who killed 4 college students could strike again, as they warned youngsters attending commencement to stay in groups. Moscow police told visitors to the city to keep in touch with their friends and family and stay vigilant during the celebration on Saturday. The commencement ceremony marks an important weekend for the city and will see a large influx of visitors coming into Moscow from out of town. But Police Chief James Fry offered some reassurance. His department is deploying more officers to the streets and university for the event. The warning comes after 4 college students were brutally stabbed to death in their off-campus home November 13th. 4 weeks on, the killer is yet to be caught. Moscow police said Saturday morning they had more than 10 investigators looking into the murders, and nearly 50 FBI agents are working to crack the case, including a number in Moscow itself. We're working steady on the investigation still, said Fry. We're still pushing forward. The warning comes as the Moscow Police Department, who have yet to make much headway in the investigation, have said they will now crack down on internet sleuths. As last month's stabbings captured the nation's attention, sleuths on the internet began posting popular theories about the murders to fill the void from the Idaho police, who have been criticized for sharing little and repeatedly contradicting themselves. On Friday, Fry condemned the amount of speculation and rumors surrounding the case, saying police have the sole authority to release the facts of the case. We want people to pay attention to what we're putting out there because that is accurate information, and anything that comes from other sources is either rumor or speculation. I mean, that's kind of what happens when you have the monopoly on violence and justice in a statist society, because no matter how bad the results are from law enforcement, that this monopolization prevents other good-hearted, well-meaning, and competent people from assisting in investigations, unfortunately. I mean, the clearance rate for homicides are not good. So despite all this extra surveillance, a surveillance state, cameras everywhere, instant communication with phones, all of this forensic technology, I mean, the clearance rate is simply not good. If you're averaging all jurisdictions in the U.S., your homicide, if you're killed, your murder is more likely to be unsolved than solved, unfortunately. And that's only factoring the known wrongful convictions. Obviously, there's a certain percentage, whether big or small, of innocent people in prison who have not yet been exonerated. So, yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible. So let's move on now to some rabbit holes, because you cannot make this stuff up. Back to meaw.com. Who was Hannah Clear? Madison Mogen's rumored ex-roommate killed herself after being bullied, allegedly. Online sleuths have independently investigated the Idaho murder case and have devised several theories about why someone was out to kill the 4 victims by Varnica Srivastava, December 9th, 2022. A new hypothesis recently circulated on Twitter that one of the victims in an Idaho murder case was a bully, and their actions had led to the suicide of Madison Mogen's former roommate. This article is based on sources, and I cannot verify this information independently. And of course, this is MINDSHOCK. I do not claim anything is true or untrue here. The entire motto of the podcast is, of course, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. But I really don't understand why all these triggered goofs are going around and just getting instantly triggered at anybody theorizing. Now, obviously, anybody calling for any kind of harassment, I mean, that's inexcusable. But simply objectively discussing theories without claiming they are true or untrue, I mean, anything to keep the awareness up and keep pressure on law enforcement and keep this in the public consciousness to make sure that true justice is obtained. I mean, how is that a bad thing? Not to mention, obviously, in certain cases, online sleuthing does lead to solving cases. So the article here: the deaths of 4 University of Idaho students have rocked the small and usually peaceful college town. All 4 victims, Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogen, Xana Coronado, and Ethan Chapin, were killed in a 3-story rented home off campus in the early hours of November 13th. They were all 20 to 21 years old. Police have not yet identified the suspect or suspects in the case. Online sleuths have independently investigated the Idaho murder case and have devised several theories about why someone would want to kill the 4 victims. A new hypothesis recently circulated on Twitter that one of the victims in an Idaho murder case was a bully and their actions had caused a former roommate to take her own life. Who was Hannah Clear? A Twitter user claimed the quadruple homicide is connected to Hannah Clear, who was supposedly an ex-roommate and shared her dorm room with one of the Idaho victims. As per claims made in the tweet, they bullied and harassed Clear, who eventually took her own life February 24th, 2022. The user wrote, Hannah Clear took her life in February. She shared a dorm with one of the victims and got bullied. Her birthday, November 15th. With the post, the user has even shared 2 images. One of the images supposedly of Hannah Clear, which is captioned, Hannah was born on November 15, 2000, and passed away February 24th, 2022 at the age of 21. A user from Instagram had commented on Madison Mogen's post after she died, commenting, "You deserved everything that happened to you, especially after what you did to that poor girl. You elitists are all the same. I'll be reserving my spit once they properly bury you." I mean, that is an insane post, of course. That's pretty crazy. These hostile comments were made by Instagram users on Madison's profile as these bullying theories were pushed by internet conspiracy theorists, but there is absolutely no proof about if these theories hold any water or if they have even a shred of truth to them. Despite the fact that they are still unaware of whether the attacker specifically targeted the students or their apartment, police highlighted their concerns about the incidents once more on December 1st. Although no suspects have been identified or a murder weapon has been located, the public has been urged to come forward with any information that might help solve the case. So, a couple of points here. First of all, to those, there's people claiming, again, I have no knowledge of this case and this ex-roommate, but people committing murder often stage it as a suicide, and people who actually are legitimately suicidal and have even voiced these suicidal tendencies or thoughts of any kind or even plans, there's no magic Dungeons and Dragons spell in the universe where if you want to commit suicide, somehow that means no predators, no murderers, nobody looking to harm you will do it. There's no magic protection spell. So I don't know why all these people discussing true crime, especially so-called true crime aficionados, they're that utterly clueless that they think that just because someone might be planning to commit suicide or is suicidal, that means there's zero chance any kind of murder would ever target them for any reason. Really weird. Or particularly target them and then stage it as a suicide if they thought there was a greater chance of them getting away with it, particularly if an individual was really suicidal. So again, just keeping that in mind, I'm not saying that's the case here, obviously. There's no way to know that. I'm not claiming this is the case here. But if this was only one rabbit hole, I mean, there seem to be quite a few here. Because there's also, and if these really are murders, so this average of 0 murders in Moscow, it might not be true. Because we have yet another death here, Hudson Lindau. Another University of Idaho student's death this year sparks speculation. So also on Mia here by Varnika Srivastava, December 7, 2022. Does anyone care to explain this? University of Idaho student Hudson Lindau was found dead in Paradise Creek. This case has shaken the whole town as the investigation continues. Still, with no suspects and arrests in hand, the growing pressure from the victim's family and speculation from internet sleuths have made this case more complex and fragile. Recently, a Twitter user revealed other chilling details from Idaho that were previously shared on Facebook, but about someone else who wasn't a victim of the aforementioned incident. How did Hudson Lindau die? The user has unveiled an individual named Hudson Lindau who was found dead in Paradise Creek January 5th, 2022. His death was due to accidental drowning, but this user has alarmed some speculating questions about his death. The post has even scrutinized the police of Moscow and its working authorities in Lindau's case. The post read, "I have questions." Moscow law enforcement has been running with this whole "nothing like this has ever happened here" narrative. So does anyone care to explain this? University of Idaho student Hudson Lindau was found dead in Paradise Creek. You read that right. Another student from University of Idaho died earlier this year. Wait, what? This is stating he was found dead May 1st, 2022, not January? Not January 5th, found dead? Okay, I don't know if this is a typo or whatever. Context, April 30th, 2022, the night before, Delta Tau Delta held its 90th annual ball. Xana, Maddie, Jake, and JS were all in attendance. Hudson's body was found the next morning in the creek right outside Greek Row. Hudson's death was ruled an accidental drowning. The post further read, could mean literally nothing, but also here's a picture of Hudson outside of the girl's house and a map to see where his body was found in relation to the frat sororities. One of Hudson's friends, blurred out in the photo, is Delta Tau Delta's president. The same frat JS was supposedly kicked out of. And riddle me this, where are all the stories on this investigation? Police immediately said there was no foul play upon finding the body. How? What led to him ending up in the creek that night? Everyone was just like he drowned and moved on. The last post read, not trying to create conspiracy theories here, but for a small town, there are sure some crazy coincidences. Make it make sense. And that's the other thing, too. Like, if this is, like, a big party house, I mean, a lot of people would have connections to this house. And if some of these people end up dead, that doesn't necessarily mean there's a link to the people in the house. The information provided above by the user has no confirmation. It's just a theory and speculation shared by the user. We are not sure whether these cases have any kind of tie with the recent Idaho student's murder case. Current status on Idaho murder case. Their housemates, Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk, reportedly witnessed the executions, but managed to flee uninjured. They allegedly found the bodies and woke up hours later to call 911. Police in Idaho said that Mortensen and Funk are not suspects, despite the fact that they are still unsure of whether the attacker specifically targeted the students or their apartment. Police expressed concerns about the incident once more on December 1st. Even though no suspects have been identified or a murder weapon has been located, the public is urged to come forward with any information. So, is that new? Woke up and called on... I mean, I don't know. The phrasing here is kind of weird. So did they... Bethany is a member of the sorority Phi Beta Phi. So one of them is a sorority member, the other one is not, out of the survivors? Or are they both? Also in this Daily Mail article, a neighbor who lives in an apartment block next door and asked not to be named said the property was notable for comings and goings, often late at night. He said there's always parties at that house and people going in and out, and there's usually some noise from there. But I didn't hear any on Sunday morning. No screaming, no gunshots, nothing. That's kind of weird. Huh. So in any case, though, if this is that popular of a party house where people come and go at all hours of the night, who would be brazen enough to do this? I mean, it's... Again, we go back to that, especially possibly with the police hassling people nearby. There's also another inconsistency where supposedly the front door of the house was left wide open, and yet the police state they believe the killer entered through the sliding glass door on the second floor. From Oxygen.com, it states here, Steve Consalves revealed at the Wednesday vigil that his daughter and Mogen had fallen asleep in the same bed the night they died, according to the Statesman. Gave an interview to Fox News on Saturday. He revealed further details of the murders. He claimed that he was told that his daughter's injuries were significantly more brutal than Mogen's, even though they were killed in the same bed. He also stated that Kernodle and Chapin were asleep on the second floor of the house when they were killed, and that police are speculating the killer entered the home through a sliding glass door on that floor rather than the front door on the first floor where Funk and Mortensen were asleep. Gonzalez and Mogen were asleep on the third floor. Also, he states here even though they were killed, had fallen asleep in the same bed. So does that mean they weren't planning to go to sleep? Had fallen. Again, unknown here, really. And again, I've mentioned this before. Was that a common occurrence, or were they afraid to be in different rooms for some reason? Some people also are questioning that one or both of the roommates had online activity after 3 a.m., supposedly when they were sleeping the whole time. So again, that is not verified, but just another one of these weird rabbit holes. And it's about to get even weirder. I was able to verify here through KHQ.com, nonstop local news and NBC affiliate here, that Lindau was pulled from Paradise Creek Sunday, May 1st. So the dates were correct in that Twitter post. Moscow police say a body in Paradise Creek was found Sunday, May 1st, 11 a.m. So I'm assuming they verified that this, the party or gala or whatever on Greek Row was the night before. So how many other mysterious deaths or possible suicides were ruled as such instead of murder that may have been murder in Moscow, Idaho? Actually found another one here too. The Lewiston Tribune. UI student's death raises questions. January 23rd, 2013. Associated Press. In this undated photo provided by Moscow, Idaho Police Department, University of Idaho student Joseph Weiderich is shown. The body of Weiderich, 18, was found by trackers with Latah County Search and Rescue under the Paradise Creek Bridge, police said. At this point, we don't believe any foul play is suspected, according to Moscow Police Chief David Duke. The Moscow Police Chief's name was David Duke. Okay. Here's an article from Daily News, Moscow Pullman. Student highly intoxicated at death. UI forms task forces on Greeks and on drug abuse. Weiderich BAC was twice the legal limit. Parents upset no one helped their son. Article by Brandon Max. February 15, 2013. Toxicology report for University of Idaho freshman found dead under a Moscow bridge last month shows his blood alcohol level was at least 3 times the legal limit when he left a frat party and twice the limit when his body was discovered 1 day later. Wait, how do they know it was 3 times? I guess they're just estimating. Joseph Weiderich, 18, of Haley, Idaho, had been attending a party at the Sigma Alpha Epsilon fraternity January 19th with his Theophilus Tower roommate when they were separated, and he never returned home. His body was discovered on ice under a bridge under Mountain View Road around 4 p.m. January 21st. Police determined he'd walked nearly 7 miles before falling down in the frozen Paradise Creek bed where he died of hypothermia. Moscow Police Chief David Duke said a toxicology report shows Weiderich's blood alcohol content at the time of death was 0.17, meaning it was somewhere around 0.25 to 0.3% when he left the fraternity. Marijuana was also discovered in his system. Duke said the lead investigator in the case Thursday cited Weiderich's friend Dakota Vugwert, 18, of Haley, for allegedly providing alcohol to a minor. Weiderich had gone to the fraternity party to visit with Vegwert, who was pledging there at the time. Latah County Coroner Kathy Mabbutt said she had expected other substances would have shown up in Weiderich's toxicology report. I've heard of several of the students who have been disoriented, so it certainly made me think it was something else, she said. That's all that really showed up. All of the drugs would keep absorbing, and some don't last as long. We've tested for a lot of stuff, and it came back negative. The results of the toxicology report were shared with Weiderich's parents, Bob and Michelle Weiderich, prior to its release to the public. Weiderich's mother said it is hard to be upset with the young partiers, but she's more upset with the residents her son had approached prior to his death. A woman on Highland Drive reported finding Weiderich lying on the floor just inside her house about 3 hours after he is believed to have left the party. Duke said the woman asked him to leave. Another resident on North Mountain View Road reported he'd come to her home, but she sent him to her neighbor across the street. Weiderich's footprint indicated he crossed the street and went around the neighbor's home instead, jumping a fence and crossing Paradise Creek. You can expect so much from an 18-year-old kid, but when 2 adults turned my kid away into the night, he expressed he thought he was dying and he was turned away, said Michelle Weiderich. If there is a lesson from this, it's just to learn to help each other. I think that's the thing that breaks my heart, because he could still be alive if people helped when he asked for help. Joe was not a party kid. He was not trouble in high school, she said, adding he was studying to become an architect. He definitely had the talent for it. I'm sure he would have done well. Duke confirmed Weiderich's roommate was also highly intoxicated at the SAE party and traveled south near East Palouse River Drive before correcting himself and finding his way home. Very well, we could have had 2 boys that didn't make it home that night instead of 1, said Weiderich's mother. Ahead of the release of the Weiderich's toxicology report, the University of Idaho announced Thursday morning the formation of a substance abuse and Greek life task forces. The substance abuse task force will review prevention education programs, current policies, and enforcement strategies. We have been quite aggressive this fall and earlier in providing educational programs and doing enforcement, said the Dean of Students, Bruce Pittman. And I think the events of the last few weeks have certainly made us more intent to look for ourselves and see if there's more that we can be doing. The Substance Abuse Task Force will consist primarily of student leaders, faculty, and staff, Pittman said, with a few Moscow community members. We have received confirmation from several of our student leaders, and they plan to participate, he said. It will be a relatively larger group than the Greek task force. The Greek Life Task Force will consist of a small group of fraternity and sorority alumni, including those who have served their national organizations in some capacity. The relationship of the UI to the Greek system will be reviewed, Pittman said, with recommendations on how the relationship should proceed in the future. There are many models about how universities are related to Greek systems that they find on their campuses, he said. Some campuses, particularly in private schools, have very intrusive models where fraternities and sororities are required to be in university residences and strictly monitored. On the other extreme, there are campuses where fraternities and sororities are not even recognized by the institution. I think we're to the point where we need to ask a question about whether the model we're using or if the university needs to adopt a different policy or strategy in regard to our Greek system. The 2 task forces are expected to provide university administration with reports of their findings and recommendations by late spring. I would like to work with them as soon as we can get through this hard part of our grief process, said Michelle Weiderich about the UI. From my point of view, we've all tried to keep kids from drinking for years. Maybe what we can learn from this is to teach them to watch out for each other instead of just laughing and thinking it's funny and sending them off into the night to hopefully help each other, even if it's a stranger. Okay, so another tragic case all around, but from all accounts here, it seems like this one was less suspicious and there was some kind of an investigation. Although I can't find anything regarding Hudson Lindau in that department. Also, there seems to be some kind of a troubled history here with these sororities and fraternities. Like, how far back does this go? And also, I don't have the numbers here, but what are the average amount of deaths, suicides, bodies being found in the creek at any university with a particular population per capita so we can compare it to the University of Idaho? Does it really stand out or does it not? But either way, we have a minimum of 2 deaths here with potential circumstances involving similar groups of people in these Greek fraternities and sororities. So, again, might not mean anything, or maybe it does. How would one know without objective investigation? So, yet another rabbit hole here. Go to dailymail.co.uk. Wife of convicted killer arrested earlier this week for beating and stalking her with a knife says he is not responsible for nearby Idaho college student murders that online sleuths have pinned on him. This is by Sean Cohen, dailymail.com, December 11th, 2022. A convicted killer was arrested earlier this week for allegedly beating his wife and stalking her with a knife, but he's now being wrongfully accused of the killings of 4 University of Idaho students, his wife exclusively told dailymail.com. There's a lot of crazy stuff going on, but my husband had nothing to do with what happened up there. The wife of James Curtis Leonard said Friday in an interview outside their trailer home in Moscow, just a mile from the scene of the quadruple homicide. It's not linked at all. This is really pissing me off. Her husband, 39, is being held on $100,000 bail for Tuesday's alleged attack. Police have since declared that Leonard had nothing to do with the recent killings, but that hasn't stopped the speculation. Leonard's wife told DailyMail.com that her family is still facing online harassment, including from a YouTube personality who had speculated about her husband's involvement in a video headlined James Curtis Leonard, Suspect, Moscow, Idaho, which has garnered 19,000 views since Thursday. People on the internet are trying to pin the murders on him, she told DailyMail.com. I had to get off that social media expletive. Police this week even said that they threatened internet sleuths with criminal charges if they engaged in harassment fueled by the spreading of misinformation. Leonard's wife said she was home with her husband at the time of the November 13th pre-dawn massacre and that he left for work at 7 a.m. that day. She told police about the harassment on Friday when officers stopped by their trailer home Friday to follow up on Tuesday's domestic incident. I told police that we are all tired of the threats, harassments, and allegations, she told DailyMail.com. Our family has been in danger because of all of these false statements being made on the internet. Speaking on Friday, Moscow Police Chief James Fry announced his department will crack down on internet sleuths who've been posting theories about the murders. Anyone engaging in threats or harassment, whether in person, online, or otherwise, needs to understand that they could be subjecting themselves to criminal charges, the department later added. You know what's weird, though? I mean, this has nothing really to do with internet sleuths. This is just people, obviously trolls and disturbed people that are posting threats online and all that stuff. They do that all the time. It has nothing to do with any particular case. They jump on anything and everything to just do that. So it's kind of weird how some people are kind of grouping that in with general theorizing and not calling for violence or harassment of anybody. The wife said it's also unfair that her husband is facing fresh scrutiny for his manslaughter case from 2007, where he shot and killed Tyler Lee outside his house in Genesee. He reportedly claimed it was self-defense and told police that Lee had previously threatened him with bats, machetes, and other things. In February 2009, Leonard took a plea deal admitting to involuntary manslaughter in exchange for a 5 to 15 sentence, according to court documents. The court suspended his sentence May 2009, and he was placed on 15 years probation. Police arrived at the home on Palouse River Drive to find Leonard's wife with blood on her nose and mouth. When Leonard was ordered to come out of a back room, he had blood on his hands and a large cut on his forearm. Dispatch advised an intoxicated husband punched his wife in the head and struck his daughter, according to a criminal complaint. His wife told police that he had drank half a bottle of gin and become heavily intoxicated, accused her of cheating on him, and yelled at her in front of her two kids, 20 and 15, her daughter's 21-year-old boyfriend, and a 1-year-old grandchild. The complaint alleges that Leonard then went into his room and began cutting himself. When his wife checked on him, he allegedly punched her. He also allegedly beat up the 15-year-old, who was later found with a concussion. Leonard was also accused of stalking his wife around the house with a knife and then slashed his own arm while she was on the phone with 911. They're throwing it back out, calling him a murderer. The wife said this was 2007 that this happened. He was young and stupid at the time, and he'll be the first to admit it. He's not the same person now, she continued, and called Tuesday's alleged beating a one-off. This is the first time anything like this has ever happened, she said. He was depressed the other night, drank a little bit more than he should have, and didn't take his antidepressants, and I think that's what triggered him. The whole night was just a big mess. It should have never happened. Leonard's arrest and subsequent harassment comes as the college town of Moscow remains focused on the unsolved murders of Kayla Gonzalez, 21, Madison Mogen, 21, Zaina Kernadel, 20, and Ethan Chapin. So, for those that say, where's the rabbit hole? Let's move on to this article, also from Daily Mail. Coroner who ruled 4 University of Idaho students were stabbed to death is also a defense attorney for a killer arrested a mile away from the murders for stalking wife around with a knife. Following his arrest last week, it's been confirmed that Latah County Coroner Kathy Mabbitt and her office, Mabbitt Law, will represent Leonard. What does everybody make of that? I mean, I don't know. That doesn't necessarily mean anything right away. So, what does everybody make of all of these developments, so to speak? I mean, there's definitely more questions than answers here, and there seem to be more and more questions piling up almost daily, just regarding more and more connections or theoretical connections, possible connections. What is going on here? This town does not seem to be as sleepy, as innocent, and as first portrayed, anyway. And adding in these skinned coyote pranks, this dog. I mean, people aren't really talking about the dog that was supposedly abducted and skinned not too far away from this house as well. I mean, what is going on here? What kind of activities are some of these potentially frat members or whoever else involved in? And does that have anything to do with this particular quadruple homicide? All the MindShock listeners can chime in with their own thoughts, theories, comments of any kind as we continue to investigate one of the most shocking cases, not just in modern history, but possibly ever. If you find the MindShock podcast interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal, help support the channel. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. You are listening to the Idaho Students Murders series. This is episode 5, Finally an Arrest. Now, there has been much speculation about whether or not the case was going cold, and of course an endless list of suspects that we've gone over on MINDSHOCK, so make sure you check out the previous episodes. But now the latest breaking news, December 30th, 2022, apparently there has been an arrest in connection with the case. Now, we're going to go over exactly what that means, and unlike all these other Dunning-Kruger goofs running around like chickens with their heads cut off, just because an arrest has been made doesn't mean that this is actually the guilty party, or if they are the guilty party, it does not mean they acted alone. I don't know why this is so difficult for many people to understand. I mean, there's so many goofs out there chastising so-called true crime podcasters and online researchers, saying that they're wrong about everything. I mean, compare that with police in general. I mean, depending on the jurisdiction, most murders remain unsolved, and that's not even calculating the true wrongful conviction percentage, because the Innocence Project and all these other exonerations, I mean, they're only exposing what they can expose. I mean, obviously, 100% of innocent people are not exonerated. I mean, I don't know what kind of goofs would believe that, but there could be a much higher percentage of innocent people in prison, or criminals in prison convicted of crimes they did not commit. So they committed other crimes, but true justice wasn't served, because the true perpetrator of certain murders had not been tried and prosecuted and imprisoned for those offenses. So we keep all this in mind on MINDSHOCK, because logic and reason is the name of the game here. We don't fall for any of these silly logical fallacies or hallucinate that the police are infallible or that criminals always act alone, like a lot of these other goofs. So, as always, if you find the MINDSHOCK podcast interesting and informative, want to help support logic and reason when it comes to true crime or any other subject, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, so we do have a lot to go over before I address whether or not this individual acted alone and whether or not there is some damning evidence as to know definitively whether he acted alone. I mean, I've speculated in the previous episodes, there's something weird going on with the fraternities. I mean, even if they're not involved directly with this particular quadruple homicide, I mean, it just seems really sketchy, a lot of the stuff that's gone on there in the past. I went over other so-called mysterious deaths in and around Idaho, University of Idaho, whatever it's called. And so there's some shady business there. I mean, statistically, there's 10 sororities. Only 2 of them are on probation. But those 2 are the only ones that the female victims belong to. I mean, wow. I mean, there's 3 female victims here. I mean, it's just so shocking. Out of all the 10, they only belong to the 2 on probation. Now, a lot of goofs who seem to be deficient in the English language, in the previous episode, they said it wasn't strange at all that sororities are on probation. Nobody's saying that was strange. I'm only addressing statistically. I mean, it wouldn't be strange if it was 5 of them on probation and they belonged to 2 of the 5. That would not be strange. It really wouldn't. But the only 2 out of the 10 are the ones that the 3 female victims belong to. That's what I find interesting. Call it coincidental, what you will. There's no surprise that there's sororities on probation or fraternities with it. I mean, that's not surprising at all at any university that there are some that would be on probation. I mean, just come on, man. I mean, we really have to up the English comprehension game here, because it's just there's such an endless supply of Dunning-Kruger goofs who aren't even on a first-grade English level, just flooding the comment section. I mean, And then again, without them, this podcast might not even exist. So I guess we should be thankful as well. All right, so I'm going to jump right in here with the Telegraph. PhD student who researched criminals arrested over killing of 4 Idaho students. BRYAN Christopher Kohberger, 28, was arrested in a dramatic early morning raid on Friday by a SWAT team in Pennsylvania. I don't know if anybody saw that coming. By Rosina Sabur. Okay. A PhD student who researched how emotions influence criminals has been arrested over the brutal killing of 4 Idaho University students in their home last month. Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogen, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, all aged between 20 and 21, were murdered as they slept. And we're actually going to get into that because some people dispute that, and there's other intricacies here, but let's focus on the arrest here. In a student house in Moscow, Idaho, BRYAN Christopher Kohberger, 28, was arrested in a dramatic 3 a.m. raid on Friday by a SWAT team around 2,500 miles away in Scranton, Pennsylvania. A PhD student by the name is listed in the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology at Washington State University, a short drive from the University of Idaho. Mr. Kohberger graduated from Pennsylvania's DeSales University this May with a master's degree in criminal justice. His study included examining how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime, according to the Daily Mail. As part of his research, he posted an appeal on social media for participants to take a study to help understand the story behind your most criminal offense. Mr. Kohberger was being held for extradition to Idaho on a warrant for first-degree murder, according to a filing in Monroe County Court, Eastern Pennsylvania. The filing showed that Mr. Kohberger was detained without bail and was due to return to court on Tuesday for an extradition hearing. The records did not state the charges for which he was arrested. His arrest is the first major breakthrough in a case which has shocked the country and appeared to mystify investigators for weeks. The 4 students were found in a student house near the University of Idaho campus sometime in the early morning hours of November 13th. Their multiple stab wounds suggested the students were ambushed in their sleep. 2 other students were in the house at the time and appeared to sleep through the attack. Fearful students flee city. Fears of a repeat attack prompted nearly half of the University of Idaho's over 11,000 students to leave the city and switch to online classes. The first break in the case came in early December after detectives asked the public for help finding a white sedan seen near the student house around the time of the killings. By the next day, the Moscow Police Department had to direct tips to a special FBI call center because so many were coming in. A white Hyundai Elantra, the same make and model of car sought by detectives, was towed from outside Kohberger's home, U.S. broadcaster NBC News reported. Gonzalez, 21, of Rathdrum, Idaho, Mogen, 21, of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, Kernodle, 20, of Post Falls, Idaho, and Chapin, 20, of Conway, Washington, were members of the university's Greek fraternity and sorority system and were close friends. Mogen, Gonzalez, and Kernodle rented the 3-story student house with 2 other roommates. Kernodle and Chapin were dating, and he was visiting the house that night. Autopsy showed all 4 were likely asleep when they were attacked, allegedly. Some had defensive wounds, and each was stabbed multiple times. There was no sign of sexual assault, police said. And there have been, I'll address it later, but there have been a few sources, supposed leaks, which dispute that they were all asleep, actually. Okay, the murders shook the small town of Moscow, Idaho, a farming community of about 25,000 people, including roughly 11,000 students, tucked in the rolling hills of northern Idaho's Palouse region. The case also enticed online sleuths who speculated about potential suspects and motives. In the early days of the investigation, police released relatively few details publicly. Fears of a repeat attack prompted nearly half of the University of Idaho students to switch to online classes for the remainder of the semester, abandoning dorms and apartments on the once bucolic town for the perceived safety of their hometowns. I like the phrasing here, perceived safety. as if their hometowns are safer when they might not be. I mean, yeah, weird. Such was the level of concern that the university hired an additional security firm to escort students across campus. The Idaho State Police sent troopers to help patrol the city's streets. Okay, so a little bit of info there, not a ton, but a little bit. Let's go over a few more articles because there is a very strange detail here that I want to go over. Fox News states that he does not appear to have a criminal record. He's a registered libertarian in Albrightsville, according to Public Records, 2013 in Pennsylvania. Investigators sifted through more than 22,000 registered cars that matched their search criteria, according to police. Now, this is weird, too, because we really don't know what evidence they have, but I mean, I'll get into this here. Because if he's a PhD, I don't think anybody did suspect some kind of PhD seeking student who had studied serial killers. Now, obviously, it would be unlikely that a random roving serial killer would just pick that house. I mean, in that public area, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, it still doesn't really make a lot of sense for a PhD student to do it. I mean, again, I would not be surprised if there was some kind of tie. I'm not saying anybody in the frats or sororities are actually responsible, but some kind of tie, something, anything, some kind of a connection that facilitated his choosing that house, because randomly choosing that house, that seems strange. Now, also what we don't know, all the other break-ins and people walking around in the house, or alleged break-ins, no sign of a break-in, but someone inside the house with the door open, that was reported, and the skinning of these animals, is that related to this guy, or is it not? If it's not, are there other people out there just randomly going into people's houses just to scare them before, during, and after these murders? I mean, what is going on in Moscow? I went over that in previous episodes. It's really strange. So again, we don't know any of these details. So whether it is or isn't him, again, I would not be surprised if there was a tie. But in terms of just theories, again, a lot of these goofs online chastising people, theorizing. I'm not talking about those calling for harassment of actual people that are potentially innocent. Obviously, there's no excuse for that. And I can't believe I even have to add that because that's so obvious. But there's so many triggered goofs out there. They're just going to be triggered over anything. So it's difficult to address them in a certain capacity because they're just going to find anything to be triggered about. So it's not necessarily specific with this group of goofs. But there's other goofs out there who are just saying, oh, look how dumb all the online sleuths are. Again, compare the track record with police. I mean, almost every single case that was eventually solved, there were online sleuths who, or at least amateur sleuths, whatever you want to call them, that had that theory and they were correct about it. As opposed to, roughly half of homicides still unsolved by law enforcement. And a lot of these bootlicking goofs, they just don't care. They just continue to bootlick despite the competency level. And a lot of these bootlickers, they will not answer what percentage of incompetence would waver their blind faith in law enforcement to solve cases. They won't answer that question. They're too goofy for that. The Dunning-Kruger's too extreme. The cognitive dissonance is too extreme. But anyway, I really don't think anybody pegged some kind of PhD student that was researching crime and serial killers and possibly was highly researched in forensic. I mean, we don't know this, but if he has this level of interest in serial killers and crime or whatever, is it possible that he really didn't leave any DNA and this arrest is just an end of the year Hail Mary because the car matched and his proximity and his Reddit post asking about this? I mean, do law enforcement have, let's say, a list of 5 good suspects? They might arrest all 5. There's some kind of circumstantial evidence or otherwise. Or did this guy really leave DNA? Now, obviously, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. This is MINDSHOCK. I mean, there's so many English breath goofs out there that actually think that I propagate any kind of theory as definitively true, or I'm saying any potential suspect or person of interest is guilty or innocent in any way. This is MINDSHOCK. The entire motto here is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. So again, I'm not claiming any of this is true or untrue, because if he didn't leave DNA and this is a Hail Mary arrest, some think that the Delphi murder's recent arrest was also some kind of a Hail Mary, or there's a ring of individuals and they want to arrest to pressure other individuals. So it is interesting. Did they simply look through these 22,000 cars in the US or whatever range they were looking at, or possibly in the Idaho, Washington state area, and it just happened to currently be in PA? I mean, again, we really don't know how many out of state cars they were looking at, whatever the case may be. I mean, this is kind of weird. He really drove up near the house, got out of the house, killed everybody, went back in his car and drove off mere minutes after police were hassling students for drinking. I mean, it's really weird. I mean, it's weird. Now, obviously, the truth is stranger than fiction. I'm not claiming that that didn't happen. There's all sorts of crazies out there. But you can't fault anybody for looking at those close to the murder victims because, again, statistically, a female is likely to be harmed by someone known to her, either the significant other, a friend, coworker, someone known to her, not a stranger, just going by base statistics. So it's pretty goofy to just pretend that that's not a viable theory to at least pursue, to at least rule out. We will be going over more footage that has been released in the next episode and potentially other perpetrators, because again, true justice will not be served until this is all definitive, proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Otherwise, I mean, this is all speculation, of course, and we really don't know what the authorities have. I mean, a lot of so-called true crime aficionados and just random goofs online, anytime there's arrest, they're like, oh, hallelujah, it's over, finally justice. I mean, it's like they have zero knowledge of the criminal justice system, of police statistics, of the percentage of wrongful convictions, etc., of how police operate in terms of public relations and the public image to make it look like they are more competent than they are. I mean, obviously, they're going to go after an arrest. Now, again, we don't know their plan. If they are competent in this case, and this isn't the guy, or he is the guy, but he didn't act alone, this could be part of their strategy. Same thing with Delphi. Again, I don't claim anything is true or untrue, other than the percentage of unsolved cases. That's empirically verifiable. Anybody can go look that up. So, yeah, in terms of what the actual truth is regarding this case, we don't know that. But Pullman, Washington is where Kohberger was going for his PhD in criminal justice and criminology, 8 miles from the home of this quadruple homicide. So he's 8 miles away, roughly. So he's arrested in connection to the murders. Other sources state first-degree murder. Okay, so what is really damning here? And you know what else is curious? I'm going to read from the Daily Beast article on this. Idaho murders person of interest reportedly arrested in student slangs. Nick McLaughlin, 26, who was friends with Kohberger in a high school and vocational school and had been following the Moscow murders, told the Daily Beast he was floored to see Kohberger had been arrested. He described Kohberger as a down-to-earth member of his friend group who was overweight when they graduated junior year. But at the start of senior year, Kohberger was thinner than a rail and turned aggressive, he said. He'd also picked up a new hobby, taking boxing classes. He always wanted to fight somebody. He was bullying people. We started cutting him off from our friend group because he was 100% a different person, McLaughlin said. Asked to what have contributed to the change that summer, McLaughlin said, we have no idea. McLaughlin went on to say that he and Kohberger would spend half the school day at Pleasant Valley High before heading to Monroe County's vocational school, where they took classes related to heating and air conditioning work. He said Kohberger also took criminal justice courses to potentially become a cop. McLaughlin said the friendship ended when Kohberger began putting moves on his girlfriend. He was like reaching out to her saying, I can get us a bottle and we can hang out tonight. The arrest signifies a long-awaited breakthrough after Kayla Gonzalez and Madison Mogen, 21, and Xana Coronado and her boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, both 20, were stabbed to death as they slept in their off-campus home. So again, it keeps repeating as they slept, but is that really true? Police had initially called the killings targeted, but later walked that back, conceding for weeks that they had no murder weapon, no motive, no suspect, and no clear reason why the group were killed so brutally. Now, was that a strategy as well? Did they really have this guy on the radar and possibly other people closer to the victims, and they're still on the radar, and they simply put out the incompetent act, possibly in order for the true perpetrator to slip up or relax? And if so, is that what enabled this? I mean, I don't know. And then, of course, there's been speculation that the other two roommates actually didn't sleep through the attack, and they actually did hear it. So again, different information from different sources. Okay, so here's really the smoking gun of this episode. The biggest mind shock here. Yahoo News, Idaho murder suspect BRYAN KOHBERGER allegedly asked police if anyone else had been arrested by Bevan Hurley, December 30th, 2022. I mean, that's quite an interesting question, is it not? How many murders ask if anybody else was arrested for their crime, innocent or guilty? I mean, I don't have those statistics. I just haven't really, I haven't heard that been widespread in any way. If someone else knows all these cases where the arrestee is asking if anybody else has been arrested, I mean, feel free to chime in the comment section here. A suspect arrested for the murders of 4 University of Idaho students allegedly asked police if anyone else had been taken into custody. Brian Enton reported this on News Nation. Mr. Enton said officers noticed the suspect's quiet, blank stare. Kohberger is yet to be arraigned or have the chance to enter a plea to the charges. Social media sleuths who have poured over every detail of the November 13th murders of 4 University of Idaho students speculated about what the alleged admission could mean. Interesting that the multiple killer theory could ring true. Multiple past killers said how exhausting stabbing was for them, one Twitter user. And that's a great point, too, because even to kill one individual repeatedly, like we're not talking one quick slash, but if you're talking repeatedly, many different stab wounds, as what has been alleged, that it was a vicious, brutal attack on all 4, or some of the 4, I mean, especially when they're not even all in the same spot. So he has was there an adrenaline dump at some point? Because on one floor, 1 or 2 kills. I mean, many speculate he went to the top floor first, and on the way out, he was confronted by Ethan, and then that was the kill. And then if the door was open to that bedroom and he saw Zaina, and she was wondering what was going on, or if possibly she was still asleep, but he didn't want to leave witnesses, whatever the case may be. I mean, that could be exhausting. I mean, one of the things I stated before, too, is that one of the exes, Jack, I mean, this is a scrawny-looking kid. I mean, again, I don't want to judge a book by its cover, hasty generalization, logical fallacy, and all. Yes, I do commit logical fallacies as well. It just seems like he's too scrawny to pull this off, or at least pull it off alone. So, some kind of boxing aficionado or some kind of boxing-obsessed lunatic, higher chances, yeah, especially someone a little older. He's 28. He has a little bit more strength than possibly some 20-year-old scrawny kid. So yeah, I mean, yeah, exhausting. Stabbing someone is exhausting. Stabbing 4 people might be extremely exhausting. This guy was a PhD criminal justice candidate. He had to have been playing different scenarios for the possibility of being arrested, another wrote. I wonder if there's an accomplice or if this is a planned deflection. He might just be playing mind chess with law enforcement. I mean, that's an interesting theory, too. I mean, it just seems kind of, I wouldn't go there first. I mean, again, if the evidence leads there, we will always examine that. I do bring up people playing mind games with police, like Israel Keys. I mean, there's a lot of serial killers that love playing mind games with police. That didn't particularly jump out at me right here in this instant, the first thing he says when he's arrested. So I don't know. I'm not going to go there. But also, the nature of the issues with the frat, the nature of the shady circumstances surrounding that night, and all of the individuals here involved. I mean, there's just so much shadiness here where that wouldn't be my go-to. But of course, we will examine that, just like we'll examine every single rabbit hole and theory on MindShock, because that is what we do here. So, I mean, again, if anybody knows of other cases where that's literally the first and possibly only thing out of the guy being arrested for a crime's mouth, has anybody else been arrested? I mean, they could either admit it, they could protest and claim innocence, but to ask, has anybody else been arrested? I mean, that's kind of a weird thing. I don't know why I find that a bit mind-shocking. Possibly just with all this information about the shadiness and of all of the fraternities and sororities, possible hazing incidents, the probation. I mean, all this thing. How involved is this guy? I mean, he's 28, sure, but he's still a student, so he might still attend parties around the University of Idaho as well as his university. I mean, we're talking 8 miles. That's not a long distance, under 10 miles, a couple miles away. If he's familiar with people in the fraternities, possibly the sororities, is there some kind of connection? Now, that doesn't mean people told him to kill them, but what if he was here, he just heard things, presumably he would know that that was a big party house as well. So this might not be a loner traveling serial killer who just randomly drove by, saw that house, and decided to kill 4 people there. That was always like a bit on the edge of believability. Might be an appeal to incredulity logic fallacy. There I go again. I'm committing a lot of fallacies in this podcast, but it just seems strange. But if it was somebody who's familiar with the area, possibly even partied in that house, or at least maybe knew people, or friends of friends, whatever the case may be. Nearby colleges, it's very common for students to know each other at nearby colleges and party at nearby colleges. So I wouldn't say that's out of the realm of possibility at all. So there might still be some connections. Now, again, that doesn't mean there was any kind of planned attack or anything. He might have overheard some things. He might have just decided they were good targets because of things that he heard. I mean, who knows? If this guy's totally loony off the deep end, he might have thought he was doing people a favor because of possibly hazing or things that the victims were allegedly involved in, even if they weren't, if that's what this guy heard about, and maybe he heard that it was true. Or, again, I mean, very, very difficult to ascribe motives here, which is why physical evidence is the way to go. And we don't know what physical evidence there is or isn't. Susan A. made a comment here on this article on Yahoo. I'm pleasantly surprised, having the expectation that this case would go cold, probably being influenced by the widespread pessimism expressed in Fox and Yahoo comments. This sounds like the real deal, supported by having located the mystery White Elantra and his attendance at nearby WSU. Although, again, to be fair, White Elantras are not rare. So I never really could put that much stock in it, because there possibly might have even been more than one Elantra in that area. I'm convinced that this was not a stranger murder and that this person had direct contact with the victim. It will be interesting to see what the contact was. I suspect the motive will be a rejected sexual advance. This person's involvement in a PhD criminal justice program is certain to provoke endless internet discussions on his obvious fascination with crime. His comment asking about other arrests is interesting. He's had many weeks to mull over what to do if arrested and how to muddle prosecution. I know that appearance doesn't matter, but the guy looks creepy. I mean, yeah. Another comment here, either he knew the victims or he's been killing other people too, or both. Now, again, there's a lot of speculation here. Was this guy responsible for possibly killing and skinning animals, dogs, coyotes, whatever, and he escalated? Or has he killed other people as well? We don't know this information. So, again, all these are pretty critical details. Dangling Participle posted this. Guess I'm in the minority so far in thinking that this was a purely random thrill kill based on his area of study and the questions he asked convicted killers. Random, much like Ted Bundy and the Gainesville killer. I'm familiar with WSU. It's actually not that far from Pullman to Moscow. His "did you arrest anyone else?" question is intriguing. Maybe he didn't act alone. Now, another thing too, it's very difficult to know what's going to cause someone to snap. Now, if there is an inside joke, I brought this up on previous episodes. If there's some kind of sick inside joke about stabbings or skinning animals or whatever, if this guy's on the periphery, he's not in the middle of their close friend group. If he's on the periphery, friend of a friend, acquaintance of an acquaintance, he overhears things, whatever, and he's heard some of these jokes, and something pushes him off the deep end, and he snapped or didn't snap and methodically decided to do this, thinking that someone closer in the group would be blamed due to some kind of fascination with knives or killing people, serial killer jokes. I mean, again, who knows? Only their close inside circle of friends would know this. Or perhaps there's one or two weirdos on the periphery of the group. He overheard those weirdos talking, and that's why he chose to do what he did in the manner that he did it, in order to so suspicion would be cast on them. Possibly someone who hunts a lot, although obviously in Idaho there are a lot of people who hunt. But just the point there is, if it's someone on the periphery or the periphery of the periphery, is this why he chose to do what he did? Wow, here's a theory I have not seen before. Contented One posted this. I've had a theory for some time. This all stems from an argument at a football game that the killer never forgot. The Idaho Vandals played Washington State and lost in a close game back on September 3rd, 2022. That would have given Kohberger time to scout the scene of the crime. Just a nutty theory I've had, not necessarily involving Washington State. I mean, here's the thing. Is it really that crazy? I mean, people get killed at fights and riots at sports games. So is it really the most outlandish theory ever? No, but you would think he'd have to be a pretty hardcore football fan. Maybe he is. But again, until more information is brought forward, I wouldn't pursue that excessively until, again, if there's more evidence, we can look at that some more. Someone posted, he ain't going down alone. The rest of them are shaking in their boots. More arrests to come. That's a weird comment there. That almost sounds like an insider. Just the phrasing of that almost sounds like an insider comment, like someone who knows something. Now, in the recent the police press conference, interesting statements here by James Fry. So he stated this: we are still looking for all pieces of evidence. We are still looking for the weapon, and I can say that we have found an Elantra. He didn't say the Elantra. He said an Elantra. Also, interesting phrasing there. Now, again, I'm not claiming this is some kind of Hail Mary before the end of the year for positive press. It could possibly be, if they know that it's multiple people involved, this could be some kind of calculated ploy to get them one at a time or whatever, get one guy to talk. If he's separated from the others, if there are multiple people involved, and the other people involved are in frats and they're more local in Idaho, if this guy's all the way in Pennsylvania and he's alone and separated, that's actually a pretty good strategy by law enforcement to arrest this guy first, separated from all the others, to get him to talk or reveal more information. Or do they simply believe that he knows? I mean, yeah, it's really hard to say without more information. Really hard to say. A few Reddit posters also had some interesting comments here on the Idaho Murders subreddit. My initial reaction is this: he acted alone, thinks he's smarter than everyone else, and is trying to muddy the waters regarding the question about has anybody else been arrested. However, Pissy Puns and Sarcasm responded, I'm not sure he's that smart. He was still driving or had possession of the white Elantra at the time of his arrest. He doesn't seem too slick. That's actually a great point there. Because if he truly were a mastermind genius, wouldn't he have at least, I don't know, not necessarily dumped the car, because that could be suspicious, especially if it's registered in his name, but had it elsewhere from where he was, left it in long-term parking at an airport or train station or, some kind of campground in the wilderness and then been a million miles away. I mean, it's kind of weird. If allegedly it was reported that the white Elantra was being towed from his residence. So, yeah, that is kind of weird, isn't it? It is kind of weird. It definitely leads one to believe this guy's not a mastermind genius, in which case, maybe he did leave DNA at the scene, in which case law enforcement might have a bulletproof case here. So time will tell. Time will tell. We will see. In the next episode, I will go over all of the other things I did not go over, the additional footage released from the bar, footage from the street, certain comments, and then, of course, I know I teased the alleged leaks regarding how some of the killings took place and the actual logistics of where all the victims were. I will be going over that in the next episode, so stay tuned for that. As always, we are comprehensive and exhaustive on MindShock. But definitely at least a development here. So we can't say the case is going cold because there's a development. Doesn't mean this guy is guilty. And if he is guilty, it doesn't mean he acted alone. This is MINDSHOCK. We're not going to fall for silly logical fallacies here and hallucinating that as soon as someone is arrested, that's the end of that. And law enforcement never make mistakes ever. Really weird attitude. But a lot of goofs online have that attitude. It's really weird. But hope you guys found another edition of MINDSHOCK True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. You're listening to the Idaho Students' Murders. This is episode 6. BRYAN KOHBERGER. In the previous episode, we went over the arrest of this so-called individual. I mean, some would probably not want to call him human. And this is, of course, if he is guilty. I do not allege anything is true or untrue. This is the MINDSHOCK podcast, where we approach everything with logic and reason and not presuppositions and hallucinations and logical fallacies like most of the mainstream and most other podcasts. So we will be continuing to look at BRYAN KOHBERGER, the exact methodology of which they happened to nail him or hone in on him, and what else is going on. Did he call into a podcast? We'll be examining that call. Did he post on 4chan? We'll be examining those posts as well. And plenty more in typical MINDSHOCK fashion. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. And again, for the people who are not getting notifications, even when they have notifications turned on, make sure your device allows the notifications to come through. And even more importantly, YouTube algorithm will only push out notifications to people who are active. So make sure you like the podcast and make sure you drop a comment or 2 or 10, and then you'll get further notifications. Also, like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. So let's jump right in here. Let's go to CNN.com. Very, very reliable source. I couldn't get that out with a straight face. But anyway, a grad student at a nearby school is arrested in the killings of 4 University of Idaho students by Josh Campbell, Jim Scioto, Lauren Delval, Mark Morales, and John Miller, CNN. Friday, November 30th, 2022. A graduate student at Washington State University was arrested Friday in his home state of Pennsylvania in last month's killing of 4 University of Idaho students in their off-campus home, a brutal attack that rattled a small college town, authorities said. A criminal complaint charging BRYAN KOHBERGER, 28, with 4 counts of murder in the first degree as well as felony burglary. That's an interesting charge. He took souvenirs? Was filed Thursday. Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson said in a news conference Friday afternoon in Idaho. Authorities narrowed their focus to KOHBERGER after tracing his ownership of a white Hyundai Elantra seen in the area of the killings. According to 2 law enforcement sources briefed on the investigation, KOHBERGER's DNA has also been matched to genetic material recovered at the off-campus house where the students were stabbed to death, according to the sources. Genetic genealogy helped investigators identify the suspect, a source with knowledge of the case said. DNA found in Idaho was taken through a public database to find potential matches for family members, the source said. Once potential family matches were found, subsequent investigative work by law enforcement led to the identification of KOHBERGER, according to the source. Authorities were trying to find him, learned the suspect had left the area and went to Pennsylvania, the 2 law enforcement sources said. Okay, so this is a little bit unclear here. So was the white Hyundai completely irrelevant? And they simply got the DNA? Now, if he's a student and he had been in that house many times for parties or whatever the case may be, what does that DNA prove? Or was this DNA exclusive to the crime scene area? But if it was in the crime scene area, would it also be in, let's say, the living room or other areas? And some speculate this is why he chose that party house. Because the killer, or if it's not him, whoever the real killer is, or if it's a group of killers, whatever the case may be, the reasoning behind choosing the house was it that the DNA could be ruled circumstantial. Then again, why would he be in the bedrooms? So, again, open to speculation there. But was it all a case of DNA and the car was irrelevant? I mean, again, we don't have those details yet. An FBI surveillance team from the Philadelphia field office had been tracking him for 4 days in the area where he was arrested, according to the sources. While he was being watched, investigators from Moscow Police Department and the Idaho State Police Homicide Bureau and the FBI worked with prosecutors to develop sufficient probable cause to obtain the warrant. Interesting. So the FBI was tracking him for 4 days. So they didn't arrest him immediately. They had their eyes on him. Interesting. Once the arrest warrant was issued, the Pennsylvania State Police and the FBI made the arrest. Moscow Police Department Chief James Fry said at the news conference an Elantra has been located, but investigators are still looking for the knife used in the killings. It's all, not the Elantra, an Elantra. He didn't reveal any details about the case, including when so is the Elantra, that's kind of weird, including when the suspect became the focus of the investigation or whether he knew the 4 students who were killed. These murders have shaken our community and no arrest will ever bring back these young students, Fry said. However, we do believe justice will be found through the criminal process. Fry said it was a very complex, extensive case. We developed a clear picture over time, he said, but be assured that the work is not done. This has just started. So again, would he say that if it was only a sole perpetrator? Maybe. Maybe he would. But if there are multiple perpetrators, then that's definitely something he would say. Authorities at the news conference asked the public to keep calling the tip line with information. Again, is it that they're just trying to build a bulletproof case, or do they know that others are involved? After the suspect returns to Idaho, a probable cause affidavit used to obtain the arrest warrant will be unsealed. Records show Kohberger was arraigned Friday morning in Pennsylvania, and he has a court hearing on extradition January 3rd. Thompson said the suspect is being held without bail, and he's being represented while in Pennsylvania by a public defender. Because the suspect was arrested in Pennsylvania, he has the opportunity to waive extradition and return to Idaho voluntarily. If he chooses not to return voluntarily, Moscow police will initiate extradition proceedings through the governor's office, Fry said. If we do that, it can take a while for him to get here, he said. Fellow student says suspect studies criminal justice. According to a news release from Washington State University, Kohberger completed his first semester as a PhD student in the school's criminal justice program earlier this month. I mean, that's kind of chilling, though, because he if it's him, he committed these murders, then he just goes back to class, business as usual. I mean, if this is really the guy, I mean, that's insane. That is definitely sociopathic and insane. Elizabeth Chilton, chancellor of the university's Pullman campus, said the school's police department assisted Idaho law enforcement officials in the execution of search warrants at Kohberger's office and his apartment. A CNN team in Pullman, which is only about 9 miles from the site of the killings, saw law enforcement activity in an apartment complex where graduate students live. We also want to extend our deepest sympathies to the families, friends, and vandal colleagues who were impacted by these murders, Chilton said. We will long feel the loss of these young people in the Moscow Pullman community and hope that the announcement today will be a step toward healing. In a post removed from Reddit after Kohberger's arrest was made public, a student investigator associated with a DeSales University student named BRYAN KOHBERGER sought participation in a research project, quote, to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making while committing a crime, end quote. In particular, this study seeks to understand the story behind your most recent criminal offense with an emphasis on your thoughts and feelings throughout your experience, end quote there. The post said, it is unclear who wrote the questions for the survey. One of the principal investigators of the study, a professor at DeSales University in Pennsylvania, declined to comment on the matter. Kohberger graduated in 2020 with a bachelor's degree, according to a school spokesperson. In June 2022, Kohberger completed his graduate studies for the Master of Arts in Criminal Justice program, the spokesperson said. The suspect also graduated from Northampton Community College with an associate degree in arts and psychology in 2018, a spokesman for the school in Pennsylvania said. Case shocked small college town. The November 13th killings riveted the nation and shocked the small college town of Moscow, its first murder in 7 years, but not first unusual death or strange death. We went over that in previous episodes. Something weird going on with the fraternities there. And possible suicides and all of these things. The case prompted fear and anxiety in the community and student body and questions mounted about the pace of the police investigation. Moscow resident Erin Staheli became emotional while expressing herself at the news of the arrest. Quote, it's been very scary not knowing who's out there, Staheli said, noting the fear which had permeated the town of almost 26,000 residents for weeks. I had doubts that the killer would be caught because it's been so long, you know. Staheli praised the work of the police agencies and the FBI for arrest. I knew that they would, but it's just taking so long, and I'm so happy for the families and everybody that's been worried, and that all the students, everybody that may not have come back to school," end quote, she said. The arrest comes a day after police said they have received about 20,000 tips through more than 9,025 emails, 4,575 phone calls, and 6,050 digital media submissions, while having conducted over 300 interviews. The slain students, Kaylee Gonzalez, 21, Madison Mojan, 21, Xana Coronado, 20, and Coronato's boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, 20, were likely asleep when they were each stabbed multiple times in the early morning hours, authorities have said. Some of the victims had defensive wounds, a coroner has said. Today's news of arrest is a welcome one. It's a relief to our university, our community, and our extended Vandal family, University of Idaho President Scott Green said at the news conference. The outpouring of support over the past 6 weeks helped sustain us during the most trying time. The home where the killings occurred will be cleaned up, but will remain an active crime scene under police control, authorities said Thursday. Work at the property was halted Friday due to a court order, the police chief said. What? Moscow police said they have worked with a property management services company to remove potential biohazards and other harmful substances used to collect evidence, the update said. The home will be turned over to the property management company. What? That's kind of weird. Court order? Huh. Okay, well, let's continue here. So let's go to Mia.com. This is by Tuhin Chakraborty, published December 29, 2022. So this is literally the day before the arrest. They have suspects. Retired NYPD cop says Moscow PD may know person behind Idaho murders. Now that's interesting. They have suspects, not suspect. So they have numerous people, but they may know the person, singular. So use both a plural and a singular. This is based on sources, and we have been unable to verify this information independently. That's the Mia disclaimer here. And of course, this is MINDSHOCK, where I do not claim anything is true or untrue. Moscow, Idaho, a former NYPD sergeant reportedly revealed that the investigators probing the Idaho murders may already know who the suspect was and were waiting for the right move to reveal a name. And that's curious, too, because apparently the FBI has been watching him for 4 days. And this is the day before the arrest, and the FBI had been watching him for 4 days prior to the arrest. In a recent interview, former NYPD Sergeant Joseph Giacolone reportedly said the police department always holds back information. They would not provide things that would be detrimental to the investigation. I think they do have suspects of people that they think are involved in this crime. Whether it's an individual or individuals, I do think they have a focus on specific people. The reason why I think that is because of the DNA and all the different things they have taken out of the house. I think they would try to maybe key in on a couple of people. You've got to remember cell phone records, internet records, we saw video surveillance, which I refer to as the 3 forensic horsemen. They are putting these pieces together, he reportedly added. When asked if he thought the case was moving slower than expected, Giacolone said, "That's not the way these cases work. You have a quadruple homicide. This is something that is very time-consuming, and the problem that you are running into is the DNA, is that there might be multiple donors in a house of this kind of situation where we are at a college campus." I mean, I'll mention this again, too, because a lot of people have been talking about this. If the perpetrator or perpetrators, if they really know what they're doing, would they really go into the house in street clothes and leave their DNA? Maybe, because they're already all over the house. Or would they come in some kind of hazmat suit setup? Like some kind of plastic suit? I mean, everything covered up to where they wouldn't leave any DNA. And if that's the case, what does that mean? But continuing on here, I believe they have people they are looking into. They might need a DNA exemplar. They might need to be able to eliminate people. They're going to keep the public, and specifically the perpetrator, guessing. These are not checkers where the police move and the person will win. You have to play chess, right? You are thinking 3 moves ahead. He continued. The Moscow Police Department is facing a lot of pressure to identify a culprit, or at the very least develop a credible lead in the investigation. The Moscow Police Department stated Tuesday, December 27th, investigators believe someone has information that adds context to what occurred on the night of these murders, and continues requesting additional pictures, video, and social media content. Our focus remains on the investigation, not on individuals' activities displayed in the tip. Whether you believe it is significant or not, your information might be one of the puzzle pieces that helps solve these murders. So they're putting this out while Kohberger is already under surveillance and being followed and identified. So what does that mean? According to the Moscow Police Department, digital submissions of tips and leads will not be made publicly available due to their continuous commitment to keep information private, and the information may be significant to the ongoing criminal investigation. So that is very curious. That is very, very curious. And regarding evidence, also on MIA here, covered this, Varnica Srivastava, December 28th, 2022, so 2 days before the arrest, definitely some evidence. Web Sleuth shares footage of forensic team at Idaho murder's house. The killings of 4 University of Idaho students November 13th are still under investigation, according to Moscow police. To solve the killings and identify the perpetrator, the FBI and the Idaho State Police are assisting the overworked local police by sifting evidence. More than 1.5 months after the killings, several bizarre theories have been spun on the internet to explain the mystery. Recently, a Twitter user shared a Reddit user's video that shows a group of forensic teams investigating in the murder house. The Twitter user wrote, "Looks like there is definitely some evidence at the crime scene that hasn't been shown to the public just yet, including swabs and photos as seen in this video." In the video, State Police forensics team can be spotted from the angle of the front house window as they actively collect evidence through swabs. The video even captured a photographer taking pictures of purported evidence. Another user wrote, "She has a long swab, leans over, pulls a sample, and then crouches. I'm guessing there is a testing kit on the floor." Another user wrote, "This is the living room area, but I agree there's no way that there's a body there or it would be all covered. I'm guessing possible blood." But again, if the perpetrator did not suffer any wounds and did not leave DNA, I mean, just because they're swabbing all of this, I mean, yeah, people might be reading too much into that, but. All right, so let's move on to more information here. Let's go to tedbauer.medium.com. Idaho 4 murders, a bit more on BRYAN KOHBERGER. What we know and or may know, by Ted Bauer, December 30th, 2022. That post, or rather these two posts, are supposedly from 4chan 18 days ago. Here, Annie Elise of, okay, so this is posted by Anonymous, Monday, December 12th, 2022. "I hung their intestines from a ceiling fan and shoved my knife up Kaylee's expletive. I'm hiding in the woods in Expletive Hole, Pennsylvania. Good luck catching me." Now, he also mentions here David is the killer. So David is supposedly there are 2 Davids, somehow connected to fraternities and possible beefs or fights that they might have had with Ethan Chapin. So is this the killer? Is this actually Kohberger making these posts to try and frame certain fraternity members because he's aware that there's some kind of beef or fights going on within the fraternity? Is he also aware of some kind of hazing incidents, et cetera, and he wants to frame it as someone in the frat is responsible for all this? If so, maybe he did a good job, because there's a lot of speculation about that. But let's continue here. Annie Elise of 10 to Life claims it's tied to his sister, who maybe used to live near the house in Moscow. So here's more unverified information. Again, this is from tedbauer.medium.com. So again, I'm not claiming any of this is true or untrue before all the triggered goofs descend on this as all speculation and rumor. Yes, it is rumor. I am not claiming it is true or untrue. Obviously, a certain percentage of rumors are true, a certain are not true. I'm not going to hallucinate and pretend I know which is which. So there's a post here which is supposedly from his mother. "As I sat this morning reeling from yet another school shooting, I found myself wrestling with which actions need to be taken to stop all the madness. What is the answer? Gun control measures, ? Mental health intervention, ? Then I received a message from my daughter, who works as a mental health therapist in New Jersey. She shared a poem she had written while in the greatest depths of despair. It shook me to my core, and I felt the need to share it." May 24th, 2022, Uvalde, Texas, written by Melissa Kohberger. "Bereft of their laughter, There is now not a sound. As we lower our children into the ground, small hands and feet, buried 6 feet deep, into the earth of the world that failed them. As I read the poem, I thought, whatever the solution, I pray we consider the children before the gun, by BRYAN KOHBERGER, Albrightsville. So, continuing on with the post here on Ted Bauer, his sister's name is apparently Amanda. She doesn't appear to have any ties to Idaho. The other rumor you hear is that he sold someone tied to the house a car. That might make sense because I've heard he has 2 Instagram. Yeah, there's a rumor that he sold Kaylee her car. One has 0 posts, the other has 1 post, which is just a Joker video. Odd, on the other 0 post account, which could be fake, he seems to follow Kaylee and Maddie. I don't know if he sold her the Rover, but I doubt it. If he sold one of them a car, maybe he drove, so he also has a job selling cars, or was it like a private sale? If he sold one of them a car, maybe he drove over from Pullman to chase some female entanglement that night, tracked them to the corner club where they publicly snubbed him, and his interest in criminology plus blind rage took over. He may have called into T-Rev's show a week or 2 ago as well. That's what we got now. We'll know more as we roll onward. Unseal those arrest warrant, baby. Okay. So let's go to this show and see what we have here. So this is T-Rev 757.
Call from
Dave.
Hey, what's up, Dave? You live?
Hey, what's up, man? Is this T-Rev?
Yes, sir. What's going on?
Not much, man. I found you today. I watched your live earlier this afternoon and been watching this one. And the thing that strikes me kind of weird about all this is that I live in a college town, and I've worked with probably at least 10 Sigma Chi members. And, you know, the one thing that every single one of them I feel like has asked me is, if you were going to kill somebody, how would you get away with it?
Now, this is actually really, really haunting for a few different reasons. First of all, again, purely opinion. That voice kind of matches the guy's mugshot, doesn't he? Doesn't it? Like somebody of that stature, possibly the face. Again, just my opinion. The voice seems to match. Now, again, this is not confirmed that this is the guy. This is all allegedly. For all the Trigger Dunning-Kruger goofs out there. This is all allegedly. If you don't want to discuss any allegations, you're on the wrong podcast. You just wait for the New York Times article and stick to that. Don't go on YouTube. Don't go on any of these social media platforms. It's weird how these triggered goofs get triggered when they know this is speculation in the first place. A lot of Dunning-Kruger going around in the true crime community. But anyway, it seems to match. The other thing is, he's saying that all these is he framing the frat guys? On the other hand, is he saying something that's true? That there's all this conversation about killing and stabbing and all this. I went over this on the previous episodes. The search terms in Idaho, how to get away with murder, spiked in only the days preceding the murders and not the rest of the month. Now, again, I don't have the stats for the rest of the year, but only those few days before the murders, there's all this online activity searching how to get away with murder. And now we have some individual calling in who is mentioning that they're talking about how to get away with murder. This is weird stuff. Let's continue.
And I just wonder if maybe this is nothing more than some kid in a fraternity trying to prove himself.
The other thing that I noticed here, his cadence in his speaking. I mean, again, all this is just pure speculation based on hearing other serial killers talk. He talks very measured, very methodical, with a certain pace and inflection of, like, again, just my opinion, almost sociopathically. This does not seem like a regular average college kid speaking. His tone and delivery and pacing, cadence is all very, very measured and methodical.
And that was it.
So you said you worked with 5 or 6 Sigma Chi kids, and they asked you if you can kill somebody, they can get away with it?
Yeah.
Did I hear that right?
Yeah. And I know that's a thing that just like maybe people say, trying to like have interesting conversation, but like just in my head, it's like it's always been these dudes that were in the fraternity. And so it makes me wonder if it's a thing that's in their like culture, that they ask to see how smart you are and whatever, and what kind of answer you come up with, and someone took it too far.
Oh wow! What kind of dudes would ask you that?
Well,
that's crazy as shit, man. That's an outrageous statement, man. I mean, I'd write their names down.
Yeah, man. Like you know, I like horror movies and all that kind of stuff, and I'll watch those kind of things. But like when someone like in person says some stuff like that, it's kind of like jarring. It's like, what? Why are you saying something like that?
Yeah, that's man. Who said that to you?
Like literally, like I before I even called, I counted on my hands, like how many of these guys I can remember that I worked with at this bar, and there's like 10 of them.
Okay, this is really weird. Okay, so first of all, he does say like a lot. So for a 28-year-old PhD student, I mean, yeah, not unusual in the year 2022, but definitely slightly less measured than the opening. Then again, if he's getting more relaxed and comfortable with speaking, he might be slightly less measured going into the conversation versus at the very, very beginning. Who knows, though? Now, he's saying about 10 of these guys, these Sigma Chi frat guys. Can anybody else corroborate this? I've actually been talking about this in the previous episodes. Is there either an inside joke or I guess just ongoing talk about killing people, stabbing people? Is this what these guys primarily talk about? And can anybody else verify this? Because if what this caller is saying is true and he really did work with these guys, whether Kohberger or not, whether the killer or not, simply somebody close to these guys, what does this all mean? Because this call rings like there's some kind of insider knowledge. Whether it's the killer or not, maybe this caller really did hang out with some of these frat guys. And if they're all kind of obsessed with murder, death, and stabbing, I mean, that's very, very dark. I mean, I'm sure there's circles of people all over that are kind of obsessed with it and horror movies and all that stuff, and they never actually act on it, so nobody ever thinks anything of these conversations. But is there anybody specifically who can verify that these Sigma Chi fraternity guys are actually talking about all this stuff a lot? And it seems to match the internet searches from Google Trends.
I swear that question has always come up, and it could just be nothing. Like maybe people say that, but it makes me wonder if that's a part of that thing, and like someone just took that question and that idea and like took it too far. Like, oh, I'm going to prove to these guys that I'm in the club or whatever.
So let me hear this right. You said you were working with 6 Sigma Chi guys, and they said how could they get away with killing somebody?
Yeah, more like 10. But they would say that to me. They would say like,
you are fake news.
If you were going to kill somebody, how would you get away with that?
And
you know,
what are these guys' names?
Well, I'm not going to.
Let me get like, come on, drop 2 or 3 of them, first and last.
First and last.
That's a broad statement. I mean, you're calling me with this information when you should be on the phone with the police.
Well, I'm in a different state.
I don't care if you're in Mexico. If that's the case, and the people from the Sigma Chi told you that how can you get away with murder? I mean, I'd be on the phone telling them that.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is maybe it's like an exercise of like, You know, if you were going to make pasta for 100 people, how would you like prepare? How would you like execute that? Like, it's not like they're actually asking you because they want to do it. It's more like, how smart are you? How good are you? That's what I'm getting at, is that.
I mean, that's a really interesting dodge of why he's not on the phone with the police. He didn't say, oh, yeah, I already called them and tipped that in. He just completely dodged why he's not, almost downplaying this story. But then why is he even calling it in the first place? I mean, this is all very, very strange.
Maybe they're saying, I'm going to present you with this question and see like how, capable you are like with problem solving and this and that. And maybe somebody at that fraternity took that question and took it too far.
So you're saying, so you were saying you were in Moscow.
No, I wasn't in Moscow. No, I'm in a different state.
So, but you're saying you're in a different state, but you just said Sigma Chi House people asked how did we get away with murder. So how would somebody ask you that if you're in a different state? Where did that come from?
I guess what
you went from 5 to 10. So I mean, honestly, it doesn't even say, it sounds inconsistent.
No, I worked with at least 10 Sigma Chi members, but it was in a different state, not in Moscow, in a different state. I'm just saying.
Okay, hold on a second. So he definitely implied that he talked, I mean, the way that he phrased it was as if he were in Moscow with specific Sigma Chi guys. Now is he backtracking, or did he just poorly explain in the first place? Or, as some of his high school classmates allege, that he turned into a meth head and he started using meth, and that's how he lost all the weight. Supposedly he was quite large in high school, then all of a sudden he was rail thin. Now, meth use, of course, everybody knows that affects your brain quite severely. So who knows what excessive meth use could do to his particular brain and cause him to kill people. But if this is the arrestee, BRYAN KOHBERGER, and I'm not alleging it is, but if it is, or if it's the killer, is he just backtracking when he's put on the spot? Did he simply want to just play games and gloat almost, like a lot of serial killers do? They do want to talk about it and revel in it, and maybe he just didn't expect to be put on the spot like this. Now he's backtracking, but on the other hand, he doesn't want to hang up. Is he getting a high from talking about this and he just wants to keep talking about it, so he's got to spin his wheels a little bit? Is this what we're hearing?
Maybe the culture of that fraternity, like they have questions that they ask, and maybe somebody took that question too literally and too seriously as a way to prove themselves.
And what state are you in?
I'm in Utah.
Well, what's interesting, he actually admitted that super quick. He didn't even think about it. I'm in Utah. What does that mean? I mean, that would cast a little bit of doubt, in my opinion, that this is KOHBERGER, unless he planned to always say that he was kind of close by in Utah, especially if he's in Pennsylvania to throw them off the track. And then again, this 4chan user is claiming he is in the woods in PA. The Pocono Woods, possibly otherwise. Now there's a 150, if we're talking U.S., 150th chance that he picks a random state. Why would he even give his state? And and then why would he say he's from Utah if this is him here? Again, I don't know. Maybe he's just screwing around on all fronts and it is him, or it's not.
So, I mean, you can't give up the identity of anybody who asks you that? You don't think that's important to the families that need justice? That, these people that could be there?
I worked with these people. This is probably 10 years ago. I'm not trying to say that I know the literal people. I'm just...
Wow, another backtrack. So you know what's interesting, though? What's kind of interesting is, would a normal person offer that information up front? In a different state 10 years ago, the culture of Sigma Chi or whatever that they're talking about, because he definitely phrased it as if it was recent and as if it was in the Moscow area. Now he's doing so much backpedaling and wheel spinning. I mean, I don't know what to make of that. The MINDSHOCK listeners can drop their own opinion, but let's continue here.
This is more of a me kind of scrutinizing the culture of like you know.
And if it was 10 years ago, I mean, if he's 28, he worked there when he was 18. I mean, he said, I don't know. I really don't know what to make of that. But when asked him why he's not on the phone with police, wouldn't he have offered that immediately? Different state, different chapter or branch of that Sigma Chi fraternity or whatever, different state, and 10 years ago. It's not relevant. It might not be directly relevant. I mean, what is he going to tell police about this? That would be the time to tell them, don't you think? Again, I don't know what to make of it. This is very strange. That's the only thing. That's the main takeaway here. Very, very strange. And even, again, his tempo of speaking is a little off. That doesn't mean anything. There's plenty of people out there like that, but it's interesting.
Secret societies or whatever, like, you know, fraternities, like this club mentality, like, you know, our group and our thing, which right. I don't have a problem with it necessarily, but it's a thing that's kind of been in the back of my mind through all this.
I mean, that's pretty crazy, man. I'm just trying to figure out, like, who would ask you that and why you wouldn't even report something like that. If somebody asked me that shit, you wouldn't report that to the authorities?
I just kind of thought they were kind of trying to be edgy or something, you know? Like, you know, if you ran over your neighbor's dog, how would you get away with it? Kind of that kind of attitude.
Yeah, but why would that conversation even come about?
I don't know.
It's also kind of weird thing that, like, his brain goes to running over your neighbor's dog. How would you get away with it? That just the fact that he brought up that comparison is kind of interesting. How many sane people have legitimately thought about that and would bring that up offhand? Like, not just to do it. I mean, people might think, oh, accidentally kill something, that would be horrible. But specifically on how to get away with it after you do it, that's a little weird too. This guy's definitely suspect.
That's my thing. That's why it's.
And you're saying you're a teacher?
Stuck with me. I'm not a teacher, no. No, I worked at a bar with some frat boys.
Okay.
But it just makes me wonder if the culture of fraternities and that kind of thing, you know, the things that they do, maybe it went too far.
I don't know, man.
Does that sound like a thing? Have you heard anything like that, or I don't know?
I get what you're saying, but at the same time, like, I just don't understand how. First of all, how old are these people that you were working with? How old do you think they are now?
A lot of them are probably in their late 30s, early 30s. And I don't think they had anything to do with this. I'm just wondering more about, like, if the Greek, you know, the fraternity, sorority thing, like, that they've got stuff going on in there that, like, someone feels like they got to prove themselves, and they take a benign kind of question that's more about trying to, you know, ask you like to prove yourself, you know, how smart you are, and they took it too far.
Okay.
I mean, it is kind of weird. He keeps bringing up the same things. Prove how smart you are. Took it too far. He reiterated that so many times. If this was an innocent call, wouldn't he have just given that and then hung up and that's that? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if this guy likes to talk maybe, but yeah, this is definitely one of those off calls. Now, I don't know exactly what that means. Again, I'm not stating this is Kohberger. I'm not stating Kohberger is actually guilty of anything. But if he is guilty, that doesn't mean he's the caller either. But a lot of strangeness, definitely a lot of strangeness here.
Trying to think here, man. So I mean, are these people that you seen on a regular night basis at where you worked at the bar? Or are these people that, you know,
yeah, I worked with them.
So how do you know? And you said you never lived out there.
Mm-mm.
So
no.
How do you know they went to the Sigma Chi?
Because they did, because I know they did. Like some of them lived at that house in Utah where I live. I just, I'm not saying that all fraternity members are murderers. What I'm saying is like maybe questions like that and things,
No. I get what you're saying on that end. I'm asking you, how do you know they were at the Sigma Chi? Because if you live in Utah, how do you know all these 10 guys, 5 to 10 guys, went to the Sigma Chi? In case you're friends with them, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, I worked with them, and then I'd actually been up to their house at like some parties before.
Okay.
It wasn't.
I'm not trying to back on you, but I'm just trying to figure out. I'm trying to grasp how you knew these guys, or you get what I'm saying? I'm trying to grasp how you knew they went to the Sigma Chi. How? That's what I'm trying to get to.
Oh, yeah, some of them lived there, and I went up there and like hung out, and like they were all nice and everyone was pretty cool. I guess I'm wondering if there's like a thing, because they have secret things they do in those fraternities.
Is this just some partially drunk guy, and that explains the cadence of speech, or possibly on some kind of psychedelics or other types of drugs? That's why his pacing is this way. That's why he's not just randomly hanging up. He really is just, some kind of high guy that isn't connected to the case in any way, and just thinks that there's some kind of conspiracy involving all fraternities, not just Moscow. I suppose that could explain it as well, if it's not Kohberger or someone connected.
And it makes me wonder if, like, questions like that, like, if you were going to murder somebody, how would you get away with it? That's maybe more trying to, like, figure out, like, how smart you are. Somebody took it too literally and thought they could prove themselves. That's kind of my only thing. And that's why I don't know. That's why I called.
I'm just trying to figure out, I really, really, really just trying to figure out how you knew that. First you said 5 and then it jumped to 10.
No, it was 10.
Well, first you did say 5 though.
Oh.
You said 5 guys and then you jumped up to 10. And I'm just trying to figure out how you knew that. I don't know the Sigma Chi like that. All I know is this Sigma Chi house is in Moscow, Idaho. So
yeah, and I'm not saying that Sigma Chi's are murderers. That's not what I'm trying to say.
No. I didn't say you were saying that, but to say that they asked how do you get away with a murder, that's just it's a broad statement.
Yeah, man. It's a jarring thing to hear. It's like, what? Like, we're having some beers. Why are you asking questions like that? That's, and I don't think they were asking for advice. I think it was more of a mental exercise, but to me, it's like not that. It's not a cute question. It's messed up.
Right. Huh. No, I see what you're saying, but I mean, you did say 5 at first and then changed it to 10.
Well, okay. Well,
you did. I'm just saying you did. I pay attention to what people say.
Okay. Yeah. That's cool.
But I mean, I don't. Maybe it was 6, 7, 8. I don't. Maybe you can't retract all the way and just said 5 because you were nervous. I have no idea.
I am nervous. I don't normally like call into things and do this kind of thing, but like this has been a thing in the back of my head after like hearing about this stuff for the last few weeks, and it's, I don't know. I just wonder if if this was even more senseless than a jealous boyfriend or whatever. Like if it was just someone trying to prove themselves and that's it.
Right.
And I don't know, maybe this is an inappropriate call for your show, but I just
I mean, you said Sigma Chi guys, but I mean, if they're in their 30s, it wouldn't. I'm pretty sure most of these other dudes are what? Are they any of them that go to the college now?
Oh no, I'm saying they're probably in their 30s now. at the time that, you know, I worked with these guys like 10 years ago. I'm not trying to say it's any of these guys. I'm more just going, I'm just trying to say, like, maybe that, you know, they have the culture of fraternity life has weird questions and weird stuff that comes up, and maybe that's what motivated someone to do something like this.
Right. Now, just when I hear something like that, you're like 5 to 10 dudes. You did say 5, and then you changed it to 10, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt on that you're just nervous. But I put it like you were like, they asked you how they can get away with murder or killing somebody or whatever. That just strikes me as super odd that somebody would even ask you that, you know?
Yeah, they asked me, like, how would I do that?
Yeah, how would I? Yeah, how would you do that? That's just
I'm like, I don't know. I don't think about stuff like that. Like, I don't know.
He doesn't think about stuff like that, yet he immediately made an example of you run over your neighbor's pet. How would you get away with it? I mean, I don't know. That just ran right off his tongue without a pause. I mean, I don't know. Kind of weird. Or is he saying he doesn't think about stuff like that because he actually does? Again, a lot of psychological possibilities here.
Yeah, that is pretty weird.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just something I thought I'd throw out there. Anyways, I subscribed, and I've enjoyed, like, listening to your live stream and everything. So thank you. I'll let you get to the next caller, man.
Yeah, no doubt, man.
Keep up the good work, dude. Appreciate you.
Appreciate it. Oh no, that was a little weird for me, but anyways. I heard many contradictions in that, and that ain't attacking nobody, by the way. That's contradictory is what I heard, but hey.
All right, so another possibility too is if this is a current frat guy in Moscow and he wants to blow the whistle on something he may have heard, or did he hear something, he thought it was a joke, then there's a quadruple homicide, and then he's like, wait a second, these frat guys really were talking about something. Would he call into a show and then change the story to, oh, this is 10 years ago in a different state, and yet it's some kind of prove yourself, talk about how do you get away with murder or killing somebody, and it also happens to match these high frequency of calls in the Moscow, Idaho area, where there's usually zero searches, and all of a sudden it's spiking in the days before the murders. Is this possibly a frat member or someone close to the frat guys who's trying to give clues without giving it away and change the story? Or, of course, maybe this is the arrestee. Kohberger. I don't know. It's a tough one. It's pretty weird. Definitely a weird call across the board, no matter how you look at it. Now let's talk about one more strange factor here. The suspect shot and killed in a SWAT standoff near the Washington State University campus after threatening to kill roommates. Now, this was, of course, all written off as unrelated back December 15th, 2022. This is KREM.com. Suspect shot, killed in SWAT standoff near WSU campus after threatening to kill roommates. Washington State University alerted students on the south side of campus to shelter in place early Thursday morning because of SWAT situation. Pullman police said one man is dead after a SWAT situation that forced a shelter in place near Washington State University overnight. Police were called to apartments on the 1000 block of Lata around 8:37 p.m. Wednesday night, where they say a man in his 30s was threatening to kill his roommates. The two roommates were safely removed from the apartment. Police said the suspect barricaded himself into the apartment and fired several shots. Police evacuated other people in the area. Police said the suspect's behavior continued to escalate and he was shot by a SWAT team member. The suspect was found dead inside the apartment. So how often are SWAT shootouts occurring at Washington State University? Now, I'm not saying this is connected to the Idaho University quadruple homicide here, or Kohberger. But did this guy know Kohberger? I mean, how many people are snapping here? It's kind of curious. This is all happening within several weeks of each other, especially if it's not common. So if there aren't usually SWAT standoffs near a campus where supposedly a quadruple homicide murderer is residing, I mean, it's all kind of strange. It's kind of strange. Again, I'm not saying it is related, but that seemed to disappear from the news quite quickly. Now, yeah, it just so happens that this guy also went to Washington State University. Just so happens it's a quadruple homicide. Then a guy being killed by SWAT at next to Washington State University. This is all within a few miles and a few weeks of each other. Does anybody else find that too coincidental? Again, I'm not saying it is or it isn't coincidental, or it is or it isn't related. This is MindShock, where the motto, of course, is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. Plenty more to come. I mean, this is truly a mind-shocking case, but the good thing is it's moving, regardless of whether or not this guy really is the killer, whether or not he acted alone. The fact that this is all moving is definitely a good sign. It is not going cold. So as long as it's moving forward, people can continue to theorize, question, rule out, rule in, possibly if there's enough evidence, and continue the discussion and awareness until, of course, the court trial happens and someone is found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, or if there's multiple perpetrators, they're all found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Until that moment, there is no justice. Despite the gullible goofs going crazy, getting triggered by everything left and right on social media, it's not over until everything follows the letter of the law. If there is evidence beyond a reasonable doubt of one or more than one perpetrators, and they are all convicted within legal bounds, then justice will be served. Until then, it has not been served. And a lot of the law enforcement bootlickers out there think law enforcement can never make mistakes or ever get things wrong. I mean, just because a guy was arrested, I mean, this is really far from over. So this is MindShock, where we don't fall for logical fallacies. Dunning-Kruger goofs are not welcome here in terms of logical discussion. I don't want to say they're not welcome here. They are welcome here. We love laughing at Dunning-Kruger goofs. I mean, this podcast wouldn't exist without the Dunning-Kruger goofs. So they are very well appreciated. But in terms of actual logical discussion, Dunning-Kruger goofs aren't taken seriously here, is the correct phrasing there. But hope everybody found another edition of MindShock True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you like and subscribe and have your notifications turned on. And make sure you leave plenty of comments so those notifications will actually go through. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. You could also check us out Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, and requests. You can also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is the Idaho Students Murders Case Series. Episode 7, Deciphering the Case. We will be doing a deep dive on Kohberger, the affidavits released thus far, and plenty more information, some of it never discussed in the mainstream media before, attempting to decipher all of the oddities of this highly unusual and obviously very tragic and bizarre and senseless crime, and some of the motivations behind it, as well as other details on whether or not there are other perpetrators, what the police know, what led to the arrest, various new videos released surrounding the case and different possibilities, timeline clarifications, and Kohberger's behavior. Is he really behaving like some criminal mastermind, or is he a sloppy goof who didn't care if he was caught or not? I mean, the evidence seems to be pointing in multiple directions at the same time, which is what makes this such an unusual case. As always, if you find the MINDSHOCK podcast interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help support the channel. Help us get more mind-shocking content out there with logic and reason at the forefront, which is quickly becoming extinct in our modern world. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way with access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you're still not getting notifications, just make sure you comment a whole bunch more on all the videos, because that's how the YouTube algorithms work. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, so I've been waiting a little bit for the dust to settle since the release of the affidavit, and plenty more information here. So we are going to go over everything, of course, in typical MINDSHOCK fashion, leaving no stone unturned, no theory unexamined, because we attempt not to fall for logical fallacies here. So, looking at the affidavit here, number of weeks ago now, in January 2023, Exhibit A, statement of Brett Payne. The below information is provided by Brett Payne, who is a duly appointed, qualified, and acting peace officer with the county of Latah, state of Idaho. Brett Payne is employed by Moscow Police Department in the official capacity of position of corporal and has been trained and qualified peace officer for approximately 4 years. Corporal Payne is being assisted by members of the Idaho State Police and agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. On November 13th, 2022, at approximately 4 p.m., Moscow Police Department Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, hereafter the King Road residence, to assist with scene security and processing of a crime scene associated with 4 homicides. Upon our arrival, the Idaho State Police forensics team was on scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. MPD Officer Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. Officer Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor on the north side of the building. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. Officer Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned, through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room, was Xana Kernodle's, hereafter Kernodle, room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body later identified as Kernodle's laying on the floor. Kernodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin, hereafter Chapin. Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined, autopsy report provided by Spokane County Medical Examiner, redacted, dated December 15, 2022, to be caused by sharp force injuries. I then followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms, 1 bath. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Gonzalez's, hereafter Gonzalez's room. I later learned from a review of Officer Nunez's body camera there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. So the dog was in the bedroom on the west side of the floor. Okay. The dog belonged to Gonzalez and her ex-boyfriend, Jack Duzcore. I found out from my interview with Jack on November 13, 2022, that he and Gonzalez shared the dog. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogen's, hereafter Mogen bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see two females in a single bed in the room. Both Gonzalez and Mogen were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogen's right side when viewed from the door. The sheath was later processed and had a K-bar, USMC, and the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA left on the button snap of the knife sheath. As part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department officers, Idaho State Police detectives, and FBI agents. Two of the interviews included BF and DM. Both BF and DM were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides and were roommates to the victim's BF's bedroom located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. Based on numerous interviews conducted by MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of evidence, I have learned the following. On the evening of November 12, 2022, Chapin and Kernodle are seen by BF at the Sigma Chi House on the University of Idaho campus at 735 Nez Pierce Drive from approximately 9 p.m. November 12th to 1:45 a.m. on November 13th. BF also estimated that at approximately 1:45 a.m., Chapin and Kernodle returned to the King Road residence. BF also stated that Chapin did not live in the King Road residence, but was a guest of Kernodle. Gonzalez and Mogen were at a local bar, the Corner Club, at 202 North Main Street in Moscow. Gonzalez and Mogen can be seen on video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 p.m. on November 12th and 1:30 a.m. on November 13th. At approximately 1:30 a.m., Gonzalez and Mogen can be seen on video at a local food vendor called The Grub Truck at 318 South Main Street in downtown Moscow. The Grub Truck live streams video from their food truck on the streaming platform Twitch, which is available for public viewing on their website. This video was captured by law enforcement. A private party, redacted, reported that he provided a ride to Gonzalez and Mogen at approximately 1:56 a.m. from downtown Moscow in front of the Grub Truck to the King Road residence. DM and BF both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were home by 2 a.m. and asleep or at least in their rooms by approximately 4 a.m. Very important distinction there. This is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. Now, just when you think there's not enough bizarreness in this case, especially the timeline, so there's a DoorDash delivery at 4 a.m. So this is a curiosity. So then the murders could not have occurred before 4 a.m., theoretically. Again, let's verify some of this information. DM stated that she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. Now, again, going back to the early stages, the rumors were that one of the roommates was on the second floor. And of course, the coincidence there is the authority-worshipping cultists, they immediately jumped on anybody who didn't believe that both other roommates happened to be on the bottom floor, the converted garage, and that's why they didn't hear anything. It's always interesting to go back to the early stage of the case just to examine. I mean, there's even some so-called true crime aficionados who were having meltdowns over anybody suggesting that the two surviving roommates were on the second or third floor at any time, and that they must have been in the garage and they must have not heard anything. I mean, just this goofery that permeates all of these true crime cases. It's important to point it out so that people can learn from it and avoid future errors in this kind of nonsensical goofery and just hallucinating to know something for sure. The motto here on MindShock is, of course, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. If you weren't there, how would you know? And yet some of these goofs, they just do not seem to learn case to case from making these assumptions. So let's continue here. DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonzalez playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which was located on the third floor. So she's basically saying you could clearly hear everything on the third floor from the second floor. A short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Gonzalez say something to the effect of, quote, "There's someone here," end quote. I mean, that's very disturbing. A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed that this could also have been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. So either Kernodle or someone using her phone was on the phone at 4:12 a.m. DM stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. DM then she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, quote, "It's okay, I'm going to help you," end quote. And we'll get into what that could mean later, but of course, very, very disturbing as well. At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernodle's bedroom. So this does make it seem less insane, because suppose, like, this is such a, again, popular party house, but the density of houses in that area is kind of crazy. So now we have evidence from this affidavit that apparently a security camera did pick up audio. DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose, walking towards her. So there's, of course, a lot of speculation onto whether or not Kohberger saw her or not. Some people allege he actually did not see her and simply walked out and she saw him. But she's stating he's walking directly towards her and she opened the door. Now, we can presume at this point there's no noise, right? There's no sounds being made. Would a door opening, again, you'd have to perform the test in that particular house with that particular door. But would a door opening make noise in a silent house? DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller. Male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. Now, Kohberger does have kind of bushy eyebrows, and he is 6 feet tall. So she stated the figure was 5'10" or taller. That seems to match up thus far. Not very muscular. Also kind of adds up, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. Now, we don't know exactly how close he walked by, but this is kind of weird, isn't it? Unless he really didn't see her, or he's in some kind of fugue state or whatever. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. The combination of DM's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, and a video of a suspect video as described below leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. A video of a suspect video? What does that mean? The security camera caught him from the other houses? Now, early on, there were rumors that there was a video of a guy wearing a mask. It did not specify what kind of mask, so it does seem to add up here. Because, again, yeah, early on, I mean, it's very strange for there to be no evidence, no video, nothing heard by anybody, nothing seen by anybody. So now, obviously, this affidavit makes it more clear that that was not the case. It is more reasonable, so to speak. It kind of matches a little bit more with reality on how this crime could have occurred. So the investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 and 4:25 a.m. That's a very specific time. So now it's narrowed down to 25 minutes instead of somewhere around 4 hours like early on. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensics teams. So it was not located during the first processing. Interesting. By first using a presumptive blood test and then amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans type shoe sole. just outside the door of DM's bedroom, located on the second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. So this is just outside the door? So he basically strolled right past her? Or did she open the door such a crack? Yeah, it doesn't state. Did she open the door only such a small crack that he couldn't notice that it was open if the lights inside were off and the lights in the hallway were off? As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvass, was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This video canvass was to obtain any footage from the early hours of November 13th, 2022 in the area of the King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspect or suspects or suspect vehicle or vehicles traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. This video canvass resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. On this video, it appears suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by 1122 King Road residents and then leaves via Walenta Drive. 3:29, 3 passes? Huh. Based off of my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a 4th time at approximately 4:04 a.m. Okay, so he drove by 3 times and then again a 4th time? It can be, or at least the vehicle or a similar vehicle. So can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Quinn Road, number 52, then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appears to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. Okay, this is kind of weird. So you would think this guy's been in the area multiple times. He makes an unsuccessful attempt to either park or turn around in the road. Or is he changing his mind and then unchanging his mind about what he's going to do? Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Walenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of the area and review of camera footage in the neighborhood that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame, I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. Palouse River Drive is at the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Pullman, Washington is approximately 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho. Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth between them. Law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation that regularly utilize surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of an unknown vehicle that is observed by one or more cameras during the commission of a criminal offense. The forensic examiner had approximately 35 years law enforcement experience with 12 years at the FBI. His specific training includes identifying unique characteristics of vehicles, and he uses a database that gives visual clues of vehicles across states to identify differences between vehicles. After reviewing the numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1, the forensic examiner initially believed that suspect vehicle 1 was a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Upon further review, he indicated it could also be a 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. As a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons in possession of a vehicle that is a 2011 to 2016 white Hyundai Elantra. Investigators were given access to video footage on the Washington State University campus located in Pullman, Washington. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44 a.m. on November 13th, 2022, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as suspect vehicle 1, was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way. At approximately 2:53 a.m., a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman, Washington towards SR 270. SR-270 connects Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho. This camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner. The forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman, Washington as being a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. At approximately 5:25 a.m., a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of suspect vehicle 1, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington, and on WSU campus cameras. The first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman. The white sedan was observed traveling northbound on Johnson Road. Johnson Road leads directly back to West Palouse River Drive in Moscow, which intersects with Conestoga Drive. The white sedan was then observed turning north on Bishop Boulevard and northwest on SR-270. At approximately 5:27 a.m., the white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street, Stadium Way at Grimes Way, Stadium Drive at Wilson Road, and Stadium Way at Cougar Way. On November 25th, 2022, MPD asked area law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for white Hyundai Elantras in the area. On November 29th, 2022, at approximately 12:28 a.m., Washington State University police officer Daniel Tiango queried white Elantras registered at WSU. As a result of that query, he located a 2015 white Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate. The vehicle was registered to BRYAN KOHBERGER, hereafter Kohberger, residing at 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment 201, Pullman, Washington. 1630 Northeast Valley Road is approximately 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Stadium Way and Cougar Way, last camera location that picked up the white Elantra. The same day at approximately 12:58 a.m., WSU officer Curtis Whitman was looking for white Hyundai Elantras and located a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra at 1630 Northeast Valley Road in Pullman in the parking lot. 1630 Northeast Valley Road is an apartment complex that houses WSU students. Officer Whitman also ran the car and it returned to Kohberger with a Washington tag. I reviewed Kohberger's Washington State driver license information and photograph. The license indicates that Kohberger is a white male, 6 foot, 185 pounds. Additionally, the photograph of Kohberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows. Kohberger's physical description is consistent with the description of the male DM saw inside the King Road residence on November 13th. Further investigation, including a review of Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Corporal Duke's body cam and reports, showed that on August 21st, 2022, BRYAN KOHBERGER was detained as part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho, by Corporal Duke. At the time, Kohberger, who was a sole occupant, was driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plate, which was set to expire November 30th, 2022. During the stop, which was recorded via law enforcement body camera, Kohberger provided his phone number as redacted, hereafter the 8458 phone, as his cellular telephone number. Investigators conducted electronics database queries and learned that the 8458 phone is a number issued by AT&T. On November 14th, 2022, BRYAN KOHBERGER was detained as part of a traffic stop by a WSU police officer. Upon review of that body cam and reported the stop, Kohberger was the sole occupant and was driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plate. On November 18th, 2022, according to Washington State licensing, Kohberger registered a 2015 white Elantra with Washington and later received Washington plate. So this is November 18th. Prior to this time, the 2015 white Elantra was registered in Pennsylvania, which does not require a front license plate to be displayed. This was learned through communications with a Pennsylvania officer who's currently certified in the state of Pennsylvania. Based on my own experience in communication with Washington state law enforcement, I know that Idaho and Washington require front and back plates to be displayed. Investigators believe that Kohberger is still driving the 2015 white Elantra because this vehicle was captured on December 13th, 2022 by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado. He's in Loma, Colorado, December 13th? Kohberger's Elantra was then queried on December 15th in Hancock County, Indiana. On December 16th at approximately 2:26 p.m., surveillance video showed Kohberger's Elantra in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. Okay, so he's driving back. The sole occupant of the vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Kohberger. Kohberger has his family in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, learned through a TLO search and locate tool database query. Based on information provided on the WSU website, Kohberger is currently a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University. Pursuant to records provided by a member of the interview panel for Pullman Police Department, we learned that Kohberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. These records also showed Kohberger wrote an essay when he applied for the internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. Kohberger wrote in his essay he had interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. Kohberger also posted a Reddit survey which can be found by an open source internet search. The survey asked for participants to provide information to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision making when committing a crime. Okay. So it doesn't give a date here on when he applied for an internship, but it was in the fall of 2022. So was he still planning to commit the murder, and was he planning to be a police officer investigating the murder he committed to make sure it didn't get solved? And another curiosity here that doesn't really make a lot of sense. So cloud-based forensics and collect and analyze technological data. So you would think he would know all about cell phone pings, traffic cameras, all of these things. So how could he be so sloppy? That's the question on many people's minds. Some people believe he's some kind of accomplice, and there's multiple people involved. Other people believe he's being used as some kind of patsy in some kind of ring. But we'll examine those later. Or he's just a straight psycho, and even though he did study all this stuff, he just didn't care and wanted to commit these crimes. I mean, that's a possibility as well. As part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cellular towers in close proximity to the King Road residence on November 13, 2022, between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. After determining that Kohberger was associated to both the 2015 white Elantra and the 8458 phone, investigators reviewed these search warrant returns. A query of the phone in these returns did not show the 8458 phone utilizing cellular tower resources in close proximity to the King Road residence between 3 and 5 a.m. So, does that mean he left his phone at home, or is this not him? Based on my training experience and conversations with law enforcement officers that specialize in the utilization of cellular telephone records as part of investigations, individuals can either leave their cellular telephone at a different location before committing a crime, or turn their cellular telephone off prior to going to a location to commit a crime. This is done by subjects in an effort to avoid alerting law enforcement that a cellular device associated with them was in a particular area where a crime is committed. I also know that on numerous occasions, subjects will surveil an area where they intend to commit a crime prior to the date of the crime. Depending on the circumstances, this could be done a few days before or several months prior to the commission of a crime. During these types of surveillance, it is possible that an individual would not leave their cellular telephone in a separate location or turn it off, since they do not plan to commit the offense on that particular day. On December 23rd, 2022, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for historical phone records between November 12th, 2022 at 12 a.m. and November 14th at 12 a.m. for the 8458 phone held by the phone provider AT&T, approximately 24 hours preceding and following the times of the homicides. On December 23rd, 2022, pursuant to the search warrant, I received records for the 8458 phone from AT&T. These records indicated that the 8458 phone is subscribed to BRYAN KOHBERGER at the address in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, and the account has been open since June 23rd, 2022. These records also included historical cell site location information, CSLI, for the 8458 phone. After receiving this information, I consulted with an FBI special agent that is a certified member of the Cellular Analysis Survey Team. Members of the CAST are certified with the FBI to provide expert testimony in the field of historical CSLI and are required to pass extensive training that includes both written and practical examinations prior to be certified with CAST, as well as the completion of yearly certification requirements. Additionally, the FBI CAST SA that I consulted with has over 15 years of federal law enforcement experience, which includes 6 years with the FBI. From information provided by CAST, I was able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone from November 12th, 2022 to November 13th, 2022, the time period authorized by the court. On November 13th, approximately 2:42 a.m., the phone was utilizing cellular resources that provided coverage to the 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment G201, Pullman, Washington, hereafter the Kohberger residence. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the phone utilized cellular resources that provided coverage southeast of the Kohberger residence, consistent with the phone leaving the Kohberger residence and traveling south through Pullman, Washington. This is consistent with the movement of the white Elantra. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the phone stops reporting to the network, which is consistent with either the phone being in the area without cellular coverage, the connection to the network is disabled, such as putting the phone in airplane mode, or that the phone is turned off. The phone does not report to the network again until approximately 4:48 a.m., at which time it utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to the Idaho State Highway 95 south of Moscow, Idaho, near Blaine, Idaho, north of Genesee. Between 4:50 and 5:26 a.m., the phone utilizes cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling south on Idaho State Highway 95 to Genesee, Idaho, then traveling west towards Uniontown, Idaho, then north back into Pullman, Washington. At approximately 5:30 a.m., the 8458 phone is utilizing resources that provide coverage to Pullman, Washington, and consistent with the phone traveling back to the Kohberger residence. The 8458 phone's movements are consistent with the movements of the white launcher that is observed traveling north on Stadium Drive at approximately 5:27 a.m. Based on a review of the 8458 phone's estimated locations and travel, the phone's travel is consistent with that of the white launcher. Further review indicated that the phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th that are consistent with the phone leaving the area of the Kohberger residence at approximately 9 a.m. and traveling to Moscow, Idaho. Specifically, the phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to the King Road residence between 9:12 a.m. and 9:21 a.m. The phone next utilized cellular resources that are consistent with the phone traveling back to the area of the Kohberger residence and arriving at the area approximately 9:32 a.m. So apparently, according to this, his phone traveled back to the scene of the crime. So apparently, again, if this is him and if this is guilty or whoever's using the vehicle and phone, they wanted to see what was going on the morning of, which is weird. Some people actually theorized that he went into the house again and left the door open. Now, that is obviously just speculation, but apparently there is some evidence to suggest that he did return to the scene. Investigators found that the phone did connect to a cell tower that provided service to Moscow on November 14th. But investigators do not believe the phone was in Moscow on that date. The phone has not connected to any towers that provide service to Moscow since that date. Based on my training experience and the facts of the investigation thus far, I believe that Kohberger, the user of the phone, was likely the driver of the white launcher that is observed departing Pullman, Washington, and that this vehicle is likely suspect vehicle 1. Additionally, the route of travel of the phone during the early hours of November 13th and the lack of the phone reporting to AT&T between 2:47 a.m. and 4:48 a.m. is consistent with Kohberger attempting to conceal his information during the quadruple homicide that occurred at the King Road residence. On December 23rd, I was granted a search warrant for Kohberger's historical CSLI from June 23rd, 2022 to current, prospective location information, and a pen register trap and trace on the phone to aid in efforts to determine if Kohberger stalked any of the victims in the case prior to the offense, conducted surveillance on the King Road residence, was in contact with any of the victims' associates before or after the alleged offense, any locations that may contain evidence of the murders that occurred on November 13th, the location of the white launcher registered to Kohberger, as well as the location of Kohberger. On December 23rd, pursuant to that search warrant, I received historical records for the phone from AT&T from the time the account was opened in June 2022. After consulting with CAST, I was able to determine estimated locations for the phone from June 2022 to present, the time period authorized by the court. The records for the phone shown that the phone, utilizing cellular resources that provided coverage of the area of the King Road residence on at least 12 occasions prior to November 13th. All of these occasions, except for one, occurred in the late evening and early morning hours of their respective days. So yeah, this does not look good for Kohberger from the outset. I mean, this is relatively damning information. Is it beyond a reasonable doubt? No, of course it is not. What about combined with the DNA on the sheath? Again, I don't know if we could call that with beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, because he was that dumb to leave his sheath. Did he leave it on purpose, or did someone else leave his sheath with his DNA on it? Now, let's go more into MindShock land. Did someone who knew he did it and thought he might not have left evidence gone back and planted his sheath with his DNA on it because they knew that he committed the murders and they wanted to make sure the cops would nail him? Is that a possibility? Or is it the accomplice doing that and the accomplice is also guilty, but they want to frame Kohberger? Or, of course, we have some other scenario that we didn't go over yet, but we will go over plenty more. Okay, so one of these occasions, August 21st, the phone utilized cellular resources providing coverage to the King Road residence from approximately 10:34 p.m. to 11:35 p.m. At approximately 11:37 p.m., Kohberger was stopped by Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Corporal Duke, as mentioned above. The phone was utilizing cellular resources consistent with the location of the traffic stop during this time at Farm Road and Pullman Highway. Further analysis of this, so he was actually stopped on his way back from one of these surveillances. Further analysis of the cellular data provided showed that the phone utilized cellular resources November 13th, consistent with the phone traveling from Pullman, Washington to Lewiston, Idaho via U.S. Highway 195. At approximately 12:36 p.m., the phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe coffee stand located 810 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage from the U.S. Chef's store located at 820 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington, and adjacent to Kate's Cup of Joe showed a white Elantra consistent with suspect vehicle 1 drive past Kate's Cup of Joe at a time consistent with the cellular data from the phone. At approximately 12:46 p.m., the phone then utilized cellular data in the area of the Albertsons grocery store at 400 Bridge Street in Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage obtained from the Albertsons showed Kohberger exit the white Elantra consistent with the suspect vehicle 1 at approximately 12:49 p.m. Interior surveillance cameras showed Kohberger walk through the store, purchase unknown items at checkout, and leave at approximately 1:04 p.m. Kohberger's possible path of travel is depicted below. Okay. Analysis of records for the phone indicated that between approximately 5:32 p.m. and 5:36 p.m., the phone utilized cellular resources that provided coverage to Johnson, Idaho. The phone then stops reporting to the network from approximately 5:36 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. That is consistent with the phone being in the area and that the phone traveled in the hours immediately following the suspected time the homicides occurred. On December 27, 2022, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from Kohberger family residence located in Albertsville. This is another curiosity. Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. Albert's Son's Grocery. I mean, not exact, but just another one of these weird coincidences out of all the different stores in all the different cities. The evidence was sent to the Idaho State Lab for testing. On December 28, 2022, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of suspect profile. At least 99.9998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's biological father. Now, again, there is problem with a lot of this DNA evidence. If you haven't checked out the DNA for Dummies podcast in the Stephen Avery series, this is based on an extrapolation, which may or may not be accurate. That's why a lot of these wrongful convictions and people getting exonerated, with the previous DNA tech, they were also a 99.9999% match or whatever. And then the new generation DNA testing revealed that that was actually bunk. Now, are we to expect that the current testing is also accurate and that this 99.9998% percentage is actually accurate? See, it's extrapolated data, so they take X amount, thousands of people, whatever it was. I go over to the DNA Dummies for Podcasts. It's actually alarming. They take hundreds or a few thousand people, and then they extrapolate that data to hundreds of millions. So that's dangerous to do. Not that that's not accurate. It could be accurate, but we don't know for sure. But that's still damning either way, because that means it could also be him. And in combination with the other evidence. That's why you need more than one piece of evidence. When you have the DNA and you have other pieces of evidence, you can add it up. If you only had the DNA, if this is a faulty extrapolation, then the DNA on its own, I know a lot of people think it's totally damning, but it's not, because not only is the technology not 100% accurate, but also it could have been planted. Based on the above information, I am requesting an arrest warrant to be issued for Bryan C. Kohberger for burglary at 1122 King Street in Moscow, Idaho, and 4 counts of murder in the first degree for the murders of Madison Mogen, Kayla Gonzalez, Anna Coronado, and Ethan Chapin. I declare under penalty of perjury pursuant to the law of the state of Idaho that the following is correct and true. Okay, so that is the affidavit that has been released. Quite a lot of information gleaned there. I mean, obviously way more questions, but certain things have been answered, including the location of one of the roommates also being on the second floor and actually seeing an individual. And then also the reported security camera footage from a neighbor also being verified in this affidavit. So a lot of these early rumors, so to speak, were accurate. Once again, that's why you don't just outright dismiss them. You don't believe them, but you don't outright dismiss them. I don't know why the Dunning-Kruger crowd has such a huge problem with understanding this basic. It's not that you believe the rumors. You simply do not rule them out because you don't know if they're true or not. Some of them end up being true, some of them not. Just like in any case. They're not all 100% true. They're not all 100% false usually. So in the layout here, we're looking at a more accurate layout of the house than prior. Did he really start on the 3rd floor? So there is noise. The dog is barking. There's something going on in Kaylee and Maddie's room. And further clarification, I don't know if I mentioned this in the previous episode, supposedly one of them may or may not have been in bed, the other, and he didn't necessarily bust in there and they were both in bed and he killed them. One of them might have not even been in bed, or neither were in bed. And then when he killed one, the other either came in or was already in the room, and he wasn't expecting that. So we really don't know the exact situation of what happened there, obviously. And then, so there's noise. Xana Kernodle heard something. She said someone's in the house, according to the roommate. Then there's noise or something picked up on the security camera, and then there's this creepy male voice saying, "I'm going to help you." Is that Kohberger? Some people theorize that could have been Chapin. But if Chapin was already dead at the time, and then was Chapin's body moved after the fact? And how many of the bodies were moved after the fact? And by whom? I mean, other questions too. This DoorDash order. I mean, it's so close to the time of the murders. Like, yeah, this is truly a very, very unique case. I mean, there's a lot that still doesn't make sense here, of course. Now, this PhD student of criminology, is he just that dumb that he left all this evidence? There's something doesn't seem to add up here. Or he's just completely insane. He doesn't care about the evidence. So, some people also theorize the second time the phone was turned off between 5:36 p.m. and 8:30 p.m. near Johnson, Idaho, there's actually a huge reservoir there. Some are speculating that he tossed the knife in the reservoir. Now, the return to the area is also a curiosity, because did he realize he left the sheath there and he wanted to go get it? Or was he simply trying to see what was going on? Now, also new information that has come out, apparently Kaylee had been calling Jack around 2 a.m. to 40 a.m. The final call, 2:52 a.m. So apparently, if this is not during the time of the murders, and the murders are after 4 a.m., then this is possibly not related to the murders in any way, which is, of course, one of the possibilities discussed. Apparently, Kaylee's family had said that she was trying to get back together with Jack, and she had previously broken up with him, so that could theoretically explain all those calls. Again, this is why you do not claim anything is true or untrue, because you don't know. I mean, obviously that's a curiosity. Now that there's more information about a closer time of death, it seems that it's very possible that it had nothing to do with it. Now, again, we really don't know for sure, but yeah, thus far, more information has been revealed regarding that. People also speculate that Kohberger was just that exhausted from stabbing 4 people that he just didn't have the energy for the other roommates, even if he knew they were there. So, also, regarding them being killed in their sleep, I mean, why was that reported early on if that's not accurate? And then, of course, there's various inconsistencies. And then, of course, plenty of speculation on why the roommate did not call the police immediately, especially after hearing what she heard and seeing the guy. Now, did she also see the knife in his hand or no? And how unusual, I mean, obviously that's unusual to see someone like that in the house, but at a party house? I mean, it's maybe slightly less unusual, but what about all the other reports in the area about someone breaking into the house with no sign of entry and just walking around and then leaving? I mean, that's creepy. Nobody's talking about that anymore. I mean, that's really creepy. And how many more times has that happened when someone didn't notice? Because if nothing was stolen and there was no actual sign of entry, people wouldn't even know. I mean, was this psycho practicing this? So, is he committing the stabbing? Like, you would think there's some kind of plan with the sheath. Is the sheath fastened to his body in some capacity? Or wasn't it? If it wasn't, he takes the knife out of the sheath, he stabs them, and then did he get distracted by something on the second floor, so he just ran out of the room, leaving the sheath there? Or was he in some kind of weird state due to killing, if this is his first crime, if this is his first murders? Is he kind of zoned out and not thinking clearly, which is why he leaves the sheath there, and then he doesn't realize that until the next day? So, A few interesting pieces of information from some commenters here playing devil's advocate on all the evidence. One, I go to Moscow often because I don't want to be in the bar scene in Pullman and run into my students. I guess this is what Kohberger's lawyers would say. Two, I have no idea how he'll explain being around the house at 9 a.m., but afternoon he just says he's a criminology student and wanted a front row seat to the crime scene. 3, DNA is damning. Only thing I can think of would be he sold a knife recently. 4, eyewitness. Multiple guys have bushy eyebrows and slender frames. Another poster posted this. He could claim to have a connection to someone in one of the apartments near the house. A drug dealer, friend, hookup, etc. I guess it depends on how accurately they can triangulate the cell phone pings. DNA on the sheath is pretty damning, though. I'm sure he ditched the weapon and hoped they find it. And all of this is before they had access to his car, which I'm sure is riddled with DNA. They also got a DoorDash delivery 20 minutes beforehand. They'll probably try and pin it on that poor guy. Hopefully he's fat and has groomed eyebrows. Wow. A response here, DoorDash tracks their drivers. I'd say they cleared that guy or gal quick. I would say they were nice and freaked out after reading this, though, how close they were to either being a victim or a witness. So scary. Just going through the timeline again, though, if Kohberger was watching and he sees the DoorDash, does he specifically wait until DoorDash delivery driver leaves and then he attacks? Or wouldn't he want to wait even longer to make sure they were asleep instead of possibly alert? I mean, again, obviously trying to make sense of a psycho, but just, yeah, it's a little weird. Another post here. What's bothering me is that he seemingly knew where to go to do what he wanted to do, all at 4 a.m. and without forcing an entry. How to get inside, where to find the victims, how to leave. To me, this suggests this may not have been his first time inside the house. Were all his previous trips to the area solely stalking related and from the street, or was he entering the home, whether criminally or by invitation? His seeming comfort with the structure and the use of the knife as a murder weapon really makes me think this was a targeted killing by a narcissist who got rejected by this crew somehow and took it very personally. Put another way, I am pretty sure they knew him, if only as a creep, and I'd wager this wasn't his first time in the house. A response here, it would have been super easy to get inside that house. There is law enforcement body cam footage from a recent party where dozens of kids are there, but none of the residents are there. Now, this is another curiosity. I don't know if that was verified that 0 residents were there. Maybe 1 or 2 of them were there. But if that's true, that none of them were there, I mean, that's kind of weird. How often is a party house used as a party house where there's not a single resident there? That's a little weird, I would think. I don't know. Are there any college party people who can answer that?
We're only here for a noise complaint. Come to the damn door. Finally.
No one's here at all.
So everyone here's trespassing?
Well, no one's here that's trespassing, but no one that lives here is here right now.
So where'd they go?
They're just not here. I have no clue where they went. No clue.
So you guys just throwing a party in their house at this
They were
time?
here at one point. They're not here right now. I just searched all the rooms.
They left and went over to some other party, and everyone is about to leave and go over to another party.
Okay. Who does live here? What are their names?
I am actually not sure. I live across the street.
Okay.
I just came over. I haven't drank a drop.
Male, female?
I think it's mainly females. I think it's like 4 females.
What sorority are they affiliated with?
I don't know.
I don't know if they're associated with it. I don't know.
So,
I guarantee you they're associated with a sorority. As many of them are living here. It's an off-campus sorority house. I've been a cop for 22 years here. I'm not stupid. Don't play dumb games with me. I would rather deal with this as a noise complaint than getting a hold of the Greek council and the Greek board and all of that and the dean of students and playing all these stupid fucking games. All I want to do is deal with the noise complaint. Because I guarantee you there's a lot of underage drinking because they left their alcohol behind.
Do you want us to try and get a name or a phone number?
Please,
and
if you could.
Call someone?
We just need to talk to somebody who lives here, because otherwise I have to be under the assumption you guys are unlawfully entered because no one who lives here is here.
Okay.
Right?
We'll go.
So I need to verify that there was a party here. Now everyone left, so thank you.
We'll be right back.
Thanks,
Sorry,
guys.
we're not trying to make your life.
I understand. I just letting you know this is how it's going to play out. I'm not going anywhere until I talk to somebody who actually lives
Just
there.
no one's on the door
Sweet.
for us. That way we can get some sort of communication between us and them.
No one
They come in.
here right now. So
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I do.
Thank you.
This is one of the owners of us here. She's on the phone right now.
Hi, this is Officer Welsh from Moscow Police Department. Who am I speaking with? Maddie, 1 second. Let me turn the volume up on this phone here.
People want to be dumb.
All right, can you hear me, Maddie?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Do you live at 1122 Queen Street?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So, hey, the reason that we're here is that we received a noise complaint of loud music, partying. Okay. Once we approached the house, people started running away. They left a bunch of alcohol behind. We're not even coming for alcohol. We're coming for the noise complaint. And then we sat here for approximately 10 minutes trying to knock on the door. No one would come to the door until these two gentlemen came down and actually answered the door. So,
So any rando could have probably walked into the house perhaps several times without rousing any suspicion, and perhaps even without the knowledge of the residents. Moreover, it would have been hard for anyone to ID him, since who knows who else was even there at the time. That would also make a good alibi as to why his DNA was in the residence. It is kind of weird, though, specifically the sheath. Like, if it was his DNA on, random counters and stuff, along with hundreds of other people, that's not suspicious. But on a sheath found right next to the body, some would also say, does that smell like planting? The sheath, right? It's not like the sheath was dropped in the hallway on his way escaping or something. Like, right on the bed next to the victim? That's kind of weird. It's almost is it too convenient? Maybe. Or was he just that much of a state he didn't notice? I don't know. That's weird. That's almost as weird as in the Delphi cases. There's an unspent round right next to the bodies. There's a lot of weirdness in a lot of these cases. Yeah. Wow, here's a really creepy comment by Improvement Silly 2895. My opinion is that he had been in there before while everyone was asleep, seeing how much noise there is. Now, that is one of the creepiest things I've ever read, specifically because there's reports of intruders in homes in the area, in other homes. Nobody was killed, apparently nothing was stolen, but it's like he's testing to see how he can get in and out of homes without making noise. That's so creepy. That is just beyond creepy. So yeah, if he had done that numerous times prior, that could theoretically explain his comfort with the layout and everything. And we'll get back to this theory, but did he plan to kill absolutely everybody and he just got tired? Because there are accounts of stabbing serial killers who said that they're just absolutely exhausted even after only one or two victims. Even if they're in pretty decent shape. Obviously nobody wants to imagine killing other people, but you can imagine when you're in a fight for your own life, or even if you're like, you could think about any kind of scenario if you get into a fight, or if you fall while hiking down a cliff or something, or a steep incline. Even just a few seconds of super exertive activity where it's kind of life or death. Hopefully not too many people listen. Nobody on this podcast listening has it in the direction of killing anybody, but in terms of surviving, not necessarily another person, just some kind of situation, or out in a storm, whatever the case may be. There's just some kind of high adrenaline situation, and you get tired pretty quickly. Within seconds. You're not going to last minutes in super high exertion, super high adrenaline situations. So is that a factor? Does that explain a lot of this? Another very astute commenter here, Moon over Madagascar. My take on why Kohberger walked right past the roommate. He didn't see her. I think during the investigation, law enforcement said the roommates were asleep and didn't hear anything because law enforcement didn't want to tip off Kohberger that there was an eyewitness. Wow, okay. Other people are speculating that he believed that he actually did kill everybody in the... I don't know. Again, if he was in there... Another post here. He really went out of the way for Xana and Ethan. It really makes me wonder if the Mad Greek restaurant is the link between the suspect and the victims, and we'll get into that in a moment. Other posters are speculating that Kohberger was already upstairs, either hiding or controlling the dog at the time of the DoorDash arrival. Huh. How lucky is this guy, though? If... in terms of not getting caught that particular night. in terms of if he didn't know about the DoorDash, if he's already in there either plotting or hiding or doing whatever, he doesn't know about the DoorDash. It comes and leaves. Does he not even know about it even after it left? Or did he possibly see or hear some kind of something, and that's why he either hid or remained silent longer? Whatever the case may be. Yeah, there's still plenty of questions to be answered here. But let's move on to some major mind shocks. So meaw.com, which a lot of people chastise, actually relatively accurate. Let's look at some expert opinions and then further damning information. Juna Tharakin posted this January 17th. I think he's killed before. Experts speculate the possibility of calling card left by BRYAN KOHBERGER. Experts have suggested Idaho murder suspect BRYAN KOHBERGER is likely to have committed murder before and at the crime scene. He may have left behind a calling card. The speculation was put forth at a Dr. Phil special episode Friday, January 13th, where the experts convened to discuss the suspect's patterns and the evidence collected from the Quadruple Massacre. Jonathan Gilliam, former FBI special agent, expressed that investigators will locate the knife used for the grisly murders as he thinks it will be part of his operational tools, as similar to the suspect's car, suggesting that the suspect may have left the sheath in the murder home intentionally. Now, theoretically, that would make more sense based on who Kohberger is, unless we're talking split personality or psychotic break situation. Mercedes Colwyn, the trial attorney, further stated that they will find the weapon eventually. It could be. It's almost as if, and we've seen this with other killers, it's their calling card. I got this, she said during the special. Especially if you think you're smarter than everybody else, and he certainly does. He had gloves, at least that's what's presumed, that he had gloves. He tried to cover himself and did something to dispose of the clothing. If he, in fact, is the killer, then of course this is something that could have just been a calling card and left there. Now, would he be dumb enough not to wipe his DNA from the sheath if he was going to do that? Another article on this by Sumanti Sen on me, I hear, why did BRYAN KOHBERGER leave the knife sheath at the crime scene? Experts say it was a remarkably clever move. A criminologist has suggested that BRYAN KOHBERGER may have left the knife sheath at the crime scene in a remarkably clever move. The weapon used to stab 4 University of Idaho students to death is believed to be a fixed-blade K-bar style knife, which has still not been found. However, DNA found on a knife sheath recovered from the crime scene linked Kohberger 28 to the murders. David Wilson, a professor at Birmingham City University in the UK, Kohberger may have left sheath behind as part of an elaborate plan to make sure he was not convicted. However, Wilson did not elaborate on why he believed this may be the case. Would a highly skilled, intelligent student who is teaching criminology, a PhD student, have made such a basic error? Wilson told ITV's This Morning. Wilson was speaking in response to Philip Schofield, saying leaving the knife sheath was a remarkably clumsy move on Kohberger's part. One of the things that's really struck me about the person that's been arrested and accused of this is he is intelligent and high-functioning, Wilson said. Well, let me speculate on a Bruce McGuire theory. This is one of the McGuire theories I've come up with here. Again, I am not alleging it is true or untrue. This is MindShock, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. So, again, a lot of these theories are mutually exclusive. A lot of people don't know what that means. On MindShock, we go over all the theories. Obviously, a lot of theories are at odds with each other. Mutually exclusive means they can't all be true because some of them necessitate aspects that would have to be untrue in other theories. This is all very, very basic, but for whatever reason, a lot of goofs in the comment section. So, here's the McGuire theory. If he knew he couldn't get away with it, the evidence with the car, all that, was his strategy to make it look like someone framed him? And are there things that haven't yet been found out where he maybe, let's say he's really guilty. Is it possible he planted some seeds of alibis or just some major problems for the prosecution? And because leaving the sheath with your DNA right on it next to the murder victim, now either that's extremely stupid or that's some kind of extremely bold 3D chess move. Again, I am not alleging which of these it is. Or, of course, stupid in the sense if he was exhausted or in some kind of mental state and he just forgot it, whatever. Okay, again, wouldn't it be It just seems kind of weird if it was found right next to the body. That seems like either he left it on purpose or it was planted. And that's weird. You would think if he left it, it would be, in the middle of some kind of scramble. Unless there was a scramble on the bed and it just happened to be next. It was in the scramble that he lost it, which just happened to be there. I mean, was it out in the open or was it like partially underneath covers or something else? I mean, they didn't really specify. So, yes, maybe it wasn't just right out in the open, right next to the body, because that would seem like a plant. But if it was right next to the body, but in the middle of some kind of scuffle or sheets messed up, I mean, something where it wasn't necessarily super obvious as he was leaving, where he could have forgotten it. But if it was obviously planted with his own blood, I mean, this is kind of weird. Would he leave? Has any serial killer employed this as their strategy? I mean, I've seen it on some TV show once. I don't remember which one. But in the mainstream, are there any known cases where a serial killer is basically framing himself and leaving evidence for himself while very cunningly and craftily establishing some kind of a semi-bulletproof alibi, even if he's guilty? Because if there's some kind of breadcrumb trail to somebody who he wants to set up as framing him, and he planted some kind of evidence against whoever's framing him, or whoever in the narrative that he's establishing, somebody's framing him, and he planted evidence for the framer. And that way, it would explain away any of these little mistakes. Is he smart enough to know that in this high-tech era, he was unlikely to have gotten away with it unless he took extreme precautions, which he obviously didn't, using his own car? Is that why he was so bold as to continue using his own damn car after the murders? Because he already had some kind of 3D chess game in play. Again, I'm not saying this is the case, but if it's the case, does that explain a lot of this? Obviously, if he's just psycho, then it doesn't matter how smart he is because he's not actually going to be utilizing the intelligence for a lot of this. So, a lot of different possibilities on the table. But let's go over another article here. The evidence is overwhelming. Ex-FBI agent calls BRYAN KOHBERGER a controlling individual, by Arunave Banerjee, January 16th. At the University of Idaho's murder suspect, BRYAN KOHBERGER awaits his next court hearing, scheduled for June 26th. A former FBI agent has claimed that the evidence is overwhelming to convict him. KOHBERGER, 28, was arrested December 30th, 2022, from his parents' home in Pennsylvania and has been charged with the brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students. Key information about the case, including phone data that showed KOHBERGER visited his murder scene at least 12 times before the killings, and the suspect left a knife sheath with his DNA on it, was revealed in the probable cause affidavit, which was made public January 5th. The 4 victims, Kayla Gonzalez, 21, Madison Mogen, 21, Xana Coronado, 20, and Ethan Chapin, 20, were stabbed to death on November 13th, 2022. As we learn more about the Idaho killing suspect, BRYAN KOHBERGER, more questions about his past are being raised. Former FBI agent Stuart Kaplan believes KOHBERGER is a controlling individual and that there was overwhelming evidence to convict. I mean, he doesn't really specify further on the exact overwhelming evidence. DNA on knife sheath, most critical evidence against BRYAN KOHBERGER, says ex-FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe, by Jasveen Kaur. BRYAN Christopher KOHBERGER, 28, who has been charged with the brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students, was arrested December 30th at his parents' home, eastern Pennsylvania, more than 2,500 miles away from the town of Moscow. The probable cause affidavit, released January 5th, revealed some key details of the case, such as the phone data, pointing out that KOHBERGER was in the area of the murders at least 12 times before the killings, and the suspect had left behind a knife sheath at the crime scene with his DNA on it. Also, the quadruple murder accused was seen by one of the survivors, Dylan Mortensen. Andrew McCabe, an ex-FBI official, in a recent interview mentioned that the DNA found in the knife sheath is the most critical evidence. KOHBERGER, a PhD student in the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology at the neighboring Washington State University, has been arrested for the murders and is now facing 4 counts of first-degree murder and felony burglary charges. KOHBERGER waived his right to a speedy preliminary hearing as he appeared in court Thursday, January 12th. The probable cause affidavit points out several important pieces of evidence that link KOHBERGER to the murders. While speaking to CNN about this, McCabe discussed the most critical piece of evidence in the case against the suspect. So, clearly the DNA here is number one for most people. Some people actually think the car and phone data is even more damning, as, again, if he had been in the house before during a party, he could have just said he left the sheath there, although why would it be in the bedroom right next to it? Unless, You know what's kind of crazy? Let's say it was somebody else. Would they just grab a knife sheath and toss it right next to the bed if they were framing somebody? Or was the sheath at the house? Did Kohberger show off the knife and sheath at a party, let's say days or weeks prior? And who was ever there in the house, they took the sheath. They didn't know it was his. There's just a bunch of stuff in the house. A knife sheath looks pretty damning. They committed the murder with a knife. Would they just toss the sheath right next to the bodies and leave, not even knowing who the sheath belonged to? Obviously, that's... Unless... It would really have to be a frame job, because if they knew Kohberger was stalking them, what does that mean? If Kohberger is not the murderer, and if he's just a stalker, some kind of creepy stalker, did someone else know that? Again, I'm not claiming he is guilty or innocent. Obviously, the trial has not happened yet, so we haven't seen the totality of the evidence to determine if it is beyond a reason, if it can proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he's the perpetrator, or possibly one of the perpetrators. So we really don't know. I mean, yeah, I mean, if you were gonna commit murder and you knew your intended victim had a stalker, would you not frame the stalker? Kohberger waived his right to a speedy trial. Okay, that's also interesting, but okay. Josephine Cower also posted this article January 13th. Probable cause affidavit against Idaho suspect BRYAN KOHBERGER has lots of weaknesses, says law expert. Recently, Jason Labar, that's an interesting name for an attorney, Labar, Kohberger's attorney suggested the affidavit contains many holes. Adding to this, even law expert Lara Yaretsayan warned that the probable cause affidavit showed weaknesses and places where the defense can poke holes. In an interview with News Nation journalist Brian Enton, Pennsylvania lawyer Jason Labar, who represented Kohberger in his extradition trial, contended that holes in the police evidence could undermine the prosecution's case against Kohberger. Labar said there's no direct evidence against BRYAN, so there are cases where the defense will be attacking each piece of evidence individually. I believe at least that would be my trial strategy. So not that definitive of a statement, but yeah, I mean, obviously, what if he admits to the stalking and doesn't admit to the murdering? I mean, what does that mean? Another article here by Arunavi Banerjee. Yachmet's former FBI agent Pete Yachmetz said this: murders look pretty premeditated, and Kohberger was obviously surveying the victims. He also stated, Kohberger is not the great mastermind he may have thought he was. Yachmetz believes that the Idaho suspect created a very amateur mistake of leaving the murder weapon sheath behind. The former FBI agent believes that this could have happened for two possible reasons. Either he was alarmed by the victim's screams, or he had to use the weapon before the time he had planned to use it. Now, supposedly there were no actual screams, though, right? There could have been like a scuffle or something. I mean, I don't know. That's still kind of unknown as to the extent of screams, but he had to use the weapon before the time he planned to use it. So was he hiding? There's the DoorDash, he wants to wait longer, and then somebody stumbles upon him. Because if he rushes one of the girls, let's say one of the girls is on the bed, possibly not even asleep. The other girl's moving out and about and maybe runs into him. Does he just put his hand over her mouth and push her onto the bed, killing her, then killing the other one? Is that how that played out? So did he think that they were getting ready for bed when one of them was up and about? I mean, again, there's a lot of different ways this could have happened. And did he hear something on the second floor which made him run and leave the sheath, where he just stopped thinking about the sheath? I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously we don't know. Another interesting statement here, former federal prosecutor Duncan Levin said this: evidence, a lot of smoke, no definitive fire. Evidence against BRYAN KOHBERGER not irrefutable. He said the evidence laid out in the affidavit does not place Kohberger in that house on the night of the murders. That's an interesting point. So does this mean they have a good case against for stalking, but not murder? Supposedly, there's a lot of videos there. I mean, FoxNews.com, Michael Ruiz article, Idaho murders, mystery white cars on video near the crime scene day after student stabbings. So there are videos of white cars in the area while police were there. How many times did he come back? This is weird. Obviously, it doesn't mean it's him. What? A white car was seen on Nez Pierce Drive near the Sigma Chi Fraternity House November 14th, the day after 4 University of Idaho students were murdered just 200 yards away by a masked man who police said was driving a white Hyundai Elantra. Huh. Obviously, white Elantras aren't exactly the most rare vehicle of all time, so... I mean, I wonder how many there are in the area. Was there... I forget. Was it like around 50 or something? But if it was creeping around and then speeding off, I mean, that's kind of weird. So this white vehicle was also there 2:08 p.m. So how many times did he go and come back? Because supposedly, again, in the affidavit, it mentioned that he went there around 9 a.m. before the police were even there. Now he's coming back again. I mean, it's not that far from WSU, so... Yeah, I mean, pretty creepy. Pretty creepy either way. So here's an article by Jenna Anna Matthew. BRYAN KOHBERGER allegedly drove by Idaho murder house at least 4 times the morning of the killings. Newly surfaced footage appears to show the suspect's car driving past the student's rented apartment building on the day of and after the gruesome massacre. New bombshell video shows that the phone of PhD criminology student was found near the apartment of the student who was killed. Kohberger's phone repeatedly rang near the crime scene at 9 a.m., just 5 hours after he stabbed the students. Wait, he dropped his phone there? Wait, what? Phone of PhD criminology student was found near the apartment of the student who was killed. Kohberger's phone rang near the crime scene at 9 a.m., just 5 hours of. In addition, his car was driving past the scene at least 4 times between 3:29 a.m. and 4:04 a.m. on the morning of the murders, according to footage recovered by the police. Around 4:20 a.m., the same car was captured on video driving away from the scene at a high rate of speed. Yeah, this article doesn't mention any ringing. Maybe this article just is misstating that his phone was pinging, not ringing. You know what else is creepy? Some people... So in this article by Srinija Grandi, also on Mia, Idaho murder victim Zaina Kernodle got DoorDash delivery, played online videos minutes before murder. It states here, according to the report, she first awoke around 4 a.m. to what she believed to be Gonzalez playing with her dogs in one of the bedrooms above. A short while later, she claimed she overheard what she believed to be Gonzalez stating, "There's someone here." However, a forensic examination of Kernodle's phone revealed that she was awake and using the TikTok app at the time, indicating that the sound may have originated from the video. Huh. So that was roughly around 4:12 a.m. Minutes later, they're dead. And then, of course, it wasn't until 7 hours later until the call to the police. All right, another article here. High school yearbook reveals BRYAN KOHBERGER wanted to be an Army Ranger and attended law enforcement class. By Anjana. January 4th. Idaho murder suspect BRYAN KOHBERGER, 28, aspired to be an Army Ranger and is featured in his 2011 Pleasant Valley High School yearbook. In the image obtained by Fox News Digital, BRYAN can be seen exercising in the uniform with other students. According to Fox News Digital, the picture is captioned, "Sophomore BRYAN KOHBERGER performs his daily push-ups as part of his law enforcement class. KOHBERGER used the skills he learned to help him reach his goal to one day serve in the Army Rangers." Meanwhile, Sarah Healy, a former high school schoolmate of BRYAN, opined, "BRYAN was bullied a lot and I never got a chance to say something to defend him because he would always run away." She also claimed that he was picked on by a group of girls who would throw things at him and tell him to go away, creep. The 28-year-old was a PhD student at the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology at Washington State University. BRYAN has been taken into custody in connection to the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mojan, Ethan Chapin, and Zaina Kernodle. He was charged with 4 counts and felony burglary. Okay, so interesting background there. Another interesting anecdote here by Divya Kishore, January 9th. Normally chatty BRYAN KOHBERGER went silent when Idaho murders were discussed in class, says friend. A classmate of the Idaho quadruple murder accused has spoken about him after his arrest. Ben Roberts had reportedly studied with Bryan Kohberger and claimed that though the 28-year-old was the outgoing type, he did not use to open his mouth whenever a discussion around the killings of Kaylee, Madison, Mogen, Ethan, and Zaina took place in class. Roberts told the Idaho Statements he seemed gregarious and outgoing. That was really the only impression that I got. He was making the rounds. He definitely seemed a little more eager than some of the others that were present to go around and introduce himself. The criminal justice graduate student went on to explain, Bryan only talked about his interest in forensic psychology. He was an incredibly strong student and talked during class every time. He sat front and center and was not hiding or tucking away in the back. He was right there in the middle of it. But then he mentioned that he had noticed something unusual in Kohberger whenever the murders of the 4 students were brought up. Roberts said he was completely silent before expressing his feelings about the arrest of the 20-year-old man who has been pressed with a felony burglary charge in addition to the murder charges. Roberts said, I'm shocked. I can't believe this person was around me after they allegedly committed such a horrible crime. It's a story that affected people, so I don't know if I kind of want to satiate curiosity, but do that by offering something so people don't speculate as much. Besides, Roberts reportedly pointed out that Kohberger had a negative approach whenever a female was talking. He shared, it's hard to see a pattern emerging while you're in the classroom, but he would tend to push back when a female was talking more than a male talking. He was more keen on asking probing questions and things like that. Another student whose identity has not been revealed agreed with his classmate when stating that the suspect talked down to LGBTQ plus individuals who are in a marginalized community who were disabled and women. Those who were disabled and also women. Okay, so let's take a look at this body cam footage from Kohberger and his father being stopped.
Recording.
Hello. How you doing? How y'all doing today? Good, good. Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could. See, he's right up on that van, man. He was right up on the back end of that van. I'll hold you over for tailgating. Is this your car? Okay. Cool. Where are you headed?
Well, we're coming from WSU, and we're standing early.
What's WSU?
University, basically. That is SWAT team area.
So we're okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you because of the traffic. So you're coming from Washington State University?
Yeah.
And you're going where? Oh.
We're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we're slightly punchy because we drive for hours.
Hours, days.
Hours to drive. Well,
yeah.
Almost a day.
Okay. And what did you say about some SWAT team thing? Or
yeah, there was a mass shooting and everything.
Where?
This was
Interesting.
Well, it's horrifying because he's supposed to be university, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So y'all work at the university there? Or?
I actually do work there.
Oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard about that incident. Just yesterday, or?
This happened about an hour and a half ago. We're still wrapping it up for investigating. I'm not sure there's 2 shootings, but they did shoot somebody.
I see.
And then you don't know about that actually. They were there with shooting out of the window or something.
Interesting. Wow. Okay. So do me a favor, don't follow too close, okay?
Oh.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate you.
What does everybody make of this? And some allege that is a cut on his hand. Of course, that could theoretically be from anything. On Jana PV posted this article. Video shows Bryan Kohberger calmly telling cops about mass shooting on WSU campus when pulled over the first time. Police have released footage of Idaho murder suspect BRYAN KOHBERGER getting pulled over along with his father, Michael Kohberger, for driving too close to a van on December 15th on I-70 outside Indianapolis. According to the Daily Mail, the Hancock County Sheriff's Department captured the moment an officer approached the suspect outside Indiana. In the video, we can hear the duo claiming that there had been a massive shooting at Washington State University. Later, his father added that a SWAT team descended on the campus, and the father also stated that the shooting was horrifying. Meanwhile, Kohberger can be seen speaking calmly to the police officers and also stated regarding how long they had been driving. The father also said they left Washington State University to head home to Pennsylvania. He was caught for the second time within 9 minutes while driving along I-70 in December. He was giving only a verbal warning in both cases. Kohberger was arrested Friday, December 31st for killing 4 University of Idaho students. And you know what's kind of weird? When he's already getting pulled over, let's say the second time, I mean, what is he suspecting? Because they're just letting him off with warnings, but, I mean, one time, okay, but the second time? What is he thinking? Does he know they're onto him at that point? So supposedly the local law enforcement was told to pull him over to kind of see what's going on, possibly see if he had any injuries, etc. All speculation, of course. Some more posts here, possibly scrutinizing Dylan Mortensen. Some people, of course, believe she's possibly involved. Obviously, on MINDSHOCK, I would never make a claim that anything is true or untrue. Were victims alive when Dylan Mortensen froze? Internet wonders if immediate 911 call would have helped, by Deepak Kumar, January 7th. The affidavit related to the 4 homicides in Idaho allegedly carried out by BRYAN KOHBERGER has provided some serious insight into the preliminary investigation. One such detail provided in the document was that Dylan Mortensen, one of the 2 surviving roommates, saw the suspect leave the house after brutally stabbing her 4 friends to death. On one hand, the people taken aback by this revelation complimented Moscow police on keeping Dylan safe as she was their prime witness, and on the other hand, people are questioning Dylan's choice of actions. Some burning questions are, how did she go to sleep after the incident? Why didn't she call 911 sooner? Now people are asking if the victims were alive when she saw Kohberger. The confusion here is why Dylan Mortensen, the surviving roommate, delayed informing police about the murders and why BRYAN KOHBERGER chose the 4 slain Idaho students as his victims. She lived through the attack with Bethany Funk. According to her, the suspect was dressed in all black with a mask covering his face and heard one of her housemates say, "There's someone here." The suspect said, "It's okay, I'm here to help you." The situation could have gone differently, but Dylan froze, which is an understandable human behavior as per many people online. Now people are asking if the victims were alive when Dylan saw Kohberger. One user asked on Reddit, were the victims still alive when the surviving witness froze? Could their deaths have been avoidable if she called the police prior to 8 hours after the stabbings took place? Well, aside from that, though, like, why wasn't, whether they were dead or alive, I mean, they might have died within minutes anyway after that, depending on, their injuries supposedly pretty severe. So, why did it take 8 hours to call the police? I mean, that's the question there, because if she saw the guy, okay, she froze, that's understandable. He runs away, she locks herself in her room, also understandable completely. Why not call the police then and there? Or, if she's not that scared and not that sure what happened, I mean, she could call out, possibly. I mean, that might not be smart if the killer's still in the house, but then again, why not call the police? If she was dead sure that the killer left the house, if she was completely sure that the killer left the house, I mean, she could also investigate at that point. Why wait 6 to 8 hours? I mean, yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Unless she lost consciousness, she passed out then and there, but another article here by Juna Tharakin, January 7th. Idaho murders. Cops still baffled why surviving roommates waited 8 hours before calling 911. Investigators are still puzzled why it took surviving roommate in the Idaho quadruple murders, Dylan Mortensen, 8 hours to call 911 after the brutal slayings took place in their rented home in Moscow, according to a law enforcement source. So, if this source is legitimate, that means there was no adequate explanation given because the law enforcement source is still puzzled. On November 13th, when the 4 students were stabbed to death by suspect BRYAN KOHBERGER, Mortensen, 21, opened her bedroom door around 4 a.m. and saw an unknown figure dressed in black and wearing a mask leaving. The unknown figure fled the scene, taking the home's back exit as per her statement to the police. However, around 8 hours later, surviving roommate Bethany Funk dialed 911 to inform the to inform the deaths of the University of Idaho students. The 8-hour delay has been something that we are puzzled over. We don't know if it was an issue of intoxication or of fear, an investigator said, according to the New York Post. So, yeah, Mortensen wasn't alleged. If this is accurate, Mortensen was not even the one who called 911. It was the other roommate. So, yeah. What does everybody make of this? I mean, I don't know if an adequate theory explaining this has been presented thus far. So let's go into who he possibly could be targeting. Another article here by Meenakshi Sengupta. Did BRYAN KOHBERGER accidentally kill 4 at Idaho home? Internet wonders if he planned to attack only 1. The mystery of the killer behind the murders of the 4 Idaho University students seems to be resolving after the arrest of 28-year-old criminology student BRYAN KOHBERGER December 30th, 2022. But people are still wondering if there's a possibility the killings accidentally turned into mass murder. Taking the conversation to Reddit, one user wrote, quote, I wonder if he only had one person in mind, i.e. Maddie, and everyone else was very unlucky in being in the wrong place at the wrong time. One theory from initial evidence is that he was stalking someone, having been near the house multiple times in the months leading up to the crime. Let's suppose this was Maddie, given it's her room he went to first. KOHBERGER, for whatever sick reason, decides he wants to kill her. He arrives at the house with his one victim in mind. But as fate has it, Kaylee is in the same bed and not asleep in her own room, so that's one additional victim he had not planned on. The user added by saying, I just wonder if the other 3 victims were surprises for him. Many have speculated this can't be his first murder, given he killed 4 at once, but perhaps this wasn't how he'd intended it, and it was an unfortunate turn of fate. It spiraled out of control. Another user said, quote, I also think he went there intending to commit 1 murder, and it spiraled out of control. The individual also pointed out the shocking revelation that the alleged killer returned to the scene hours after the massacre and wrote, given he returns to the crime scene roughly 5 hours later and then continues to go about his day with little sleep, suggests he was still pumped up on adrenaline. One more wrote, I've been thinking that he may not have even gone in there with the intention to kill. Some stalkers just like to be in the homes of the people they are obsessed with. One of the girls woke up, and once things started, it just kept escalating. Okay, that's an interesting theory. We haven't spent a lot of time on this theory. If KOHBERGER is the same guy who's been reported as entering people's homes stealthily, not stealing anything, I mean, is this the type of guy that just wanted to do that? And maybe he's done that a bunch of times in that particular home as well. Very, very creepy to think about. And if no one's ever woken up while he was doing that, there was never an issue. Another article here, Varnika Srivastava posted this January 11th. Could it be BRYAN KOHBERGER? Internet finds Maddie Mogen's Poshmark exchanged with disgruntled customer. More than a month after the horrifying murders of 4 University of Idaho students, the suspect, BRYAN Christopher KOHBERGER, was arrested and taken into custody. After being extradited from Pennsylvania, KOHBERGER is currently standing trial in Idaho for the alleged murders of Xana, Ethan, Madison, and Kaylee, which occurred on November 13th. Since the murder occurred, several web sleuths have been digging deeply through publicly available information about the victims of the suspect and their families, including the social media profiles across the internet. Recently, a Reddit user, while on a deep dive on Madison Mogen, shared a YouTube video about her profile on Poshmark, a social commerce marketplace, and discussed about how a user got persistent in his interactions with Maddie over a sweater. The Redditor wrote, Maddie Mogen Poshmark, very disgruntled customer from October 16th to October 30th, 2022. The user further added, quote, I just found this last night, found it odd but dismissed it, probably nothing, but I found it odd how persistent the person got with Maddie over a sweater that she had sold to them on Poshmark, but didn't ship or respond to the customer's requests for 2 weeks. And that would be really weird if this was all over some kind of bad sweater. But why would he be buying this? I mean, actually, I don't know if he's a stalker obsessed with these people. I mean, he might be buying random clothes from them. I mean, who knows? Like, yeah, look at the guy's photo. I mean, is there anything that guy wouldn't do? It's kind of hard to tell. I mean, don't judge a book by its cover, of course. But, I mean, that is not the most normal-looking individual. I will leave it at that regarding his look. He is not the most normal-looking individual. So, let's move on to the Mad Greek restaurant where Madison Mogen and Xana Kernodle worked. Now, if he is stalking these people, again, it is possible he's buying things from them online and stalking them on various different websites. So the Mad Greek restaurant, the Mad Greek, okay, interesting name there. BRYAN KOHBERGER ate vegan pizza twice at Mad Greek restaurant where Madison Mogen and Xana Kernodle worked, allegedly, by Pragata Priya. Again, all this information is disputed. This is MINDSHOCK. I'm not telling you anything is true or untrue. BRYAN KOHBERGER allegedly dined at the restaurant where 2 of the victims worked in the weeks before the horrific murders of 4 University of Idaho students in November 2022. KOHBERGER frequented the Mad Greek restaurant in Moscow, Idaho, according to a former employee. The former employee said that KOHBERGER had visited the eatery at least twice to get vegan pizza. Madison Mogen and Xana Kernodle, 2 of the victims, worked as waitresses at the establishment. Mogen, Kernodle, and Gonzalez, the 3rd female murder victim, were all once followed on Instagram by a now-deleted account that appeared to belong to KOHBERGER. It is unclear if the girls ever waited on KOHBERGER or if they ever interacted with him. In addition, People has confirmed that investigators have spoken with the Mad Greek staff members and owners and that law enforcement is aware of the restaurant visits. Additionally, they have gathered security footage from the restaurant and other businesses. According to the former employee, KOHBERGER's visits to the Mad Greek were not unusual, and the main reason he stood out was because of a specific order. As a strict vegan, KOHBERGER would ensure that his meal had not been prepared with animal-derived products. Other people have also stated he wouldn't even eat with any kind of utensils or utilize any kind of pots or pans that were also used to make food derived from animals. So quite vigilant. But is the sheath 100% leather, though? That's a good question as well. Now, here's the rebuttal. So this was the allegations from the alleged employee. Follow-up article here by Pragata Priya, January 21st. Not true. Mad Greek restaurant owner where 2 Idaho victims worked denies BRYAN KOHBERGER dined there. And, of course, isn't that what they would do if they're trying to distance themselves from the investigation, whether it was true or not true, or perhaps police told them to say that? The proprietor of a restaurant in Moscow, Idaho, where 2 of the murdered students worked, says the rumor that their suspected killer, BRYAN KOHBERGER, visited the establishment twice is false. According to a former employee quoted in a People article from January 19th, KOHBERGER visited the Mad Greek restaurant where Madison Mogen and Xana Kernodle worked and ordered a vegan pizza. Jackie Fisher, the proprietor of Mad Greek, has now claimed in a Facebook post that that article is completely fabricated information. Fisher wrote, "The news media should really do their due diligence before running a story with completely fabricated information. This will be my only response to this story from People. It is not true." I mean, technically it wasn't fabricated. They were reporting allegations from an alleged employee. So maybe they verified that it was really an employee, and if so, how could they verify that the employee was telling the truth without having the actual footage that the police have from the area, or receipts or the financial trail? So they technically, the story was true in terms of the story was reporting allegations. I mean, this isn't rocket science. A lot of people have trouble with this. I also have not forbidden any employees from speaking to reporters. We all decided collectively to support the families and not share anything that could potentially harm the investigation or cause the families more distress, she added. Fisher was devastated to learn that 2 of her employees had died, she told Fox News. "All I can say right now is that we're all just deeply saddened by the loss of both Maddie and Xana. All of the workers are just shook right now." So make of that what you will. Now let's move on to alleged theories that KOHBERGER either is innocent or did not act alone. Actually, let's go over one more issue with Kaylee Gonzalez that we actually went over on the previous episodes. Internet convinced Kaylee Gonzalez was not the target in Idaho murders as she had moved out of the house. And we went over all of this before as well. By Deepak Kumar, January 15th. Many people have argued that the prime target in the Idaho quadruple murders was Kaylee Gonzalez and that Maddie Mogen, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle were collateral damage. However, there's a good amount of people who believe otherwise. The internet is convinced that Kaylee was not the target simply because she didn't live in the 3-story Idaho home the night she was brutally killed along with the 3 others. She had moved out. The 21-year-old Idaho victim had moved out of the off-campus house and only returned to show her new Range Rover to her friends, hence finding herself in the house at the worst time possible. Her parents previously told Dateline that she was set to graduate early and move to Texas for an IT job opportunity. Kaylee mainly had plans to meet her best friend Maddie and attend a party nearby. The 2 were found slain in the same bed November 13th. The man behind the crime is suspected to be BRYAN KOHBERGER. Now, one Redditor is arguing that Kaylee was in fact never a target. The post reads, "BRYAN had been stalking the home 12 times prior to the tragic event. I'm not sure about when Kaylee officially left, but we know she was only back for that night, and the killer probably did not know she was specifically coming back in town that night. I don't believe Kaylee was the target at all." The Redditor continues writing, "Why would he even been stalking the home and whatnot without her being there anymore? Even if he had just seen her out that night and something happened, it would not explain all the other previous cell ping trackings to that home prior. BK was not there for Kaylee. Many people agree with this point, especially after Kaylee's parents also clarified that she had gone there to only meet with her friends. Unless, of course, if he's stalking all the social media, he might have known that she was coming back for that night, and it would be the last chance to act. So maybe he was planning to kill Maddie anyway, but he also wanted to kill Kaylee. Again, let's not fall for these black and white logical fallacies. We have no idea what any of this means. None of this has been definitively proven in either direction yet. A post here by Owais Faruqi. He was innocent of the crimes. BRYAN KOHBERGER's ex-lawyer, Jason Labar, finds flaws in evidence. When it's viewed individually, you can attack that evidence as a defense attorney, Labar told the host of Law and Crime on Sidebar podcast. The strongest piece of evidence so far has been the DNA found on the button sheath of the knife, which is the only evidence connecting him with the murders. Labar even shrugged that off, saying it was touch DNA or transfer DNA. Labar continued, which DNA would mean that it could remain on the sheath for an infinite period of time if undisturbed, he explained. That's one way of attacking that type of evidence that doesn't put him at the scene of the crime the night out, just that he merely touched that sheath at some point in time. I mean, that's a good point, but like, what opportunity would he have to touch a sheath that ended up next to a murder victim? So, let's get crazy here. BRYAN KOHBERGER requests information on mystery co-defendant. Internet sleuths share wild theories by Sumanti Sen, January 13th. Idaho murder suspect BRYAN KOHBERGER waived his right to a speedy preliminary hearing as he appeared in court Thursday, January 12th. He will not be appearing in court again until June 26th. This week, the suspect and his defense team reportedly filed a request for discovery asking for information about a co-defendant in the case. According to Inside Edition, the probable cause affidavit does not identify a co-defendant. Authorities have also not suggested that KOHBERGER may have had an accomplice when he committed the crime. After being taken into custody last month, he had reportedly asked law enforcement whether another individual was arrested. KOHBERGER, 28, has been accused of fatally stabbing Gonzalez, Mogen, Kernodle, and Chapin in their off-campus three-story rented home November 13th. He was arrested December 30th. So there seems to be some kind of an issue here. There was a filing for information about a co-defendant. Now, again, police are obviously not going to reveal all they have in these affidavits for warrants and etc. So they probably do have a lot more. Whether or not that includes a co-defendant, we don't know. What if he was framed? Internet wonders if Idaho suspect BRYAN KOHBERGER has a plausible defense by Varnica Srivastava, January 12th. After his arrest in Pennsylvania and subsequent extradition, KOHBERGER is now on trial for allegedly stabbing University of Idaho students Kernodle, Chapin, Mogen, and Gonzalez to death November 13th. Since his arrest, crime enthusiasts on the internet have floated various theories about the 28-year-old PhD student's personality traits and what drove him to the heinous crime. Recently, a Reddit user raised the possibility that KOHBERGER might have a plausible defense and wondered if he was framed for the murders after all. The Redditor wrote, what if BK does have a plausible defense? Before the claws come at me, hear me out, and yes, I'm 99% sure he's guilty, but we haven't heard his side of anything. True, it ain't looking good, but we all know that as followers of this case, it's been a roller coaster ride of twists and turns. I mean, yeah, it would be curious to see what he alleges his alibi even is. Web sleuths speculate if suspect BRYAN KOHBERGER was only an accomplice, but not the killer. By Arunavi Banerjee. More speculations arise about the motive for the murders of 4 University of Idaho students by suspect BRYAN KOHBERGER. A new subreddit thread theorized that KOHBERGER may not have been the actual killer, but instead only an accomplice. KOHBERGER was arrested December 30th for allegedly killing the 4 students. All 4 victims were stabbed to death with a fixed blade November 13, 2022. In the thread posted by Reddit in the discussion sub BRYAN KOHBERGER, the user has laid out a series of points that theorize that the Idaho murder suspect was only an accomplice to the murders. I saw someone earlier mention this theory briefly, and it's one I've had since the PCA, but was scared to post about it, so I want to expand on it, the Redditor wrote, sharing the post. In the subreddit thread, the user expressed that several reported developments suggest that another person may have been involved in the crime that sent shockwaves across the country last year. Among the user's observations was that KOHBERGER reportedly asked police if someone else had been apprehended when he was being arrested. The user goes on to say, I bet it was someone who knew them. Statistically, way more people are murdered by an acquaintance than by a stranger, and the lawyer today said that there was no connection to the girls. Now, why are they saying no connection? There may have been a connection. Again, we don't really know. Let's look at some more evidence, though, regarding animal hair, disposable gloves, and items with blood stains from BRYAN KOHBERGER's apartment. This is posted January 18th by Owais Faruqi. Even though a murder weapon remains to be discovered, the cops have found items covered in blood from Kohberger's apartment. Cops searched his Washington apartment shortly after his arrest, December 30th, 2022, for allegedly killing 4 University of Idaho students at the King Road residence. The new report reveals that cops have found possible animal hair strands, disposable gloves, and items with red and brown stains. An item, which is the collection of dark red, has been recovered from the apartment, the New York Times reported, apart from a pillow with reddish-brown stain. Investigators also collected receipts, mattress covers, and the dust container of a vacuum cleaner. Kohberger, 28, is charged with killing 4 University of Idaho students. The 28-year-old was doing PhD in criminology 10 miles away from the murder scene. According to the application for a search warrant, the rental home close to campus where the 4 victims were discovered dead in November had a substantial chunk of the victims' blood on it, including spatter and cast-off blood, which results when blood scatters from a moving object. Okay, if this is all true, he was either framed with all these items in his apartment, but why would this criminology student have all these items in his own apartment? I mean, how dumb is this guy? It's kind of weird. I mean, I gotta say, it's kind of weird. Another article here, Internet wonders if possible animal hair found at BRYAN KOHBERGER home is of Kaylee Gonzalez's dog, Murphy. Among various evidence gathered from the Idaho murder suspect's home was possible animal hair. This sparked speculations that the hair could belong to victim Gonzalez's dog, Murphy. Records of evidence recovered from the suspect's home was unsealed Wednesday, January 18th. Do we know if BK or his family has or had recently lost a pet, specifically a dog? There was a pet hair listed in the recent release. I want to be able to check off the possibility of it being a family pet instead of Murphy. Of course, I want it to be Murphy's. He would be such an important part of convicting BK. Anyway, though, he will always be the best boy. I hope he's also recovering. People forget that animals feel loss and grief as well, a user wrote on Reddit. A follow-up post here. Those who are saying Murphy can't shed because he's a doodle, he definitely can. I've met multiple full-breed doodles that shed. Obviously not like a husky, but it's possible for one little hair to end up in BK's place, the user added. Second edit. After reading the comments and more deliberation, I figure there's 3 ways this hair strand could take us. 1, it's Murphy. 2, it's the dog that was skinned. Talk about a crazy plot twist. Or 3, it's not related to either of those poor babies, therefore probably not important. Okay, and that's another interesting point about all of the animal killings in the area and the skinned dog as well. I talked about it on the previous episodes. If Kohberger's this animal lover, then how probable is it that he skinned the dog? Unless, of course, he did have some kind of psychotic break, or he has a split personality or something of that nature, or there's unrelated scumbags going around harming animals, which is possible, of course. Another follow-up here by Samuk Yantha LKM. Forensic analyst says animal hair from BRYAN KOHBERGER's apartment can be a home run for the prosecution. Forensic expert Dr. Michael Baden had weighed in on what could be a game changer for the prosecution. Fox News reported that Dr. Baden hoped that the animal hair found in the apartment matches the dog that was at the scene. He has further gone on to deem that if found, the animal hair may be a home run for the prosecution to convict him. When police had responded to the 911 call, they found Gonzalez's dog in her bedroom. If they found one animal hair, and I've been involved with this in the past, which came from the dog that was at the scene, that's a home run also for the prosecution, Baden said Thursday, January 19th on America Reports. In addition to the dog hair, the warrants had information about other evidence that Baden believes will help put Kohberger behind bars. But hold on a second. If he had just partied at the home, especially if on more than one occasion, I mean, that could theoretically explain the animal hair. I mean, I don't know how that's a home run per se. Another article here by Varnica Srivastava. Idaho murders. Web sleuths say gloves found in BRYAN KOHBERGER's home and near crime scene don't match. Recently, a few internet users have differentiated between the gloves recovered from Kohberger's apartment and the gloves that were found earlier by the detectives outside the victim's house. A Twitter user recently described the glove found outside the victim's home, briefly describing the material and the quality difference to the ones found in BRYAN's home. Do people not realize that the glove found outside the home was a winter glove and the glove found in BRYAN's apartment was a surgical type glove? Right? Why are some saying it's the same? Yeah, just pointing out these are 2 completely different gloves. I am seeing people try to say the one found outside matches the one in the apartment. They want an OJ type moment so badly. Okay then. So let's go down some rabbit holes. So here's a theory why August 21st, internet thinks BRYAN KOHBERGER started planning murders on the day he was pulled over by Aranava Banerjee. As per the search warrant documents used to retrieve evidence from the home and office of the suspect, Kohberger was pulled over twice by cops while driving his white Elantra between August and November 13th. The car remains one of the key pieces of circumstantial evidence against him. Further investigation, including a review of Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Corporal Duke's body cam and reports, showed that on August 21st, 2022, Bryan Kohberger was detained as part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho by Corporal Duke. At the time, Kohberger was the sole occupant, was driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra. The search warrant reads, Kohberger gave the police his cell phone number during the stop. Is that common? Something weird going on, man. There's something weird going on here. Let's look at another theory. Don't think he did it. Cops using Bryan Kohberger as a pawn to catch the Idaho killer, claims bizarre theory by Arunava Banerjee. And some think that's the same going on with Richard Allen in Delphi. But let me go over this article here. The evidence against Kohberger includes a knife sheath with his DNA on it that was recovered from the crime scene. The probable cause affidavit made public January 5th also revealed that Kohberger visited the murder scene at least 12 times before the killings. However, no concrete motive has been established yet. Numerous bizarre theories about the suspect are being discussed online. A recent outlandish theory that's been floating online recently, a Redditor has speculated that the cops might be using Kohberger as a pawn to nab the real killer. Maybe police is trying to catch the real killer through BK, like maybe, question mark. Redditor Puzzlehead Milk 221 wrote on a thread that posed the question, anyone else believe he didn't do it? I mean, there's really not much more to this theory than that from this particular thread. However, let's go a little deeper here. Idaho Murders. Internet wonders if Bryan Kohberger was a police informant as he had no social media, by Varnica Srivastava. Recently, a Twitter user pushed a claim that Kohberger was a police informant, suggesting this could explain why the college student had no social media presence at all. While some acquaintances have revealed that Kohberger went out of his way to make friends, others have claimed he struggled to fit in. The Twitter user noted that Kohberger kept a low profile across social media. Bryan Kohberger was a police informant is why he had no social media. So supposedly he did have a lot of social media, but not necessarily connected to his real name. So here's another interesting article. Suspect Bryan Kohberger had access to police body cam footage database as a WSU doctoral student, by Samu Katha LKM. Hearings for Bryan Kohberger are in full swing. What adds to the fact that is the fact that reports indicate Kohberger may have had access to a crime lab and live stream from security cameras to aid him. It was reported that the doctoral program that Kohberger had been enrolled in at Washington State University has access to a crime lab database of police body cam videos and live streams from security cameras on and off campus. According to WSU's website, they are used to study complex social interactions between patrol officers and civilians and for other appropriate functions as well. It is said that these tools may be used to allow a suspected killer to view crime scene images and potential videos of death. It would also allow suspects to zoom in on faces if it needed to be. However, WSU denied that Kohberger had access to this lab and further stated that he was not part of this program at all. I don't think that any amount of positive research that's come out of this department is worth the risks of letting a wolf in the henhouse, a source told Fox News. They are all obsessed with crime and criminals. You'd have to be in a PhD in criminology, but sometimes that obsession goes to other levels and attracts this kind of madness, the source added. It was also reported that WSU's CSI lab and the Division of Government Studies and Services are located on campus. So even if he wasn't part of the program, could he still have access to this lab? And isn't it purported that he was part of the program? Now, another curiosity here regarding accomplices and otherwise, and we'll get back to the security issue in a moment. University of Idaho will not scale down security and foot patrols despite Kohberger's arrest by Deepak Kumar January 4th. Now, is that all just for public image, or did the police let them know, is there something that does point to an accomplice or accomplices? University of Idaho now says that it does not plan to scale back security. They do not plan on being lenient with patrols and that the personnel increase will remain in place. The outlet reports that Moscow has a sense of relief, with some students starting to feel safe again. The increase in security came as a measure after the murders of Gonzalez, Mojin, Coronado, and Chapin to make the students feel safe. A new campus police outfit was also introduced with more guards to cover more grounds and that too frequently. It is said that the campus is still getting tips about Kohberger after the arrest, and they're sending him over to Moscow PD and the FBI. The news of the campus security being intact comes right after Kohberger waived extradition and will be returning to Moscow, Idaho to face the 4 charges of murder and 1 count of felony burglary. I mean, I don't know. I mean, would that just be protocol no matter what, so it's not necessarily suspicious? So let's go into more curiosities and mind shocks here. 3 people were there. WSU student's mom alleges Kohberger was not alone for Idaho murders by Jasveen Kawar, January 21st. Kohberger, the sole suspect for the murders of 4 University of Idaho students, was arrested December 30th at his parents' home in eastern Pennsylvania, more than 2,500 miles away from the town of Moscow. Since then, a lot of details have emerged linking Kohberger to the killings, mostly from a probable cause affidavit that was released January 5th. The affidavit revealed that Kohberger was in the area of the murders at least 12 times before the killings, and that the suspect left behind a knife sheath at the crime scene with his DNA on it. The accused was also seen by one of the survivors, Dylan Mortensen. But in a recent interview, Kim, the mother of 2 WSU students, has come forward with some serious allegations, stating that Kohberger was not alone on the night of the murders, and further alleged that there were 3 people there. That's a very specific number. Not 2, not 4, but 3. In the very early hours of November 13th, Chapin, Kernodle, Mojin, and Gonzalez were stabbed to death in their off-campus rental home on King Road in Moscow, Idaho. Kohberger, a PhD student in the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology at the neighboring Washington State University, was charged 7 weeks later. He is still the only suspect in the case. In a recent interview with a YouTube channel, Kim, who is reportedly a mother of 2 WSU students, revealed some shocking information about the murders.
Kim. Hello, Kim. This
Hello?
is Daniel from the Drunk Turkey Show. I know you called a couple times, so I wanted to return.
I did call a couple of times. I just really feel it's important that anybody who's listening who's got kids over there or lives over there to know that don't just think because this guy's behind bars right now that it's all done and it's safe, because it's really not. The case is still ongoing. The investigation is still ongoing, and pretty active. And I have 2 kids over there. It's scary, terrifying, actually. And I get they got to catch the guys, but the lack of transparency is wild. Right. And I have been told that I'm not to speak, but you know what? I'm a mom. Put me in jail, like whatever. I'm not gonna stop speaking if I don't think my kids are safe. And I honestly do not believe they're safe. And this guy, he's a monster, no doubt. I have no doubt. But there's so many other areas in this case that are just not being told, nor should they have to be. But you have to guarantee, if I call a police officer and ask if my kid is safe and they can't guarantee me that, that's a problem. And that's what's happening. Right. And they're over their heads. 100% Moscow is over their heads. And I'll say that to them. But this guy could get off. His attorney is better than good. If you want an attorney to get you out, she will. And so will their forensic investigator. And I'm not saying he's brilliant. I don't think he is. I think he's a monster. He's an animal. But, and he did know those girls. And we have a substantial and significant, and I say this on the record, and I'm not alleging it. I'm a parent, and I've been dealing with it now for 2 years. I pay $50,000 a year for this stuff. And I'll tell you what, there is a drug problem, a significant drug problem. There's a Greek road problem. And I've got kids on Greek road, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm coming from a place of knowing, and I just want people to just have a conversation with the kids. You are not safe. Just because the guy's behind bars does not make you safe, right?
Here's the thing, it don't matter where you do.
I mean, I sent my kids to school with tasers. That's weird.
Yeah. No, I noticed your what state you were calling from, and I know that it was. It looks like it was fairly close to where this could have taken place. You having kids that are currently going near there, that would be scary. I would be scared, and I understand where your fear comes from, and this probable cause. And I've heard this as well about the lawyer that is defending Bryan, and her team that has come in already, and I'm assuming based on the fact that, because of the nature of the crime, the degree and the penalty that is involved, that the courts only had a few options as far as who can defend him. And that she was well aware of that early on. And that's why she got to work right away. I mean, she stopped the cleaning. She stopped a lot of things. And
she stopped quite a few things. She's already asked for all of their evidence. She wants that. She asked for that today. And then to have I don't know, I kind of do know what is. So this is over a state line. So there's no reason the feds can't get involved now. Right. Because it's crossed state lines. And right. And I don't think, and I'll honestly be honest, because I don't think it was his knife. I think it was the guy who SWAT killed December 15th night.
Right. There was a incident at WSU involving a guy who was threatening to cause harm, unalive, and we'll use that term, his roommates. and he had to have been taken out by lethal means by the SWAT team. And you know,
correct.
I'll be honest with you. I went and looking for information on that case, and on the guy, I found out his name and who he was. And this guy was an older guy. He was in his above, I think it was
38.
Like 30s, like in the upper 30s.
PTSD, right? Military PTSD.
Right.
He also was in UI Tech. He works for the University of Idaho Tech Department.
Wow. And so
Tech was down that night. So when they're saying they're getting pings or whatever, first of all, he'd been in the house before a plethora of times. He was an invited guest into that home before. And I do know this because, well, obviously I'm here now, and what are they going to do? My daughter, because we knew it. My daughter knew at 10 a.m. It was Parents' Weekend the weekend it occurred.
Right.
And so we went to get my daughter for breakfast, and then and my son to go to breakfast and go to whatever, grocery shopping or whatever before we left. And on the way home, we get this alert. It was like 5 o'clock. We come over to the other side of the mountains. Our kids are about 6 hours away. And so we came home and we get this alert, and I called my daughter and I'm like, hey, what's going on? And she's like, oh, I already know, Mom. I knew that this morning, like around 10. I'm like, how did you know? And so anyway, as it all comes out, as I immediately called the FBI and told them every bit of information I had been given from my daughter and her roommate for them. They weren't there, but then we found out somebody was not telling the truth. So we had to call back, and other information has come out because, you know, I spend Christmas, I pressed my kids to the wall for every bit of information they possibly could have, because people didn't have children at Christmas. Like, it's beyond words. It's beyond, I can't. But at any rate, so the kids, but they think the guy's behind bars now and they're good. And the fact is, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's a huge problem. It's a problem on Greek Row, and it's a problem with Sigma Chi, and there are 10 student deaths at U of I since May.
Oh, wow.
That's an extraordinary amount. I don't know the count, but I will tell you this. Every time when we go to campus, quite a bit, you know, we watch the games or whatever and participate in our kids' lives there. And every time we've been there, there's been a violent event or a gun event or something. There's never been a time we have been on that campus when there hasn't been something that went down. That's unacceptable in my opinion. Yeah. And it's just because they don't listen and they're ignoring it. And, you know, my son's an athlete. He chose not to go Greek, and he's actually chosen to transfer to ASU to finish out his education, which we're thrilled. My daughter's a senior, though, right? She's about to graduate with Xana's sister. I mean, these kids are connected. They're friends. And I don't know them other than, I wish I never knew their names, actually, to be quite honest. Right. Right? I mean, but it could have been my kid. Yeah. You know, it could have been all of our children. And nobody's paying. People are satisfied with, it's okay because we said it was okay. But guess what? How can you tell me my kid is safe and that it's a targeted event, but you don't know who is the target or why? It's not. One has to make two. When it makes all these other numbers, something's not right. And I'm that mom that's just going to be a pain in the rear. Right. It's just, and I don't apologize for that. God gave me these children, and I plan to do my job. It's numbers. It's a numbers game. So these are two small towns that are connected, right? They're not competitive. They don't compete against each other. They're not rivals, I guess is the verbiage I'm looking for. They're not rival state schools, but they're friendly schools. They get along with each other. A lot of the kids that went there went, you know, so, but they're numbers games. Those towns rely on our students' tuition. They do. And it came all the way. And I do think the bottom line was these kids are going to pour out of here if we don't get control over the narrative. Controlling the narrative would have been to be honest, to say, we don't know what's going on. We don't know what happened. We're going to send you guys all home globally. We know how to do this. We just did COVID. We can do this. We can rally. That would have kept your numbers up. Now kids are fleeing, like they're dropping like flies. If I get my daughter out of there, I would have. And I think they should, if they release him, my daughter doesn't have an argument with me anymore. She can pay her own tuition if she wants to stay, but she's coming home. I mean, honestly. So I think, yes, it's a numbers game. It's about money. And I actually think it's really worth a deep dive into Christ Church. Mm-hmm. It's a very interesting and disturbing church. Or Moscow's beautiful. Honestly, we prefer when we go there to stay in Moscow because it's got great restaurants. It's just got a great vibe. And the hotel's so much nicer than in Pullman. Pullman's just kind of like, I don't know, agricultural corn. You know what I mean? Right. But Moscow's got a lot of great stuff. It's a really cool place to stay, and it's only 5 minutes away. Mm. So we prefer that. But it's a weird. There is you just got to do a deep dive into Christ Church, and a really deep dive into that because they control most of the land and the properties. It's just, you have to look at it. I couldn't explain it, and I don't want to disparage other people's faith. You know, we all have our faith, and say anything that would get anybody in trouble, but it's definitely worth a deep dive. And there's a lot. And so, I mean, honestly, one of the guys who was actually one of the men who actually was a suspect in this, committed murder and got off with probation. and broke his probation 3 different times, right? And then another guy who works at Mad Greek, because he doesn't work at Mad Greek. He goes to Mad Greek, and I don't know his name, but his wife worked at Mad Greek and knew the girls and had lovely things to say about the girls, but he's also on that list. And I'm not.
You're talking about the owner of the restaurant nearby? Who is
not the owner, but perhaps his perhaps related to that person, maybe. And there's another kid who's possibly related to the Attorney General of the state. I mean, it's a very
small town.
This case and Sigma Chi, I will say this, and I'll say it outright into their face. I've already said it to their national committee. They are no innocent in this whole situation. There are things that have gone down. If these kids don't speak up, kids are going to get hurt, and they're afraid. I understand they're afraid. They got themselves in a little jam. That was bigger than they thought. And I said to my daughter, why in the world would these derelicts? Because basically that's what I think all of these guys who have been named are. Not just, it's because they're creeping on young girls. That's the creepers. That's what they were referred to. That's what they knew. That guy had been in that house a plethora of times. For his Wi-Fi to connect to there is not a big deal because your phone will automatically reconnect if you've been there before.
Right. Well, he would have to be there and have the password prior, right? Now.
Well, smartphones will just, like, if it's a new enough smartphone, like mine will just reconnect wherever I've been.
Right.
I don't even have to hit a button.
They would have had to have connected initially. Like, for instance, if
if
it was a private password protected, then he would have never connected to it. I have a question. Do your children that attended the schools nearby, I'm not sure if they attended that school or his school.
Well, I do. My son was in classroom 13. He was a TA in classroom 12.
Oh, wow. So
it was really close.
Yeah. Did he know, or did he know of Brian?
No, because Brian was a PhD student. To be a PhD student, so PhD students, somebody called and told me this actually, and that PhD students have to do like a year of TAing and a year on the Pullman Police Department in order to. It's part of the requirements for getting a PhD. Yeah. Yes, correct. So no, my son he's only a second year, so he pre-law, so he didn't, but it doesn't matter. I mean, he clearly doesn't care how many kids are present or if they're boy or girl, man, you know what I mean? He doesn't care. He'll just take you out of that, his druthers. And I truly believe he wanted to solve the crime himself when he got hired by Pullman Police. I truly believe that. And he took all of these minions with his little survey and he built up all these people he could mold. He had plenty of time to do it if you're malleable,
Right.
And I don't know that's right. I don't know that that's wrong, but I just know that the evidence he did not leave that shield on purpose. He didn't.
Yeah, it is a little bit suspicious, especially the location in which it was found. The fact that there was a single piece of DNA.
And that bloodbath. How in that bloodbath do you only have a tiny little fingerprint? The kids don't even believe it. The kids, my son came to me and he said, Mom, the route and the pings, and I didn't even know he was paying attention because it was over break. Well, obviously he was because I was insane, obviously. But he said, it doesn't match up. And he went through it and I'm like, that's just numbers to me, right? That doesn't register. But then as I processed it, it's true. It doesn't add up.
Yeah, we put together the pings on the phone. We put the surveillance video and we mapped it out and we say the same thing. There's some missing pieces at the very least.
Besides the fact you have no range on either route.
What do you mean by no range?
Like so your phone, like there's parts when you're coming from Moscow to Pullman, either way, that you can't get any service.
Really?
So you wouldn't ping. Yeah, all the time. Yeah, service is sketchy. That's why the schools have. My son was really excited because in his dorm room freshman year, he had the box was in his room. He goes, "Oh, I get service," and he knew from his sister who lives on Greek Row that was a thing. So I mean, it's like it's out there in the wilderness. It's the agricultural land, right? And it's their own rules, and they follow their own rules, and it's insane. And my daughter, I was shocked that she knew. And they're moving to Troy. This church is now going towards Troy, but you just take a deep dive because they are worth a look. Because I don't know, it's not a church I join personally. I mean, but to each his own. I don't know, but they have a lot of control over the town. Maggie has a lot of control that way. A lot of people have a lot of control, and it's a really scary thing because it's going to happen again if they don't get all the way to the bottom of it and solve the problem from the bottom or the top down, whatever. Then it's going to happen again because the killing I don't think was what was supposed to happen. I think more what was supposed to happen was what was happening by the food truck and with what Maddie told Adam.
Gotcha. So you think that there's still something there with what Adam knows?
Oh yeah, it was a trap house.
Really?
And I just learned that verbiage. Yeah, I just learned that verbiage. Yep, this Christmas. For Christmas, I got new verbiage. Plug and trap house, right?
Right.
Not a clue what that stuff means. I mean, I'm 57 years old, right? And no, this guy's not wearing them. Frat guys are wearing them.
Yeah.
And my daughter knew at 10 a.m.
Yeah. Dang.
And the police were called at noon.
That's insane.
And I'm not. And here's the thing: until somebody tells me otherwise, I got someone's back. I do. And she's a kid, and even kids get the opportunity to misstep and make mistakes and detour and do stupid things, and then they have their life is their legacy, right? These kids' legacies have been cut short. I don't blame their parents for not wanting things out there, and I don't want things out there. They were good kids. They did a good job at school. They did everything they were supposed to do, and people just need to treat them like their own. They are now our country. They are now our children. So treat them like our children. Don't disparage any of them, especially not because we could be wrong. I mean, there could be I don't know. And I'm not going to judge until I know. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know it. Right. And she gets great, in my opinion. They both do. I'm glad they're alive. I hope they're glad they're alive.
So.
And I hope people are kind to them.
From the school, from the students that attended the school and that are nearby, do they think that it's Bryan or that maybe the police got it wrong?
No. Oh, they think it's him and they're good to go. They're like feral kittens, right? Have you ever tried to corral them? Right?
I've never.
They're out there playing and having a good. Yeah. Well, don't, because that's what college kids are. I'd rather have 10 2-year-olds than 2 college kids. Right. They just think, it's their world, and and there's a lot of haves and plenties, and it's can't happen to me, even though it just happened to somebody Right. But yeah, they have this. They can distance themselves so easily, and I don't know if that changes when you have children or what, but no, these kids think they're fine. They're safe. They're good to go. A lot of them went back to school with handguns, with concealed weapon licenses.
Oh, wow.
Mine just went back with tasers.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, though. People would go back to protect themselves after a situation like this. A couple more questions. So he apparently was peeing going south of Moscow towards Blaine and then Genesee and then crossed back over into Washington and then went up north. In those areas, how is the reception for cell phone service?
There is none. Zero. You have zero reception. For him to be out of range, because I don't know where the gun is. My guess would have been in one of the water towers because you could see it from anywhere.
Right.
Both campuses have a water tower. But I'm guessing it's probably down more towards Johnson in the cabins down there. And I think probably one of his little minions has a cabin down there.
Mm-hmm. Got you.
And I have reported that, and they have looked. I don't know if they found the weapon or not. But I don't even think it's his anyway. Yeah. Honestly. Yeah. I think it's the guy who was killed by SWAT. So.
Right.
But there's no range. Range there is terrible.
Yeah, because I mean they try to utilize these pings going south, and I'm wondering if is it possible that he headed south of Pullman, and he was last seen in Pullman around 247. Once you head south of Pullman, how far do you go before you lose service?
Oh, maybe 5 minutes. I'm honestly, because it's all maybe 5 minutes. There's no cell phone towers, so when you get to when you come off of I-90, so for me coming from the Seattle area, coming off I-90, right? I'll have range from Seattle to Snoqualmie Pass, and then I won't have it again until I hit Ellensburg, and I'll have it from Ellensburg until I turn right towards Othello, and then you don't have it all. Basically, you can't get the radio at all. And I went to college in Ellensburg, so you could never get the radio in Ellensburg. So that's kind of if you're basing it on that. So if you go to so you have but they use their iPhone, whatever, music stuff. But then we drive down, and you don't get it back until after you leave Colfax, which then is another, you probably have range. It's a 6-hour drive. You have range for maybe 2 hours max.
Wow.
So then if you're going to go south, and I think that Johnson, so from what I can tell, they went from Pullman towards Lewiston. You don't have range at all. Towards Spokane, you don't have range at all. I mean, a little bit, but not much. But if you're going deep towards Johnson, there's no range. There's no towers to even get range. And so you go into data, which most people, so the kids go into data. So my phone will work on data and my kids will. But if you don't think to turn it on to data, right? How can you and I don't even know that there weren't 2 cars, because why did they change the year of the car? Because the year of the car that this guy was driving was in 2015.
Yeah.
There's 2 guys sitting in jail right now who stole a car in the Nampa area, Garden City area, which is a great part of Idaho. But I don't know what jail it would be or what county it is. And the only reason I know about the area is because my son plays basketball, and during COVID, Idaho is its own country. Let me just share that with you. they could play ball, right? We were supposed to go to Texas. We were supposed to go to LA. All the time we were canceled. We could always find a game in Moscow. We could always find a game in Idaho. So that's why I know that part of it, but I also know there's no range.
Right.
And so two kids, so did they, I thought they were taken into custody somewhere around the 28th and they were arrested on the 30th, but I don't know if that's still there because all of a sudden stuff comes down. Like when that SWAT guy, so I got an alert on the 15th of December. This guy apparently on the 14th had gone into his student housing. Why a 38-year-old man is living with two students in kook housing with PTSD and works at U of I tech department is beyond me. I don't even understand that. I don't know who the students are and or what the situation was, but it's kook housing, which is Washington State, what they call their housing department. So he was there and he held them at gunpoint and tried to kill them. He let them go. They cleared my so my son's dorm. They lived on the south side. Cleared the south side, evacuated south side during finals week, and then wound up shooting him at whatever time it was. But we didn't get the alert until 3 o'clock. He started this at 8 o'clock on the 14th, and he died at 4 o'clock on the 15th. And we didn't get the alert until like 3:30 in the morning. And we got 3 other alerts after that the following 3 days, which had no follow-ups. And so then at one point, somebody had released, well, actually, I'm not sure if somebody had released it, to be honest with you, or if I had called somebody who was there that I knew was in media and I said, what's going on, to go there because there were kids in my son's building that he knew. And she told me that who he was. And then the next day, the story totally changed. Everything, his name, everything. But he, and so when I spoke with him, and I have been spoken, the FBI has continued to contact us and asked us for my kids for more statements. I said to the last officer, I think I was a little fresh, I feel bad, but I said, you're not giving me anything and you're telling everybody they're safe? No way. I'm not giving you another thing until you tell me my kids are safe. Until you tell me what is going on. And I don't, maybe that's unreasonable. And I don't need to know what's happening. I just need to know that it's covered. And I just think it's not. I think with everything in me that these kids are unsafe and somebody's going to get harmed again. There's a lot of dead children. And it is about drugs. And I don't know where it's coming from. But that was a trap house and they were buying drugs. He was meth and Molly. And that's where it started.
Yeah, no, yeah. Everything that you're saying makes a lot of sense.
But you're a very good interviewer because you just got that completely out of me on the radio, right? Or YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Dude. Okay, well, I stand behind everything I say. And I will stand up in front of somebody. And I've told them that. Keep my kids safe. She had brain surgery her senior year. She just wants a senior year somewhere. She's fine. Totally fine. She's finer than she should be. But, we all have a story, right? We all have kids. And kids are out there without, and it's, I don't know what to, I don't even know. My fear is they're going to let them go because they don't have enough to keep them or at least postpone.
Yeah. There's definitely some holes in this case. Now I'm hoping that the search warrant and the search of the Elantra comes up with something that's more concrete because to hear this, I knew that this was a rural area. I knew that triangulation of cell tower pins were going to be not the most reliable. There's there's a statement in the probable cause affidavit that states that on the 14th that he triggered or connected to a tower in Moscow, but they don't believe that he was there during that day. And so that kind of puts into question the reliability of all of the pings that are out there. And you look at the direction of travel that he was traveling from the east to the west, yet Pullman's from west and he would have been traveling east. That doesn't make sense. You also look at the time frame from, he was at his house at 2:42, but 2 minutes later he was 2 miles away on video. Unless he was traveling 60 miles an hour through Pullman.
That is exactly what my son said. And Pullman's a walking campus. Both of them are, right? The kids normally walk, right? I think they call them freshman cabs because all they do is walk, right? And build up. So my son said exactly what you just said. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that didn't make sense unless there was a second vehicle that was out there without a front license plate that matched the description. And as far as when they came up with the vehicle being newer, they probably didn't figure that out until they came up with a suspect, because had they known about that or that possibility prior to coming up with a suspect, that would have been broadcasted to be on the lookout for. And since it wasn't, that tells me that it wasn't found until after they discovered that this guy was a suspect.
Correct. And when I spoke and so they kept announcing, which really infuriated me, that they knew who he was within 2 weeks. And so when I spoke with the Pullman Police Department and I said they knew who he was the next day, and you let him back on campus, walking around, going to Starbucks with my kid. Like, really? You really? Really? So they knew the next day.
I wonder what evidence they had at that point that led to that direction. That is
because they all knew who he was.
Really?
Yes, they all knew who he was. The kids all know him.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, I think some kids got scared. I think some kids are well connected, and their parents spoke for them, and they were waiting for they wanted the kids. The unfortunateness about this situation is it happened at Thanksgiving to Christmas, which I believe is well planned on his part.
Right.
He knew what he was doing, right? Absolutely knew what he was doing. So, and I couldn't pull my kid off that campus. She loves college. Like, she loves it, which more power to her. I'm glad she does. I want you to love this experience. But God, right? You are in harm's way. But he knew what he was doing with his timing. This was planned. He should have started on Monday at the Pullman Police Department, and he was going to solve this crime and be the hero. He knew that guy. I truly believe, because his car was right outside of the coffee apartment house, that he was going to, he knew it was his knife. He touched the knife. He will say, I don't know anything for certain, but I believe that he will say, of course I did. He was my friend. He showed me the knife. It was cool.
Right.
I looked at it. I touched it. There you go. There's that alibi.
So,
right.
Right. Yeah. The touch DNA thing, all he has to do is, handle that sheath at one point. The fact that he was in criminology may have been a reason to handle a weapon of that kind, maybe demonstrate something. I'm not sure. But yeah, those are all plausible explanations. But if they knew who he was the next day, it leads me to believe that there's something that pointed in that direction very quickly. Now,
so, and I'm going to just say this quiet. So, I feel like I should tell you this privately, not publicly.
Okay.
I don't know if that's possible, because I just don't want to announce it, because you know what? These parents have lost children, and I don't care what my kid does in life. If they don't get to change the trajectory of their life through their journey and their path, then it's a terrible, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense at all?
No, I completely understand what you're saying. And yeah, we're actually probably only going to be on here for another few minutes, and then afterwards I can probably give you
can tap back. Yeah, perfect. And I'll tell you what I know.
Yeah.
And share what I know, and then let you. I don't want it to go away. I don't want this guy to get away, and I don't want his little minions to get away, and I want everybody involved to have, I never ever ever want to hear about this happening again. So, yeah. So tap back when you're done. And I'll tell you.
Yeah, no, we appreciate it.
Cool.
Thank you so much, and I'll be giving you a call here in a little bit. So, we had a call come in the other day. We released that call. And a lot of questions and concerns have come out of it. Now, the person that called us in stated that she was, had a daughter and a son that attended WSU, and that they had friends and a roommate that were close to the situation. Now, all we released yesterday was the phone call that came in. There was certain validation that needed to be done in order for us to, one, to even put that video out, and two, to make a second video out. And we were able to do so. I also want to comment on the fact that I did speed up her audio. I sped up everybody's audio, or the entire call, just so that it was a little bit quicker. I apologize if it was too fast. She wasn't on anything. I saw the comments. It was sped up. I did put in the comment section, and I'll put it in again, the timestamp and the show that was the original call was on. But she called us. Her name was Kim, and she had called a couple of times, so I called her back. She was from Washington State, and her last name looked familiar, as far as I believe I had seen it come up in this case before. So that was the main reason why I wanted to call her back. I noticed the proximity of where she was calling from, and then the last name. Now, what she had told me was that she had two students, or children that were students at WSU. One was in law, one was taking a different major, and that the daughter, one was a son, one was a daughter. The daughter had a roommate whose boyfriend is I don't want to say star athlete, but he is an athlete within one of the programs at the University of Idaho. I'm not going to put any names or anything like that because of the fact that some of these people still attend this school, and I don't want anybody going and attacking them for whatever it is that comes forward. Mm-hmm. And so what I was able to do and find was I was able to locate that athlete's social media page, trace who his girlfriend was, and trace who her friends were, and it all came back, it all aligned. They are roommates, the girlfriend and the boyfriend, and everything checked out on that aspect. And so on the weekend of November 13th, this is the weekend of the incident, Kim and her husband were out in Pullman, Washington, because it was WSU's parent weekend, right? And so they were actually there at the in the city there. The following day, on the 13th, they end up getting a notice of stay in shelter around 5 p.m. Kim stated she called her daughter, and her daughter told her that she was aware of the situation and that she had gotten information about the situation as early as 10 a.m. that morning. That is approximately 2 hours prior to the 911 phone call that had gone out. Yeah. What she had stated was that her daughter lived or is part of Greek Row, and that her roommate, because of her association with her boyfriend, who is an athlete at the University of Idaho, was familiar with not just Greek and Greek Row in Moscow, Idaho, but with the victims of the house. She also stated that this guy was associated and at least an acquaintance of Jack and Adam. And so that's how close this conversation was. Mm-hmm. And so apparently at about 10 a.m., they got word of a quadruple homicide that occurred at that residence. Now, this is a small town. This is rural Idaho. It's not Baltimore, where there's a lot of people around and a bunch of, the community is large. This is a small community. I can almost assure you, because we come from a community probably roughly the same size. News travels fast, and sometimes faster than what comes to the police. Yeah, now, definitely. Steve Goncalves and their family had a report, or not a report. They came out on a podcast here recently. Can't remember. It's Olivia. I'm gonna apologize, Olivia. Where they told them that residents of the city of, or students of Moscow or University of Idaho had contacted them to let them know that there was a situation well before the police did, and that they were aware and calling in and etc. So apparently in the wee early morning hours of November 13th, according to Kim, calls started going out from the surviving roommates to Pi Beta Phi. I'm sorry if I broke that.
Close enough.
Yeah. I apologize. We didn't attend any universities too. This Greek stuff's a little bit new to me. So Pi Beta Phi, who was, I believe, Maddie's and I think one of the roommates' sorority that they were associated with, that they got a call from the house, and those were the individuals that were summoned to the home for somebody that was unconscious on the second floor. According to Kim, this was a house that was known as a drug house, a place where you can go pick up drugs, specifically Molly, and that this was common knowledge. This wasn't something that was found out after the fact by her daughter. Her daughter stated that she was aware of that house being a party house, that house being a house where you can score some Molly or whatnot, and a house that was well known. Now, one thing I'll say about this house is that there was a lot of turnover there. There was a lot of students that were moving in and out. Kaylee and Madison, I'm not entirely sure how long they were living in that house, but from my understanding, I think this was their first semester there. I could be wrong, but you can correct me. I know you guys will in the comment section. Correct me if I am. But, there was a lot of turnover. There was a report earlier of a guy who lived in that same house that stated how you can hear things throughout the house. He recently had lived there, and so early on in this investigation, the police came out saying that this was a targeted situation, that they weren't sure if this targeted was the people inside the house or the house itself. And if that house at one point, maybe it's not, again, currently or wasn't currently used as a house where you can score some drugs, at one point it apparently was. According to Kim and her daughter, the sorority girls got a phone call early in the morning, and that's kind of when the rumors started, because they showed up that there was an incident and that there was a situation there, and that's how it kind of spread out throughout town. Apparently, the roommates had called, and this is speculation on their part as well, to clean up, maybe perhaps take out some of the narcotics that were in the house out before the cops were called. Is that what you guys gathered from her?
Yeah. I felt like that's exactly what she was saying, that they went up there they were called to pretty much get rid of all the illegal substances.
Yeah. That's the theory that that's why they took so long to call for help.
Right. Now, also, everybody, the Kim had reported all this to the FBI. This is not something that is not known to the FBI. She, in fact, told us that there is a Idaho State Police officer assigned to themselves for their accounts and what they had said. And so, according to Pam's daughter and what she gathered from her roommate, who was pretty close to the situation, that both surviving roommates had seen 3 people outside the house at one point, and they described one person as a creepy person, or as a creepy guy. That creepy guy is who ended up making entry into the house. Now, they were only aware of one person being visually seen inside the house, but again, this is speculation. Speculate that there was more than one person that went in. It may have been 2 as one waited outside, which kind of makes a little bit of sense if there was more than one person. Reason being is, if we were to pull up the map here, initially the first time that Bryan is spotted on camera, or allegedly spotted on camera, is at 3:26 a.m. traveling westbound on the 700 block of Indian Hills. This is west of the neighborhood in which the victims had resided in. I was curious as to why he would be going this direction so far out. He was seen going southbound and in and around Pullman around 247. Had he left and gone directly to this house here, or this neighborhood, he should have gotten there probably around 310, 305, somewhere around there. And so there's about a 15, 20-minute window there that's unaccounted for. We questioned as to why he would be in this neighborhood. Perhaps he was picking somebody up that lived in this neighborhood. A lot of you guys in the comment section stated that if you're up here on this part of the street here, you have a pretty good view of the police department, which you do, right up here. Now, maybe perhaps that he came, stopped, wanted to see the activity that was coming out from the police department before he made his way out there. That's quite possible. I just find it odd as far as the time goes, because at 3:26 he's here. At 3:28, 2 minutes later, he's seen traveling across the highway on Steiner towards the residence. And so he went from this address directly, and at 3:29 he spotted in front of the home. So he went from this address directly to the house out of this neighborhood. Now, does that give you enough time to stop, take a view of the police department, understand what's going on, know what's happening? Now, the other thing that I could possibly think of is maybe perhaps 3 o'clock, 3:30 is shift change. Maybe he's wanting to see if all the police officers are back in, knows he's probably got about a 20-minute window to do something, because that's roughly about the time that that shift change would take. Now, that's if their shift changes like at 4 in the morning, 3:30. who knows? But he's coming in from this direction versus, Washington coming in from this direction. Perhaps he dropped somebody off. The other thing is he was pinged at 4:48, about 10 minutes south of Moscow. So had he left here at 4:20 as indicated, as he was seen on Wilunta Drive at a high rate of speed, he should have been around here around maybe 4:35. And so there's about a 13-minute window in which he's not seen. Now, perhaps maybe he was dropping somebody back off in this direction. Speculation, that's not what she said. That's just kind of what we were coming up with based on the questions that we had from the probable cause affidavit as far as where this was located.
Yeah.
So she stated that they saw a creepy guy. The creepy guy went in, was in the house. The surviving roommates saw the creepy guy in the house, which all coordinates with the information that came out on the probable cause affidavit. Apparently, they were aware of this during, within a couple of days of this incident occurring. And so this leads me to believe that at least some of this information that they got was accurate. I mean, there's one thing about the probable cause affidavit is it really doesn't go into what Bethany's statements are. All it talks about is Dylan's statement. And the only statement that it says about Bethany is that she was home and that the roommates were home and in their rooms by 4 a.m. That's basically the extent of what she had stated. As far as what they released, I'm sure there's more to it. Mm-hmm. Now, what she had stated was that Dylan had seen 3 people outside from the first floor and that she locked her room. If you remember, the probable cause affidavit had mentioned something about that she originally was in her second bedroom or on the second floor bedroom. We had questioned why the term originally was there. Like I said, some of this could be exaggerated in little bits and pieces, misconstrued. I had a conversation with this lady for 2 hours the night of the phone call, and then we had another hour conversation. And basically, all we were trying to get is what we know or not know, but what we can figure what was told to her, and not things that puzzle pieces were trying to be put together. And so she stated that when the probable cause affidavit came out and that Dylan was on the second floor, they questioned their daughter, who then called her friend in front of her and asked her about it being different. And they didn't have an explanation for it. They said that's not the story that we were told. But again, some minor facts can be changed. She didn't say whether or not anybody was awake during the time, but we can, one thing that she did mention, and we'll kind of go into it right now, is that she has a son, WSU, who was, pre-law and was taking law classes. And his classroom is actually right next to the classroom that Brian was a TA at, a teacher's assistant. And so they have a family friend who is in Brian's class. Now, we asked her, hey, did your son see him, make any contact with him? And she said, no, not really. He had seen him, but really never made contact with him, didn't talk to him or any of those things, but then stated that her friend, their family friend, who's also a friend of her son's, is somebody that does attend his class. And, she said a lot of the same stuff that she told them, that he, was difficult when it came to grading, kind of a hard ass, so to speak. And then that after the situation, everybody was getting A's, things like that. So it wasn't anything too far different. However, we asked her, hey, did he have any marks on him? Did he have any bruising, scratches, anything that would indicate him that he was possibly involved in an altercation? And she said, no, that they basically, that this student stated that there was no sign of anything as far as scratches, marks, bruising, any of those things on him from what they could tell. He also had a physical done a few days after the incident, right? Where he went to a doctor, had his routine physical. if he was a second person in there, and Dylan did not describe him full of, she said she saw a dark figure with a mask. She didn't say that she saw somebody full of blood or any of those type of things. Is it possible that she saw Bryan, but Bryan perhaps was the second person in there and maybe not the person actually committing the assaults, but was there watching, documenting, doing, trying to understand the commissioning of a crime as from a close point of view? What do you guys think? The caller has no doubt that Bryan was involved. And it kind of answers some questions if somebody else was involved with him, along with him. He made the statement about, did they arrest anybody else? In the recent documents that were released, they were asking about any co-defendants, things of that nature. She did state that there was a change in the story between the roommate of the daughter and the boyfriend. They stated that on the night of the incident, she dropped her daughter off at her off-campus sorority house, and that the roommate wasn't there. The daughter then later told her that the roommate and the roommate's boyfriend were both there, and then that I guess a week later or whatever, the statement changed that the roommate, the boyfriend of the roommate wasn't there, right? And so she dropped them off. She kind of rephrase that again. Mom dropped off daughter at her off-campus house. She knew the roommate. She'd been friends with the roommate, and I'm talking about the mom, and stated that when they go into town, they usually talk to her, whatever. She wasn't, to their knowledge, wasn't there. After the incident, her daughter had told her that both the roommate and the roommate's boyfriend were at her house and they spent the night there. It was later found out afterwards that the boyfriend's roommate wasn't there and he was back in Moscow at the time, possibly with JD. It's possibly that, and that mom, Kim, called the FBI and the police and let them know that, hey, my daughter's story has changed. She said first initially that the roommate and the boyfriend were there, and now she's saying she's not aware if the boyfriend was there. He could be back home. And they felt a little bit, I don't want to say suspicious of the boyfriend, but they didn't feel she didn't feel comfortable that his story had changed, and that he knows apparently the sorority girls that were called to the house that morning, right? And so she called the police with that information, and the police told her that a lot of stories had been changed and that there was a lot of lies that were going on, and that they weren't surprised by that. If this place, and she had accused this place of being a possible place where you could score some narcotics. She mentioned a couple of other places that were both in Washington and in Moscow and Pullman, Washington, that were associated with possible narcotic activity. And so, I thought I should bring that aspect up as well. But for the most part, just to kind of wrap everything up, the information that she was able to obtain was that they saw somebody in the house before anybody else knew that they had saw somebody in the house. She stated that the sorority girls from Pi Beta Phi are the ones who were called that morning to go over. Whatever it is that they were supposed to have gone and cleaned up or done is why they were called. And that her daughter was aware of the situation before the 911 call was called in, possibly because the sorority girls started to send text messages, make phone calls, things of that nature. Rumors starting to spread, which honestly drives more questions for me, that so much of the students and people close to the situation or close to the victims knew about the incident before the 911 call was made. I think that's kind of concerning. She stated that there was multiple people outside of the house before the incident, and that it's possible at least 2 people made entry into that house. She stated that that her son and her son's friend, or their friend, who attend WSU in the law program, one of them was a student under Bryan, and that he didn't have any visible marks shortly after the incident.
As per the video interview, Kim's daughter reportedly told her that by 10 a.m. after the murders, her daughter already knew about the details of the incident. The daughter also told Kim that the girls from the sorority Pi Beta Phi were called. The YouTube channel further reported that more people have come forward and said that starting from 8 a.m. that morning, people were called to the home where the killings took place. So, I don't know what was speculated earlier, that just random people that were walking by saw one of the roommates collapse outside the home and used her phone to call the police. I mean, there's always been some shady issues with how that all went down with the 911 call. Now, if this is all true, and I'm not alleging it is, but if it is, what does that mean? Is there some kind of connection to the frats and sororities? We went over this before in the previous episodes. If Ethan got into a fight with somebody at the sorority, if this individual did happen to be expelled from this or from the fraternity, for making girls uncomfortable or whatever, does he want vengeance? Does Kohberger know this guy? I mean, this is all quite shocking. So here's another bizarre oddity. Cops responded to horrifying hit and run outside Kohberger's home on the night of the Idaho murders by Arunava Chakrabarti, January 19th. Multiple outlets have reported that authorities responded to a crash in front of the suspect's home, which resulted in 2 pedestrians being sent to a hospital on the night of the Idaho killings. Police were called to report of a crash in front of an apartment complex on the Washington State University campus in Pullman, Washington, around 11:40 p.m., the night of November 12th. The apartment complex, which serves as a residence for mainly graduate or PhD students, had been home to Kohberger since August, when he relocated from his home in the state of Pennsylvania to start a PhD program in criminal justice at the university. Just 3 hours before the suspect left his home for Idaho, police arrived at the bloody scene to find 2 pedestrians, a male WSU student, and a woman with injuries after being struck by a car. The driver was already at large by then. According to insider Turner Gardner, said that a man had been thrown from the road and a woman lay face down screaming. It was horrifying. She said of coming upon the scene just before midnight, November 12th, "I heard a screech and a loud bang." Another witness, Andrea McKinsey, 25, told the outlet it was scary. So coincidentally, there's a hit and run involving 2 individuals on the night of the murder. What is going on here? How often does that happen? As often as SWAT standoffs? Because let's go to this angle, which is just very, very curious. I've gone over it in the previous episodes as well. Make sure you check them out if you haven't checked them out yet. Who is Brent Kopaka? Internet wonders if BRYAN KOHBERGER knew the Army vet gunned down by SWAT team. By Payush Arora, January 18th. The latest point of contention among these online sleuths seemed to be the possible connection between Kohberger and Brent Kopaka, a U.S. Army vet who was fatally shot by a SWAT officer during a standoff near the Washington University campus. Kohberger, who is currently quartered in the Latah County Jail, was arrested in Pennsylvania for killing Gonzalez, Chapin, Kernodle, and Mogen in their off-campus home November 13, 2022. He was living with his parents, Marianne and Michael Kohberger, in their Poconos house, where the police also found the white Hyundai Elantra, which they had been searching for many weeks. The same vehicle was pulled over by Indiana police December 15th, just 2 weeks before his arrest. Authorities earlier revealed that Kohberger and his father were pulled over twice within a 9-minute time span on I-70 while making a 2,500-mile cross-country trip. The Indiana Police Department also released body cam footage of the said incident. In one of the videos, Kohberger was seen discussing an incident near Washington State University where a SWAT team killed an armed man amid a standoff. Now, that is very, very curious, because how often are these SWAT shootouts occurring at WSU? Or is this really the only time? Yet another theory here. BRYAN KOHBERGER, framed by security guard from University for Idaho murders, claims family member in Facebook post by Varnica Srivastava, January 14th. Since the murder, several online sleuths have combed through the victims, suspects, and their families' publicly accessible information, including social media profiles on various websites. Recently, a Twitter user unveiled a chilling post from a Facebook group where a Facebook user claiming to be Kohberger's relative has allegedly tried to prove his innocence and claimed the Idaho murder suspect was framed by his university security guard friend. The Twitter user shared these claims and wrote, "Say what Kohberger family member posting on social." Say what? BRYAN KOHBERGER family member posting on socials. Along with the tweet, the user shared a screenshot of the text that reportedly Kohberger's family member wrote anonymously on Facebook. The screenshot reads, "I'm posting anonymously because Bryan is my family and you people in this group act like vultures and rabid raccoons. Bryan is innocent and you will see he has been framed by his drug partner friend, the security guard from the university." Wow. It's a pretty bizarre theory here. They were doing drugs together in the parking lot as they had done numerous times, but when security guard started acting like a peeping Tom outside the girl's window, Bryan left the security guard and drove back to his apartment. The reason the phone was off is that because the battery was flat and the security guard was using the car charger. Bryan put his phone on charge when he left the parking lot, and he switched it back on when he was near his apartment because that's how long it took to get the charge going. It's a very specific theory here. Bryan's knife was in the car and security guard was holding it because he used it to chop the cocaine lines. Yes, I said cocaine because Bryan stopped heroin years back and substituted the drug with cocaine. He has tried so hard to stop everything, but he's an addict and he has had bad migraines, so the cocaine actually helps him. He had no idea security guard was going to do what he did, and he just wanted to teach the security guard a lesson by leaving him behind. Bryan actually feels terrible that he left this maniac behind, but it's not his fault. You people need to stop with these singing videos and funny pictures of Bryan and my dad, or we will sue you for everything you have. All of you just get a life and stop playing Facebook detectives because you are just a bunch of bored losers that have no morals. Okay, very curious post here. So let's get to the most mind-shocking information here again regarding this security guard. So on the previous Mindshock episode, a poster posted this: the guy killed by SWAT worked at Idaho University as an IT tech. Note the computerized camera system on campus went down the night of the murders. So has that been verified that the security system at University of Idaho actually went down during that particular night? In obviously the house not that far from the university. If so, is it also true that this guy, this security guard who happened to be killed in a SWAT shootout, actually worked at the University of Idaho? Is it possible he was the one that shut those cameras down? I mean, this is like a never-ending rabbit hole here with this guy shot by SWAT. Something just feels off about the whole thing. Again, unless it's a common occurrence at Washington State University. If it is, then okay. But if it's not common, it's never happened before. The timing sure is curious, is it not? Does this security guard know something at the least, whether or not he was directly involved? I mean, was he an accomplice of some kind? Now, if it was a friend, security guard, whatever, who he did drugs with, I mean, obviously they would have Kohberger's DNA. They could frame him. Again, we don't necessarily have motives, means, and opportunities. Also, if they had his phone, or some people allege that whenever a phone is cloned, it could still show up as pings because the cloned phone has a cloned SIM card or whatever, so it would bounce and show the same positions as if it were his real phone. Like, I don't know if anybody's answered that. Like, what happens when a phone is cloned? Are there two sets of pings for where the phone really is? Or if the original phone happens to be off and dead, and then it's just the information from the cloned phone, how would that work? I mean, we have a lot of problems here. We have multiple pieces of evidence that point to at least more than one perpetrator. May or may not have included Kohberger. I mean, there's a lot that does not add up here. The final point here, just another weird oddity and coincidence for the stack, is that BRYAN KOHBERGER's sister, Amanda Kohberger, actually starred in a horror movie where a group of students get stabbed. How often, again, for the people that just write this all off as mere coincidence, which it might be, again, this is Mindshock, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. How often has a serial killer's sibling actually been in a movie where mimicked the exact crimes? I mean, it's not like she was in a movie with shootouts and people got killed by guns or by other means. I mean, she was specifically in a horror movie, people were stabbed. I mean, Yeah, I mean, although supposedly there were knives and hatchets used in the movie, so not just not just knives, but also hatchets. So, I mean, I don't know, not necessarily exactly. So, Amanda Kohberger appeared as Lori in the movie 2 days back in 2011. The story surrounds a group of young students who end up with a maniacal killer they trust during their hike to a remote forest area. I mean, the movie, so it's not exactly the same. Director stated this: I remember her well. I directed the movie, wrote the movie, I cast her. She is a lovely woman who was very nice. I liked her a lot, he said. The movie set its premise around a group of environmentally conscious students who are on a 6-day mission to catch forestry students suspected of illegal foresting in the woods, as per the movie's promotional materials, reports the New York Post. So it's not exact, but yeah. Just another weird oddity for the pile. There's actually one more oddity here, which may or may not link to the security guard, if he was also some kind of computer guy, or if there's other people involved here, but this is another article I didn't go over yet. All the way back December 30th, 2022. Also on Mia by Tuhin Chakraborty. Idaho murders: Kaylee Gonzalez's LinkedIn account was active 12 hours after the 911 call, says sister. New video circulating on social media platforms appears to show Kaylee Gonzalez's sister Olivia showing a screenshot of Kaylee's LinkedIn profile. The video was posted on several social media platforms, including Reddit, where the voiceover on the video reportedly said that the screenshot revealed that Kaylee's account was online 11:33 a.m. November 13th, which was 12 hours after the initial 911 call was made. The video also revealed that the account was shortly deactivated after this. Kaylee's LinkedIn account now supposedly shows a message: the content is unwanted or harmful, as the reason for deactivation. The voiceover on the video also claimed that Olivier showed one email where she messaged the Moscow PD to ask why they deleted Kaylee's LinkedIn, to which the police department reportedly replied it was illegal for them to do that and it was not them. The video then ends with a question asking who logged into Kaylee's LinkedIn and why only her LinkedIn profile was deactivated while all her other social media accounts are still active. Several netizens pitched in and expressed their thoughts on the new information. As one person wrote on Reddit, probably LinkedIn. Social media companies often deactivate accounts of high-profile suspects or victims in cases. Another argued, saying this happened 12 hours after the murder. The names had not been released at that point. LinkedIn wouldn't have deactivated this account, certainly not at that point. Someone noted a hollowed out green circle indicates that someone is not actively using LinkedIn, but has push notifications enabled on mobile. The same day, though, there wouldn't have been an obituary or anything to verify a death. Yet another user remarked, yeah, that's kind of weird. Regarding Madison Mojin, another Redditor said, I just checked, hers is still active. Super depressing, though. She's so well-spoken, seems pretty driven. No doubt she had a bright future ahead of her. Rest in peace, angels. I don't know exactly what triggers LinkedIn specifically to deactivate an account, but maybe, just an example, there were some very disturbing troll comments on Kaylee's account, but not on Maddie's, or some friend of Kaylee or the police contacted LinkedIn and requested it was deactivated. I'm open to other ideas, including someone else accessing Kaylee's account. A lot of things seem possible at this point. Another user added, I wish I had other theories, but yeah, I mean, of what you said sounds a million times more legit than killer deactivated it, yet another user remarked. Yeah, this is really weird. Yeah, I mean, is it possible she was logged in, didn't log out, but doesn't that, I guess if you change your settings, would it continue to have you logged in? Is it possible to be logged in permanently? And then some kind of battery went dead and it logged out? That's the only thing I can think of, unless this is some kind of a weird... Well, I mean, that would only explain the being logged in. That wouldn't explain why the account was terminated before the names were made public. So, yeah, there's a lot of curiosities, oddities in this case. Plenty more to come. I mean, there's so many more questions here regarding Kohberger, motives, motivations, the timeline, whether or not other parties were involved. But yeah, this whole SWAT shootout thing, I keep coming back to that. That's weird. And then there seems to be a lot of weirdness at the frat and sororities again as well. I mean, just coincidentally, out of 10 sororities, the only 2 that are on probation are the ones that the victims belong to. I mean, that's a little weird. I mean, you could think one of the victims might have belonged to one of the ones that weren't on probation, but nope. The only 2, 20% chance for 3 individuals to all belong to that 20%. I mean, we're talking exponential odds here. This is, I mean, not, this isn't a lottery win, but it's definitely a little weird. Definitely a little weird. Coming right over a lot of Halloween weirdness. I mean, reports of some random guy in people's homes. Lot of bizarreness going on in this case. Obviously, the coverage will continue. Hope everybody found another edition of MindShock True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
You are listening to MindShock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and this is the Idaho student homicides case. And we will be looking at new evidence and new clues. This is episode 8. And we will be continuing our deep dive in typical mind shock fashion with logic and reason at the forefront, examining every single possible theory while attempting not to fall for logical fallacies. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, find it interesting and informative, and want to help keep awareness up in all of these true crime cases, missing persons cases, wrongful convictions, etc., you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Help support the channel that way. Make sure you're subscribed. Hit that bell for notifications. If you're still not getting notifications, just like and comment more videos. Apparently that is how the YouTube algorithm works. YouTube might even unsubscribe you from the channel if you don't comment enough, as is reported. Again, I don't know if anybody knows the exact details of how the algorithm works or if it's just random glitches, but whatever the case may be, just comment more, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest in podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Alright, since our last episode, there is information that has come to light since then. So let's go through a few articles here before we get into more theories, some centering around the Mad Greek restaurant and how that there might be more than meets the eye at that specific restaurant, involving possible interactions between BRYAN KOHBERGER and at least 3 of the victims. So let's go to meon.com here. This was posted February 4th, 2023 by Varnika Srivastava. She was killed last. Zaina Kernodle fought back hard against BRYAN KOHBERGER, almost lost a finger as she repeatedly grabbed knife. I mean, the more we learn, the more it seems like these students were not asleep at the time of their killings, as was initially reported. It's weird. Again, it just seems like all these so-called true crime aficionados or people that follow true crime, they never learn their lesson. You know, looking at reports early on, they just take everything reported on the Idiot Box or in the mainstream or from official sources, police or otherwise. They just take it as gospel truth and then even lash out at critical thinkers, theorizing that maybe it didn't go down as reported on the Idiot Box. And they just never learn from case to case as cases develop and more information is released. It turns out the initial reports aren't that accurate, are they? I mean, it's just weird. You would think some of these goofs would learn their lesson, but alas, no. So let's go over the details here. Moscow, Idaho, November 13th. The other thing we didn't really go over, so the address is 1122. They were killed November 2022. I mean, is that just another coincidence? I mean, I don't know, but it's a little weird. So, November 13th, 2022, 4 University of Idaho students, Zaina Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogen, and Kaylee Gonzalez were fatally stabbed. The suspect, BRYAN Christopher KOHBERGER, is the target of their alleged murders. KOHBERGER was detained on December 30th in Pennsylvania before being transferred to Idaho for a hearing. Few new details about the night of the murder have been revealed by a source to News Nation that weren't earlier discovered. The source has disclosed that Zaina was the last target of the killer, as the new details have laid out the order of sequence of how the murder took place during the early hours of November 13th. Banfield, anchor of the News Nation, on the basis of sources, has reported that Ethan Chapin and Zaina Kernodle were killed on the second floor afterward. The couple was stabbed after Mogen and Gonzalez were killed. After stabbing the 2 females, Chapin was killed in the doorway of Zaina Kernodle's room before the killer set upon Zaina. She was the last victim of the assassin, as she was fierce and had a fight with the killer as she repeatedly grabbed the attacker's knife. Banfield also said, quote, "Also want to tell you that from these 2 sources that Zaina Kernodle put up a fierce fight when the attacker set upon her, repeatedly grabbing the attacker's knife, so much so that she sustained deep cuts to her fingers and that her fingers were nearly severed," end quote. However, Latah County Coroner Kathy Mabbitt reported the same and said, quote, the autopsy report also claimed that among the 4 students, Zaina Kernodle had defensive wounds. Talking about Kernodle's fight with the killer, her father, Jeff Kernodle, said that the basis of the autopsy, one thing is clear, that strong-willed Zaina fought her assailant all the way to the end. Bruises, torn by the knife, she's a tough kid. Whatever she wanted to do, she could do it, said Jeff, as reported by Arizona. About Zaina's DoorDash delivery. University of Idaho student Zaina received a DoorDash delivery less than 20 minutes before being fatally stabbed in her home, according to the arrest report, as reported by Mia. The 20-year-old's last meal, which was apparently purchased from Jack in the Box, was allegedly delivered by a driver at 4 a.m., according to the probable cause affidavit outside the 1122 King Road home in Moscow. Photos taken at the residence by the New York Post appear to confirm this. And there's a lot of mystery surrounding this DoorDash order in terms of how far the driver came at the hour. Some people allege that it was some kind of drug delivery, and maybe not food at all, or food with drugs. Again, a lot of different theories out there. This is MindShock. I do not claim anything is true or untrue, because I know there's a lot of triggered goofs out there that just get triggered at the drop of a hat at anything being alleged in any way that could be possibly seen as negative by some people. It's pretty weird. Again, I wasn't there. If you weren't there, how would you know what's in the delivery? I do not claim anything is true or untrue. The motto here is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. For whatever reason, that's just very triggering for a lot of Dunning-Kruger goofs for some reason. The death of Zaina Kernodle as per affidavit. As per phone record, Zaina was using TikTok at 4:12 a.m., demonstrating that she was still awake and alive, as Mia previously reported. Although that's not a clear demonstration if somebody else was using her phone, but if she was using it, then yes. She was reportedly stabbed between 4 and 4:25 in the morning, as per affidavit. Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk, the other 2 occupants of the house, escaped unharmed. Further, the police affidavit states that Mortensen observed Kohberger leave the home around 4:17 a.m. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty problematic. I mean, we went over that in the previous episode. Supposedly, if one is to take Dylan Mortensen's account at face value, this is what happened. And there's just so many problems here. Some allege that this was a drug house, and that they're obviously the sororities knew, members of the sororities and possibly fraternities, they knew about the murder and all that before the police were called. Some people allege that the house was cleaned of drugs or whatever before the cops came, and that's why it took so long. Now, that doesn't necessarily obviously mean that the roommates were involved in the murder in any way. If they were involved in some kind of drug business and they didn't want to get busted for it, they could clean themselves up. That's not an indictment on them that they were involved with the murders. So, yeah, a lot of people get triggered because they think that's what's being alleged. I mean, maybe some people are alleging that, but that's not what it means, even if they did take time to clean up drugs or whatever the case may be. Another article here by Jenny Anna Matthew on Me off February 5th, 2023. She needs to explain herself. Ethan Chapin's sister-in-law joins the internet in rounding Dylan Mortensen for calling everyone except 911. Also, a lot of these goofs online chastising everyone for not necessarily attacking their roommates, but for asking questions and just screaming, oh, leave them alone. Well, now family members, if friends or family or extended family of the victims, are they allowed to question the choices? Are they allowed or are they not allowed either? I mean, why are so many people getting triggered by the search for the truth? The family of the slain University of Idaho student Ethan Chapin is seeking answers to a long-awaited question. Why did the surviving roommate not call the police after hearing the victim screaming? Ethan Chapin's sister-in-law made several cryptic posts online after it was revealed in the arrest warrant how surviving roommate Dylan Mortensen came face-to-face with a masked man on the night of the murders. Ethan's sister-in-law revealed that Dylan called all of the roommates after she heard screaming and crying coming from their rooms. Posting in a thread on Reddit, she said D supposedly called all the girls in the house after the crying and screaming stopped and no one answered. And she still didn't call the police, adding she needs to explain herself and her actions that night. What happened the night of the slaying? Chapin, 20, his girlfriends Anna Coronado, 20, Maddie Mogen, 21, and Kaylee Gonzalez, 20, were all killed as they slept. Well, were they sleeping? In their campus house on November 13th, 2022. However, it was revealed that the surviving roommate did not call for the cops for 6 hours after she heard the victims cry for help, including the time she allegedly came face to face with a killer. Dylan told the police she was awoken around 4 a.m. after what sounded like Kaylee playing with her dog in a third-floor bedroom. She looked outside her room but didn't see anything. Or allegedly she saw 2 to 3 other individuals outside. The second time she looked outside her room was after hearing Zaina's cry. Dylan claimed after hearing one of her roommates say, "There's someone here," she opened the door for the third time, and that is when she saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask only showing his bushy eyebrows walking toward her. She also heard the suspect say, quote, "It's okay, I'm here to help you," end quote, revealed Daily Mail. Dylan said she remained in a frozen shock phase after the encounter. Dylan was spared along with her roommate, Bethany Funk, by the alleged suspect, BRYAN Kochberger, who was arrested nearly a month after the killing, December 30th. Who called the police? Ethan's sister-in-law revealed in an online post that the 911 caller was the friend who went in because Dee called him to come over because she was scared from what she heard in the night. She shared the friend, quote, "went to Zaina and Ethan's room first, then called 911, questioning why D or B didn't call the police once is the question." Police also confirmed that the 911 call was made from the phone of one of the surviving roommates at 11:58 a.m., requesting help for an unconscious person. Although it was not revealed who spoke to the police, suspect BRYAN KOHBERGER remains in Latah County Jail, awaiting a preliminary hearing in June. Sources claim that he's expected to plead not guilty to the quadruple murder charges. If convicted, the PhD student in criminology will be facing the death penalty. She is guilty or involved. Internet users were also left puzzled about why Dylan did not call the cops. One user wrote on Reddit, quote, if this happened to your family, wouldn't they be questioning absolutely everything? I don't think there's a problem with saying, why didn't she call sooner? I think it becomes a problem when people insinuate that she didn't call sooner because she is guilty or involved, end quote. Another user wrote, quote, so if this is true and she heard crying and screaming, then on top of that, seen a masked man leaving the house, what reason is there that makes sense for not calling, end quote. And it also hasn't been stated, was the masked figure, did the masked figure have blood on him? Did he have a bloody knife? Like, what was the connotation of the encounter? A third user defended Dylan and said, quote, why is no one bringing up the fact that it would make no expletive sense at all if she was guilty of something related to the murders? Let's say for the sake of argument she was an accomplice, in parentheses, she's not. She knows there's 4 dead people inside her home. Would she stay in the home of dead people for 8 hours? Would she think that's smart move to avoid suspicion? I mean, it is, isn't it? Because if you just flee and don't call the flee and call the police, or don't flee and don't, I don't know, it's weird. Also, I hardly ever see people reference this, but the surviving roommate's reaction during the actual call to the cops was that of immense surprise and shock, end quote. Another one chimed in, quote, questioning why not is an equally legitimate response to trauma as waiting 12 hours to calling the police. There's no right response. I think it was revealed that Dylan had a traumatic experience when she was younger, so she had shut down and caused her to freeze, read another post. Okay, but what about the other roommate? So other news also recently came out about Kohberger being fired as a teaching assistant at WSU. Let's look at this article by Piyush Arora, February 8th, 2023, also on MIA. BRYAN KOHBERGER was fired as WSU teaching assistant after repeated warnings to mend sexist attitude and bad behavior. Bryan Kohberger, the suspect arrested for the murders of 4 University of Idaho students, was reportedly fired from his position as a teaching assistant at Washington State University due to his sexist attitude that he refused to mend despite several warnings. He appeared in Idaho court January 12th, and a preliminary hearing was set for June 26th. Regarding the quadruple homicide. Why Bryan Kohberger was fired as WSU teaching assistant. At the time of the murders, Kohberger was a PhD criminology student and teaching assistant at Washington State University's Pullman campus, which is only about a 15-minute drive from Moscow, Idaho. But now it has been revealed that he was allegedly fired from his position days before his arrest. As per a report by News Nation, Kohberger was officially terminated on December 19th because of his problematic behavior. According to the report, which cited his termination letter, he was warned time and again to cut off his bad behavior, and even an investigation was conducted by the university. New details have emerged about Idaho quadruple murder suspect Bryan Kohberger, including an alleged investigation he was under by Washington State University. In his termination letter, the officials allegedly noted that Kohberger had a sexist attitude towards the females he interacted with at the school. As a teaching assistant, he even graded female students differently than he graded men. The investigation was conducted against Kohberger after September 23rd, when he indulged in a verbal spat with a professor. He apparently received a number of emails from university officials. Some reports have also claimed that he was withdrawn from the data system on December 22nd, just 3 days after his termination. However, Washington State University is yet to comment on the matter. Bryan Kohberger's behavior was extremely outrageous. News Nation tweeted this. Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger was allegedly fired from his university job due to behavioral problems. Criminologist Doc Bond says the fact he was terminated suggests that his behavior was really egregious. Reflecting on the reports, Dr. Scott Bond, an author and serial killer expert, suggested that he believes Kohberger's behavior was extremely outrageous and had become a problem for the department. And that's why the university fired him in the first semester of his PhD program. He also weighed in on what he believed could have led to Kohberger to allegedly kill the 4 University of Idaho students. Kohberger, reached a tipping point where he simply couldn't take it anymore, and he had to act out on his fantasy of killing, Dr. Bond told News Nation. Although other people theorize that he's not new to killing and that there's other local cases or semi-local cases that he might be responsible for, but again, who knows. Some more testimony here. This is an article also on Mia by Piyush Arora, The Stalker. University of Idaho students saw staring Bryan Kohberger on campus weeks before murder. 3 University of Idaho students have reportedly claimed that they saw Kohberger at their student union. So not WSU, but University of Idaho. Weeks before the horrific quadruple murders, the students said they recognized the 28-year-old PhD student as a loner from the Union building after his arrest for the brutal murders of Ethan Chapin, 20, Xana Coronado, 20, Madison Mogen, 21, and Kaylee Gonzalez, 21, on November 13, 2022, in their off-campus rental home. One student, who identified herself as Chelsea, said she saw Kohberger, who is currently quartered at the Latah County Jail, eating alone in the food court just days before the slayings. So he's in the food court at the student union at the University of Idaho, not WSU. So he hangs out there often? That's kind of weird. This is weird. Quote, he was the type to stare. He wouldn't look away if you caught him staring, Chelsea told People. She added, like he wanted you to notice that he was looking at you. He didn't smile, didn't nod, didn't say anything, just stared. She further added that Kohberger's stare made her so uncomfortable that she and her friends left the food court to eat outside. Quote, it was so weird that we ended up leaving and eating outside because we wanted to get away from him, end quote, Chelsea noted. And again, this is University of Idaho. This is not his actual university, WSU. And one can only wonder, is this connected to the SWAT standoff at WSU, Kopaka, and the guy that was killed by SWAT, allegedly, and who was supposedly an IT tech at the University of Idaho, not at WSU where he lived. Isn't this kind of weird? These 2 guys, one arrested, potential alleged suspect here, and one killed by SWAT who are at WSU, who just so happens one of them works at the University of Idaho and one of them hangs out. Kohberger hangs out at the University of Idaho. Anybody else find this kind of strange? All coincidental, probably. The coincidence theorists are having a field day here. Another female student who wishes to stay unidentified said she also became uncomfortable with Kohberger's stare after she allegedly ran into him multiple times on campus. It doesn't state which campus here. Is this WSU? It's not a huge school. It's like a small town, she said. The student added, so you start seeing the same faces again and again. They become familiar, like you know you've seen them in class or around campus. I definitely saw him more than once. He was just really quiet and really intense, staring. He made me uncomfortable. Wow, so this was apparently also University of Idaho. The students opened up about the alleged sightings after Moscow authorities revealed that Kohberger spent time at the University of Idaho campus before killing the four students. And how much time did he spend there? Following the revelation, the university authorities hired more campus police and increased the number of officers on the ground. The officials have stated that the security will remain in place despite Kohberger's arrest. And some believe that is because the police know or suspect there are others responsible. The suspect was arrested on December 30th from his parents' house in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. Seven Siren Brewing owner claims BRYAN KOHBERGER harassed female staff and customers. Kohberger's alleged sightings at the University of Idaho would not be the first time when women said he made them feel uncomfortable or scared them away. Previously, the Washington State University student was accused of harassing female staff and customers at a Pennsylvania bar named Seven Siren Brewing Company. Jordan Sarolnek, the owner of the brewery, claimed Kohberger had problematic interactions with women at his bar, and he even called a staff member expletive for rejecting his advances. Hey, this guy makes creepy comments. Keep an eye on him. He'll have 2 or 3 beers and then just get a little too uncomfortable, Sarolnek told NBC while reading his staffer notes on the suspect. All right, so let's get into MindShock land and the Mad Greek restaurant, allegedly the number one or one of the number one vegan places in the area. Kohberger, of course, supposedly described as a militant vegan. So how likely is it that he did not go to the Mad Greek restaurant, especially now that it's been confirmed that he hung out a lot in the Moscow area in the University of Idaho campus for whatever reasons? So here's a comment left by a MindShock listener, Carl, on this podcast series on YouTube here on the MindShock YouTube. Just because there is really nowhere else to have any discussion on this, I have noticed Kaylee pictured with Maddie at the Mad Greek while also in uniform. No one has really brought up the point that all 3 girls once worked at the Mad Greek. Usually you only hear that Zaina and Maddie worked there, but there's a photo with Kaylee in uniform behind the counter posing with Maddie and a 3rd employee. It really doesn't matter too much, but it may add to the likelihood that Brian first encountered the girls there. Either way, Kaylee, Dylan, and Bethany are all over the online reviews for the Mad Greek, giving Maddie and the restaurant some 5-star ratings. He may simply have seen all of them there and noticed that they also live together as well as work there together. The Mad Greek is also the first restaurant that shows up when doing a search for vegan food in Moscow, Idaho. If you have Instagram and Facebook and you did that search, then you would also have everything you wanted to know about those girls, all of them. I know the restaurant owner said Brian was never there, but there is no way she could possibly know that unless she worked every customer in the front, every shift, every day. If that were the case, then she would have no need for any other employees. All the girls work the front, so we know it's not true. I managed restaurants for 10 years and have been in the business for over 30 years, so I know the limits of even the most desperate owner and manager. They can't do it all. I mean, that's a great point here by post here by Carl. Because a lot of the goofs, they just gobble up and take it on blind faith, whatever they read in any articles or on the Idiot Box or any interviews. The Mad Greek restaurant owner might have just said that because the police told her to say that he was never there, or because she wants to distance herself and her business from this alleged killer. I mean, it's not rocket science. How would she know if he was there all the time or not, ever there? I mean, can she truly verify every single customer that has ever been in or around her restaurant or engaged with her employees? That's a good point there. Nobody really talks about that. They just hallucinate that whatever the owner said must be true without actually critically thinking. So big thanks to Carl here for this very, very astute post. Continuing on with the post here, more importantly, the mice will play when the cat is away. And by that I mean the ongoings of the restaurant will often go very differently than the manner in which the owner or manager would prefer when not present. Another great point there. I've watched and heard everything, and this being the case, it is not too far-fetched that Brian may have been kicked out of the Mad Greek by the girls for being too drunk and repulsive. The owner would never know. Most of the trusted key holders I worked with drank while working, had fun with the other girls, and never said anything about the problems that happened overnight. Not that the owner would have ignored bad behavior, but employees drinking on the clock often also used language and threats to kick someone out that is being a problem. That could have happened and the owner-manager was never told. Brian may have not called in a complaint either, thinking he was kicked out by the manager anyway, and revenge was instead the plan. So all good points there, because how would the owner know? Because either the employees could have notified the owner-manager, and then the owner-manager might have lied to distance herself, or it was never even reported, so she wouldn't have known. But either way, making the absolute claim that Brian had never frequented the establishment, how could she make that claim? If they do have security footage there, did she really go over every second of footage going back years? She sat there and looked at every second? Most places don't even keep their footage beyond 2 weeks or whatever the case may be. So how would she ever know? So, yeah, it's weird. All these goofs hanging on her every word, claiming that it has to be gospel just because she said it. Whereas we have Carl here, this guy who's stating he managed restaurants for 10 years and was in the restaurant business for 30 years, with some very astute observations here. Was there an encounter or more than one encounter at the Mad Greek? And if this guy is stalking the University of Idaho campus, possibly a drug user, possibly with his buddy Kopaka, as some allege that they're buddies and fellow drug users, and they hang out in that area, possibly have even been in that party house on more than one occasion, possibly connected to some drug traffic that goes on through that house. If that's all true, is it beyond the realm of possibility that Kohberger did interact with the victims? Possibly on more than one occasion. So is this a case of multiple encounters and he's just getting more and more psychotic and enraged? Or is there some overlap here with other individuals, possibly accomplices, and he may or may not have been involved? What's weird too? I haven't floated this theory yet, so I'm going to drop it here. This is just another McGuire theory. Trigger warning for the Dunning-Kruger crowd who are somehow going to hallucinate that I'm claiming this is true. I am not claiming this is true in any way. This is simply just another theory to add to the pile that occurred to me. If Kohberger is this kind of outcast, this guy may be viewed as a loser by a lot of people, what if he was kind of led on by maybe some of the popular Greek kids? And again, there's supposedly around 10 suspicious deaths. What did that parent that called in? We know of a few. I've gone over them in previous episodes. A couple of deaths in and around campus, hazing incidents. Sororities on probation. Coincidentally, out of the 10 or whatever sororities, only the 2 that the victims belong to are on probation, not the other 8. None of those are on probation. Only the ones that the victims belong to. And then, of course, there's rumors that they were actually kicked out of those sororities and were not currently in a sorority for various reasons. Just a lot of rumors circulating. Again, this is MINDSHOCK. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. Just a whole lot of coincidences and possible coincidences if those rumors are true. But if Kohberger was kind of led on by some of these popular Greek kids, athletes, whatever, and he was just a fellow drug user, or maybe he was a peddler. Maybe he's driving around and doing drug deliveries. Who knows? This guy's I don't want to say he's clearly criminal-minded, but he's potentially criminal-minded. So if he could possibly be involved in something like murder, one could surmise that he might also be involved in some kind of drug dealing. I mean, a lot of drug dealers are not murderers either, particularly in, college towns, et cetera, et cetera. They're just making extra cash on the side with drugs. Many of them are not homicidal or criminal-minded or violent-minded criminals. They're just making money off the drugs. So if he's this kind of individual, maybe he's a drug hookup, is it possible some of these Greek guys and maybe even girls kind of lead him on that and kind of befriend him? They kind of bring him into their popular circle. And this guy who's always been this weird outcast or whatever, he thinks they're genuine. And they're not. And maybe they plan to kill these people for whatever reason. And they set him up because they already roped him in. They have his DNA. They have his sheet. They've hung out with him. Is it possible they kind of tricked him to being in the location, in the general vicinity, when they were going to commit this act? And so they kind of used him as a useful idiot, and he really is innocent? Or was there some kind of a joke or a gag that he thought that they were just going to scare the girls? Like they told him, run into the house and scare the girls or whatever. And some of them are drugged out of their minds, whatever. He thought it'd be funny. He never thought that, maybe they said, oh, just show them the knife and scare them because whatever they lied to him about, maybe it's a lie, maybe they're not, maybe there's drug money owned, whatever the case may be. Maybe someone rubbed someone the wrong way. There's rumors that Ethan got into a fight with some guy kicked out of the fraternity. I mean, a whole bunch of different connections. I'm not going to go down all those rabbit holes because it's not directly relevant. I'm just doing a general overview of this particular theory. So if they lured Kohberger into the home, so one or two other individuals actually committed the murders, and Kohberger really was in the home, they kind of tricked him. They just said, run in and scare them and then run out, and they all leave. Does he not even know anybody's dead? Is that why he drives by the next morning? Maybe, is it not a serial killer reliving the crime, but someone who just realized that he was used as a patsy, per se? He was implicated in a murder that he didn't commit, even though maybe he did commit some kind of unlawful entry, some kind of terrorizing with a deadly weapon, even though maybe he himself never actually thought that murder was part of this prank. So is this kind of loser, loner type guy, did he kind of get carried away by just hanging out with the cool kids, so to speak, in this prank, or this alleged prank that was really murder, but he didn't know about it at the time? And is this connected with the coyote killings and all these other pranks, these hazing incidents? I mean, there just seems to be a lot of weird stuff going on. Then we also, of course, have the SWAT standoff and his possibly, if he knows Kopaka, this guy who lives next to the WSU campus just happened to be killed by SWAT in a SWAT standoff that supposedly was involved in working IT security at the University of Idaho campus, which, again, allegedly their camera system was down just that night. Is that true? Again, I haven't seen 100% verification on that. Is it true? Is it not true? We don't know. So what does everybody think of this theory? I mean, whatever the case may be, it seems like something is not simple here. I mean, even in the police body cam footage, you see there's people running in the background. Again, not that strange, but if there's some kind of a connection to the house, the whole thing, it's so difficult because this is a popular party house. I mean, it really, I don't know. I'm not saying this theory is true in any way, but perhaps it's something that has elements of this theory, where Kohberger was led along by other people for whatever purpose. And then, of course, people have dug up, I'm not going to go through them, the social media of even the roommates that include some kind of knife pranks, horror movie type pranks, just really, really unsettling things, which, again, a lot of college students are involved in that. They don't end up killed. Nobody finds it suspicious. In this case, there were 4 murders. So, of course, people are going to find it suspicious. And that doesn't mean it's not related either. It may or may not be related. Obviously, I'm not going to say it's definitely 100% related because a lot of college kids are involved in pranks and death and horror movies and all that. It's, and I believe always have been for quite some time. So, yeah, I don't know if you can deduce anything with 100% certainty in that direction, but it's definitely in the maybe pile. It's in the question mark pile. That's pretty much where everything is at this point, because the sheath doesn't really make any sense either. Kohberger going back to the house doesn't make any sense. Does it make more sense if he was drugged out of his mind and kind of used as a patsy by these other individuals who got him to enter the home, him believing it was just some kind of a prank and no one would actually get hurt. Then he hears the rumblings through the grapevine, or perhaps he heard some kind of struggle going on, and then they're all running away. I mean, how, again, I don't want to, I mean, even the line, I'm going to help you, is it possible one of the people who he thought was just a harmless prankster, if they committed one or several of the murders, was Kohberger really there trying to help after the murders transpired, and then he just ran away because he knew it was going to look bad? Again, just theorizing. Or, of course, maybe he's guilty, maybe he's 100% guilty, and maybe he did 100% act alone. I am not discounting any theories, because the truth is not yet known. If you weren't there that night, you don't know what happened. But this is MindShock, where we upturn every stone and we go down every rabbit hole and examine every theory without falling for logical fallacies like all these other podcasts and, of course, mainstream coverage. So I hope everybody found another edition of MindShock True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, help keep up awareness in many different true crime cases, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Get access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notification. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Idaho Students' Murders. This is episode 9, Bryan Kopaka. And many believe this guy supposedly gunned down by SWAT at nearby Washington State University area. Within the area of Washington State University where students live, this guy gunned down by SWAT allegedly, which is curious in and of itself. I mean, right around the time after the murders, this guy's gunned down, this guy who supposedly works in the IT department at the University of Idaho, who supposedly had their security system down the night of the Idaho homicides. All coincidental, probably. I mean, the coincidence theorists are having a field day with this case. There's obviously way more coincidences that you could shake a stick at. There's so many student deaths that are just filed away as not suspicious. I mean, it's just this whole area is really bizarre. And regarding Bryan Kohberger, many believe he has some kind of a link to Kohberger. He has cryptic social media posts as well, which we'll be going over, as well as coincidentally, supposedly the guy also had a white Elantra. I mean, this is really weird. This is really weird. I mean, and this is all just the tip of the iceberg. We'll be going over all of this in typical MindShock fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront. If you enjoy the podcast, find it interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help support the logical examination of true crime cases to ensure that victims get true justice instead of all of these cheerleaders to the idiot box. Whenever somebody's arrested, they're magically guilty. Somehow all these goofs know that magically nobody else was involved, nobody else should even be pursued, and let's just lock the case down. It's always a single guy acting alone. For some reason, criminals can never act in conjunction with other criminals or have accomplices or any of this stuff, despite the fact that they're convicted in court every single day of this. Some people are. So the gullible goofs, for whatever reason, they're just so triggered at any notion of not a single guy being involved in any kind of high-profile case for whatever reason. Here on MindShock, we don't fall for these silly logical fallacies. We actually expose them. So, yeah, you can also support the podcast by becoming a YouTube member right here on YouTube, access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you're still not getting them, just make sure you like and comment on more videos. That seems to be the way the YouTube algorithm works. Like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right. So let's start off here with a huge problem in the case. I mean, one of many. Let's go to dailymail.co.uk. This has been reported in a few other outlets for those that have a problem with the Daily Mail and engage in genetic logical fallacies, but I think this is a pretty good write-up by Andrea Cavalier. Posted March 29th, 2023, is Bryan Kohberger's trial in jeopardy. Police officer is implicated in internal affairs probe that could threaten the Idaho murder case. Bryan Kohberger, 28, is accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students. Prosecutors have provided potential Brady Giglio material to the defense related to an officer involved with Kohberger's case. Kohberger is due in court June 26th and is being held without bail until then. Prosecutors have disclosed that a police officer involved in the Kohberger's case is the subject of an internal affairs probe that could threaten the Idaho murder trial. On Monday, a notice of potential Brady Giglio material was submitted to the Latah County District Attorney's Office about the separate confidential investigation. Brady material is information that could be potentially exculpatory for the defense. Giglio material is information that could impeach the credibility of a witness, which in this case would be an officer who worked on Kohberger's case. At the request of the prosecution, a protective order was granted by Latah County Magistrate Judge Megan Marshall to keep the material, which contains personnel records, from being publicly disclosed. It comes as 28-year-old Kohberger prepares to stand trial for the November 13th murders of University of Idaho students Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogen, Ethan Chapin, and Zaina Kernodle. A preliminary hearing will be held June 26th. Prosecutors have yet to reveal if they intend to seek the death penalty for Kohberger, but some legal experts say that to avoid any issues on appeal, it's better for the prosecution to lay everything out. Prosecutors are disclosing the material under the obligation of 2 Supreme Court cases, Brady v. Maryland and Giglio v. United States. The state has become aware of potential Brady-Giglio material related to one of the officers involved in the above-referenced case, the state wrote in the motion. The state intends to disclose the info to the defendant's counsel, prosecutors said, while adding that information is confidential and exempt from public disclosure. Brady material is any evidence that could prove the defendant is not guilty, Fox News reported. Giglio material refers to any evidence past or present that could impeach the credibility of a witness, the outlet reported. DailyMail.com has reached out to Kohberger's defense team for comment on the development. Nama Ramani, a former federal prosecutor, speculated to Fox News that the relevant material could be related to Kohberger's case or information about an officer's past that impeaches their credibility as a witness at Kohberger's trial. It could be anything. Ramani told Fox News Digital it could be beating his wife. That's a weird thing for her to randomly throw out. Wow. It could be driving fast and he's pulled over, pulling out his badge when he shouldn't. It could be smoking weed. Did she just kind of list the most common offenses police officers are investigated by Internal Affairs for? The material will not be made public because the judge approved the protective order after the motion was filed on Monday. Ramani also suggested that the prosecutors laid it all out in an effort to avoid any issues on appeal should they seek the death penalty. In the prosecution's case, you're thinking ahead, okay, I got a case wrong. You know what? I'm just going to disclose everything because I don't want an appellate issue down the road, Ramani said. Prosecutors have yet to reveal if they intend to see the death penalty for Kohberger, who was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and burglary in the deaths of Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogen, both 21, and the couple Zaina Kernodle and Ethan Chapin, both 20, at their off-campus apartment. The slayings shocked the rural Idaho community in neighboring Pullman, Washington, where Kohberger was a graduate student studying criminology at Washington State University. Earlier this week, it was revealed that Kohberger's sisters were both let go from their jobs, and his family has been struggling financially since his arrest in December. It was also reported that the family has not visited Kohberger in jail, but have spoken with him on the phone. It would be curious what those phone conversations are like. Is Kohberger insisting on his innocence? Is he avoiding talking about innocence or guilt completely? Or is there something else going on? And how much does Kohberger know? So if he's guilty with an accomplice, or he was kind of used as a patsy for something he didn't know was going to be murder. Because I've gone over this in the previous episodes. Make sure you check those out for all the different theories. But that was one of the McGuire theories where if Kohberger, apparently he's hanging out at the University of Idaho as well. He's hanging out in the cafeteria, staring at people or whatever from all of these accounts. But either way, he's hanging out in the area. Is he involved in the drug scene? If so, as either seller or buyer, was there something going on at the house, which is a party house? Many allege that it's a house known where you can score drugs or whatever from whatever parties, not necessarily the victims, obviously, but from other people in the home, either the roommates or other individuals. Since it's such a party house, wouldn't it be safer for people who don't live there to do their business there, because then it's safer for them? So is it more likely that someone who doesn't live there simply hangs out there at parties and otherwise and sells drugs from there, but doesn't actually live there? Either way, if there's some kind of crossover with Kohberger and maybe Brent Kopaka or any of these other guys that might be connected, did they kind of set him up as saying, okay, we're just going to go score or sell, and then they knew that it was going to turn into, maybe they didn't even intend to murder anybody. Maybe they just wanted to rough up some people and scare them. Maybe they even got the wrong people. Who knows? And then it all spiraled out of control, and that's why Kohberger, if he was even there, is like walking up to the door, what's going on, and then leaving, even if he himself didn't do anything. If he's being set up as a patsy by either Kopaka or somebody else, some of these, maybe these frat guys or whatever, connections to the sororities, coincidentally, the victims formerly belonging to the only two sororities that were on probation. None of the other ones were, so whatever. Anyway, who knows what else is going on with the fraternities as well? All of these so-called suspicious deaths, are they related to hazing? Are they related to something else, the drug scene, whatever? And Kohberger, maybe he really was there, but would he really leave his knife sheath there? Or if somebody's making it look like he did it, especially if he really was there, would they leave the sheath and then say, oh, look, that clearly points to him? I mean, this is just bonkers. The level of insanity where supposedly this PhD student is going to be this dumb. Now, if he's completely insane, then maybe. But if he has any modicum of intelligence, you would think this is not the way he would carry this out. However, if he was either tricked into being there, or maybe he wasn't even there, but if he was tricked into being there at some point during the night, regardless of whether he was there at the exact time the murders were taking place, somebody else could implicate him more easier in that situation. So again, if you haven't checked out the previous episodes, make sure you check them out. The family made one public statement in the wake of the killings. Quote, "We will continue to let the legal process unfold. As a family, we love and support our son and brother," end quote, they said in January after his arrest. "We have fully cooperated with law enforcement agencies in an attempt to seek the truth and promote his presumption of innocence rather than judge unknown facts and make erroneous assumptions," end quote. I mean, that's a pretty solid statement there. They're not saying he's innocent. They're saying he deserves his presumption of innocence as any citizen. So that is curious. That's curious. So what do they know, and how much has Kohberger said? And would they say something like that if they knew Kohberger was present and being used as a patsy and tricked and possibly involved in something illegal, like some kind of drug activity, but not murder? And if that is the case, how much has Kohberger told them? Kohberger, who was pursuing his PhD at nearby Washington State University before his arrest in January, is now back in Idaho, where he's being kept in isolation far from other inmates, given the depravity of his alleged crimes. Kohberger could face execution if convicted of one of any of the murder charges. All right. So, yeah. Now, who is this officer? Some allege this is the very officer who is in charge of the case. And this is Brett Payne. And apparently some allege that he actually served in the military in the same platoon with Brent Kopaka and was actually present during this SWAT shootout. Others believe that it's more connected with the police chief, but either way, I have no idea. Obviously, this is MINDSHOCK, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. I am not claiming anything is true or untrue. There's a lot of Dunning-Kruger goofs leaving comments, of course, that can't understand basic first-grade English. I will say it again. I am not claiming anything is true or untrue. It's very simple. No need for these goofs to get triggered. I'm going over an assortment of information and theories, many of which are mutually exclusive. This is the MINDSHOCK podcast, where we approach everything with logic and reason, not presuppositions and hallucinations to already know what is or isn't related, what is or isn't true, like most of the media. So here is an article here. Revealed lead investigator in Idaho murders is a U.S. Army vet with just 2 years of police experience, as desperate FBI adds agents and families grow even more impatient. This was posted all the way back December 20th, 2022 by Jennifer Smith, dailymail.com. Officer Brett Payne joined the Moscow Police Department from the Army in 2020. Payne, 32, is now the lead investigator on the unsolved quadruple murder case. Kayla Gonzalez, Madison Mogen, Xana Coronado, and Ethan Chapin died November 13th. They were all stabbed viciously while they slept in their beds. Allegedly, supposedly that is not true. No one has been arrested, and police still don't have any leads in the case. So this is as of December 20th, 2022. So this is before Kohberger's arrest. The lead investigator in the excruciatingly slow probe of 4 murdered Idaho students is a 32-year-old U.S. Army vet who only joined law enforcement 2 years ago. It has been over 5 weeks since the murders in the house. The killer remains on the loose, and the floundering Moscow Police Department is yet to name any suspects, let alone make any arrests. The FBI added 30 extra agents. Now, the lawyer for Kaylee's family has told her parents were told yesterday that the man in charge of the probe, Brett Payne, has been on the force for just 2 years. So he was hired in 2020 as a rookie. He has a total of 2 years experience. All right, kind of weird. So he was served in the 82nd Airborne Division in Afghanistan. And this is his first policing job. So the 82nd Airborne is supposedly an elite infantry division. Now that's curious. That's curious. Not to get into super, super deep conspiracy land, but would someone like Kopaka or even Officer Payne here more likely to execute this siege on a house, killing 4 people in the middle of the night? Is an elite military-trained individual more likely to do this than somebody like Kohberger? I don't know. I'm just asking questions here. And is it possible that Payne and Kopaka actually knew each other? Were they both involved? Who knows what's going on here? I mean, this case is just really, really bizarre. That's pretty much the only thing that can be deduced conclusively at this point. Other people allege that if Kohberger and Kopaka acted together, and Kohberger really is smart, did he perhaps know that the cops were closing in and he set up Kopaka to be killed by SWAT, feeding them whatever information? Again, this is just what people are discussing. I'm not claiming that is true or untrue. Come With Me Crime posted this on the MindShock podcast regarding the Moscow Murders cover-up podcast. RVing Keep It Rolling posted this. Wow, I didn't know about the LinkedIn account. This is regarding Kaylee Gonzalez's LinkedIn account, which somehow disappeared. I think Brian being set up, and I think DM is involved. I think Kaylee and Maddie had information and was talking about it. Could have been drugs or about the sorority. Cops, but they had some kind of information that got them killed. And Dylan may be Bethany involved. Strange how DM called sorority friends first. And didn't Kaylee and Maddie belong to the same one, but either left or was kicked out? Yeah, a lot of unanswered questions in that direction as well. Here's another post from Come With Me Crime. I just keep saying normal people with only high school diplomas wouldn't even make this many mistakes. Brian seems to have made them start to finish and even left a trail. Would he really leave so much evidence in his path? Police caught him with gloves on, etc. So would he be that stupid to touch the knife case even once without gloves? I don't know. The knife case was spotless for dirt, even blood, but a tiny bit of DNA was on it. This is almost like the Stephen Avery case, where, wow. And it was found just under a body. For me, where that knife case was found, it was placed deliberately. I'm not saying he's not done this crime, but I honestly feel there is more to it. Good comment from Come With Me Crime. Very objective, logical, and neutral. That is a problem. Again, unless he's completely insane, but even then, I mean, wouldn't he leave even more evidence then? I mean, I don't know. It's really weird. Let's look at another article here. Idaho murder suspect BRYAN KOHBERGER kept ID tied to the killings. Or again, is that another planted piece? Who knows? This is an article in New York Post. Olivia Land, April 7th, 2023. University of Idaho murder suspect BRYAN KOHBERGER may have held onto an ID belonging to one of the 4 killed in the shocking November stabbings, sources claimed this week. KOHBERGER, 28, was arrested in Pennsylvania December 30th, 6 weeks after Gonzalez, Mojin, Kernodle, and Chapin were murdered in their off-campus home in Moscow. In addition to DNA evidence tying KOHBERGER to the grisly scene, an unsealed search warrant suggested police found unspecified IDs in the glove box of the doctoral student's car, News Nation's reported. Okay. Would he really be that dumb to leave an ID in his own glove? I mean, again, we're going back to, does this look like a frame up? Or does it really look like this PhD criminology student would make every mistake in the book that even, really dumb people wouldn't make? I mean, this is really, really weird. And is it possible that one of these police officers is actually planting this evidence? And does the IA probe refer to some kind of planting in other cases, where obviously that would shed some doubt on this case as well? And here's the thing. When cops frame people, I mean, what kind of person would they look to frame? Would they look to frame a weird, psychotic-looking guy like BRYAN KOHBERGER? Because the masses would easily believe that he could be capable of something like this. And maybe he is capable, maybe he didn't do it. Maybe he killed other people, but he's not guilty for this particular crime. But again, police want to solve cases, they want to be heroes, etc. Certain ones are willing to bend the law, obviously. There's no shortage of this. I do have the Stephen Avery podcast episode on crime lab corruption coming up, where there's literally dozens and dozens of cases where officers were involved in switching labels at labs and etc. And these are only the ones that are found out about, and there's so many of them. It's going to be a very long episode, obviously, going over all the ones that, and these are just the ones that they found out about. I can only imagine how many other ones there are. But if that's the case here, what is going on? Obviously, coincidence theorists will hallucinate that there's absolutely no chance any of this could happen in this particular case, regardless of how many other cases it happens in. I mean, these are silly goofs, but that's why the MINDSHOCK podcast exists, so we can examine this logically and objectively. It's a big deal. This is a smoking license. Retired FBI agent Jennifer Coffindaffer. What a name. Coffindaffer? Told the network's Chris Cuomo of possible discovery, which cannot be confirmed due to a gag order on the case. Wait, so there's a gag order? Oh, she's a retired FBI agent, so she got some kind of inside source? Just like the knife sheath with a smoking sheath found next to Mojin's body with his DNA on that clasp, how convenient. Is this the same thing in this situation? Why would he have an ID related to one of those people from that house? That's a good question, because even if he's guilty, why would he have that ID? Coffindaffer appeared on the network alongside trial attorney Mark Garagos, who surmised that the ID find, if true, would be bad for Kohberger. I mean, it's a real meeting of the minds here. It would be bad if you have an ID in your car belonging to a murdered person. Wow. Okay. The rumor that Kohberger may have kept ID of someone from the Moscow house emerged shortly after the news broke that police were investigating whether the Pennsylvania native had contacted one of the victims prior to the murders. If that's true, why do people stalk? They stalk because they're feeling persecuted, and this is a way they can exact their revenge, Coffindaffer told Cuomo. Coffindaffer's remarks echoed those of former FBI investigator Pete Yachmetz, who told the Post earlier this year that Kohberger may have struggled with an incel complex. I believe a continued stabbing of a victim indicates an uncontrolled rage and extreme anger, Yachmetz said, referring to the accused killer's long history of interpersonal problems. At the time of the killings, Kohberger was a doctoral student in criminal justice at Washington State University in Pullman, just 15 miles from Moscow. Search warrants unsealed last month also revealed a trove of disturbing items, including a gun, several knives, and a black face mask that investigators took from Kohberger's parents' home following his dramatic arrest. Kohberger, who has not yet entered a plea to 4 counts of murder and 1 count of felony burglary, is in custody in Latah County, Idaho. He's due back in court June 26th. And again, let's not forget the hit and run that happened right outside Kohberger's apartment that night. Yet another coincidence. I mean, how often does an accused murderer, innocent or guilty, have a hit and run occurring in front of their apartment on the night of a murder? I mean, what is going on in this case? This is just the most bizarre case ever. I went over that in the previous episodes. If you haven't checked those out, make sure you check them out. Okay. So, on the Idaho Murders documentary on the ID Network, it is mentioned that the white Hyundai Elantra circled the block 3 times in the doorbell camera footage. So 3:29 a.m., then another 2 times, then came back in the neighborhood a 4th time at 4:04 a.m., then left at a high rate of speed at 4:20 a.m. Okay, what does this all mean? Because are people trying to be inconspicuous? Would they do that? I mean, this is insane, especially knowing people have door cam footage. Or did they just randomly assume, if it's somebody that's been in the neighborhood multiple times, I mean, wouldn't you assume that at least someone somewhere has some kind of doorbell or security camera? Now, obviously not everywhere, but somewhere. I mean, it's just kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Now, supposedly, Kopaka might have had a white or silver or Elantra as well, and maybe it was visible in the police body cam footage that night, who just so happened to be nearby the house. Students running by, cars all around. So there's a lot of weirdness in this case, obviously. I mean, there's just so much here. None of it really makes any sense. To hallucinate, none of it is connected to anything. I mean, that's a weird thing, but, you know, that's what coincidence theories do. All right, so let's look at more info on Kopaka here. So Veterans Day is November 11th. Supposedly, Kopaka's best friend's birthday is November 13th. The date of the killings. Is that all coincidental? So Kopaka has posted a lot of cryptic posts here. He has a photo of his own eye, supposedly. In his own eye, there's a lot of people thinking that it actually shows the murder house, but it's kind of hard to tell. The We the People Twitter account posted a lot of interesting information on Kopaka here. He's also got some coordinates posted in California. I don't know if people are insinuating there's bodies buried there or whatever. So these are posts from March 8th, 2023. What was hidden in the map you posted 3 to 4 days before SWAT? I pick ? Hope was your girl, but you felt hopeless. Why? What were you trying to tell us, Brent? I don't understand why they didn't use gas and flashbangs like they did for a similar incident nearby to take him alive. Chief Fry was there. His voice can be heard on the scanner talk that night. Roommates walked outside. No 911 call release. He had family in Lewiston, Idaho. There's an investigation into this matter. Okay, so supposedly they were afraid that he would kill his roommates, but allegedly his roommates were also outside at the time of his death. So during the scanner call, an officer mentions that Brent had thrown things out the window before Brent was killed. Always wondered why the gun with evidence marker was outside when they said he was in his apartment, and there's actually a photograph here. That is a weird curiosity. And also there's a screenshot here of this timeline of the standoff from local news with a lot of people standing outside. Some people are alleging that those are actually, some of them are his roommates that he's might have been threatening. Okay. This is all really weird. So timeline of the standoff here, 9 p.m. start point, 3 a.m. tweet from Washington State University, 3:47 a.m. fire started, building evacuated, 4:22 a.m. law enforcement shoots suspect. So is there nobody inside at the time he was shot? So there is a post here. I'm assuming this is a YouTube screenshot. This lady says Brent lived with 2 female roommates with names similar to 2 of the King Road victims. There is one video on the Wayback Machine website with 2 of the roommates from the Brent Kopaka situation. I seen it a month ago, now I cannot find it. Odd that the 2 roommates' names of Brent Kopaka is Kylie, and the other girl's name sounds like Madison, but not Madison. I'll see if I can find that video. I mean, that would obviously be a coincidence as well. Everything is a coincidence in this case, obviously. There's nothing that can't be a coincidence according to the coincidence theorists. So supposedly this is not Chief Fry's jurisdiction, so people are speculating why... Chief Fry. So this is the police chief of the city of Moscow. So some people are asking why he's dealing with the Kopaka situation. I mean, it's not that far away, but still. I mean, this is all really, really bizarre. We, the people, also brought up a case, the 5 University of Florida co-eds murders, where 5 students were killed in Florida with a K-bar knife, most of them sleeping. 4 females, 1 male. The first guy arrested was a student, but the killer ended up being somebody else. This was in Gainesville, Florida. We the People also posted this tweet. Anyone think it's weird that there's no pictures or videos of Bryan in Pullman or Moscow? Not at a restaurant, school, festival, party, bar, apartment, house, etc. The work ID is the only thing I've seen from there. Dude's a ghost. Room Rental posted this. He had friends and also went to a pool party, plus neighbor dude was inviting him over. If he was such a recluse, that would not happen. Lots of people I know aren't on social media, so they have no pictures floating around. Some go to public events, some don't like having pics taken. Here's the thing though, not necessarily pictures of him posing in the pictures, but in the background, because obviously this is college. Most college students, especially females, are posting, taking countless photos all the time. So he would be in the background somewhere, not to mention security footage of whatever establishments. Yeah, it's pretty weird. So the other thing that people are finding curious is that the vehicle they're looking for is a 2011 to 2013 Elantra. Kohberger has a 2015 Elantra. So this is the wrong year. I mean, it's not off by a lot, but is that a different body style? Yes, it is. So the 2015 is the 6th generation Elantra. The 5th generation was 2010 to 2014. So, wow. So that's a completely different body style in the 2015. I mean, not completely different, but different. So you would think that law enforcement were pretty clear with the Elantra they were looking for. This does not match. Okay, so they're looking for a 2011 to 2013. So does the 2014 Elantra also have a different body style? And then the 2015 has another different body style. And let's go into the next point here, because just as a quick aside here, let's go to Q13 Fox. Idaho murders, 90 white Elantras were registered to park on campus as cops struggle to find vehicle. So those are only the ones registered to park on campus. Those do not include any white Elantras registered to private citizens in the exact area driving around those neighborhoods. So it's 90 that were registered to park specifically on campus. So that you would think, I mean, there's at least, I don't know, a couple more, if not way more, just simply registered to private citizens in the area who are not parking on campus. So this is crazy. The University of Idaho has 90 white Elantras registered to park at the school. Vehicles similar to one police are seeking in connection with the quadruple homicide just steps off campus, records show. So this article is December 28th, 2022, before the arrest by Michael Ruiz. Wednesday marked 45 days since the slayings, and police are still seeking the car they say was spotted near the scene of the crime on Kings Road early hours of November 13th, 2022. On December 7th, police announced they were looking for a white Hyundai Elantra from between 2011 and 2013 in connection with this case, and as of their most recent public remarks, they still have not found it. Progress continues to locate the white 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra, believed to be in the immediate area of the King Road residence during the early morning hours of November 13th. Authorities repeated on Tuesday. Investigators believe the occupant or occupants may have critical information to share regarding this case. The statement did not describe the progress. Police have said the detectives have been working their way through a list of more than 22,000 similar Elantras and have been asking the public to come forward with info. Okay, so that's curious. So So there's, of course, the footage from the clerk showing a white car, but there's also, since then, information has been released regarding the white Elantra that was circling the block or circling the neighborhood several times. And it seems like from the ring footage, they were able to deduce that it is the exact body style of 2011 to 2013. Otherwise, they would have said 2011 to 2015, right? Because if 2014s and 2015s have other distinct body styles, I mean, of course, slight differences. It's not a completely different car, but apparently the details were good enough for them to specifically state it was a 2011 to 2013 body style Hyundai Elantra. Not a 2014 or 2015. They ruled otherwise they would have included them in the ones they were looking for. And so that's kind of weird. So Kohberger has a 2015 Elantra. That's weird. That's pretty weird. What does everybody think of that? And what vehicle does Kopaka have? Here's an interesting post on Reddit from Pork and Cheese Blonde. I was reading the comments of a YouTube video on this guy, and someone in there claimed to be a neighbor and said he was holding his roommates hostage because they were accusing him of committing the 4 murders. Couldn't find out if that was true or not, but the guy having combat experience, it would make more sense how he took on 4 people that night. See, that's weird. But why would the roommates randomly, if they really believe he's a murderer, why would they randomly accuse this guy, supposedly who has a lot of guns, this military guy, right in his face? I mean, I don't know. That seems kind of weird. Wouldn't they go to the police with a tip? Or were they just seeking more info and he snapped and they really did ask some kind of innocent question that maybe even, I don't know. I don't know how obvious they were fishing, but who knows? I mean, this is really weird. Another post, there has been nothing said about why he held them hostage and they disappeared. None gave interviews. That's curious as well, because what the hell is going on with these SWAT standoffs? In all these other cases, you have the people, at least some people on the news immediately. I mean, what is going on here? This is all very curious. So here's an outline here. This was made supposedly by John Wayne with 3 S's. On exactly where this supposed Elantra was traveling. So is it possible there was more than white Elantra? Because if there's thousands of them in the general area, 90 specifically registered to park, but there could, there are hundreds or thousands more. I mean, if the plate is clearly visible, then obviously they would know it's the same one. But it's unknown if the plate, supposedly the plate could not be visible because then they would have tracked it down. So if they can only make out the body style, is it possible there's more than white Elantra? I mean, this isn't exactly a rare vehicle. Elantras are very popular vehicles. White is also one of the most popular colors of the Elantra. So it's kind of weird. I mean, it's definitely kind of weird. Here's a post by I Was a Teen Guitarist. This guy, regarding Kopaka. Oh, and this guy lived on campus at WSU but worked at the University of Idaho. After dying in a dramatic SWAT event, even just a little more than a month after this mass murder involving 4 University of Idaho students, which occurred within walking distance where Kopaka worked, why is it so hard to find out anything about him online? About all that can be found are news reports of what happened regarding his threatening his roommates with a firearm and that SWAT shot him dead. His name, his age, and that he's a military vet who served active duty in Afghanistan and has PTSD, and there's been whispers he drives a white Elantra. Plus, his apartment is within walking distance of Kohberger. And the hostage situation began roughly at the time Kohberger takes off with his father for Pennsylvania. Chief Fry stated December 8th, 2022, we're looking for the occupants of a white Elantra. 1 week later, Kopaka apparently loses it, threatens his roommates with a gun, gets into a hostage situation, and is shot dead by SWAT. Another poster said that they changed their statement to a single person in a white Elantra. I Was a Teen Guitarist responded, this is my theory. It is not intended to accuse anyone of anything. But let's face it, Kohberger was an easy target if the statements about him being socially awkward, possibly autistic, is true. He's an out-of-towner. Unlike nearly everyone else called possible suspects by podcasters, online sleuths, and even hinted at by family members, one family member suggested some of the early people cleared were cleared too soon. Kohberger is the only one without family in the Washington, Idaho area. If and only if Kopaka had anything to do with this, he chose an interesting time to decide to pull out a gun and hold his roommates hostage. I'm not saying he had anything to do with November 13th. I'm completely speculating, but it's an opinion not stated as a fact. Then, this coincided exactly when Kohberger's father shows up in Pullman for the trip across the country. We have evidence this trip was not spur of the moment, but was planned due to Kohberger's mother's Reddit posts from the summer of 2022. Now, suddenly, Kohberger's not alone. He has a parent around him, and he's about to be around other close family members when he reaches Pennsylvania. Was there a concern now that Kohberger was face-to-face with both parents he might talk about Kopaka? Another poster, it's a very interesting time to lose complete control and exchange gunfire with SWAT, right? His obituary said he struggled with PTSD for 16 years, but reaches a boiling point at that particular time. It's thin, right? I Was a Teen Guitarist responded, was Kopaka's concern he'd have no further contact with Kohberger for a full month. Meanwhile, for the first time frame, Kohberger would have nothing but family around the trigger, would have family around the trigger that possibly set him off. That makes sense. Kohberger's leaving town and Kopaka's feeling vulnerable, especially as Idaho law enforcement released the bolo for the White Elantra and he loses control. Kohberger gets spooked at the news of the incident unfolding and he bolts out to Pennsylvania out of Pullman. Yeah, that's curious, because if they do know each other and are somehow connected to the crime in some way, the timing actually does make sense there. Because it's not just about the murders, it's about Kohberger leaving town for whatever period of time, possibly never to return, who knows. But yeah. What does everybody think about that? That's curious timing, to say the least. So they both have White Elantras? Is that kind of weird? What was the year, if Kopaka really does have an Elantra, is his Elantra a 2011 to 2013 and Kohberger's was a 2015? Also, when Kohberger and his dad were pulled over, they specifically mentioned the SWAT shooting incident. That's curious. I mean, let's say Kohberger is guilty or complicit in some capacity. You have another SWAT shooting death within weeks of the quadruple homicide within a mile of Kohberger's home. That's all coincidental. So supposedly, these cell phone pings of Kohberger actually, when he's back in Pullman, supposedly it lines up with Kopaka's residence. Some people are obviously speculating why he would take the path he took. It's pretty weird. Ew, Cheyenne Liz posted this. So if I'm understanding correctly, Kopaka went to the same school as the victims. Kopaka and Kohberger more than likely knew each other, and with both of them having mental health issues, may have ended up bonding and becoming friends. Maybe they both purchased and used drugs together in that area, so pings around the house prior to the murder. I would love to see if they pull Kopaka's phone records and see if the pings would match up to Kohberger's. That's a good question. Maybe they were just high talking about these hot girls that Kopaka knew and got mad when they weren't able to get anywhere romantically with them, so they put together their criminology knowledge, figured they could get away with it. If Kopaka isn't involved in some way, shape, or form, I will be very shocked. You know what's weird, though? So what if this is a situation with both of these guys possibly knowing other frat guys or not? What if Kopaka, they always talk about dark stuff like murder, and Kohberger thinks Kopaka's joking. And he asks him how to execute this crime. If there's a falling out or something between the two, would Kopaka frame Kohberger when Kopaka's the guilty party? Or what if Kopaka somehow convinces Kohberger to go into the house and screw around just to scare the girls or the occupants, not actually to attack or assault anybody, just as a drug-induced prank of sorts, and it all goes horribly wrong, and Kohberger actually didn't know any of this was going to happen, or vice versa, who knows. But yeah, it's just, this does open the door I mean, the level of coincidence here for Kopaka not to be involved is quite high, just given the timing and the fact that everything's been kept so hush-hush. Whoa, somebody, Kiev Supreme, posted a very interesting image here. There is a white Elantra with no front plate right outside Kopaka's residence in a news article with the police tape around it. What? He posted this. There's a white sedan with no front plate at the rear of the police car. Not sure if it's his, but what are the odds of a white sedan with no front plates at both incidents? I think this one is a Honda, though. They do look extremely similar, and they weren't looking for a Honda. Damn. The uncleared car next to it has the 2011 to 2013 Elantra-style reflectors. It's kind of hard to tell if the one next to it is white or silver, though. Supposedly there is a white or silver vehicle that goes by the body cam footage the night of the murders. Huh. Other people are stating that Kohberger might have reached out online to people in the area who were former military. And that's how he met Kopaka. Hot Mess Mom TV posted this. Does anyone else find it odd that one, Kopaka was reportedly shot after roommates and residents had already been evacuated from the building? 2, lead investigator for Idaho, BRYAN, served in the same brigade and division of the Army, possibly in Afghanistan together. Can't find online records for VA burial for Kopaka. Possibly didn't use VA benefits or cremation to the family, though. 4, it seems like they swept this under the rug and dishonored a veteran in the process. Why? Because they shot the wrong guy and realized it after, question mark? Did BRYAN set him up to be the fall guy, then escaped when he saw the walls closing in? Or did he use him as an accomplice, and when Kopaka realized it, he flipped out? Disclaimer, I'm aware much of this is speculation, just like the info law enforcement left us with, so what else do we have to go on? Just an awful lot of coincidences. I'm sure law enforcement is playing it close to the vest, but I sure hope they can bring a ton of receipts to show they're prosecuting the right defendant and went about it the right way, since so many things seem off about that PCA and search warrant and the Kopaka incident. Huh. His obituary says he died from PTSD. That's weird. Bright Produce 7400 posted, I find it very coincidental that they shot and killed him on the very day that BRYAN Kohlberger left to go back to Pennsylvania with his father. And recently I heard they changed the cause of death to suicide. They say he had a self-include... What? Wait, what? Huh. Is that true? Bright Produce also posted this. Bingo, I believe Kopaka was also the tech. He was an IT tech at Idaho State University. Do you know what that means? He had access to everything. He was security, and I do believe he was at the Moscow house before. He was in control of pretty much everything in the computer department, meaning software, internet, which could also include pings, I believe. I don't know, I'm not really that intelligent, but there are certain things that I do know, and there are certain things that I feel. If you don't want me here to just tell me nobody else wants me anywhere, there were 2 white Elantras. Kopaka was referring to roommates. Maybe he was referring to the roommates at the Moscow house, not his roommates. Maybe the pressure was too much for him and he snapped. Maybe he knew a little more than we think. A few more interesting posts here. Pork and Cheese Blonde. What about the white truck that pulled up into the Corner Club parking lot all slow while the girls and Jack were walking by? There's a YouTuber that has spent a lot of time talking about the truck and the strange movements that night. So this guy had an Elantra and a white truck? Interesting. A response here by Several Durian. There was a whole website with all this info. It magically disappeared, was scrubbed a few days ago. This is from a few months ago. Gone completely, but people have screen grabs. Don't know, but apparently it has something to do with the owner of the King House and drugs. Apparently, the other BK involved and possibly knew each other from PA. They also said that there was a crashed Elantra on TV in Oregon, was also involved. Apparently, it all leads back to the home owner. That detour to Colorado on the PA trip leads to a property owned by him also. So confusing, but I think that's the gist. They implied more than one Elantra was involved. That's why the years are off. The Army guy is older. I believe they mentioned that truck. Also, BK has a truck, but I think it's black. Huh. That's a lot of crazy information. So there was a white truck following the girls and Jack that night? So people are also still talking about the fact that Fry said that they wanted to speak to the individuals in the Elantra. So does that mean multiple individuals are visible in the Elantra in the ring camera footage? So I'm going to leave this episode with this final post here by Old Wife Tale on Twitter. I still think it's weird that Kopaka posted coordinates for San Francisco, California, and Enon Hirsch heads there within a day or two. Another one of those coinkydinks, I guess. And Enon Hirsch, of course, is the neighbor who said he heard screams the night of the murders. And we'll be going over Hirsch in the next episode because there are so many curiosities regarding this guy. I mean, if there is some kind of drug overlap involvement, it could make sense that multiple people know things, even though they weren't necessarily directly involved with the murders. But yeah, the coincidence stack is quite high. Wow, here's a post from Penguin Methods on Twitter. He wasn't AWOL, he was VA disability. This is regarding Kopaka. Created social media accounts December 2012. Most of them are now scrubbed. His LinkedIn says government contract. If Instagram account is legit, he followed 137 people, including Kaylee Gonzalez and Madison Mogen. He had 48 addresses linked to him. Wow. One of them was actually a gun shop as well. I mean, this is kind of insane. Enon Hirsch left the area the morning of the 16th, right after Kopaka was killed. Huh. That's weird. Dear Sir or Madam responded, his whole story regarding Kopaka isn't being told. I've never heard of a Purple Heart veteran's SWAT death not be investigated. Some follow-up posts. I always wondered if it was Brent and not BRYAN KOHBERGER who was into Kaylee or Madison. The supposed photo of Madison on Kohberger's phone could have been a message from Brent. Wow, that's curious. So there's supposedly a photo of Madison on Kohberger's phone. This is kind of weird. Some people are actually claiming that the photo Kopaka posted of his eye, the reflection of a house in his eye, they're claiming it's actually Kohberger's family's house in Pennsylvania. Was that perceived to be some kind of a threat by Kohberger? Is Kopaka stating a threat there? And that's why Kohberger headed home? I mean, that's kind of weird. Or is it just kind of a weird post of, I'm watching you and your family for whatever reason? Make sure you don't reveal anything. Not necessarily a threat, but just, I know where you are and I'm watching you. That's really weird, but I don't know if it's possible. I don't know if you can tell what that is, what the reflection is. I guess it could be any house. Very, very bizarre, nonetheless. Well, this is also weird. If you go to jiglio-bradylist.com, it says the Moscow Police Department is not in compliance with the nationwide public-facing Brady List or the Supreme Court of U.S. Brady Doctrine or the U.S. Freedom of Information Act or the State Sunshine Law or the Open Government Act or the Open Government Initiative or the Open Government Directives. Wow. And this is not a big department. They apparently have at least 3 officers on the Brady List and not in compliance with all the... Wow, this is insane. What is going on in Moscow, Idaho? This info also coming from the We the People Twitter account. Oh, there's actually one more post I wanted to go over. The DoorDash driver was apparently a female. So this female DoorDash driver supposedly also quit immediately after. Now, that doesn't mean anything, right? Because if you're a DoorDash driver, you deliver to a place that turns out to be a quadruple homicide, you might be too scared to ever do that job ever again. So that doesn't necessarily mean she saw or heard something, but it is kind of weird. And there's actually... what is going on here? I mean, there's just so many other issues. The neighbor... a female neighbor got her car broke into and her underwear left in a cup holder March 2nd, 2022. This neighbor apparently bought a Ring camera after that. Huh. And there's so many oddities of people breaking into houses. Of course, all the animal killings in the area, all the fraternity and sorority issues. But that's kind of weird. There was a parent here, names all blacked out, posted on Facebook. The rumor I'm hearing, this was immediately after. This was November 16th. The rumor I'm hearing circulating amongst the friends. They are also saying, rumor is, the stalker didn't get the girl he wanted. It was one of the girls upstairs, and that's why they have fallen off the planet, nowhere to be found, and social media shut down. This stalker supposedly hacked the Wi-Fi, booby-trapped cars, and has been harassing them. Again, this is all a rumor amongst the kids up there. I don't know if they're alleging here that, wow, that's a theory we did not go over. What was one of the other two roommates the real target? Huh. That's crazy. That's really weird. And that's why they were hidden away from the public. Huh. Here's some more rumors from this Facebook parent, or alleged Facebook parent. It's rumored Kaylee lets the dog Murphy out and sees a guy in a tree with a mask on and runs inside, and she's telling the house. The two girls run upstairs, lock themselves in the room. That's when the stalker guy in the tree walks into the house. They say they heard a few screams and that was it, but it terrified them and they stayed hidden in a closet. I guess one can presume they ran and left their phones downstairs. Again, the rumor coming from friends or boyfriends of girls that were upstairs. That's the last thing I heard. Everyone is just relieved to be out of Moscow right now. If I hear anything else, I'll share what I think I can. Friends of them are sticking to the story. It was a stalker psycho and he was up in a tree wearing a mask and walked in after somebody walked the dog. Wow, this is mind-shocking information. This is from November 17th, 2022. Does that make sense? Does that explain why the calls to the police weren't made immediately? Because if they were that spooked and they left their cell phones, does that house even have a landline? And if so, are their phones in the other rooms on a landline? All very curious. Huh. A few more details, but want to be respectful until it's confirmed. One rumor is the bodies were stabbed and mutilated and they don't want that out. It's so crazy and sad. Moscow is the best little college campus on the planet. It's hard to believe this is happening. Also, two other girls lived in the house and supposedly hid and were terrified to move until hours later because they could hear their friends screaming. Again, this could be a rumor, but a total of 5 girls lived in that house. Yeah, this is really weird because if they did hear the screaming and they were too scared to... I mean, that actually kind of makes sense, right? Particularly if they left their phones, if they were out of the room and Kaylee comes in screaming about the guy in the tree and they all run and hide. So the neighbor apparently also... So the neighbor's car is broken into. There's all these other reports of break-ins. Huh. There's a December 19th, 22 press release from the Moscow PD that states that at this time in the investigation, Detectives do not believe the following are involved in this crime: the 2 surviving roommates, the male in the grub truck surveillance video, the private party driver who took Kaylee and Madison home on the 13th, the male Kaylee and Madison called numerous times during the early morning hours of November 13th, any individual at the residence when 911 was called, or the individual on the lease who moved out of the residence before the school year started and was not present at the time of the incident. There's also some discussion here from March 24th regarding leaks, which may or may not be verified, that supposedly the Idaho State Laboratory did not find Kohberger's DNA on the sheath, or any DNA on the sheath. And the first officers in the room didn't even see a sheath. So supposedly they sent the DNA to a Texas company, which was the one that found the DNA on the sheath. So this was done prior. Well, nobody knows when it was really done, but if it took that long, did they not have his DNA at the time that they alleged they did have his DNA on the sheath? I mean, there's a lot of problems here. There's a lot of problems with this case and the timeline. We the People also posted that Kohberger did not cancel his doctor's appointment right after the crime. So supposedly he had no wounds on him. Huh. It seems like some people have found some social media of showing BRYAN KOHBERGER with friends and female friends as well. One of them did an interview where she stated that BRYAN KOHBERGER was funny and respectful to females. So, a lot of different information here. Alright, here's the final mind shock here, because I think my mind has already been shocked so much here. Apparently, this is also coming from the We the People Twitter, but they do have a link here to lawandcrime.com. This is the Law and Crime Live Trial Network. He lived 1,200 feet from my door. Driver who brought Idaho victims home the night they were killed is exceptionally glad about suspect's arrest. So the private driver that dropped off Gonzalez and Mogen lives right next to Kohberger. He's also the one who sent in the tip about the Elantras. Wow. I mean, this is crazy. And let's not forget the hit and run, coincidentally, right in front of Kohberger's apartment as well. And we're about to get even further into Mind Shock land. He actually also stated, the driver spends much of his days shuttling people around town, so after the killings, he kept an eye out for the white Hyundai Elantra. He eventually spotted it at Kohberger's apartment building sometime after December 7th. Quote, I thought it was too new, he said of the car, since Moscow police asked the public for info about a 2011 to 2013 Elantra. So even he stated it was the wrong body style. Huh. The other thing that's kind of interesting, these are quotes from him. They were all nice girls. They were always polite with me. They were happy, friendly girls. In my opinion, there was nothing bad about them, he said. They were all good employees at Mad Greek, he added, referring to downtown Moscow restaurant. How did he know they worked at the Mad Greek? And why did he feel the need? Why did he feel the need to go out of his way to say that? This is way back in January 6th. I'm hoping they have an ironclad case, the driver said. I desperately, desperately hope they have this locked down. If they let this guy walk, it's a shame. End quote. Those are interesting quotes because he's not saying I desperately hope they have the right guy because that means that the real killer's not out there. He said specifically, if they let this guy walk, it's a shame. How does he know that this guy specifically is guilty? This is a weird interview. So coincidentally, he lives 1,200 feet from BRYAN. He lives right next to Kohberger. Now, here's another mind shock. This might not be true. This is a post from Nicole. The DoorDash driver also lived by Kohberger. Odd. At the King Roadhouse, all at the same time, and the neighbors. So wait a second. Wait a second. Is it really possible that the DoorDash driver and the Uber driver both live right next to Kohberger, and all three of them just happen to be at this house in Moscow on that particular night at that particular time window? Anybody find that strange if that's true? I mean, this is just all completely insane. Now, the Uber driver continues working, but the supposedly female DoorDash driver quits immediately after. They all live next to Kohberger. Is that really true? I mean, this is just really, really insane. I believe that's enough mind shocks for now. In the next episode, we'll be getting into Inan Harsh, and if there are any connections there, because there's also a whole slew of coincidences in that direction. Hope everybody found another edition of Mind Shock True Crime interesting and informative in the Idaho Murders case series. If you want to help support the podcast, help get more mind-shocking information out there, keep up awareness in cold cases and current cases, and ensure that justice is served, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube, access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MindShock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Idaho Murders case series. This is part 10, The Other Suspects. So since the arrest of Kohberger, it seems less and less people are actually thinking logically. A lot of the masses that just believe whatever they see on the idiot box just have already taken it as gospel that Kohberger must not only be guilty, but he must have acted alone because he's the only one arrested. And obviously cops never make mistakes, and there's no such thing as corruption, so therefore he's guilty. I mean, a lot of these goofs are all over the comment sections. Now, even if he is, wouldn't you want that verified instead of hallucinating that based on nothing and not using any logic or reason? But that's what the MindShock podcast is for. And we will be going over the other DNA samples, coincidentally not Kohberger's. Not a single one Kohberger's of these other samples. And we will be going over the sheath as well, and many other issues related, of course, to the Elantra. Kohberger's, of course, the wrong year and body style. But, I mean, just the endless list of coincidences here. I mean, again, what the goofs failed to realize. There's countless cases where there's no funny business, no anomalies, no coincidences. That's why nobody's talking about them, because they clearly got the right guy, and there's nothing to discuss. But in the cases that there is, the coincidence theorists and these gullible goofs, for whatever reason, they get triggered at any kind of logic or reason being applied to these cases. It's really, really bizarre. As always, if you want to help support the MindShock podcast, help logic and reason return to a world where it is quickly going extinct, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section, and make sure you're subscribed to the channel, of course, and enable notifications if you're still not getting them. Just like and comment on more videos. That's how the YouTube algorithm works. And make sure to subscribe to the Bruce McGuire channel as well. I'll be uploading a lot of stuff there also. So let's jump right in here. Let's start off with none other than the We the People Twitter account. Now, this individual does a lot of really good research into this particular case. They post about a bunch of other stuff too, but just really, really solid info. Let's look at the 3 other male DNA samples found at the scene that nobody wants to talk about. So this is actually from the objection to the state's motion for a protective order. And this is from page 2, factual background, November 13th, 2022. Law enforcement responding to a 911 call found Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xana Coronado, and Ethan Chapman deceased. Law enforcement later found a K-bar knife sheath placed next to Miss Mogen on her bed. The sheath was placed button side down and partially under Miss Mogen and the comforter. That's kind of weird. How would it get there? The sheath was, okay, November 20th, 2022, the Idaho State Police Lab in Meridian, Idaho, located DNA on the button of the sheath and performed STR analysis that led nowhere when ran through CODIS, other than to show the provider was a male. November 17th, 2022, lab analysts were aware of 2 additional males' DNA within the house where the deceased were located, and another unknown male on a glove found outside the residence, November 20th, 2022. To this date, the defense is unaware what sort of testing, if any, was conducted on these samples other than the STR DNA profiles. Further, these 3 separate and distinct male DNA profiles were not identified through CODIS, leading to the conclusion that the profiles did not belong to Mr. Kohberger. While this was ongoing, police were investigating many various suspects. Many of them provided DNA. At least one had DNA surreptitiously taken from a discarded cigarette. Many also had their phones taken and downloaded. One area of the investigation had to do with a white sedan seen on camera located at 1112 King Road. First glimpsed by officers November 18, 2022. By November 25, 2022, police believed the car to be a white Elantra and asked law enforcement to be on the lookout for one. Precisely how the police came to believe the car was an Elantra is still unknown. A report from an analyst for the FBI dated March 21st, 2023 shows the analyst relying heavily on a video of a car heading the wrong direction and at the wrong time on Ridge Road. So again, I mean, there's Ring cameras, there's other cameras, whatever, but the official police statement released by police had the wrong year, wrong body style for the Elantra that Kohberger, compared to the Elantra Kohberger owned, which coincidentally was provided by the private driver that drove the girls home that day, that night. What a coincidence. Supposedly the driver also lives by Kohberger, and so does the DoorDash driver. So again, if you haven't checked out the previous episodes, check them out. I'm not going to go into all of that coincidence stack, but the other weird thing that people are talking about here is that there was a 12-hour delay before the officer saw it at 4 p.m. that afternoon. So was the sheath not there? So again, there's a lot of issues here. Did Kohberger return to the scene? Did other people return to the scene? Did Kohberger return or come to the scene not have been guilty? But either way, was the sheath... So here's something, again, the coincidence theorist too mentally brain dead to consider. Was the sheath not even there immediately after the crime, and it was placed there later by a different individual? Now again, this doesn't mean Kohberger's innocent, doesn't mean he's guilty. But what's the deal with the sheath? There's just something weird about the sheath. I mean, it's just weird. And again, for the people that think that corrupt police are involved, did a police officer place the sheath there? I mean, I don't know. That's kind of weird. So at the time of this document, the defense has not been made aware whether the other DNA of the 3 other males was ever really tested. You would think if either of these 3 samples matched Kohberger, there would have been some kind of hoopla about it. Now, obviously, just because there's other DNA there, that doesn't mean that those individuals were involved in the crime. Obviously, this is a party house, but it's just curious that, I mean, how much investigative work was actually done here? Or was Kohberger set up as a patsy? And we'll be getting into that theory in a moment as well. Although, it actually... I mean, it is kind of curious, though, that Kohberger... If Kohberger's this great genius... He leaves his DNA on the sheath, but there's 0 DNA of the victims in his car, apartment, office, or anywhere else. That's kind of weird. That's a little weird. So let's get to the weirder stuff with Kohberger. So some allege, of course, that Kohberger was a CI that was thrown under the bus and used as a patsy. Possibly he uncovered something about this police department that is under investigation by Internal Affairs. So, apparently Bryan actually applied at the Pullman Police Department. So, there's not really any information on whether he even got the job. But again, what we went over before at the university, that there was some kind of access from these PhD criminology students to law enforcement databases and such. I mean, that's kind of sketch. What did he find something about corruption, possible drug running or otherwise, within this police department that's being investigated by Internal Affairs for whatever reasons? And Bryan apparently also focused on cloud-based forensics. Interesting. Very, very interesting. So here's another curiosity from all these documents. We the People here stating that they could not find any evidence directly from Moscow police that the DoorDash driver was cleared. Also, supposedly there's confusion as to whether or not the DoorDash driver was there during the time of the crimes. So, from other documents here, DM and BF both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep or at least in their rooms by approximately 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement ID'd the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. So the driver placed themselves at the residence at exactly 4 a.m. So does that mean, like, what? This is really tough. This timeline is getting more and more problematic. So Kernodle receives the DoorDash delivery at 4 a.m. How long after that is she killed? So the driver, now if the driver said they were there at 4 a.m., theoretically this would be verified, right? Phone pings, whatever app in the vehicle, and again, the ring cameras, all the other footage of the path of the DoorDash driver's car. So theoretically this would all be known and verified. Also, We the People brought to light that Moscow Police Department has acted shady in the past, so apparently they've suppressed body cam footage in other cases, and yeah, that's kind of weird. I mean, there's some articles here going back 2021, previous year. Moscow, this is right from MoscowIdaho.news. Moscow PD buries evidence in sticker case for more than a year. The Soviet Moscow sticker case. 3 charged with 13 misdemeanors for posting stickers on city poles. Okay, that's kind of weird. We're not going to get into that. But just, again, there's a history of shadiness with this police department that is being investigated by Internal Affairs. And again, supposedly there might be a connection with Kopaka and one of these other officers, rookie officers in charge of the case. If you haven't checked out the previous episode, again, check that out. But this was just really, really weird with all of these individuals. There's all these Brady violations. I mean, this is just really weird. We the People also posted this. Interesting how law enforcement threw Dylan under the bus in the PCA. Never redacted her name. I wonder if she said she was sleeping until a device told police she wasn't. I don't think Dylan trusted the police. I don't think they trust her. And again, if there is some kind of widespread police corruption here, and if that was a drug house and there's all this overlap, I mean, everything is pretty weird. What's weird, so there's actually been some conflicting information. In the previous episode, I went over a few posts from various social media that supposedly the DoorDash delivery individual was a female. But supposedly Bethany told police that Xana got food delivered by a delivery guy that came to the door at 4. That's all I know. Police said the delivery guy was there. Okay. So, are they just, did she kind of just say delivery guy not knowing if it was, just assuming it was a guy? I mean, how many DoorDash drivers are female? I don't know. What's the distribution, especially in that area? I mean, in other areas, there's definitely a lot of female DoorDash drivers, but in this particular area at 4 a.m., is there a history of female drivers, or is it predominantly males? Other responses here. At first, it was stated the delivery driver was a young girl, but I believe this was a ruse. Yeah, so, okay, there's conflicting information. We do not have it verified whether or not. Also, yeah, this is tough as well. Apparently, it was said that it was a female with dark hair. Huh. And of course, there's other insinuations that that DoorDash was also some kind of the DoorDash delivery drivers were also delivering drugs. As such, some people allege this is going on in many different places. We the People also posted this. If you wear gloves to commit a crime, how does your touch DNA end up on a sheath snap? Don't you only push the snap down when you're putting the knife back in it and pull on the leather to get the knife out? A vegan with leather ... MJ's Love is Magic 1 responded, not just that, but who isn't wearing a knife sheath on their belt as it is designed to be worn for ease of use of the knife? That sheath screams plant. No DNA from multiple victims in a bloodbath, lying on the bed, not seen on a first pass, makes no sense. There's no direct evidence. I mean, the more you look at this, the more it seems possible that the sheath wasn't even there in the aftermath of the crime, and it was placed there later either by other individuals or possibly even by a police officer if there's corruption going on. Again, I'm not claiming there is or there isn't for the Dunning-Kruger crowd. This is MINDSHOCK. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. If you weren't there, you don't know. So otherwise, it's just hallucinating and pretending to know, which only clueless goofs would do. We the People also posted this. There's no regarding Kohberger. There's no motive. There's no confession. There's no murder weapon. There's no license plate on camera, unless there is, and we don't know that. There's no real There's no real DNA. Touch DNA, skin cells cannot be used to convict. I'm not sure about that, but whatever. There's no proof that there's more evidence. Also, I mean, unknown either way. There's no criminal history. All I know is there's reasonable doubt so far. My opinion could change. Kohberger's Pennsylvania attorney said that touch DNA can be transferred from one human to another and can last on an item up to a year. If that's the case, I'm sure they'll have the expert testify to that. But even if it's not a year, even if it's, let's say, 2 days, does that prove he did this crime? Okay, so here's a comment from the MINDSHOCK listener, Gary. It appears that Brent Kopaka and 2 other individuals that he names here, I'm not going to name them, I don't know if their names were released, were in that house at the time from the neighbor's audio. And exactly how much audio they have is also a curiosity. So one of these individuals lived directly south and up the hill about 500 feet. Brian gave Brent a ride to the house but didn't go inside. It's doubtful Brian would have known what was about to take place. He had no need to know. Looking at the body cam from that night, I counted 4 figures moving in the background. Apparently Brian wasn't one of them. The cam footage has been altered from that was previously released. They've combined both cop cameras so that when they cut to the second cam, the figures are out of frame. Why? Brent Kopaka's roommates were right about his involvement, and his reaction would fit for a PTSD or being accused. Chief Fry and Payne were in Pullman when the swatting was going on. Out of state, out of jurisdiction. Kopaka and the Payne brothers were all 82nd Airborne. Connections, ? What Maddie told Adam was that she flushed $275,000 worth of drugs. Adam made a call. Xana may have been providing information as part of a deal for her mother, who was facing her own drug charges. Kara Kernodle was sentenced June 21st probation. Some may have suggested that Brian believed he was doing undercover work for law enforcement, who became a convenient patsy. Oddly enough, there are a lot of parallels here with the Lee Oswald situation, and that's a very, very dark theory indeed. I don't know how much of that is true. Again, this is MINDSHOCK. I do not claim anything is true or untrue. The only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. Now, supposedly, some are claiming it is for sure that it was a party house, and it is for sure that there was some kind of flow of drugs, not necessarily, obviously, confirmed on who was involved in the flow, but there was some kind of flow with some people, whether they were the people that lived there or not, whatever the case may be. I mean, I postulated this in the earlier episodes, that wouldn't it be more plausible that people that didn't live there were using it for drug flow, etc.? Because it would be less likely that they would be implicated, but who knows? Everything else is rumor here. And others are also chiming in that they believe Officer Payne is somehow involved. Some are also saying that some of these suspicious deaths around campus are also possibly connected to a drug situation or some kind of police corruption situation, and other, not just strange deaths, ODs, in quotation suicides, but just the amount of strange deaths in the area. If the police don't classify them as murders, even if they were, then obviously it would appear that the town is much safer than it is. But yeah, some really damning situations here. Now, another poster, Little Ape 418, posted this. Here's a strange one. Also on the MindShock podcast, episode 9, Brent Kopaka. So, Little Ape 418 posted this. Here's a strange one. Before Kaylee was even in college, she was at a Walmart in Moscow with Jack. She called the police because she recognized a woman that they were missing posters up for. She gave the officer 1122 King Road as her home address, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. She was a few years away from starting her freshman year. What's up with that one? Very curious. So I don't see a source here, but if that's true, what does everybody make of this? I mean, is this just moving into some kind of PSYOP realm? And again, for the Dunning-Kruger crowd, PSYOP does not mean these people weren't real, does not mean they weren't killed. It simply means that there's some kind of psychological operation around all of these real people and real deaths, or any combination thereof. Again, the coincidence theorists are just so easily triggered by all this. Carol Stanhope, who's on YouTube, she has shared her story, human trafficking survivor, and she apparently, if this is her or somebody with her name, was in the chat on MindShock as well on episode 9. In the live chat, she posted, Jack's parents ushered him back to Africa right after the incidents. She also said they crossed a cartel, most likely. This is a tragic product of unsupervised off-campus housing. Criminals hide out in small hamlets. Okay, so is there a cartel involved, or is the police basically, are the police operating as the cartel in this area, or are they operating in conjunction with a cartel and there's some kind of weird situation here? Is it coincidental that Xana's mother is involved in drugs and has some kind of charges as well? Is that all coincidental? I don't know. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. Amy in the live chat also posted some curiosities here. I heard they found Maddie's black sweater jacket in the field across from the house. Also, a female filmed running from the house at 2 a.m. and 4 people seen behind the cops in the field with kids. I'm assuming this is relating to the body cam footage. She also stated the sororities played nasty jokes on each other. Lazarus commented, yeah, check out the sororities one Barbara Bush belonged to, another a bunch of CIA covert agents, senators, congressmen, etc. Yeah, I mean, we kind of went over a lot of the sorority insanity, and again, the victims belong to 2 out of 10 sororities, the only 2 out of the 10 on probation for whatever reasons. Again, the coincidence theorists scoff at that, but what are the chances that the only 2 that they belong to, or at least at one point, did they get kicked out for whatever? I mean, who knows? What is going on with all this running going on? Is there a female involved in their deaths? And these 3 other males, is Kohberger not even directly involved? Was he really set up as a patsy? So maybe he was there, but he didn't know this happened. I actually brought this up in one of the McGuire theories, that maybe some of the fraternity guys were kind of using him, planning to set him up, et cetera, without his knowledge, and kind of made him think it was just a prank or whatever. And if they're all kind of doing drugs, who knows? Again, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. 2 more points here that I wanted to go over. We the People also has an image here. Remember the dog that was killed a month before the crime? Remember the picture Brent Kopaka's friend put up of Brent's machete? Look for the blue collar. Credit goes to Crime Circus. So, okay, so there's some kind of, it kind of looks like the blue collar on the from the dog that was killed. I can't tell, though. It could just be a blue bow. It's really hard to tell. I can't tell. But that's weird. How many different connections are there here? How many of the killed coyotes or any of these other animal killings going on in the area? I mean, there's so much shady business going on in this area. I mean, it's just, it's basically unfathomable that just all of this is completely unrelated. I mean, that's kind of, maybe it's not. Again, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. I just find it kind of strange, kind of strange. Here's the final point here. Some people brought this up. There was an abandoned crashed car in Eugene, Oregon, receiving attention, posted December 20th, 22. This is on KVAL.com, KVAL 13 News. Investigators are aware of a Hyundai Elantra located in Eugene, Oregon, and have spoken with the owner. The Moscow Police Department said the vehicle was involved in a collision and subsequently impounded. The vehicle is registered out of Colorado, and the female owner is not believed to have any relation to any property in Moscow, Idaho, or the ongoing murder investigations. The public is asked to stop contacting the owner. What's raising eyebrows is that the car, a white Hyundai Elantra, and is this the year and body style that matches what the police put out, unlike Kohberger's vehicle, is the same type of vehicle police in Moscow, Idaho are looking for in connection with last month's murder of 4 college students. That's kind of weird. Eugene police were initially made aware of the car over the weekend when they received a call saying that a person was sleeping inside the vehicle. EPD says the car has been involved in a job injury crash earlier in the week, December 15th, and was left on Seneca Road after involved parties exchanged information. Our station reached out to the Eugene Police Department for comment. EPD responded, "We have no information to indicate it is related to Moscow, Idaho. We sent the vehicle information to Moscow, Idaho, so they have it in review." In a press release, Moscow Police stated, quote, "Investigators are aware of a Hyundai Elantra located in Eugene, Oregon. We are working with local jurisdiction to determine if the vehicle is related to our case." Moscow Police say they have identified over 22,000 vehicles, matching the description of the one sought in the case. So are there 22,000 vehicles with the exact year and body style that they claimed they were looking for, which Kohberger's is not part of one of those 22,000? The crashed car in Eugene was towed away Tuesday afternoon. It's important to note right now investigators are looking for a lot of different tips. Moscow Police Chief James Fry gave an update earlier Tuesday. Okay. So what does everybody make of this particular vehicle? I mean, it would kind of make sense that they would want to get it out of Dodge. Yeah, I mean, it's really tough because people directly to the case, connected to the case, supposedly also have white Elantras. And I know we were supposed to get to Enon Hirsch, whatever his name is. We'll be getting to him in the next episode. I just wanted to go over these curiosities in the documentation and all these other initial rumors. Now, obviously, in a lot of these cases, initial rumors do turn out to be true. Not necessarily all of them, but possibly some of them. So what does everybody make of all of this information thus far? And I mean, it's just weird. Again, just the silence on Kopaka is just so deafening. And the possible connections to Kohberger. And then all of these other individuals who might have just happened to be at that house that particular night. I mean, supposedly there's no party going on, right? I mean, that's quite a lot of individuals to have been at that house when there was no party going on in the early morning hours. Possibly this crime occurring after 4 a.m. or even in the presence of the DoorDash driver. I mean, all of this is so mind-shocking. The timeline doesn't make any sense. Obviously, nothing with the police makes sense in this department that's being investigated by IA. I mean, it's just all really weird. It's all really weird. I mean, plenty more to cover, plenty more to go over, which we will be doing. So I hope everybody found another edition of MindShock True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. You can also become a member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. And also check out my Bruce McGuire channel. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Idaho Student Homicides Case Series. This is episode 11, Inan Harsh. This is a very mysterious individual. Some people are suspicious of him. Others simply believe he was a legitimate ear witness. They might know more information than he has revealed, and that, of course, he's not directly involved. What is the real truth? Here on MINDSHOCK, we do not claim anything is true or untrue. Logic is the name of the game, and examining everything in an objective, logical, and neutral fashion, attempting not to fall for any logical fallacies, unlike pretty much everything else out there. As always, if you want to help support the MINDSHOCK podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Get access to exclusive streams and chats. And you could also share all of this info and this podcast on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and anywhere else online you want to post a link. You could also check us out on Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests, questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comments section. All right, let's start this off with a Newsweek article on Inan Harsh. Who is Inan Harsh? Neighbor of slain Idaho students who heard scream. This was originally posted by Khaleda Rahman on December 19th, 2022. As mystery surrounding the murders of 4 University of Idaho students lingers, a neighbor who said he heard a scream on the night of the killings is continuing to be discussed online. More than a month since Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogen, Xana Kernodle, and Kernodle's boyfriend Ethan Chapin were found dead in an off-campus house in Moscow on November 13th, police have yet to ID a suspect or make any arrests. Inan Harsh, 30, who lives in an apartment complex a few doors down from the house, told the Idaho Statesman earlier in December that he had gotten home from his job as a cook at a restaurant in Pullman, Washington, his hometown, which is located less than 10 miles from Moscow, at 1:30 a.m. on the night of the murders. The newspaper reported that Harsh said he couldn't be sure, but he thinks he heard a scream from the vicinity of his neighbor's home when he was dozing off at around 4 a.m. It didn't grab his attention, he said, because he assumed it was a party sound. I didn't think anything of it, Harsh said. After what happened, I've definitely had second thoughts. Maybe it was not a party sound. He added that he didn't mention the detail to police during an initial conversation with an officer. I'm not sure what good it does for them now, he said. Okay. Harsh has also written about the murders on social media, taken part in a Reddit Ask Me Anything, been interviewed on YouTube, and also referenced the murders in TikTok videos on his channel, leading him to continuing to be discussed online in association to the case. In his lengthy introductory post on the Reddit AMA, Harsh described the victims as beautiful, friendly, kind, and joyful. Harsh wrote that when an officer knocked on his door and asked if he had anything on the night of the murders, he was like, no, nothing unusual. I didn't know there was a murder. So small details like a faint scream in the distance, one of my neighbors getting home, closing the car door, closing their front door, etc. were not on my mind, he wrote. I heard a scream, faint and party-like to my half-asleep eyes. To be clear, there's probably at least 5 screams every Saturday. He also discussed his own life at length, including the history of drug use and past convictions, saying it was one that many will judge and consider immoral. Newsweek has contacted Harsh for further comment. Tanya commented on this July 11th, 2023. He said it was a super quiet night, unusually, and got a front parking spot because there wasn't a party going on. So why did you think it was a party scream? Plus, he said he worked until midnight and stayed talking to a coworker and didn't get home until 1:30 or 2 a.m., but I swear he is at the Grubhub in a hooded blanket coat with Vans shoes on. And we'll actually get to that. Truth Nut posted February 18th, 2023. Inan Harsh is a drug felon. He is still a dealer, probably Kohberger's contact. He rented that apartment from August 2022 to January 2nd, 2023, while he also had a second apartment that he got out of December 22nd after Brian's arrest. His parents live on the route Bryan took from the student's home after the slayings. There is more info that indicates 3 guys involved. Notice that Harsh stopped posting on all media sites after Bryan's arrest. Law enforcement better get on him. And that's a curiosity. Does anybody think when Kohberger asked if they arrested anybody else, he wasn't just talking about Kopaka, but possibly Inan Harsh? What does everybody think of this? So, regarding the AMA, I'm just gonna play the audio of the reading of the entire AMA and the questions. A ton of it has been deleted since it was online, but here's what remains. It's pretty weird.
Inan Harsh, M.A. Hello, my name is Inan Harsh, or Chief Dizzy. It's been a wild few days, and it seems there's a lot of news, misinformation, conspiracies, and a lot going on about my existence right now. I'm sure many of you are curious about who I am and how I got here. I haven't had a very average life, and I'm sure to a lot of people my beliefs, lifestyle, and actions that have many will judge and consider immoral. But the truth is, I have a dream, a story, and a perspective I'd like to share for whoever it may touch and help. I believe in 5 things: peace, harmony, freedom, love, and happiness. I truly believe this is something human existence can reach, but unfortunately, greed and corruption has pulled us far away from that dream. And the consequences of such has impacting individuals across the globe daily. But first, I would like to send out love and empathy for the family of the victims. Unheard of in this town and absolutely horrendous. I can't say I have ever lost a family member, but in many parts of my life, I had to grow or survive in harsh environments, and I have lost several close friends, and some I consider family. Many others are missing or probably never to be seen again at many point S. In my life, I was on my way to be one of them. Meditating on the murders and the suffering brings me to tears, sometimes daily. One day, returning from work, I brought my neighbors some wine when they were having a small fire party outside just to meet them. Although it was a short visit, I remember how beautiful, friendly, kind, and joyful they were. So happy it instantly brightened up my day. I remember going inside and having an inspired, long, and sick flow before stretching and drilling. Kai with the neighbors you wanted on Greek Row, partying is expected. To imagine someone wanting to hurt them is beyond disbelief and so sick. Several days ago, when I thought I was over the sadness of losing those who only brought positive thoughts to me, when I went to check my mail, I saw the posting of their faces and started crying. I was listening to Fallen Soldiers by Cormega, Wu-Tang represent, and starting thing not only of the recent murders, but all the friends I lost and continued crying for hours. I went to work 3 hours later, tears still pouring from my face, trying to stay calm for my work duties. I could barely talk, and our grill cook could tell something was up, but I didn't know how to verbalize the feeling of losing a friend almost every other year. A feeling where you can't focus on anything but the suffering of losing a loved one, the energy burning you in you like a fire causing cuts. I'm mainly a prep cook. To be lighting speed but sloppy, I remember almost cutting myself using the anger, sadness, and other emotions to propel my movements. Remembering the kindness of those now gone, and, in this case, who had such a bright, happy, and free future. Kylie, Xana, and her boyfriend, those are the only 3 I remember, but I know all are amazing. We're real-ass human beings. To lose them is such an incredulous lose. I hope the family members find comfort in grief and heal fully with time, positive prayers and thoughts, and encourage them to try and spend their time on whatever activity brings them joy and or comfort, and from my hippie roots, to try and spend time with nature as it heals all wounds. While I don't normally support police, I understand them and do think there are some really well-intentioned and good ones in the force, as I've met a few. And in this case, I do support the homicide department and hope the perpetrator is found and justice is served. While I believe in freedom, there is a line you do not cross. And once you cross that line, it is time to move on to the next physical existence. I hope the family members and close relatives can find peace no matter what the outcome becomes. I have faced many near-death experiences. I've lived a reckless life, especially in my youth. I've done pretty much what I want my entire life. At the same time, I have always believed in compassion, morality, ahimsa, and being the best version of yourself. I have had a lot of struggles with insecurities, incredibly naive and optimistic, and extremely different, and lots of times misunderstood. Sometimes when I think about those I lost, I ask myself, why not me? But I know that's stupid, and while I'm not really religious, I do believe in purpose and destiny. Being here free and alive today, despite many odds, I truly believe I have something to offer to the world, and I'm looking at what's happening globally, and it brings me to tears to see how much suffering sentient beings are chronically experiencing. I have a story to share, and I think it's one that can touch people in meaningful ways and raise awareness of a lot of the problems in the world that many people do not see. Hopefully this will reach out those who can use or those just curious it and make positive, meaningful changes in this world. But before we go further, I'd like to share a meditation I personally have found very powerful in my healing process. I couldn't find the book, but it is from Tibetan Heart Yoga. It is a book my mother gave me that I took for granted and let slip my gaze for almost a decade. Growing up homeschooled up to high school, I had a very different youth than most people in this country. I was very close to my mother but grew distant over the years. My mother faced a lot of suffering and death in her life as well. Her mother died in her only 20s and had a deep respect for all life, which is sacred, nature, and compassion, which eventually was inherited in my life. She always had a high focus on meditation, yoga, healthy local cooking, and being at peace. It was the respect and desire to be in harmony with all living things in nature and following her ideals, no matter the social status and monetary consequences, that saved my life over and over. With that said, there are two parts. Part 2 is only to be done after a successful one. It used to be easy for me, but I have not been as consistent with my practice, and rarely do I ever make it part 2 these days. When I do, it usually brings me to tears. Part 1, the perfect 10 sit on a pillow or the floor, whichever is more comfortable in a hold for 15 minutes. Erect your spine as if someone is pulling you up through the top of your string. Slightly tilt the chin down. Relax the shoulders, palms up on knees, centered on hips. Relax the rest of the body while staying erect in the spine. On the end of an exhale, pull your stomach in. Engage in your core, creating your Uddiyana. Preferably with your eyes closed or mostly shut. Relax your mind and just concentrate on your breathing. The more experience, well practiced. Practice makes permanent, not perfect. The longer your breath is, the less you will feel stress, anxiety, and worry. But for now, allow a few normal breaths and observe. Now it is time to start. Count rounds of breaths up to 10, with 5, 10 seconds each inhale and 5. 10 seconds each inhale and 5. 10 seconds even though. If any thought crosses your mind, start over. When you reach 10, you move on to part 2. Part 2. Take a flow that is familiar to you. Most Americans choose a rose, whereas in Tibet the most common is a lotus. Now imagine a brilliant white diamond shining with radiant golden light that expands beyond your physical self. Now take all of your negative energy and envision it into a black point hole. On the inhale, slowly pull it towards your golden flower, radiating light from the brilliant shining white diamond in the center. On your exhales, expand the energy emitting from the flower. Eventually, the negative energy mass will be very close to your flower. Use your mind to focus on the radiating light, and in one inhale, pull the black mass into the center, where the brilliant, shining diamond eats it, like a sun, and uses it to expand more light from the gold flower. Now that your light is more brilliant and expansive, it's time to think about someone you care deeply about who is suffering. Imagine them sitting in front of you with their own diamond and flower. The light is dim, and the diamond is barely an ember. Yet, something is wrong. You can tell they are not feeling well, and can sense and see their sadness. Your own flower and diamond are shining bright still, and envision this. Think about their struggles and what brings them suffering. Go deep and into detail, and without judgment. Think about their struggles, the sacrifices they have to make to overcome them, and the many ways human existence brings them suffering from society to personal health. Now envision all the negative energy and factors that cause them suffering and suck it like a black hole into one black mass. Now slowly start sucking it on your inhales out of their body. When it comes out, you can see some of their sadness leave their body and face, but you can still see it is not all removed, as you both still sense the negative energy mass. At the same time, some spark sets to the shining diamond and the golden flower begins to radiate more light. Now keep moving the mass towards you. Eventually it will be close to your golden flower. Try to use around 7 or 8 breaths total to get here. Now focus on your radiating light, how intense it is from your diamond, consuming everything around it, but this mass. Now again with 1 breath, pull it in and allow your diamond to eat it and shine the most brilliantly it has ever shone. Finally, the happiness of your loved one returns to her face and body. You can feel her problems being lifted and see the light return to her face as her flower glows strongly as the shining diamond grows in intensity. Now that both your flowers are bright and radiating expansive, brilliant light, imagine your diamonds emitting a beam of golden light, creating a concentrated ball of energy in the middle. Using 10 breaths, grow it in mass and intensity until the 10th breath, where mass explodes and creates a brilliant golden light, the most bright and intense. It's been as it consumes everything. Spend as many breaths here envisioning the omnipresent light. Try to start with at least 3 and then work your way up. There are reports of people spending days in this trance state. A lot of information and misinformation has been dug up about me, and a lot of false media as well. The initial media came from a dope fiend Buthard, and I'd like to share my version and set the record straight. It said my car was used in a robbery. My car was in a fucking mechanic shop at the time. 12 years ago, I was charged with second robbery with a stolen firearm, felony possession of mushrooms, MDMA, meth, and opiates, I think. All charges were dropped, rightfully so, and I went to prison for possession with intent to deliver a MDMA. I'd like to share what happened and how I got there. Growing up, I was a very gifted student that was able to excel with putting minimal time into activities. I found myself with a lot of free time. As a teen, I didn't really know what I wanted to do, nor did I have any concrete sense of purpose as time. I was a bit of an outcast socially, but also very mature, but also very childlike. In my youth, and I ended up hanging with much older people. I was dating a 21-year-old at the age of 16. Getting weed was hard back then. I remember it always taking a long time. Quality half the time was ass, and your bags were pinched or stolen sometimes. I ended up knowing some people, so started hooking my friends up. After a while, I was tired of all the bullshit of second-man shit, and I felt like I could do it better. I partly did it to support my own weed habit. I partly did it because I was tired of seeing my friends, and I ripped off all the time. I'm a believer in freedom and Einstein, and in particular, I believe the government should not play the role of a mother. People have to learn how to make their own decisions, and I believe all drugs should be legal, so there is a safer and fairer space when it comes to substance. This would not only create purer, safer drugs, it would also make them cheaper, and the people addicted to such substances wouldn't feel so alienated and would be more inclined to seek the help they need. The way alcohol is not treated as a drug socially, but substances like MDMA, that while mostly party drugs also have clinical users, are treated like the devil. A few of my friends would have get-togethers every few months and have a rave MDMA. Back then was sketchy as fuck. It was another market I wanted to change for my community. We were all paying $20.20. But we were all paying $20.25, a $30 a pill, and not always knowing what we were getting. So I bought a testing kit and started doing shit myself again. I probably would have made a lot of money, but instead I would do things like buy an ounce of weed and smoke it in a night with a group of 20 people. I was on probation for drinking at high school football game and on curfew. So on weekends, I would wait for curfew lady to call twice. Then I would climb out window, get ride to town, take a bus to the west side, and get back in time for school on Monday. One weekend a lot happened, and when I got back I was napping at a homie's place when I was woken up. Some opiate fiend came in to buy some shit, saw a couple rolls, 100 ecstasy pills, a quap of weed, picked it up, and ran out the door. My friends told me this dude took a bunch of pills, but they know where he lives from a mutual friend. At the time, a couple people in our group started smoking meth and ended up getting some crazy tweaker shit from them, one of them a gun. I wanted no part in it, so I did my best to stay out of that field. I had morals and rules, and meth definitely went past what I could believe in and was comfortable with. Yeah, I also stayed out of what wasn't my business. Anyways, since they woke me up from a nap, I felt they and I should do something about too. I happened to know someone there who I smoked oxy with a few times back in the day, and so I knew this person. I walked up to the back door and pretended I was fiending for opiates. The dude said he could get some, but it was $120. I would never pay over $80 back then, but I was like sure, so he let inside and we waited. I saw the rolls I had picked up on the rest side that weeked on the table and the quap of weed. I didn't know he stole the weed, or I would pick that up too. I picked up the rolls and ran for the back door. He followed and tried to stop me, so with the rolls clutched in my hand, I started bashing on his head with my fist until he let go. His friend was right there. I remember looking at him expecting him to try and help him, but I think he knew what was up, so he put his hands out and was like, "I'm good, I ain't beef with you, bro." So I opened the back door and left. This piece of shit followed and jumped on me from behind, and I called for backup. My two friends came running from the parking lot and held him back, knowing how he snitched and lied to the police to us when he wasn't even looking at getting arrested sometimes. I think about how I should beat the shit out of him. But as a pacifist, I had the drugs, so we left. The neighbors heard a commotion and called the cops. We tried to throw everything from the house in the car and go out the side parking lot, but we missed a turn, and one of our teammates said something he shouldn't, and the police got probable. And then we all got fucked, as this dude happened to have a medical marijuana license and said we showed up trying to steal his medical marijuana. That he also stole from us. They found the stolen pistol and boom, second robbery. A part of me wishes I did shoot this piece of shit and left. But karma's a bitch and life goes on, and I don't have much luxury to spend a lot of times with thoughts like that. I was in county for a week. They wanted a speedy trial after they found out I didn't rob this dude with a pistol and offered me 2 weeks for felony possession of marijuana. My lawyer advised me to wait. The 16-year-old dumbass to me knew better and to take the 2 weeks. But I listened to my lawyer to try and get all the felonies off my records, and I ended up doing a year instead. Looking back, what fucking a joke. In prison, I learned how to shoot up, as well as how to be humble and grateful. It's quite sad that the people who struggle, usually from environmental, mental, and biological factors, who need the most help and mentorship, are given the most neglect. Many had abusive, meth-addicted parents with no financial stability, and eventually through suffering and neglect they fall into the same footsteps and do unthinkable things. The fact most of our society still lives on the laws our government has been feeding us for decades about drugs. The systematically weigh lowest income bracket populations and minorities are demographically contained in ways that make it hard to get out of poverty, violence, and drug abuse in their communities is heartbreaking to me. When I got out, I didn't really have any plans because I didn't think I would make it past the age of 24. I did drugs heavily, usually recitationally, but after prison, I started developing more addictive personality traits and became a bit more estranged. I started getting into speedballs, and at one point in my life, I was having an odd almost every other month. I remember one time taking 3 shots of whiskey, then a speedball on top, and then waking up but naked with my friends giving me kipar in the shower. Having friends like these was something I'm eternally grateful for, cause in most similar environments that isn't always likely to happen. Spending a lot of time driving and on desolate roads, I got really comfortable at driving fast. I worked my way up to 110, 120, and wanted to do more, but my car couldn't go faster. I was usually going over 30 on speed limits on any given day, any given time. I almost drove off the bridge, going into Seattle, hitting some black ice, and a few other times I thought I was done for good, but have somehow managed to still be living. After I was released, I went from 130 Elbs to 180-ish. I fasted for 3 days and went vegan. I was vegetarian up to the age 18. At some point before going to prison for a second time, I decided just to run. I was living in a community in the mountains at that point and didn't see why I would leave or something would happen. But this dude came by to go up to Hempfest and we slept in a Pakura that night, and the police came and saw I had a warrant for dealing MDMA. And I got deported back to the Hempfest before that. I ended up parking my car in the wrong spot where it got towed, and I dropped 4 hits of acid of some random strangers for some weed. And while I was walking, there was this homeless dude who asked me for some money for some food. I was like, I got food, but not money, and starting reaching for some organic snacks I had, but he was all angry and said, I don't want your garbage. I was really taken about growing up in my small-ass community with no homeless people, but I realized I had never been homeless or in his situation, so I couldn't really judge him. So walking around listening to Aesop Rock, I decided I should see what it's like living without a stable source of shelter and food. So I hopped a train and rode it, trying to get as far away from civilization as possible. At some point, I hopped off and was walking on the tracks in a beach in a forest. Not too long, I noticed a plump Asian lady in a beautiful house with almost all see-through windows looking it out. I had not succeeded, but I still felt peace. My goal was to walk until I no longer felt an inch of greed in my body and only peace. So I fasted, walked, and lit a fire on the tracks, using it as a blanket for the night. I remember reading a book in prison called The Moneyless Man, and it has motivated me to this very day. It's about a dude who sources all the problems of the world to money, and the only way to be the solution is to stop using it. But being reasonable and resourceful, he raised $1,000-ish in cash to get a tent, water, sourced food from co-ops that had to throw up food after certain dates but were still good, usually for a bit after, biked everywhere, built his thing away from town, and did it for like 3 months. After realizing how much he liked it, he wanted to make plans later to do it for a prolonged period of time. At some point, after a few days, I remember reaching my goal, looking at a tree feeling, and also while breathing in the winds, looking towards on the water on the tracks and being able to feel every electrifying sensation of the wind throughout my whole body. I remember the feeling so good for a moment. I glimpsed the thought of suicide, knowing that once I re-entered civilization and society, I would never be able to experience something as satisfying. I think as we grow, though, there is always new realizations that allow us to reach new peaks. When I returned, I realized there were many others like me out here by choice. I never stopped and carried a sign. I remember as if by God, everything was provided. One time I was just walking down Seattle, and this couple walking out of a restaurant looked at me with a box of high-end cuisine and stopped me and said, "Hey, you need this more than us in eating the most yummy Asian noodles in my life." Others showed me where non-profit kitchens were and taught me how to survive. Only the first few days were hard. At some point, I ran into some anarchists and squatted up for like a week. Eventually, I was braiding some hemp at a KFC, and this dude who had been eating there for a while looked at me and was like, "Yeah, you want a place to stay?" And I was like, "Sure." We walked to Fremont from Capitol Hill, and he lived in a dope-ass place with every type of book of learning you could imagine. I spent my time there landscaping one of his projects he wanted to do and reading his books. We met as friends, and they were cool and introduced me to Dalai Lama, not in real life. Another one of the books my mother got me was called How to Expand Love by the Dalai Lama. As a kid, it seemed really corny, but as I grew older, I became to realize how powerful of a book it was, along with Buddhism and the Dalai Lama. Throughout the years, I became a big follower and spent most of my time reading and meditation on his concepts, however imperfect of an individual I am. I also came to realize that that dude on the street was just a hater and I should pay people that know mine, which brought me a lot of peace as I rejoined society in an effort to help alleviate it of its suffering with whatever wisdom, skills, and teachings I could offer. I don't know if it was the best decision, but I believe or tell it to make me feel better that everything happens for a reason. I had warrants, I met my family in Seattle, went home and served my times. Although I wonder what my life would be like if I had stayed living in Seattle, trying to learn and grow as much as possible. During one of my re-ups, my Connect gave me a tour of Seattle, and I ended up randomly buying this book by Bikram called Bikram Yoga at this hippie shop downtown. I only read up to the warm-up series, but this is one of the books and disciplines that have given me the tools of safe passage almost all my life. He talks about Americans and their problems and how the body and mind needs to be maintained like a car. The right way is the hard way. I religiously did the warm-up series in their entirety, along with the Tibetan heart yoga. the meditation, and there is some poses after. The potency of its effects on my happiness, mood, health, and well-being were undeniable, and I ended up dedicated a big portion of my life to yoga. At many times, it was my only tool of survival. In many of the constrained and restricted environment, I had to learn how to grow in while everyone around me was drowning. But I was also really about the festival life. I grew up very connected to art and music, and the scenes I saw there were always where I wanted to be. I was at a festival one time yelling Molly and ended up selling some to a guy that a cop saw. I was small-timer. I had less than a gram and less than $150 on me. I ended up going to prison for another year. This time, I wanted to refocus on my art and life since it was becoming more and more apparent I wasn't going to die when I thought. Years of surviving made me thrive to build a sustainable and healthy life for myself. I applied and went to Evergreen State Setup. Orientation was the week after I got out of prison for the second time. I went for fine arts and did music and dance composition. I ended up learning how much I loved shooting up coke and found access and started getting addicted to Ive Coke. I met another girl, very similar to me, who also loved to shoot up coke, but mostly opiates. I left a bunch of drugs and money at her place right there, but days later it wasn't stolen and she returned it. When we found out that each other was a trustworthy person that still had beliefs and values despite shooting up a lot of drugs, we became very close and started hanging out all the time, because that was a rare-ass quality. I remember loving being over there because of her positive attitude. We would shoot up and stay up for like 3 or 4 days. I never felt bad withdrawals or calm downs just because she was so fun and pleasant to be around. We would sometimes sleep for 25 hours straight. I had to take us every week, so we'd go hard, sit through our calm downs withdrawals, go to school during the week, get our shit down, and then do it all over. Absolute insane lifestyle, but I felt like we made it our pretty good, all things considering. I remember when I would eventually walk to my house. I lived downtown, she lived towards campus. It was like a 4-mile walk, and I remember walking over the bridge, looking over the water with an unimaginable feeling of fatigueless, but finding some comfort in the water and stairs until I made it to long-ass steps that led up towards Capitol Way. I think a lot of people think I spent my youth in a den shooting up a bunch of drugs. But this isn't true. I only did that several times a month. My preferred activity was to eat 5 grams of mushrooms or 4 tabs of acid, put on some Aesop rock, and go 10-mile walks. It wasn't till college that I started doing hard drugs over psychedelics. Sometimes, after my UI, I would preload 10 coke shots and shoot up in the bathroom every 20 min during class. I was in a poetry class, so it was pretty dope. I'd take a fat-ass shot, then go to class and write a bunch of poetry. In all honesty, it was pretty dope. One time, on my way to my dealer's house on campus, another girl that I didn't hang out with much wanted to tag a lot. I got some coke, she got some heroin, and we went to her place on campus to bang it up. She took hers, I took mine, then dropped my needle cap out the window. I went outside to grab it and tried to come back in. No answer. Knocked again. Her roommate came and let me in. I didn't see her, so I went to the kitchen. She was on the floor with foam bubbles coming out of her mouth. I always thought being around death wouldn't faze me after all I've been through. But I felt her pulse and couldn't find it, or her breathing, and my heart and panic levels shot up to 10,000. I also had just took a 0.12 gram sheen shot. I remembering wanting nothing more than for her to live. I dragged her to the bathroom, grabbed all the illicit shit I saw in my cursory glance, threw it in my backpack, and gave it to the first person I knew outside. They didn't know I shot up, but were pretty cool about the situation. It was like 10 seconds total of me opening the door, seeing a friend, and like you, I need you to take this ASAP. I went back inside and started running cold bath water on her. Wasn't really working due to awkwardness of space, so I evaluated and started pumping her chest and giving mouth to mouth. Her roommate came in and asked if she should call the cops. I said, I don't know. And she was like, I'm calling the cops. And I was like, okay. About a minute later, I had her breathing again and a huge feeling of relief. "Please don't call the cops," she said as a knock came on the door, and I'm like, they already here. Girl never took her fentanyl wash earlier that day. In her spoon, she used to shoot up the heroin she got from my dealer's house. And instantly, deed. Normally, in Washington in these situations, you're protected by something called the Good Samaritan Act. But they don't do laws on Evergreen campus. They bypassed it and kicked us both out of school. The biggest thing that happened to me at Evergreen, though, was Circus Club. A super amazing, super cute girl pulled me aside one day to teach me some hoop tricks, then beguiled me into Circus Club, where I discovered contact staff and instantly fell in love. I remember at a festival time, high on acid, seeing some dude do some fire contact staff and thinking it was the dopest shit ever. We met 3 hours a day, 3 days a week, so that's where I started my drilling. Eventually, I bought my own sticks and used my progression and practice to kick my coke use. I got deep into my practice and healed a lot of my past wounds and trauma. At some point in my life, I realized you couldn't just do drugs, as they are not an activity in of themselves. After I got kicked out of Evergreen, I started going to school online, gathering some equipment and making hip-hop music. I had rules when I did shot up coke eventually. I had to be creating art or music while I was high. So I'd set up everything, put on some beats, take a fatty shot, then rap over them. At some point, the coke took control, and I found myself spending hours searching the floor instead of making music. That was when I realized I had a problem and had to cut myself off because there was no excuse to do drugs and search your carpet, instead creating something worthwhile. I was living at home spending all my time practicing contact staff and yoga. 2-ish years later, I undertook 200 yoga teacher training and started teaching yoga. The training had unreal effects on me. I kicked habits I struggle with for almost a decade in a month and became one of the best versions of myself. Eventually, I had a bad breakup, got really depressed, and started shooting up heroin and coke against, and my life slowly started slipping apart again. I had to stop teaching yoga and eventually cut ties with studio I was at. Through my desire to stop my recent depression, I got a job as a dishwasher at a local fine dining breakfast joint. I remember loving every second. The first catering we had, I shot up a bunch of boke before going through work and was stressing the owners would see my track marks. I brought some coke and capsules to swallow so I wouldn't go through withdrawals at work. I remember having so much fun, even when coming down. I completely forgot about the capsules, and before I knew it, the night was over, and I was feeling good. Back then, I knew I had a problem, so I would only buy a half G at a time, and I would do it right before my dealer went to bed so I couldn't get any more after it was gone. Eventually, my passions took priority and most distractions took a back seat, the main one being coke. I found myself with a lot of time, a lot of money. For me, I probably spent up about $600 a week on shooting up coke back then, and a lot of energy and passion. I worked up from singles to triple staff, financed a new hybrid, and got my own apartment, over 100 applications to get one, over 600 to get a job, life as a felon. I slowly moved up my way at work to prep, then pantry, then flat. Then I was being trained on Expo and Zati before I got hit by a truck as a pedestrian that fractured 3 of my ribs and put me out of work for 8-ish months. I never fully recovered, and with COVID happening right after, took a huge hit to my career goals. I got a 17 settlement, but I feel it's minuscule to the negative impact it had on my life. As I grow older, I'm learning I have a desire to pass along what has helped me in life to others around me. On the night of the murder, I'm sure there's some discrepancies. First, I got home a little late because I was talking to one of my coworkers after work. When I went home, it was pretty normal. I made some tea, did some drills, and I think played a game of law. I went to bed and heard nothing out of the ordinary. When the cop knocked on my door next day and asked if I heard anteing, I was like, no, nothing unusual. I didn't know there was a murder, so small deals like a faint scream in the distance. One of my neighbors getting home, closing their car door, closing their front door, closing their front door. It's were not on my mind. I noticed I was quoted as heard a screaming. This is not true. I heard a scream, faint and party-like to my half-asleep eyes. To be clear, there's probably at least 5 screams every Saturday. Even on dead nights, you'll probably hear at least someone making loud sounds at some point. Small detail, but in this situation, I think screaming and a scream and very different and small details matter like this with all the internet sleuths and conspirators around. Some of you are wondering what stick juggling is, and I'd love to share. I'm at a point in my practice where I will start offering services, fire shows and lessons, and I'm going to start a free YouTube channel on learning fundamentals along with a cooking show. If you'd like to see more about what's going on in my life, I'd love it if you stayed tuned. I actively avoid social media, but I have a public gig staff junkie that I haven't updated in years because I'm lazy when it comes to video uploading and editing, but I will work to add some more recent videos of what I've been doing with triples. I mostly work towards 4 right now. And with that, we can begin the ammo.
Did you see or do you know anyone with a white Hyundai Elantra? Is that a car you've seen around there before?
I don't think so. I feel like I have seen an Elantra a few times over the years, but I don't remember the color.
Why would you be bringing your underage neighbor's wine? You continue to not mention Maddie's name, acting as though you weren't familiar with her, but you follow her on Instagram.
Kylie got back from the bar and was over 21. She had an open beverage container in her hand before I arrived. I followed her after the murder to try and remember what I could, in case I had anything that could help, as I felt I was one of the only people up at that hour. But it was hard to try and reach for something that could be useful or relevant. Looking at faces and remembering their setup, character, porch, others' motives, etc., was where I started my investigation. I remembered one of my cellies doing 35 years for burglarizing a house so he could get some meth, but the dude came home and killed him with a sledgehammer. At the same time thinking about Kylie and her friends' roommates, they definitely didn't seem like the type that have a lot of valuables, do drugs, or at least consistently, and nothing was stolen. I also couldn't imagine anyone with aggressive feelings towards them, which leads me to so much confusion and mystery to why this happened.
I have 5 questions and would greatly appreciate an answer. 1. What do you think the easiest path was for the killer to take? 2. Is there anyone in the neighborhood or community you consider suspicious? 3. Can you tell us approximately how many private cameras are on Taylor? Steve? 4. Is there a trail system behind the apartments? 5. How many times were police K-9 and search and rescue dogs in the area?
1. If they had a car, I think parking on the hill to the right of King Street, as there were no cameras there I know of at the time or on King Street, then walk up King, take a left, and then there's a parking lot, and on the right side is area that's kind of dark and not used much except on party nights. Down that hill is the entrance to the yard and sliding door of Kaylee. So I think through that door out that same door to avoid unusual sounds, then through the yard to the side hill or King Street to your car and driving out. 2, if they were walking, I would think same door, but there's access to street on a steep hill above the parking lot, so I could see that as a possible escape route to avoid detection. But while Moscow parties, its activity at this time on most nights is pretty dismal. 3, I've thought about this a lot and know everyone here pretty much has their own life going on. I also can't imagine Kaylee doing anything that would drive someone to stab them. At the same time, the Christchurch are a suspicious bunch in general, but I also see a traveling dude who gets off killing people just as likey. 4, I didn't know them personally, though, so I can't completely throw out some beef with a neighbor, though. I highly doubt it, though. 5, I'm guessing not many. In general, Moscow is a very safe town. Lots of people leave their doors and windows unlocked. Things are rarely stolen. People act surprised when their guns on stolen with broken windows while it was in plain sight in the window. Lots of people have never even been to the cities here. 6, I think we have like 1 homeless person here. It's almost a utopia in a lot of ways besides the fact many consider it boring. Which is how people like me who grew up zero here got into a lot of hobbies. 7, no, but you can go out through the other side of the complexes and there's stairs on King Street that take you out to the Main Street Taylor. Again, if you're up for a climb, you can go into the neighborhood above us, and to those streets which take you either out to the Arboretum, campus, or downtown. 8, I'm not sure I'm at work while most people are at work, but I saw them at least once out there with dogs. I'm pretty sure that was like right after.
I would say I've researched extensively about this case. I've only ever seen him referred to as the neighbor who at first heard nothing and then suddenly changed his story. I hadn't once seen his name spelled out anywhere. There are several comments in this thread, already proving people had no idea who he was prior to this post.
When I made national news for the most mundane shit and conversation while taking my trash out, then going online and seeing all the lies posted about me, I thought it was time to let the cat out of the bag and let people what happened from my perspective on many things. For a super ordinary, mostly person in my eyes, this is super beyond ridiculous. But I think it's important considering how viral this has become and how much of a target I've become for basically nothing. I should let my voice be heard. The people that are mad at me while the media is making millions, billions of this is beyond hilarious to me. I'm so far in debt, I'm declaring bankruptcy, live paycheck to paycheck, and don't even have health insurance. My job is longer and harder than most, and the hours leave me almost to no social life, which I'll admit I've grown to like. I'm hurt by this like everyone else in this community, but many of us trying to grieve are disrupted by how national and outside attention it's got. The most affected, of course, being the parents. No one deserved this.
Where were you when you found out about the murders? After the incident, what was the energy of the area like? Anger? Was there a crowd of people?
I was at home. It was right after the cops came knocking on my door and asked some questions. They were doing it to every door. Everyone was confused. I went inside and started Googling and instantly found out there was a homicide. From the first picture, I thought it was actually the next house over. I was sad and angry, cautious, and maybe even a little bit paranoid. I think everyone else felt the same. I had a private conversation with the head chef about what happened. It brought me some comfort. But one night I heard some footsteps, and probably, honestly, just someone walking their door. Forgot to lock my door, and grabbed my kiritsuke and slept with it in its sheath next to my pillow. I don't think I would be the next target, but I'm for sure a little scared and starting to take some precautions too. At the least make his life harder if he does. It was right next to Thanksgiving break, so I think the people that could leave definitely did. It's hard when you're sad about someone and constantly reminded by them through the media, their posters everywhere, and other reasons. The crowd of media is still here, LOL, and it's partly ridiculous and partly hilarious to me. But at the same time, it also feels a bit safer just because of how much of a national presence here is right now.
You literally slept with your knife?
It has a magnetic wooden sheath, but yes. I was only that paranoid for one night, though.
Since you saw a dark SUV around the same time the victims returned home, did you also see them? The victims returning home?
Nah, I'm a super hermit. I spend almost all my times indoors in the winter. Sometimes I go for late night walks, but this night was pretty usual for me.
Why do you think the killer spared the dog?
Probably would bark if woken up. What I'm more curious about is why the other roommates were spared. I don't know. Even wacko psychopaths like dogs.
Okay, so let's look at this subreddit, BRYAN KOHBERGER Moscow. Did anyone, this was about a month ago, did anyone see Harsh's latest interviews online, regardless of his, by Mystery School Dropout, regardless of his charm and sense of humor, which has undoubtedly skewed the rational thought process of many ladies, here's the main question. What is Harsh's alibi? Sitting alone, staring at the residence in question that night, ? Also, if he denies that it is him in the grub truck video with the drug rug poncho with that redhead lady, who is that person then? Does anyone on here from Moscow know? Or is that just another inconsistent statement he has exhibited, like the scream he heard or didn't hear? I have noticed long after reading through the exceptionally long AMA that he did, that he very specifically mentions a kiritsuke knife that he has by his bedside. Look it up. And if you would read it in its entirety, it seems like it's someone who's trying to troll with a bunch of relevant made-up details, in my own opinion. Opening to finding more about this dude, and if that isn't him at the grub truck, someone please correct me with who that really is. Growl This Is Noise posted, he said he only met them once when he went to give them wine, right? And then he talks like he's a friend of theirs or something. It's very weird. Hidden True Crime was one of the interviews he did. Very interesting interview here.
Hello, everyone. This is Lauren Matthias. Please subscribe and hit the like button so you can get these unexpected live streams. I have a very important guest with me right now, somebody that I hope can bring us more insight. I am with, will you pronounce your name? Enan?
Enon Harsh.
Enon Harsh. Also known as Chef Dizzy, as you see there. Enon is a very, very important part of this Moscow homicide investigation because he was a neighbor of the 4 victims who lived on King Street. And I just want you to share with us what you know. Many also have heard of the neighbor that possibly heard a scream. This is that person.
Now, I do want to address one thing right here. So some people think it's suspicious that he wants to insert himself into the case like this and do these public interviews, being a neighbor of the victims, possibly having some kind of testimony that's very relevant and connected to the case, in which case you would think he wouldn't be speaking publicly. Now, let's not fall for false dichotomies. There's many different possibilities here. He could be completely innocent of any kind of wrongdoing and have made up the scream, which is wrongdoing, obviously, but in terms of he's not responsible for what happened to them. He's simply inserting himself because he wants attention, whatever, or he could have some kind of mental health issue and not be connected to the crime. So that's definitely a possibility. And then obviously, if he does have some kind of a connection, maybe he knows what happened and who did it, but is too scared to talk, but is very conflicted and for whatever reason, again, personality quirks, mental health issues, brings himself out there to do an interview. Or maybe he's directly responsible. Again, I'm not claiming that's true, but if he is, I mean, criminals do like to insert themselves into investigations. Or maybe he's partially responsible where he was used as a distraction or something of that nature, and he was working with the guilty parties in some capacity. Or maybe he's 100% innocent and really did hear the scream, whether it was related or not, and is just coming forward to try to be as helpful as possible. And this could be for several different reasons as well. It could be possibly that he realizes there's some kind of corruption and or incompetence with the police, and that's why he's bringing this information forward, because he believes, obviously, the victims deserve justice, and this is the best chance at getting the most amount of information out there. So there's a whole bunch of different possibilities. We don't fall for these silly logical fallacies on MindShock. He could be guilty, innocent, partially, some of column A, some of column B, a mix of everything, or 100% good, 100% bad. There's so many different possibilities here. It doesn't immediately point to one thing or the other. I know on social media, people just like to start declaring 100% absolutes, theory A, theory B, and that's it. But obviously on MindShock, we don't do that.
That I have with me now. So let everyone know this is going on. We'll try to take some questions as well. But right now I'm going to start with my questions because I have a lot of them. I want to thank you for being here. And first off, I think we should just start by taking us back to that night. The things I've heard in the news from you, Enon, are that it was an unexpectedly quiet night. You wrote about the crime on social media, and share what you remember from that night. Is that a good place for us to start right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I work about like 10, usually like 9 to 11 hour shifts. So I went to work. I got off around, I think it was around 12 that night. It was kind of like a late close, and I like bullshitted with like a coworker for a little while after work, and then I went home. It was around, I don't know, like 1:30, 2-ish a.m. Was maybe when I got home, maybe I'm always like kind of hoping that I have like a parking spot right in front of my door when I get there, because like lots of times on campus, there's like parties and like they're pretty full. And so like this time I noticed that like, I don't know, it wasn't really any cars as usual. I was like, cool, I'm gonna get a nice spot right in front. And there was I saw like this sort of like kind of like decked out like luxury, like I thought it was black SUV, maybe like a Beamer or something, and it had like rims, tinted windows, and I was like, oh, that's like a pretty cool car. And then like coming out, like I noticed some like plates from like Arizona, I want to say, or Montana. There's kind of like it's like I'm always like kind of curious what kind of like different plates are like around and stuff, because usually you just see like Idaho, especially in like my parking lot.
So this is pretty curious because he's claiming here there's a really nice looking decked out SUV with Arizona or Montana plates. Now, and he says he specifically pays attention to plates because he's just curious. Most of the time it's just from Idaho. I guess you would think there'd be more Washington State, but he says it's mostly Idaho in the area. Now, Montana and Arizona, even though they're pretty much on the opposite ends of the country, Montana all the way to the north, bordering Canada, for those that don't know, and a little piece of Idaho actually also borders Canada, but Arizona is all the way to the south, bordering Mexico. But and curiously, obviously Montana, one of the coldest states with the harshest winters and the most snow, and of course Arizona, one of the absolute hottest in the desert, with some of the highest temperatures in the country. And yeah, just polar opposites in every sense of the word. And yet their license plates do look similar. They do look similar. They both have a mountain range, pretty much the bulk of it on the bottom left of the plate. And Montana has what appears to be a lightning strike, whereas Arizona has a cactus that sort of kind of could resemble this protrusion from the mountain range. So from a distance at night, it is actually very plausible one could mistake the two plates. What is not plausible, of course, is mistaking a black SUV with a white Elantra. So that is curious. Now, some people believe he just made this up to divert attention or deflect. Or is this the critical piece? Is there some vast conspiracy with government elements at play? Or, third option, is there some kind of, not necessarily mutually exclusive, but is there some kind of drug cartel issue? Obviously, drug cartels do use black SUVs. Then again, so do government agents. But if it was some kind of cartel with or without government complicity, and then are they just did they just find an Elantra to blame it on? They say it's the Elantra. Then all of a sudden, Kohberger's Elantra is the wrong year and completely different body style, and they just hope everybody forgot about it. And they just pretend it all matches, and the gullible goofs lap it all up.
And so, like, I came in, and it was like surprisingly like pretty empty that night. Like, none of the houses and like that on those like two streets were having parties, which was like kind of unusual. And then I went home. It's like making some tea, just like doing some contact staff drills and like stretching. I think I played a game of League, and then I went to bed. And then as I was falling asleep, it usually takes me like 30 minutes to an hour to fall asleep. Like, I don't know, I guess I dismissed like initially like one of my neighbors returning hello after me. So I heard like a car shut, a door shut, and then like apartment door shut, and like also like a scream. But like that's like normal. Like I always hear like screaming almost every Saturday night, so like I didn't really like think of it.
And this is what the other commenter pointed out, because if this was a not normal night with according to him, no parties going on in the surrounding houses, a scream would be normal when there were parties. But according to him, it's not a normal night and there was a scream. So why did he write it off as normal if there weren't parties going on?
And so, but like, just looking back, I was like, I wonder if like, that wasn't just like some drunk dude like screaming, like it's actually like the murder. And it was like, it was kind of a trip having like the cops like come on, and like, when it happened, they're just like, asking where we were, and we're like, this is weird. Like they're knocking on every single door in our apartment. Like that's never happened before. And then like I went inside and looked on the news, and it was like 4 people stabbed to death. I was like, it's like right across the street. It was like, holy shit.
Wait, so does that add up? The first time they were knocking on doors? So how many hours after was it? And then he goes and looks on the news and it's already running. Does that match up? When does anybody know when the first local news report was playing in Moscow, Idaho? That can corroborate his story here.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. When did you hear about it? Was it those knocks on the door? You woke up the next day? Did these knocks on your apartment door
Well,
wake up? How did you learn about it?
I was already awake. You know, I was just like woke up a little bit. I was still like drinking coffee, and like the cops knocked on my door, and like after they asked me some questions, like right after they left and started like they were starting to talk to the next door over. I looked on my phone and Googled it and found it pretty much instantly, and that's when I knew. And then I think it was like I don't know a couple days later when we like the names were released and we like found out who it was or whatever.
Okay, that was the question I was going to ask. Like, did you initially know that you knew them at all, or did you just know
No,
the
actually, when I first saw it, I saw the picture I saw. I thought it was actually the house, like the next house over. I was like, oh. But then when I found out it was like, the house of the people that I like, I don't want to say I knew them, but I was like, I met them. Then I was like, damn. And I don't know, it was kind of sad because actually, like they were super cool. Like I really like my neighbors.
Yeah, you'd met them. Is that correct? You'd met Kaylee and who else had you met?
I think it was Santa and her boyfriend.
Okay.
And I think there was like some other people there, but I'm really bad with names.
Okay, is anybody else getting a weird vibe here? He thinks it was? So he's not even sure if he met all of them or knows them? Is this making sense to anybody?
So like I think those like I had to like look at online like the faces to try to like remember them because it was just like it was super brief, But yeah, they were super nice. They're super friendly. Like
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah,
they're like the best neighbors you could want.
I have a question here that you mentioned hearing a lot of sounds typically from the neighbors. Is this because it's highly populated, poorly insulated? Tell us a little bit about the neighborhood because a lot of us, all we see is only on the news. We're trying to grasp what this neighborhood is like.
I guess you would say it's kind of like an amphitheater here. It's like they live kind of like down like the hill, and then it's like a big open space. Everything's made of wood for the most part, and like they would have little like gatherings outside on their like in the back door, and so I mean, and then they're like drinking a little bit and it's Greek row, so it's like you can usually hear like parties and like just like social drinking chatter, like around the block or whatever, like usually on weekends. It's kind of like similar vibe of like what you'd think of like a small downtown city, like, but
yeah, that makes sense. Frat houses too, fraternity homes probably have a decent amount of parties going on if it's a college town. Is that?
And also the block parties are kind of popular too. Like they'll kind of like like get in big crowds and then kind of like wander around. You know what I mean? Just like go throughout campus and stuff. Not so much lately, but like you go from like sometimes they only stay at a house for like an hour or two, and then they like kind of like wander around. Stuff.
That
I guess
sense.
in the winter a little bit less, but yeah.
Okay. And are you? Go ahead.
Oh, sorry to find a question. They were at like I want to say 1-ish p.m. 1:30.
Okay. So shortly after the police were called, then, in other words.
Yeah, they came almost instantly.
Okay.
It was a big deal.
We have another question here. Are you a student? How long have you lived there?
I'm not a student. I've been cooking for like 6 years now, 5 years.
Okay.
I've lived here off and on for 20. What was the last question? I missed it.
Let's see. It was, are you familiar with the activities at the house? I assume they mean the crime scene. Like, you were at their house when you met them, right? I'm referring to a Reddit.
I read them. They were actually outside. I never went inside.
Okay.
Whoa, that was interesting. So what does everybody make of that? Would someone who's just talking casually say, oh, I didn't actually go inside, or would they emphatically state, I never went inside? because he used the word never as if to disassociate himself from anything, which is also kind of weird, because if he's guilty, wouldn't he claim he did go inside? I mean, I don't know. This just seems... On the other hand, if he's innocent but he's worried about being seen as guilty, perhaps he would be very defensive and say, I never went inside. But it seems, again, and obviously this is person dependent on how people talk. Everybody talks a little differently. But casually, maybe somebody said, well, I didn't actually go inside. Never is a very interesting word there.
But no, I didn't like, I was in my apartment all night, so.
Okay, the night of the murders or the crime, you were in your apartment all night.
I never really hung out with them. So like, to me, they were just like some normal sorority girls that drank every once in a while on the weekends. So.
Okay, and and when I was asking you about meeting them, I want everybody else to know, and I know, but you also decided to share an AMA on Reddit recently, which is when I reached out to you, and you did kind of mention meeting them, or at least Kaylee, and maybe you think you might have met Xana and her boyfriend. That would be Ethan. Bringing them a bottle of wine, perhaps, was that what happened? Or share us. Can you take us to?
I think the person I think I remember most is Kaylee, and like when I introduced myself, I think she was like the first one I shook hands with. I just had like this. It was a pretty nice bottle of wine. I don't remember what kind it was, but it was pretty expensive. And I was cooking with it, and I wasn't gonna finish it. And I was like taking my trash out, so I don't remember why I was outside. And they were just like like chit chatting, drinking a little bit, playing some cool music. And so I went down, and they were like drinking some beer, and I was just like. Asked her if she wanted this bottle of wine. I wasn't gonna finish this, and they were like, "Yeah, fuck yeah." And then I was like, "Yeah." And then I just introduced them, like the neighbor, like lived upstairs, and that was pretty much it. They were super nice and smiley. And that's pretty much all I remember. I never met him after that. I was like, I always thought about crashing their party sometimes, but I never actually like did it. I usually got my own thing going on.
Yeah. Yeah, you referred to them in the Reddit AMA as beautiful, joyful. I can't remember the other two adjectives, but yeah,
they seem very cool. And some of my coworkers actually went to high school with them in Coeur d'Alene, so it's a trip for us. So and they said they're super cool too. So it's crazy that it's like as you think when you think about these people getting stabbed, it's kind of like horrifying, because it makes you think that it can happen to anyone, like not just like people who are doing some shit, you know what I mean, like just like normal people every day. And I think that's the really like spooky, scary part right now to some people.
Yeah. What's your thought about the luxury SUV now, looking back? You probably didn't think too much of it then. Any ideas?
No, not really. It's pretty decked out. I think had like rims, tinted windows. It just looked like a cool car, and that's why I noticed it. But I didn't I just assumed it was like one of the the people's parents. Like a lot of the students here have really rich parents, and they have nice cars. So that's just kind of what it seemed like to me. And I don't know. I saw I think it was a kind of like a deserty. It might have been. It was either like Arizona. It might even been Colorado, but I think or like Montana. And I saw one of those cars like parked up on the hill of our lot a lot. I'm wondering if it was a white Elantra. I'm thinking back and I can't remember. I don't want to say it was or not, but that was the only other car I noticed that didn't seem like someone that lives there. I don't know. I'm not that observant, but I'm pretty. I'd say I'm more observant than like most people, I guess.
Okay, going back a little bit, though, when he first referenced it being a trip that these girls were the ones killed, is that just the way he talks? Because it almost looks like he started smiling. It's a trip. Some of my coworkers went to high school with them. It's almost like he found that amusing, and then he immediately jumps into, oh, the scary, spooky part is it could happen to anybody. Again, is this guy just kind of weird and awkward, and that's why it's coming off like this, or is there something more? I mean, it's kind of impossible to tell, really, because even it seems like it's going to be hard to get a baseline on him, because he is kind of weird and awkward and says every 2 seconds. So it's very, very difficult to decipher this. And also, I don't know what this statement means. I'm more observant. I'm not that observant, but I'm more observant than most people. Well, what does that mean?
Yeah. Liz is asking, did you know that your coworkers knew them before or after the
No,
murder?
no. One of the like the next day I went to work. I had one of the dudes talk down and talk to me, and just like asked me how I was doing and talk, and was telling me how like knew some of the people or something, and like it's like, well, that's crazy. But I mean, that's like Coeur d'Alene's pretty local, you know what I mean? So like,
Right.
it's not that far off.
Right, and that's where you work then is Coeur d'Alene. Is that?
No,
did
I
you say?
work in Moscow. No, I work in
Oh,
Pullman.
you
Sorry.
went to high school with them in Coeur d'Alene, and you work in Moscow. That makes
No,
more
I
sense.
didn't go to high school with them. One of my coworkers did.
Okay.
I went to school in Pullman.
Okay. All right. Sleuth Mom, it's good to see you. I want to let people know that for those missing, Sleuth Mom does a wonderful job covering important cases. Thanks for being here with us, Sleuth Mom. There's some audio. I wanted to ask you this because you've come forward and said you may or may not have heard a scream. You're thinking about it now, wondering if it was a party sound you heard, or if it was an actual, scream you heard. There has been so much speculation going on, online and social media. I know you know that. You've been a part of that. We'll talk about that later. But there's been some audio making rounds of a scream. And I was just wondering if you could confirm that that was nothing you provided to any media anywhere, because a lot of people are trying to
No,
make connections there.
I didn't hear about it till basically people were telling me and things like this, and I was like, oh, LOL. Yeah, no, complete hoax. Yeah,
Okay.
I have nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
How many views has it got?
It's on multiple channels, so I couldn't even tell you how many views the
Oh
scream
wow.
has received because there's so many different outlets, not official outlets, but YouTubers.
Yeah, I didn't record anything. I don't see how I would record something after I hear something unless I was already recording, which I wasn't. So
Yeah. You've mentioned that you're an artist and that you're a chef. Do you ever stay up late doing your craft, working on things? Do you ever hear what's going on around the neighborhood ever? If you're up
yeah,
late?
I mean, I don't know. No, I guess not. I mean, I usually listen to something, so I mean, I'm usually like zoned in on whatever I'm doing. But I guess it's kind of like on like the parties night. Like the like I don't know. The parties are kind of just like noise to me. So like I hear that, and like every once in a while, like I'll hear like somebody return home really late in the night. But I mean, it's like semi-normal, like 3, 4 a.m. Like that's not that late. People go over to people's houses and they hang out for a long time, and then they come home on the weekends. Like that's just like college life, I feel like. And like sometimes I'll just like listen to some music in my bedroom to like kind of like tune out like anybody who's like super super late or loud. Um, and then sometimes like you'll hear just like people walking down, like I don't know, sometimes yelling, but not like it doesn't happen like I don't know. It's not super super loud, but it's like it's campus, it's noisy. But I mean, it's like you can hear what's going on. I guess sort of like was close vicinity, but yeah, it's usually just noise. Like there's nothing like you want to listen to. I guess it's kind of weird. I guess like you can kind of like our walls are really thin, so like certain places you can hear like certain areas outside or inside, whatever. But I don't know. The place I think you can hear in that neighbor's house, I guess, is like in the house is like the yard. I feel like the yard is the place where you can hear the most things. Like so, if you were gonna hear something that happened at a house, it'd probably be the yard. Like I feel like the sounds inside, I'm guessing, wouldn't carry as much. Just because like again, I think that yard is sort of like almost an amphitheater set up a little bit. It's like it's got the hill and it's like down a little bit, and then above it is like the parking lot and another hill. So it's like I don't know, it's kind of like a meteor like hole in a sense. And so like I think probably like like in the middle the sound probably resonates around.
That makes sense. And you can call me Patches is also saying college towns are just noise sometimes. It's hard to tell what's what. A request for clarification. Back to the SUV one more time that you saw. Can you clarify?
I don't think
There's
so.
some confusion in chat. Okay, so you're saying you don't.
I don't
think
know
the
though.
SUV you
I
saw
don't.
was
She
alien.
drove a Ford. I don't know. Ford's not that luxury to me. I don't think I would have noticed that. I mean, it's a nice car, but I don't think it wouldn't stand out to me. I don't know. It just stood out to me because, you know, like I drive kind of a sketchy car, and it's kind of decked out, and it's like I don't know. I noticed like I've always been into like, you know, cars with like rims and tinted windows and stuff like that. And this was like one of those cars I'd be like, man, probably if I was younger and rich, I probably would have bought it. So I think that's why it stood out to me. But like, yeah, it
Okay.
just, you know, it seemed like, you know, either a baller or like somebody's rich parents. That's kind of how I saw it.
Yeah, that makes sense. What's the speculation? Do you talk to neighbors? What are people saying about this? You know, it's
No,
been 4
I'm
weeks
a
and
hermit.
no
I'm super
updates.
hermit. I don't really
Okay.
talk to anyone. I talk to a few of my really old friends. I hang out with my coworkers sometimes. Um, and most of the time I'm super busy in my crafts. Like I don't know. And I have like I don't know. There's like a girl I hang out with, and that's about it.
Okay. Okay. Um, does it make you nervous at all that this is unsolved? Do you feel
A
nervous?
little bit, yeah.
A little bit?
Just I mean, it's pretty brutal and like I don't know, thought out killing, I guess. Like it's like kind of scary, and it also kind of scary that it just happened to some ordinary people. So I think everyone's a little bit spooked now. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I guess in the city, this shit's like semi-normal or whatever, but you know, like not here. Like I don't know. So I don't know. It's kind of scary that this would happen ever. Like especially in this town. So.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, it's like you think about it, it's like what kind of protection can you get in these cases? Like you can lock your windows, you can like, you know, put strips and stuff, you can get a gun, but like this dude like went in the house and killed them before they could really react, they grab a gun or whatever and left and not anybody knowing, like that's scary, you know what I mean? So like thinking about people doing that out, especially like on your block is pretty spooky.
So curious. So well thought out. These are his thoughts. This crime was well thought out and getting in and out of the house without anyone knowing. So what are his thoughts on the roommates? Like what does he believe they didn't know? Because with the new information, supposedly there's a sighting of this guy with bushy eyebrows. So has he made any statements recently on what he thinks happened with the roommates?
Yeah. That absolutely it is. It's and thank you. Hello from England. We are so sorry to hear such a horrific crime, they said. Thank you so much. Have you talked to law enforcement since that first day they came over and asked you if you'd heard anything or where you were?
Yeah, I did once.
Once? Did they
Yeah.
come over to the neighborhood again to talk to everyone, or did you go talk to them about
No, I
what you
wouldn't.
heard, or-
I just talked to them later.
Okay. Anything else you want to tell us about that, or is that a
No,
off
not
the
really.
record thing? Okay.
That's off the record, chef.
Off the record stuff. That's curious because if he hadn't done the AMA where he admitted his past legal issues and incarcerations, one would think he just didn't feel comfortable talking about his past criminal history. But he's already made that all public in the AMA. So now it seems like maybe that it's all off the record stuff. So does that not refer to any of his admitted drug use, admitted previous legal issues? So is it something else, or is it something specifically tying to the crime which he was instructed not to talk about? Or is it a third option, something we have no clue about? But yeah, I mean, that's interesting, to say the least.
Thank you. And by the way, this is a channel where I will ask a lot of questions, but I also respect my guests. For those wondering if something's off the record or you don't ever want to answer, that's all you need to say and we move on. So thank you. You know, you posted on your Facebook. I'm going here, by the way, to my phone to look at questions that I have written for you. And I'm also getting questions over in chat. While I look, you know, you have mentioned on your own social media pages and even posted some of the proof that you've been getting harassed yourself and feeling the wrath of true crime sleuth and speculation. Can you tell us a little bit about that or what you've been going through?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of I mean, it's almost hilarious to me that people think I did it, and they're like they're like telling me like, "Yo, you know, you did it," and it's like, I don't know. It's kind of like the equivalent to like flat Earth theory to me when I like read some of these like Reddit conspiracies and shit. Um, I don't know. I've been mostly ignoring it, but you know, try sometimes I read it and it gets to me, but I don't know. It's the other time it's just like it's almost entertaining to me, but it's a little bit scary too. I'm like, what are these people trying to get me? But it's whatever.
Yeah. Cheshire Cat is saying, are there cameras in the area? Do you think anyone might have been able to catch anything that happened?
I
What are your
doubt
thoughts?
very many. No, there's not a lot of thefts or break-ins or murders or really anything that happens here. A lot of people leave their doors unlocked, windows unlocked. It's generally pretty safe. Our our apartment complex didn't even really have lights in like the hallway or cameras until like right after. Then they put up like some motion sensors and stuff. But like, you know, there's like for the most part this neighborhood's like pretty dark, and we kind of, I don't know, I kind of liked it, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, at night, like there's no lights and you kind of go to sleep really easily. um but yeah, I don't think very many people have cameras because they don't really feel unsafe in this neighborhood or whatever. Most people know people too, so it's like whatever. Yeah, it's not a really sketchy neighborhood, you know, like just a bunch of college kids. Yeah,
Right.
I know apparently some of them have like doorstep neighbors. And I know, like, you know, just in the 21st century, a lot of people have like security cameras. So there's like probably some stuff around. But it's like me, like I have like I bought a cam for my car just, you know, in case whatever. But it's like it's been like you know, like a year and I still haven't put it in my car. So like,
Oh, wow.
you know, like
Yeah.
that's how like safe I, you know, it's like I just like never really felt the need to like actually put it up. But now I'm like, I should definitely put that shit up. I wish I had it up now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
Would people sleep with their doors open in this town? Is that kind of the protocol?
I don't know about that far, but I'm not gonna say it's never happened. I accidentally walked into somebody's house because the door was open, and I was trying to go to a friend's house when I was like 17, and I like opened it up, and it was just like some dude sitting on the couch. I was like, "Oops," uh, shut the
Yeah.
door back to halfway. I was like, "Oops," went to the next house. It's like, "Oh, cool, this is the right one."
Yeah.
But yeah,
Afflicted Angel, a lot of people are just asking for confirmation, which I actually really value. As a journalist, I was a television reporter for 10 years. It's really good to hear and see things and then to ask for more confirmation always. So they're asking, is this actually you commenting
yes,
on Reddit doing the AMA? They want to know
yes.
that. Yes, this is him. Thank you. Thank you for answering that. Thank you, Sleuth Mom, for reminding people that this is very true. I'm trying to read everything in chat, and some moderators are helping a bit, but I am missing some things. You can send and post something in a super chat or leave something in comment, but I don't know if we'll have the same guest again. So I'll do my best though to get to your questions. And thank you again for being here. A lot of thank yous are coming through for you being here and coming forward. So, what have you heard anything about the alcohol offense at 3 a.m.? Do you know about that? It was behind the Sigma Chi house, and we have body cam footage from that. Do you know anything about that or heard of
I
that?
haven't. It's the first I've heard of it. I don't
Okay.
really pay attention to the media or news really at all. You know, I'm a stick juggler. I kind of in my own world most of the time. Um, but yeah, no. I don't. You know, I'm super hermit. I kind of like I live like one of the most introverted lives you can imagine. Um, but no, I'm curious though. Tell me about it.
Well, it was, and I already have one correction. Thank you to everyone in chat helping me with these little details. It was on the band field. It was about 3 a.m. There's body cam footage now that has come out from it. It was the morning of the murders. So people are, zeroing in on different things they're seeing in the body cam footage that was released, taken on the band field at 3 a.m. And I know that you sometimes hear things, not always. You say you were asleep all night. What time did you go to bed that night, by the way?
Um, I don't know. I'm probably around like 2:30 to 4 a.m.
Okay.
I don't really look at the time after I get at home, so it's all just like an estimate. But that's probably the range based off of the activities that I was doing.
Yeah. One more confirmation having to do with SUVs, but now this is about Kaylee's or some. Can you confirm if there was a black Explorer that was parked there daily? It was parked behind a red Jeep inside the crime scene tape. Everybody was sort
I
of.
don't think it was that one. No, I'm gonna review the footage again, but I don't think it was that one.
Okay.
Now, just going back a little bit, does everybody buy that he didn't know about the body cam footage and that he doesn't actually keep up with the details of one of the most high-profile homicide cases, not just in Idaho, but in the entire United States? I mean, this is one of the most high-profile cases ever, and he's the neighbor. Does he really think people are going to believe? I mean, I guess he doesn't care if people believe him or not, but is that plausible? That he's not keeping up with developments in the case? I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Did you see a black Explorer that was parked there daily with crime scene tape around? Or did you notice the vehicles that
Yeah,
were
I
inside the crime scene
think
tape?
so. I think I noticed a lot of like dark SUVs, and I just kind of assumed they were like FBI or police or something. But this was like this. I'm pretty sure this other car was different. And it had out of state plates. That's one of the things I noticed about it. I think this one didn't have out of state. The Ford Explorer, whatever. I don't think that had out of state plates. I could be wrong, but this one definitely had. It was like I almost want to say it was Utah, honestly, but it was like barrenish. It was night. It was hard to see, but it was like barren plates, like deserty. It's like Arizona or Utah, Colorado, Montana. It's like mountainy, maybe. I think it might have been mountainy, but. Yeah, so those are. I only saw 2 cars that had out of state plates. So.
Okay. Julie is asking, genuinely curious. She's not being confrontational, and I can confirm
no,
that
you're good.
because Julie is a very curious person.
Vaulted
She's curious.
ceilings.
Why would
Vaulted
an introvert
ceilings.
move to a party town? Go ahead. Sorry.
This is the only place I could afford with vaulted ceilings. So I could juggle at home. I need like at least like 10, 11, 12, 13-foot clearance. So it's hard to find. The apartments like that are hard to find anywhere. So and like the ones with vaulted ceilings are usually like luxury places. So you have to pay like a premium for them. So this was cool. I was living in Pullman, so I was like paying a lot. And I had because of my felonies, I couldn't really move anywhere for 7 years. So after 7 years, I instantly moved into the first place available with vaulted ceilings. And this is where I ended up.
Gotcha. I will admit, I've been admiring the ceilings in the background. They're beautiful. Those wood ceilings.
Yeah, pretty dope place.
Yeah. Miss Wales asked, did the dog bark lots, or did you know? And I think they're referring to Murphy.
I did not know the dog.
Okay.
No, I never met the dog. I didn't know there was a dog until pretty recently, actually. Someone asked me why the dog was spared, and that's the first time I heard about the dog.
Okay. And did you hear any dogs barking ever? Were dogs typically barking in the neighborhood or nothing?
No, not really. Not usually. It's usually decently quiet at night, I feel like. Sometimes I don't know. I usually don't hear a lot of animals, honestly. I feel like if, my cat will maybe make a dog bark every once in a while, but that's about it.
Yeah. Again, our deal here is this is like, consider this like Reddit AMA. You can answer any questions here you want, and you don't have to answer any questions you want. But Jamie is asking, he says, where did it go? Someone is asking, this was not it, but somebody was asking if you wanted to go further. They mentioned you had a felony, and you talked a little bit about this on Reddit AMA. Do you want to go into that now, or?
I've got 3. Well, I don't have 3 anymore. They're expired, so they're off my record now. As of like 3 years ago. So It's been like 10 years. But yeah, I had 3. I had a possession of marijuana. Had a possession of MDMA with intent to deliver, and I had a delivery of MDMA.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. Oh, and let's see. We lost you for a bit. Are you back?
Yeah.
You're back. Can we hear you? Okay, we can hear you. All right. Thank you, Stephanie B, for reminding everyone that's here to please, if you like these types of interviews, hit like and subscribe. It helps us know what we should continue doing as a channel. And Liz is asking, this is a great question, and I want to take this question a little bit further. She is asking, have there been any normal parties at the Sigma Chi house since the incident, or any parties, or has it been really quiet?
No, I haven't. I haven't really noticed anything since then. But I honestly haven't been really. I haven't been home as much lately on the weekends, but yeah, it's been pretty quiet, honestly. No, because there's definitely been no parties at that house recently, and I think there was like maybe one, but I can't really remember anything outside of that. It's been pretty tame recently.
Okay. Yeah, has it been quieter around town since this event?
Yeah, I mean, it's also like you have to think about it too, like the cops are everywhere, right?
crime.
Like nobody wants to party. Like the cops are like there's like probably like 20 cops parked in like the parking lot next to our neighborhood. Like, and there's like probably like another 5 like in the house like all day. There's always one that's there all night. So it's like I don't think anyone's trying to party with, you know what I mean? Like for whatever reason. So it's kind of funny. I thought they were like, just trying to like speed trap and pull people over for like the first few weeks, but then I realized that they're just nonstop working on this case. So they're always here. But I'm sure people are trying to throw parties with that happening. You know what I mean?
Right. There was a great question from Julie Holden. I don't see it now, but essentially, has the restaurant you work in, without telling us what that restaurant is, has it been quieter?
No, it's. I mean, people can't stop telling me about the conspiracy theories, and it's actually been providing a little bit of humor in these times.
And it is kind of hard to decipher this because obviously humor is subjective, and conspiracy theories about him being the murderer. I mean, if he finds them that ludicrous, he might think they're funny in a ludicrous type fashion. But in general, would someone say theories are humorous about a quadruple homicide? I don't know. And again, if you want to just write that off as this guy being kind of weird, which he seems to be, I guess you could.
Because they're pretty hilarious individuals. So like I don't know, they just keep like making fun of these new conspiracies, and so it's been an interesting time for sure. The first week it was really quiet. I didn't say like probably like really anything for the first few days. Like I was at work after it happened, but after a few weeks, it's starting to get better. I don't know. I have the other day I was thinking about it and I was pretty quiet, but we've been trying to like, I don't know, it's best to just try not to think about it, right now, but it's hard also because like we're surrounded by it everywhere. But
right. Yeah, speaking of speculations, you live in the neighborhood, which means there was somebody that did this. Do you speculate without naming names? We don't want to name any names or anything or identify people on our channel, but do you ever speculate about who could have possibly done this?
I mean, for sure, but no one fits the bill. Honestly, when I think about all my neighbors, I'm just like, no way. Like everyone, I think, even like, who might have killed him at the slightest inconvenience, it's just completely irrational and ridiculous. Like when I think about any like individual personally, like any personal like neighbor, like anyone in this area, I'm just like, there's no way. Like they're all like pretty normal people. They all got their own shit going on. To think of them doing this is just absurd. But
so with that being said, what none of your neighbors fit the bill. What type of person do you think this might have been? What it was?
I'm looking into I don't know if it's true, but I was looking into a report that said it was like almost a blunt, heavy object, and a really strong person did it. I'm kind of imagining like maybe like a hunter dude, like some like super mentally ill dude who's maybe experienced with hunting, who has like some type of like farm blunt stabbing object and just like really waited patiently until everything was really quiet. Like maybe he knew about this weekend was being quiet and then went in there and did it. But I don't know. It's like, it's so bizarre. Like nothing, thinking about, it's hard to think about it because I think the first thing I try to think about is a motive. And that's like, it just draws me into a bunch of blanks.
So there you have it. A super mentally ill dude. Now, here's the real question. Has anybody ever described a potential suspect like that? I mean, is this the new type of criminal profile? Super mentally ill dude. They're also discussing how law enforcement allegedly cleared all these individuals before the DNA tests were tested against CODIS. So that's kind of weird. Bright Produce posted, he admittedly said on one of TNT's earlier videos with him that he was in jail for robbery. Him and I think 2 other people were going to rob someone of drugs. Openly says how he used to sell and talked of cargo ships and borders. I guess what bothers me is inserting yourself into investigation when you don't have to. I'm glad he came forward, but something seems a little off in my opinion. Some of these kids seem to have a fascination with knives or tools and weapons associated with the knife family. Inan is a cook, chef, that's why he has knives, just saying. Huh. I mean, it's actually kind of hard to tell from the video, even though the video is fairly good quality. Is that him in the video, or is it not? The guy with the redhead there. Some people believe that all these individuals surrounding the girls, or not all of them, some of them are in some kind of a setup. They're being set up. And that's really creepy on a lot of levels of it. Med Jame posted, he was 1,000,000% at the grub truck, he lied. This is extremely troublesome. While I'm not saying Kohberger is innocent, what if he, in fact, was not acting alone, and maybe he was friends with said person? We don't know. Something is wrong with the story. Inan himself stated he was at the grub truck a few months ago. Now he denies it. Any YouTuber who says it's not him is under a delusion. That is him with his friend, the redheaded woman who is openly transgender, which means her DNA is male. Yes, it is true. I am not asking. I am stating a fact. And I don't know where they got that information from. Med Jame also posted, the shoes at the grub truck are Vans, and subsequently he hasn't worn those Vans on any social media. Okay, so it's either him or a guy who looks exactly like him. Mystery School Dropout also posted, Inan Harsh was the neighbor that said he saw a black SUV that he did not recognize as being there frequently or normally. He may even be a witness for all we know. Supposedly this redheaded woman individual is also in the body cam footage with him. I don't know which body cam is being referenced here because his 2018 arrest looks like he's alone in that vehicle.
Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
Hey, Inan, right?
Yeah, what?
Yep. Long time no see. How are you doing?
Oh my god. Pretty good. How about yourself?
Good. Thank you for asking. Well, you know me. I'm Officer Harkins. Do you have the driver's license, proof of insurance, and vehicle registration?
Yeah.
Excellent. And do you know why I stopped you?
No.
So I saw your hand near your face. I wasn't sure if that was cell phone or if you were just scratching. Were you on the cell phone?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. That's just fine. I'll just grab your information from you. The driver's license, a proof of insurance, and the vehicle registration if you got it. Funny. I was wondering if I'd ever see you while I was working. Hopefully not.
Yeah, right?
But just a traffic stop is about as low-key as it can get. That looks like that'll be the registration. And you have the proof of insurance as well. Lovely. Whoop, sorry. Tell you what, you keep looking for that and I'll get my side of things done and rolling and I'll be right back with you, okay?
Thanks.
Okay, so unfortunately, well, hey, there you go. Hold on. So unfortunately, I'm showing that your license is suspended. It seems like you failed to pay a ticket of some kind at some point. So if you wouldn't mind turning the ignition off from the car and then stepping outside with me, that'd be perfect. And we'll just get you sorted from here, okay?
Okay.
And come on now. Perfect. If you want to just step behind your car, do you have the phone on you? You can start organizing a ride from here.
Oh, you're taking my car?
I'm not going to take your car, but I can't let you drive it because I will be letting you continue to drive suspended.
Yeah, hold on.
Yep. So I do have to advise you that you are under arrest for driving while license is suspended. Let me read you your Miranda rights. Whoop. If I can find them, I've got a lovely card here.
Hey, partner, why don't you sit over here on the guardrail for us? It'll probably
That'd
better
be
place for you
a
to
little
lean up
safer.
there.
Okay, so I'm going to read you your rights. Is that cool? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. You have the right at this time to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand those rights as I've read them to you?
Yeah, so are you going to take me to jail or?
I'm not going to take you to jail if you can organize a ride and everything. So what I'm going to do is you have been advised that you're under arrest, so you do have to stay on scene. I'm going to have my partner here stay with you while I work on doing a criminal citation, and if you can get someone to get the car on out of here, that's fine with me, and then we'll just let you go get a ride out from here, okay?
Cool, thanks.
Hey, Non.
What's up?
What are you doing?
Going home for a little bit.
Okay, cool. So how'd your license go? Are we going to have an issue today? Okay, cool. So I stopped you because your tabs are expired, like just at the very beginning of this month on the 1st. But I figured I'd let you know anyway. But if I could grab your driver's license and then the vehicle registration and your proof of insurance. And I think you had all of those sorted out last time I saw you. Besides the license. Alrighty. So, anything fun this weekend?
We're gonna go backpacking.
Nice. Very cool. Where are you headed backpacking?
Yeah,
Perfect. That's the one.
Oh, I'm gonna find my
Insurance is on your phone, or do you have a card?
Oh, there's insurance.
All right. Do you mind if I look at that one and I can just double check and see? This one is expired by like literally exactly 2 months, but do you have it, access to your insurance on your phone at all? How about I give you a chance to check that stuff out and I'll get my side of things going, okay?
Cool, thanks.
Yeah. Did you have any luck with the insurance card?
Not yet. I was gonna check my email real quick.
Yeah, here's what I'll do for you. So, just like I said, your tab's expired on the 1st of the month, so I'll just remind you about that. Just get down to the Department of Licensing, and it's like, I think, anywhere from $25 to $30 to get them updated. And then if you want to email me the proof of insurance when you get a hold of it, that'd be super.
Cool.
And I can do that for you, okay? And my email is on there. And I'll just write you a little note that says, please send insurance. There you go. Well, good to see you again.
Yeah, thanks.
And here is everything back to you. Just make sure you get that insurance to me and get your tabs updated, okay?
Cool, thanks, Riley.
Yeah, be safe tonight, okay?
Yeah,
Okay, so how far into MindShock land are we going? So what did everybody notice from those videos? So JLR Investigates YouTube channel has released these 2 body cam footages. I'm guessing it was a Freedom of Information Act request to get them, so they are all public, of course. And these are coming from JLR here. So what does everybody make of this? The first thing that jumps out for the numerology people. So the first incident is from April 13th. The second incident, August 13th. And of course, the University of Idaho homicides occurred on November 13th. So it seems like everything is going on the 13th. This is kind of weird. So only the April 13th was Friday the 13th, 2018. But August 13th was a Monday, and November 13th, 2022 was a Sunday. So only one of them was Friday the 13th. If they were all Friday the 13th, I mean, that would be really bizarre. But either way, I mean, it's all the 13th. That's kind of weird. And of course, obviously, he knows the officer. Their friendly nature is obviously evident in these encounters. I mean, he's arrested without actually being arrested in the first one. But anyway, who is in his vehicle in the second one? Is that really the same individual that's caught on video at the grub truck? It's kind of hard to tell. Is that the same individual caught on video at the grub truck from an individual who's supposedly not him or looks exactly like him? So if this woman is not the same woman, what does that mean? She just likes people who look like it on her, so she's hanging out with him here, going hiking in his car. He also possibly referred to her in the interview as the girl that he hangs out with, his main girl or whatever. Is it the same person? I have no idea. I don't claim anything is true or untrue here. The MindShock listeners can decide. So here's possibly the most mind-shocking theory yet. There is, of course, another video. I don't even know if we went over this video.
What did you say to Adam? I told Adam. What did you say to Adam? I told Adam.
The supposedly I told him everything video. I told Adam everything. Sleuthing Some posted this a month ago on the BRYAN KOHBERGER Moscow subreddit. Allegedly, Maddie told Adam that her, Kaylee, Zaina, and Ethan found out that he, Adam, and the two Davids were responsible for Hudson's death. Adam then told the two Davids and told them. The official story was that Hudson drowned. He did drown. He was waterboarded in hazing. Showalter's reply, "They're gonna get you, Maddie," was right. Guess who Ethan and Zaina had a fight with at the frat party? The Davids. Dylan gave the green light that Zaina, Ethan, Maddie, and Kaylee were in their rooms. Allegedly. Wow, I mean, that is an interesting theory that supposedly matches some of the variables, but there are so many mysterious deaths in this area. I mean, does it also seem like they're way too calm for all of this? If that's allegedly what they're talking about, or are they talking about some just low-level drug, issues, like really low-level, where they're not actually... I mean... Why? Yeah, I don't know. Why would they be that calmly discussing this?
What did you say to Adam? I told Adam. What did you say to Adam? I told Adam.
So what does everybody make of this? Lot of curiosities here. Let's close this out with some comments on the conspiracy subreddit regarding my podcast episode 10 on this case. TikTok Nurse posted, "I've mentioned elsewhere some things that never sat well and was of course met with invalidation and gaslight in response. as is the usual per the Dunning-Kruger crowd circling true crime communities online and getting triggered at anybody who wants to actually think critically instead of just taking on blind faith whatever's peddled on the idiot box as the official narrative. The police in the unmarked squad car, parked under the tree and streetlight and standing around in direct view of the 1122 house up the hill. They are stopping random people in the grass by the street there, which had not happened ever before. Even one of the students commented on the body cam something to the effect of, "Oh, I didn't know what was going on or who you guys, the cops, were." So the kid's comment is telling you this little police stop thing they were doing exactly as the murders were taking place was not a normal thing for that spot. The kid lives there and had never seen police just sitting there at 3 a.m. harassing what amounted to hardly anybody in the first place. The police say, "Oh, we are looking for people walking with liquor, etc." Oh yeah, right there in view of 1122 in the dark with literally 2 cars passing by in the 15-minute body cam footage. Makes sense. That's 2 vehicles in 15 minutes and 2 groups of 4 to 5 walking across the street to and from the frat houses. My super quiet bedroom community suburban street gets more traffic than that at 3 a.m. and you can hear a pin drop all night. If the cops truly were after college drinking, they would have been stationed in a million other better locations to do that other than where they were. So their excuse for being there doesn't even make sense at all. What makes more sense is that they were on the lookout for whatever might impede the operation. If you are police on patrol at night, you use a marked squad car to make your presence known as a scare tactic for future drinkers and, of course, for safety reasons. You guys gonna harass a couple females in the dark with an unmarked rental car or your squad car decked out in all black with military vests? Makes no sense. I cannot speculate what the story is here or how deep something like that goes if what I'm describing has merit. I mean, look at the Boston Marathon. There were spooks all over the place at the time of the event, and nobody in the mainstream ever called that out. High-res pics showing these bozos in their military issue boots and massive backpacks. The story of the girls delaying the 911 call can play into a plot 100 different ways, too. It adds to the obfuscation of everything. It's possible that the drug connection played a primary role in the murders. Kaylee's "I told him everything" may have been a dam buster that precipitated the killings. Did the girls blow cover on a massive operation that involved some members of law enforcement? The bizarre changing of stories early on with the media and the police chief is also playing into the operation. The mom arrested on drug charges at the same time as the murders is also sus AF. I could write more, but stopping here. I'm betting it was a cover-up. Bryan may be a dealer or middleman, Patsy, that was at the house, maybe even partying with the surviving girls, etc., then leaves and some black op dudes come in and stab the place up, but then not killing certain others, framing Bryan. In my opinion, this was 100% not a crime of passion or random killing over being an incel. This was drug-related, and if that's the case, the Keystone cops dragging their feet on the investigation and also being in the direct vicinity of the crime in an unmarked vehicle and black clothing when it was occurring stinks like pure expletive. Cheers. Okay, that's a good point there. This is a theory we haven't exactly discussed. Is there some kind of undercover drug operation possibly involving corrupt police officers? Were one or more of them CIs, and is this all coincidental involving other suspicious deaths, frat or sorority activities? Again, keep in mind, the female victims here, they belonged or formerly belonged to the only 2 out of the 10 sororities be on probation, being investigated for unsafe practices, etc., etc. There were 10, but it just so happens that the 3 female victims were only the 2 out of the 10. So 100% of the female victims were part of 20% of sororities on probation and under investigation for unsafe practices. Make of that what you will. And then the fight at the frat party. I mean, yeah, this is all just a really, really tangled web. It's really, really bizarre. What was police doing there in an unmarked vehicle at the time of 4 murders going on? Frosty responded, just remember, most, if not all, cops are Freemasons. I remember in August 2017, I was with my friends at their house getting ready from a party, and suddenly we hear a bunch of cars coming from the back of the community. We look out, and each house on the block had a car sitting in front of it with 2 guys inside. A white Toyota truck came barreling down the road from the entrance with about 20 dudes in the back with white t-shirts and jeans. They go to the house diagonal to my friends and knock on the door. The guy answers and gets pulled from his house and got the living expletive beat out of him. Then they toss him in the back of the pickup and leave. This happened within a 15 to 20 minute span. It was pure chaos during that time, screaming, yelling, all that. When the truck left, all the cars followed in order one by one. Then it was quiet, an eerie silence that came over the neighborhood. We called 911 and they told us that we were the 8th anonymous phone call. Then our friends show up and we told them what happened and where were they? Well, they told us that at a 4-way stop that is literally a 1/10 of a mile from the community had a checkpoint. Now I have traveled that way 1,000 times all hours of the night since it was on my way home, and I have never seen a traffic stop at that 4-way stop. The weirdest thing is that no cops showed up that night to answer those 8 calls. Yet they were literally right outside the neighborhood during this event. So when you see weird things like random cops or things like that, like what was posted, it's most likely because it was planned and executed by the powers that be. What does everybody make of that story? That's a creepy story. TikTok nurse responded, what a crazy story. It's like they engaged in nothing but games and subversion for the highest bidder politician. I mean, plenty of Hollywood movies allude to this game playing with the lettered agencies. They play skits and then call them real in the news, which they also control and feed stories of fiction 24/7. Back to the cops at 11:22. If for the purposes of argument they were screening, stopping, delaying groups of people possibly walking toward that house as their skit was playing out, that's exactly how it would happen. A bunch of stupid chit-chat and then pulling of all of the dudes' info at the rental car, the squad, was a ridiculous dog and pony show. It's so twisted that it's like these cops were ordered to stop or delay anybody going toward that property at a given time frame. Then, when the green light is given, they get out of their rental car and screen people heading towards 11:22. And notice how the police ignore the group of 4 to 5 that were coming down from the 11:22 spot, as if they were the killers dressed as college kids, and the watchers let them pass while they gnarl up the potential witnesses or foilers. The pickup truck that passed on the body cam footage while they were all in the grass was probably a secondary lookout. Wow, I mean, this is all really, really creepy. If this theory is true, I mean, it certainly answers some questions, but it opens up a whole lot of other cans of worms, of course. Frosty responded, my question is, what do the victim's parents do for a living, especially that Kaylee chick? Parents who are involved in Freemasonry or the occult sacrifice their children or relatives for fame and wealth. It was interesting seeing Kaylee's dad be all over the news and basically the only parent talking. I wonder what he does for a living. Edit, I'm also going to guess that many of these mass shootings are also skits. Okay, well, I mean, that's going down some rabbit holes there. Now, aren't most of those occult sacrifices, aren't they supposed to be for young children? I mean, some even believe the JonBenet Ramsey case involves some kind of occult sacrifice, Illuminati sacrifice of sorts. If you haven't checked out the latest podcast episodes on that case, check that out. The most comprehensive podcast series on the JonBenet Ramsey case. TikTok nurse responded, yeah, I did a pretty exhaustive People Spokio search on all the players and their families' locations back when this happened, and almost nothing was jiving with possible military-centric addresses on a few of the dads. Even the triplets, Ethan, aren't listed together in People Search, where, if I remember correctly, the female of the triplets didn't come up anywhere. I mean, really doesn't help the credibility of things when you see that. There are too many moving parts to that case. It's hard to nail down where it begins and ends, with, as said, the one mom incarcerated during or right after the event. The memorial at the school was also sus AF, a clown show. And while we're on that subject, was there an actual funeral for any of these victims, or did the story of them so brutally stabbed beyond recognition absolve them of having to do fake open caskets and maybe do nothing at all? I guess what I'm saying is, there any footage of a single funeral of these victims where you can say, yep, that's legit and it happened with a real body in the casket, question mark, or nothing even close to that because it's also tiring? Pics, even one of something legit or it didn't expletive happen. Frosty posted, this was a ritual. I mean, the gematria on this story is nuts. Even down to the apartment number he lived in. Dude could have been framed. Dude could have done it on an order. Who knows? I'm assuming they're referring to Kohberger here. TikTok nurse posted, there's a deep history of witchcraft running through that corridor in Idaho, Washington, too. And by the way, have you seen the video of Brian and his dad getting pulled over? They look nothing alike or of the same blood whatsoever. Was he adopted or some expletive? Because it just adds to the pile of BS that makes no sense and is begging you see the Harbinger warning and to accept it. A post-2012 Smith-Munt Act revision skit propaganda. Follow us along in this fake world as we lead you through and accept your fate as planned. And yeah, the gematria here is hardcore. The 1122 alone is worth 3 walls of text. And yeah, I mean, normally I would write this off. Normally. However, what kind of shocked me is the specific reference to Moscow, Idaho by satanic Illuminati conspiracists in the Jean-Benet Ramsey case years ago. I don't know, 5-10 years ago, this was mentioned. I never even heard of, actually never heard of Moscow, Idaho until the murders. And then I did the Jean-Benet episode sometime after the murders, and they specifically mentioned Moscow, Idaho, which I thought was really weird. So at least there's a history of allegations of satanic, occult, Illuminati conspiracies, specifically in the Moscow area. And believe it or not, we still have much to go over. I mean, this case is really very, very layered. Despite the Dunning-Kruger crowd, the coincidence theorists, the authority-worshipping cultists that just want to believe it was Kohberger simply because he was arrested, and it was shown on the idiot box in the mainstream media, and you had to have acted alone, and just ignore these mountains of anomalies and coincidences. That doesn't mean we do that here on MindShock, because logic and reason are what we go by here. So that's it for now. If you want to help support the MindShock podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also be a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.